All right, welcome in. We got one more game tonight before we head off to the All-Star break in the NBA, and we're in that the desert of sports. But we're going to be carrying the Four Nations games, so we're still going to have those. I actually kind of want to use the next week or so. Obviously, watch the game tonight, break that down tomorrow. But use the next week or so as a sort of primer for what I feel like the offseason for the Broncos should be. The Broncos, I've said really throughout the last couple of weeks after the Broncos lost in the playoffs to the Bills, I've mentioned the idea that they're in a very enviable spot. A lot of things have lined up in a way to make potentially this offseason a lot of fun. And here's where it comes down to. One, do you have people on your roster that are necessities to re-sign, and will it cost you a lot of money? If you're in that position, even if you have cap space, that dissipates in a hurry. The good news for the Broncos, I don't think they have a lot of those guys. I don't think they're the kind of team that's looking at their own players and saying, well, we need to bring this guy back at a high contract and this guy back at a high contract, and we're already still giving away some money for the Russell Wilson deal. I don't know if you have to bring back really anybody who's a potential free agent right now. Now, you will, and you'd like to. But I don't see anyone as, oh my God, if you let them walk, you're in big trouble. Javonte, I think, is all but gone. The one name that kept sticking out to me is somebody that you'd like to have back is DJ Jones. I think keeping that same sort of rotation and let's call it thickness up front defensively is a huge reason why you were successful in general on defense last year. That defensive front was able to rotate through about 6 or 7 guys that you all had confidence that they were going to play well. So bringing DJ Jones back is, yeah, I think that's something they got to do. But beyond that, you have kind of everything else at your disposal. You have the ability to go out and look for things that are considered fun items. You have the ability to go out and you aren't looking for the entree to the meal. You're looking for dessert. And that's where things like veteran wide receiver, running back, tight end, linebacker, safety, like those kind of things are all in the purview now. And here's what I'd love to see. I keep seeing mock drafts that have Ashton Jeanty dropping to where the Broncos are at number 20. And I think that could be the most ideal scenario that you could find yourself in. Make no mistake, Ashton Jeanty, in the season he had last year, was so prolific that he's mentioned alongside the name Barry Sanders. And he didn't do it on a ton of carries. It's one thing, there's a few running backs where you look at like most rushing yards all time in a college football season. And there's some names on there that you see like a Kevin Smith from UCF, but he ran the ball 1 billion times. So Ashton Jeanty was 28 yards short of Barry Sanders' record. I am not saying he's Barry Sanders, by the way, but this is the comparison that you're going to see. The numbers are the numbers. 21-year-old kid, averaged 7 yards a carry. He was 28 yards from Barry Sanders' all-time record. And a whole bunch of games he sat late in the game. When you're averaging 7 per carry, it ain't going to be that in the NFL. But it would give me confidence that you could get you from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 5. It could get you from 2nd and 8 to 3rd and 3. 3rd and 3 could turn into a first down on the ground, which would be crazy. Think about that for a second. How many times do you remember a 3rd and short, 3rd and 3, 3rd and 2, that was picked up with your running game? And I mean pure run. Not Bo Nix, buying some time, scrambling around, evading pressure, and then taking off with his legs. I'm saying you call the snap in the or you call the play in the huddle, you break, and that play's a running play. You give it to somebody in your backfield, and they pick up the first down for you. It was just not something you had in your tool belt. And it's like it's a very key missing thing. Look, I'm not handy, but I know you need a hammer. You want to be a handyman. You need a hammer. The running game is your hammer. That's the trusty. I need this no matter where I go, no matter what the situation is. This needs to be here because I'm going to have to use it at some point. Just how it goes. And they haven't had a hammer for like 2 years. At least say what you want about Melvin Gordon. I know he had issues with fumbling. Melvin Gordon can pick up yards, though. If he hung on to the football, he could pick up yards. Phillip Lindsay before him, pretty adept at picking up yards. You didn't have somebody that you had that faith in. You get Ashton Genty to drop to number 20? You got one thing that he could potentially be a guy that carries the rock like 15 to 20 times a game. Like he could be one of those rare sort of Saquon, Derrick Henry types. Get the ball a lot. Carry the ball a lot. He's not small. He's 220 pounds. 220 pounds can take that amount of carries per game. But I just think that opens things up so much more for what your offense wants to be, and you just never had the ability. The best teams in the NFL run the football. The Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl because they ran the football better than anybody else in the league. The Chiefs largely lost the Super Bowl and looked miserable on offense because they didn't run it at all. It was a struggle for them all year on offense, and guess what? Kansas City's offense looked mortal this year, didn't it? But you kind of go across who are the best offenses in the league. You can't find one with a team that didn't run the football. Doesn't exist. It is very clearly a necessity to have. And it's my main priority for this team. Their defense should be fine. Add a couple of pieces, maybe throw a linebacker in here, throw a safety there. Everything else, defensive front, great. Corners, add a little bit of depth so that if you lose a PS2 or a Riley Moss for a game, it doesn't look the way that it did with Levi Wallace earlier in the year. But all of that, that's some ornamental, that's an every offseason thing. Find depth for positions. Okay, cool, got that. Linebacker. Find somebody who can fill the role. And maybe that's just Cody Barton and a healthy Alex Singleton. Who knows? I would look to try and improve, but maybe that's good enough. But you get a running back that can establish a consistent and feared effort on the ground and then throw in like a tight end on top of it. Some of the names we were throwing around for a wide receiver add to the mix, a Debo, a Chris Godwin, a Cooper Kupp type. Move the chains guy on third down. You could take a jump in a hurry. Sean Payton went through a year of misery. Actually used about 10 different adjectives for it. Misery, sorrow, melancholy. What else did he say in his exit press conference about the year before last year?
Drudgery.
Drudgery. Like, he hated the first year, but that was one of those eat your vegetables type seasons. And then you had to eat a few more veggies in eating the contract of Russell Wilson to see him go. But now they have the things I think they want to build the offense they want to have. I've always said this about teams. I don't mind if you're bad for a short period of time. But there has to be a purpose to the bad. There has to be a reason as to, hey, we're going to suck for these first couple of years, but that's to build cap space to go get this. Hey, we're going to suck so that early in the draft we can go get a quarterback and then build around that guy. Like that, everybody can understand. In fact, teams that don't recognize or acknowledge that there's moments in their franchise's history where that's necessary are the ones who hop on the treadmill and suck for a long period of time. See the Dallas Cowboys, who Dak Prescott just was talking about yesterday. Dak Prescott, Cowboys are very close to winning a Super Bowl. Sure you are. Anybody within the Cowboys organization that thinks they're close to winning a Super Bowl needs to be fired. Because they don't understand. Well, and Dak's different. He's a player. They should all feel that way. But I'm saying people in the front office, if they feel like they're close, you don't deserve to be in that organization. Because you don't understand roster construction. You don't understand what's necessary to be competitive. They think they're close to what Philly has? Please. They did. They were a team that's close. And they wasted years of maybe the best offensive line in football. And I'm saying years of it. With Zach Martins and Tyron Smiths and whole bunch of Lyle Collins, whole bunch of guys in that offensive line. They wasted it. Those guys are old and not as good anymore. They don't have a running back they trust. Like, didn't the Cowboys re-sign Zeke in the middle of the season last year? For funsies? Accepting bad results for a short period of time is almost always necessary at some point in the story arc of these franchises in order to get better. Like, you know who else is approaching that? I know that Mike Tomlin's got his never have a losing record thing going. Pittsburgh needs to start thinking about that. Pittsburgh ain't close. But you want to hop on that treadmill and you want to be a team that's okay for 20 years, I guess that's fine. But this is why I like where the Broncos are at. They had the bad. They went through it. They felt it. They didn't totally go all in until last year, where ironically you turned it around fast. And you did it with a rookie QB. So your starting point is higher than most. It's like what Washington did. Like, you caught lightning in a bottle. You accepted a rebuild, and it took 4 months. But now's the time for this offseason for the Broncos is, I think it's time to go. You still got money that you gotta let float out there with the Russell contract. But this is the time where I'd start looking like, can you structure contracts in a way that is, giving you a 3-year window? Can you put yourself in a position where maybe you sign a bigger name free agent, back end some of the money, don't give a big signing bonus up front and go that way? Like, I think all of that is on the table for you. Doesn't mean you have to, but it's something you can consider. You're very pliable and flexible right now. You can go in a lot of different directions, depending on who fits and who's available. So they're in good shape. 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line. There is, to me, a lot of different avenues you could take the offseason. And there's a lot of different avenues that you could take the first-round pick. Texture says, sign with someone like Chris Bryant. See, this is an example of exactly the opposite of what I was talking about. In what world did it make sense from the very beginning for the Rockies to sign Chris Bryant? They were very clearly rebuilding. And then you go out and make a move like that? Now, if the Rockies were a team that had a young roster that won, I don't know, Nelly, 85 games last year, and they signed Chris Bryant, like, makes a lot more sense then. But not when you're staring down the barrel of 100 lost seasons.
Do you want me to play it?
No. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I didn't know.
I said the name. I mean,
it's a snowy morning. Everybody's kind of in a rushed mood. I didn't know if you wanted me to throw you a bone and skip the usual drop we play.
All right, we need a full season of KB. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We need a full season of KB.
Yeah. Yep. You hit the other one, too, while you're at it. Get that one out of your system. I know you got another. What are we hoping for, buddy? What are we hoping for?
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
Yeah. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. All right. If you're on the roads, be careful. A little snowy out there. I'm over it, by the way. Done. All you winter freaks, fresh powder, bro. You got enough. It's time to say bye-bye to the fresh powder and hello to the 70 degrees and sunshine. You know how annoyed I am every morning when there's something, Nelly, and you'll understand this. You guys probably, if you're waking up, if you listen to this on the podcast, maybe you're one of the normal people. You wake up at 7:30. You get your morning coffee. You walk outside. You let the sunshine hit your face for a second. Brush your teeth. Say goodbye to your cats. And then get in your car on the way. Like you have a morning routine where you can kind of like take your time. Unlike me and Nelly, who are panicked every second that we're up in the morning. What you might not understand is I feel like, Nelly, and correct me if I'm wrong, every morning for the last week that I've gotten up, there's been a dusting of snow on the roads. That has gone later in the day. But there's been this little, hey, just a reminder, I'm still here, sort of dusting.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of slush, a little bit of ice, just enough to make people forget everything they learned in driver's ed.
And then that sun comes up at about 7:30, and that stuff just melts, and they're like, oh, it wasn't icy at all. It wasn't snowy at all. It was just, a wet road morning. That's all it was. They were just a little bit wet. Well, you don't get up when me and Nelly do. Because I'm over this little reminder that winter's still here thing. Done with it.
Do you want me to be a guy who always comes up in this conversation and reminds you that April is actually Colorado's snowiest month?
See, but here's the thing. I actually don't mind when it gets to April because, yeah, it snows, but it's also like 50 or 60 every other day. That's fine. Like, if you mixed in, hey, it's going to dump 6 inches tonight, but tomorrow it's going to be 60 degrees, I'd be like, fine. I'll take a rough trip to work as long as it's nice outside later. But right now I'm getting neither, and that's why I'm over it. All right, so a lot more to get to. 303-504-0925. Stick around.
man. I feel like we compete with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we played them. I don't want to say check the record when they're the guys holding the trophy right now. So credit to them. They've earned it and they deserved it by all means. But, yeah, very close, especially even watch the NFC game, the NFC Championship. And those two teams that we battle against each and every year a couple of times. And as I said, feel confident about we've gotten the better part each and every time. To see them, to see it in such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn and it's on us.
Look, I'm not going to beat up Dak too badly because Dak is a player, and a player needs to have confidence they can beat anybody. I'm talking about front office people in Dallas. If you think that you are close to where Philly is, then you're lying to yourself and you don't deserve to have that job. Dak's the quarterback. He should feel like they can beat anybody in the league. Now, if I heard my quarterback throw out well, we've played them close. Yeah, I don't need to hear that. That I don't need. But, it would be like, I don't know, what the Lakers saying, oh, well, I'm not that scared of Denver because we played them really close. They just hit a couple of last-second shots. Yeah, they did, but you also have lost 13-14. So the playing close thing and all of that, it doesn't apply. And speaking of, can I get a feel of the temperature around the room? In fact, Nelly, can I get a little straw poll?
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Where's the fear level that you have with the Lakers? We got a game tonight, and then it's the All-Star break. But if I put this 1 to 10, 10 being not scared at all, 1 being not scared at all, that they will look the exact same way that it has over the past couple of years, and they are not a threat whatsoever to the Nuggets. And 10 being you feel like you could potentially lose to the Lakers in a playoff series. Where are you?
0.
I'm just curious, because I'm somewhere around like a 6.5 to 7. I think that it is not just a total foregone conclusion if the Nuggets and Lakers met right now in the postseason that the Nuggets would win as easily as they have in the past. Now, again, still a lot to see on how that's going to fit. But I'm just curious where people feel. Because I remember if I asked this question 2 years ago, everybody's at a 10, and I was like at a 2. And I just wonder if this has flipped. But I'm like 6.5 to 7. 10 would mean like I think they're going to beat the Nuggets. I don't think that they would. But I think it would certainly be a series, and I think we'd certainly be nervous at points in the middle of that series. How about this? When the Nuggets won a championship, do you remember their second-round opponent, Nelly? Who that was? First round, they went out. They played against Minnesota. They swept them. Second round was Phoenix.
Oh, that's right, Phoenix. Boy, I had a senior moment there. I couldn't even remember.
And that was a 2-2 series, if you remember, after 4 games. And then the Nuggets won the next 2. I think it would feel a lot like that.
By the way, fun fact, ever since Matt Ishbia stole the basketball from Jokic and refused to give it back, the Suns have not won a playoff game.
Is that true?
Yes, because the Nuggets won the rest of the series from that point on, and then the Suns got swept last year in the playoffs.
That's right. That's right.
So suck on that, Ishbia. That's what you do when you mess with the GOAT.
That's such a... they didn't sweep Minnesota, that's right. Did they went 5 games, right? Yeah, I think Minnesota won game 4. Because they had a 16-4 record throughout the postseason. So what'd they do? They went 5 games, 6 games, 4 games. 5 games?
Against Miami in the finals,
it was 1-1, and then the next 3, yeah. Gosh, so... Oh, I know what I did. I think I confused that with the Avs, because the Avs went sweep 6, right?
Yes, they did. And actually, the Avalanche never clinched a series at home throughout the entire playoffs.
I know. That was the bummer of it all. Like, the fact that the Nuggets won at home was the coolest thing. Like, just the coolest. But yeah, the Avs never clinched a series at Ball Arena throughout that entire championship run. But anyway, the reason why I want to get the temperature on that, and some early returns, we got a lot of 5s and 6s with a couple of these mixed in, which is don't fear them at all, a 0. I think that's a little overconfident is how I'd put it. But First Take was discussing something. Who is the most feared duo in the Western Conference? And they were discussing, is that LeBron and Luka now that they're matched up together? So, Nelly, if we got this, let's just find somewhere in the middle of this clip and go ahead, run it.
This season, I haven't given up on Jokic and Murray. I have not given up on that at all. I'm going to stand on that for the time being. We can't even see anybody in Dallas with Kyrie and AD. AD already down, okay? I mean, I got to think about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and who's his Robin
Williams
is and stuff like that. That's right, of course, Williams. But I'm just looking at it from the standpoint that right now, it's got to be Jokic and Murray until further notice to answer this question because we haven't seen how LeBron and Luka will do together.
Would you consider that accurate? And the reason I'm asking that is because there's a bunch of people on that text line earlier this year that were not about Jamal Murray. So would you say the best duo is still Jamal and Joker in the Western Conference? Would you change that to Jamal and MPJ? Or I'm sorry, Joker and MPJ. I'm going to say this. Look at what Jamal's done over the last month to month and a half. That's normal Jamal. He has found whatever he was missing from earlier in the year. He's shooting with confidence. He is aggressive with the basketball. He's picking and choosing the spots that he has to. It looks a little bit like Jamal and Joker from a couple years ago. Now, the difference is, and this is a good thing, by the way, Joker's bringing that sort of production every night. There's been nights where Jamal hasn't because he didn't have to. Because Porter would mix in a 30-point game. Because Christian Brown would score 28. You know, it's been sort of a combination of different people every night with Joker, which I think is necessary. And yeah, I think it's too early to crown LeBron and Luka as the best duo in the Western Conference. They very well could be by the end of the year. But Joker and Jamal, that is still like all roads go through those two right now. And the hope is this. Now, we were talking about this for a second yesterday. You have a real proving ground of a couple of weeks' worth of basketball after the All-Star break, where you got L.A. multiple times, you have Minnesota, you have at Boston, you have Milwaukee. You got a whole bunch of tough teams and chances for you to get signature wins, which they don't have this year. They've had plenty of other things. They've gotten the wins against bad teams. They've been able to not just beat those teams, but beat them handily. But you're still like, if I told you, what's the number one, oh my God type of win? Not a whole lot of those. So their record for against teams that are below 500 is 23-6. Their records against teams that are 500 or better is sub 500 at 12-13. That's something that's got to change in the second half. You want to be a serious title contender, that number's got to be higher than that. Now, there's only a few teams in the league that can say that they have a winning record against teams that are 500 or better, and most of them are the ones that you've probably talked about already. Oklahoma City's 20-8. Cleveland is 20-6. Boston is 19-10. Indiana is 12-11. Houston's 19-14. And the Lakers are 14-12. Those are teams with a winning record against teams that are 500 or better. You're going to have an opportunity to flip your record around. Right now, 12-13, you could easily be a few games above 500 by the end of that. So, get this one last game out of the way, enter the break at an 8-game win streak with one more win against Portland tonight, and then you can start to roll. I always want to say second half of the season. It's not, I know this isn't half, but it's just easier to say. Post All-Star break. How about? You can always watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. And that is the Safeway Twitch stream. So Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone and show them that you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. So here's what we got today. Speaking of Safeway, get another $50 gift card we're giving away with a keyword at 920. Giving that away at the end of the show. You text in the keyword, you're entered for a chance to win, not to mention a chance to win the grand prize of $250 on Friday. What else we're giving away today? Because today is Jokic Bobblehead night at Ball Arena. We have one of these Jokic bobbleheads. We will give away one of these Jokic bobbleheads at 8:45 this morning. And how we're going to do it, it's very simple. You listen to the show. That's all I'll tell you. Listen to the show, and if you do that, then you have a chance to win that Jokic bobblehead that is in our possession right now. So,
You remember
couple of different things we're giving away. Yes, Nelly.
yesterday we were talking about unboxing videos and all that jazz?
Yeah.
I have a Jokic bobblehead here. Should we do an unboxing video with your reaction?
Oh, you know what? Unboxing videos, another one that are big time. Big time on the tube.
And actually, so our boss mentioned that he wanted to leave a bobblehead in the studio so that as we're doing the giveaway, we can show people what they're playing for. But he also mentioned...
It's actually a cool one. Like, it's really neat.
But he also mentioned in the email, he said, guys, that's one of the bobbleheads we're giving away. So please, don't break it. Because we're children, Brett, and we need to be reminded not to break our toys.
Go ahead. Give it a look.
There you go.
At that.
See, and look, he's holding the MVP trophy. He's got the MVP right there, his name, and, of course, the head. Look at it. Look at that thing. It's going.
Yeah. You want that? You want that Jokic bobblehead, that unbox? Well, you can get the box, too, but it's been unboxed for now. Tune in at 8:45. You'll find out how you can do that. 303-504-0925. Back after this. What's going on here? We said we're going to give away a Jokic bobblehead. In the first text that we get, if I win the bobblehead, can Nelly sign it? The second text we get, can everyone on the morning show just sign the box and you give the bobblehead to me right now? Why do you guys want our signatures?
I know my signature. I thought you wanted this bobblehead to have value.
You know, it's funny. I was at an event at the convention center last weekend. And somebody walked up, they go, "Oh, you're a celebrity." I was like, no, I'm not. You must have me confused with Vic Lombardi. It is funny. Like Vic and Moj.
I am.
Vic and Moj. And I got a lot of these. So I was there with K&H Home Solutions for the Home and Garden Show, which are still there. You can check them out, booth 313. They're giving away $25,000. Stop by and say hi to my friends over there. I get this every time I'm on location somewhere. People walk up and they say this to me, Nelly, and I don't know what this means. They say, "You're a lot taller than I thought." I'm like, I've said on this show multiple times, I'm 6'3". I'm a tall guy. Do I have the voice of a small person?
I think it's just people assume that anyone working in radio who's not a former athlete is just a short, fat, miserable person.
And they'd mostly be right.
Right, because why else would we crack a mic every morning and talk about aprons? So I think that's why. And also, I once again, I don't mean this as to sound like an insult. I think you're also in better shape than people expect because you are a former college athlete, and so you still stay in good shape. And I think you're a little bit more taller and muscular than people expect, especially since we paint you as this weedy nerd from Nebraska who just spends his day milking teats.
This is hilarious. Whining about the snow, giving away a toy like a McDonald's Happy Meal, and hey, let's do an unboxing and get your live reaction. What is this? Housewives of Arapahoe City? Didn't know you guys are Instagram influencers now. Let's gather Moj and some testosterone back on the show. It's really funny.
Hey, man. You know, sometimes you get roasted and you just don't even want to reply.
Look,
like, you just got to take it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
I say this all the time, okay? I want you guys to understand something. I really want you to get this. I am going to be offensively myself on this show, okay? Offensively. I tell you all the time, I do not say anything I don't believe in, and so if that comes off as me being stupid or me being a wuss or whatever, then that's what it is. But I don't like cold. I'm a baby about cold. I hate snow. I am not handy. I'm not like everybody thinks, oh, you're from Nebraska, so like you know how to do this and this. I don't know how to take care of a farm, never lived on a farm, barely been to a farm. If you gave me a cow right now, that cow would be dead in a week. I don't know what I'd feed it. I don't know what to do. Or would it explode? I don't know how to milk a cow. Does the cow just get so much milk that it blows up? Like, how does this work?
I've milked a cow before, so I have more milking experience than you.
I say this all the time. I've never milked a cow, ever.
Wow, okay.
And so with that, I am like the complete opposite of probably what you're picturing in your head as a dude from Nebraska. I think I am. And this is true. This Kyle on the text line said, don't give Kane that much credit, Nelly. He only played baseball. I do agree. That's not an athlete. No, seriously, that's not. Baseball players are not athletes. They have specified weird skills.
What position, though? What position did you play?
Third base, right field.
Yeah, you're not Bartolo Colon, like pitchers.
But I could have been.
Yeah, but I mean, pitchers
Pablo
don't have to be in
Sandoval
shape.
played third base.
That's a good point, yeah. I guess, I think baseball players are more athletes than golfers are. Like, if John Daly can be an elite golfer, you're telling me those guys are athletes? I think baseball athletes are more athletic than golfers.
I disagree. John Daly could have made a great baseball player. He could have played first base, ripped some homers. Like, he could have done that. Yeah, baseball is not, you aren't athletes. You just have a very specified set of weird skills that only that sport requires.
You have a very particular set of skills.
But seriously, and I know that because all of the other sports that require athleticism, You'd be surprised, by the way. Baseball players are typically pretty good in other sports. Like, you could throw a baseball player on a basketball court and he would typically look all right. You could throw him in a football game. He'd find some position like receiver he could play. But I can't take those guys from other sports and put them in baseball. That's for sure. So it's not athletic. I don't know what you call it. But specified athletic quick twitch stuff is what they have.
So you're a specified athletic quick twitcher. There you go.
Well, again, if I took Ryan McMahon or Brenton Doyle. Brenton Doyle is a great example. And I put him on a basketball court, I think that it wouldn't look too weird. But I put Jamal Murray with a bat in his hands, it's going to look bizarre and very unathletic, if you will.
Oh, okay. Tangent on that, by the way. Years and years ago, the Arizona Coyotes, when they were the Phoenix Coyotes, they invited Larry Fitzgerald to come to their morning skate.
Oh, yeah.
And they put him on skates and had him go around with the team. One of the greatest wide receivers of all time, right? He had more tackles than dropped passes, I think, in his career. That guy looked like a baby calf from a nature documentary out there on the ice. It was incredible to see this Leviathan in the NFL just reduced to a shaking mess.
The difficult thing, though, with hockey is to be able to do the sport, you have to do something that's learned just to stand up. And that's almost like, it's like being a gymnast.
Oh,
you know what
absolutely.
I mean? Like, that's almost like you need to have a prerequisite to even begin to play the game.
And they would set him up, 7 feet in front of the net with a stick and just say, okay, try and put this in. And of course, he tries to swing and then he moves because of physics. You get swung the other way on the ice. It was hilarious to watch.
Every person, every self-respecting human being, man, whatever, has played like a pickup baseball game in their cul-de-sac, right? You and your buddies got together when you were younger, your neighborhood kids, you all put a game together. That's happened. You've all put together a pickup basketball game. There's no pickup hockey games. That is a very specific, we are going out to do this for this purpose. We need to get our moms to drive us somewhere to do it. It's a lot more difficult.
Hey, man, I played some elite roller hockey on roller skates in the street before, man.
Roller hockey,
with
yes.
the ball, with the rubber ball instead of a puck.
Yep. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com. Chance to win $50 to Safeway coming your way at 9:20 this morning. Chance to win a Jokic Bobblehead at 8:45. But you have to listen to the show all day in order to get that. So, with that, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next. shocked that you're in studio. Blown away.
You're not the only one.
Surprise yourself?
Yeah, be very careful out there. Those roads are deceptive. They're deceptive.
They
you
are.
You think you're in the clear. You think, just a little sprinkle of snow, no big deal, until you hit it.
I've declared I'm over it, Vic.
Dude, I've been over it.
I'm done. I'm done.
Dude, I've been over it. I don't like to talk about it too much because we live in Colorado and snow is part of
You
the
guys have had
tourism
plenty of
attraction.
months for powders now. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I mean, you and I are kindred spirits here. DMac loves the snow, loves the cold, loves the ice. It is a freaking nuisance to wake up in the morning and deal with this crap.
Look, and I
don't want to hear from people saying, well, it is nothing. You should live in the Midwest or Minnesota or East. I don't care where you're from. I don't like the cold. I live here because I'm from here and my family's from here and I like it here, but I like it for about 7 months. The other 5 months suck.
I've seen it. Like, a couple of months is fine with me. But we had 65 last Friday, and it's like the second you give me that again, and I got to go back to -1 this
100%.
morning, I'm out. I'm out, man.
100%. It's the worst.
And every day, me and Nelly were just talking about this. Every day. Because me and Nelly are on the roads early enough to where, like, by the time people start leaving their house, usually around now or maybe half an hour from now, like the sun's out, it starts to melt that stuff. We're just getting little dustings every morning. Like, every morning we get up, there's just a little bit of snow that's on there that's just there to annoy me. That's all it's doing.
Listen, again, I understand it's part of our makeup. You know, winter it's a piece of adversity that you have to suffer through. I get it. Doesn't mean you have to like it.
Yeah.
And what I don't like is people who like it.
That actually is annoying, too.
It really bothers me. Oh, yeah, look at them. We got about 6 inches today. It's great.
You know who's one of those guys? Sanford's one of those guys.
I know.
Sanford can't wait to get out to the mountains now and take a
I know.
snowboard out there. And, Yep.
How does he feel, though, when he has to trek in from Wyoming or wherever the hell he lives?
It's a haul.
Well, you know, you just rip out the board and you carve up some fresh pow, Victor. Don't you know what it's like, bruh?
Anyway.
Like, why don't people who water ski get this excited? It's the same concept. Why is it the same level of excitement or lifestyle?
Yeah, and that involves a boat. Boats are always cooler. All right, Vic, so we got one more game tonight. And then we're going to be in that sort of that sportsless desert for the next week.
Yeah, have fun with that.
Yeah, of nothing really going on. By the way, no Bednar today because he is off for the Four Nations stuff, so he's taking a little time off for himself as well. We have 2 things we're giving away today. So we got the $50 gift card to Safeway at 9:20. There will be a keyword, so stay tuned for that. Also, Vic, in honor of what they're doing at Ball Arena tonight, we have our own Nikola Jokic bobblehead.
Yeah, I saw it the other night. We gave one away on our postgame show. You know, I don't play with dolls, but this is pretty cool.
You know, you get a cool bobblehead.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty neat.
It's actually as representative of the character as I've ever seen.
It looks like him.
It really does.
Yeah.
They did a great job.
So we're giving that away at 8:45.
Like, whoever does these bobbleheads, whoever's in charge of designing the bobblehead, they should be designing these statues that everyone messes up all the time.
Okay, I was going to ask you about this. Who is, in fact, I'm going to look this up. I want the man's name. Who designed the first bobblehead? What a weird concept to come up with.
Put a spring-loaded neck in there.
Wow.
Who is it? John Bobble?
Nikolai Gogol?
Okay.
18th century Germany had the first bobbleheads.
They played with dolls back then?
The earliest known Western reference to a bobblehead is thought to be Nikolai Gogol. 1842, his short story, The Overcoat, in which the main character's neck was described as being like the necks of plaster cats that wag their heads.
Huh.
How about that?
I remember those cats. I know what he's talking about. Like, those were a big deal in the 70s and 80s. Those weird cats that were in the back of, like, cars. The rear windshield of cars.
Wait, like the hula girl things?
Yeah. Yeah. Some people had
Oh,
cats.
yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Again,
So, yeah,
weird,
during the
weird.
During the 19th century, bisque porcelain bobbleheads were made in limited quantities for the U.S. market.
So
there you go.
5,000 of these bobbleheads will be available tonight at Ball Arena. So the first 5,000 of you who walk in. Now, it's not the first time something has been in high demand. And let me tell you the demand on this sucker. We had a couple for our postgame show, and we had people clamoring all over the place. I mean, clamoring. I gave in finally. This one guy wanted one so bad during every break. I said, all right, just take it.
Here, get away. Get away. Go. Go on, get.
Now, I'm happy because they're very popular. Do you remember what was that thing? What was that doll they gave away for the Rockies in the early 2000s when the All-Star game came to town? And to get one of these, I actually got my hands on one. It was worth like instantly, as soon as you touched it, it was worth $400. What was that doll? I can't remember the name of it. Wasn't a Beanie Baby? Was it a Beanie Baby?
Yeah, that would be around that time. Beanie Babies were huge.
Maybe that's what it was.
It has to be. Yeah. Has to be.
So, like, every decade, there's this toy that becomes very popular.
Uh-huh. What, do they still have, you know what? Do they still have those? Are we still making big toys? Because everything is like techie now. Everything that's popular is through a phone or an iPad or something like that.
And before the Beanie Baby, was there the Cabbage Patch Kid?
Cabbage Patch Kids. Yeah. There was...
What dolls did you play with as a child in Omaha?
I had wrestling action figures.
Yeah.
I had wrestlers.
Uh-huh. Like my doll...
Pogs were a thing when I was a kid. Pogs.
The doll of my childhood, because, you know, man, don't be too proud. You played with dolls, too. I know you did. The doll of my childhood was Stretch Armstrong.
Okay.
That's a heck of a doll.
It actually stretched. I had a Stretch Armstrong,
Stretch like you stretched that sucker.
Yeah. Hot Wheels, obviously. That feel like it spanned over decades, though, right?
This is what Brett played with, Cornhusk dolls here.
Dude, if I see those in the middle of, like, the wilderness, I'm running. There's some sort of witchcraft happening.
That's good, Nelly.
I've seen too many True Detective shows.
This guy who is now, you know, you've arrived when you've got a bobblehead in your...
He's been arrived for a minute.
I know.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll get a statue?
Yes.
Well, John Elway doesn't have a statue. John Elway has his face in the hall over there, in the Hall of Faces, whatever they call that outside of Mile High Stadium. But if there's an athlete in town who deserves a statue, it's John Elway.
I would argue that
we got a weird horse at the airport. What other statues do we have around town? What's the big Denver statue? What is it? We got a bunch of stuff down by the Civic Center.
I'd say Lucifer's probably the one.
Yeah, is that what we're going to do here? We're going to be known for this weird horse?
I was just at the convention center last weekend. There was a big bear leaning up against the window.
That's that bear that's peeking inside the window.
This may be a dumb question, but who's the statue outside of Coors Field? Which player?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know who that... I've seen it many times. That's a great question. I'm not sure who that is. Help us out on who that is. The reason I'm bringing this up, if you're going to honor an athlete in this community with a statue, right? Every community has a statue of an athlete, I would think. It's got to start with Elway. And then...
It's Branch Rickey?
Oh, is that who that is?
Yeah.
Okay. Why? Why is Branch Rickey outside Coors Field?
Wait a minute. Hang on.
Hey, help me out. Help me understand that.
Yeah, what is this?
I know Branch Rickey did a lot for the sport of baseball.
I get it. I totally get it.
But why Denver specifically?
Yeah,
right.
I'm just curious as to why. Why?
Hang on. No, it's just... I don't know what this is. It's just called The Player.
Insert your player? I mean,
so it's the statue is called The Player, but on the statue, it is a quote from Branch Rickey that said, "It is not the honor that you take with you, but the heritage you leave behind." So it's nobody in particular.
Oh, here we go. In 1992, Rotary International of Denver created the Branch Rickey Award, which is given annually to a major league player in recognition of exceptional community service. So they put that statue outside the stadium to be in line with this award.
And that's just a generic avatar of a baseball player.
All right, I'm gonna have to take over again. I'll take charge. I'll be in charge of Denver athlete statues. Nobody's done it. Nobody's moved to the forefront. So, governor, mayors, metro districts, all of you, I got this. I'll be in charge. We are a metropolitan, a big sports history here. We have to have athlete statues to be a real city. I mean, come on. You want to be a real city?
It actually
LA's got like 10 of them.
It is crazy we don't have a statue
LA's
here.
got 10 statues of notable athletes who have played there. We don't have one? And the faces in front of Mile High don't count. That's their Hall of Honor. That's their Ring of Honor. That doesn't count. I'm talking about athlete statues who have changed the course of history in Denver. Like that.
But not
like that.
But one that actually looks like the
Exactly.
person you're talking about.
So
not
Miami
the D-Wade statue.
Miami has a couple of them. We don't have one. Are you kidding me? Like I'm just going to be very succinct here. John Elway deserves a statue first. He changed the course of history in Denver sports.
I would agree.
And anyone who disagrees with that, let me tell you, you're an idiot. That's number one. I think Nikola Jokic will be the second person to get a statue.
Could you make Sakic one?
Sure,
now?
you could, but we're not giving statues away, evidently.
But if you're going to start the statue train, Elway gets one. I think Sakic gets one.
Sakic is very much
and then Joker gets one when his career's done.
100%.
Yeah. Outside of that,
Helton, if you're going to give one away for the Rockies, it's Todd Helton.
Okay. I actually saw somebody talking about this online yesterday, that everybody's got a face of the history of the franchise. So Elway's the Broncos, Sakic is the Avs,
Yes.
Joker is and will be the Nuggets. Would you say it's Helton or Larry Walker for the Rockies?
It's Todd Helton. That's not an argument.
Well, that's what the argument was.
It's not an argument.
Okay.
Todd Helton spent his entire career in Denver for the Rockies. He's a Hall of Famer. It's not an argument.
Okay.
Larry Walker was a great player, but he jumped around. He spent part of his career here, but he jumped around.
I got you. That makes sense. I'm not going to argue. I'm just saying that was the discussion.
I'm not going to accept your argument.
Okay. I'm not making the argument.
It's like the people who argue Elway with me. It's not even worth arguing. Like,
well, who else would you put?
But there are people who would not put him there. And like I said, that's when you don't know Denver sports is when you make that argument.
Yeah. At least not historically. Texture says, hot take, statues are overrated, and we're better for not having any.
No. You got a stupid horse at the airport everybody talks about. What about that?
Hey, I wouldn't speak ill of Lucifer. No one's sure what his powers are. He killed the sculptor that created him. Show some respect. I
give that thing a salute every time I go by it, just to make sure that we're good.
We got a bear peeking in our convention center.
That thing is...
this is what we are. We're a bunch of animals in Colorado. All we got is animals.
I'm actually with you on this. They should do it. They should make John Elway's statue outside that stadium.
And it doesn't necessarily have to be the teams doing it. It should be the city. Because the city benefited from John Elway just as much as the team did.
More.
Okay.
I could argue more.
He put Denver on the map.
Yeah.
The city benefited from Nikola Jokic and Joe Sakic, too. You got parades. You benefit from these guys.
Yeah.
Some people have brought up, we're forgetting the Pat Bolin statue outside of Mile High. That's across from all the faces.
Okay. He's an owner. I want athletes.
Yep. How many statue-worthy people have come through here? Who could you make an argument for of statues?
That's about it. There's not
Is
many.
that the list?
Yeah, you don't want to.
I know you don't want to overdo it, but is there not okay?
Here's a classic example. When you think of Philadelphia, what statue is the most prominent in Philadelphia?
The fictional character of Rocky Balboa.
Exactly. He's an athlete.
He's also not real.
Shut up. He's an athlete. It's not Ben Franklin. Nobody cares about your kite-flying electricity.
Hang on.
It's Rocky.
Can I ask you a question? And this might be a dumb question. If Luke Skywalker, before he went to the Millennium Falcon, was from San Diego, would San Diego have a statue of Luke Skywalker somewhere?
But the show wasn't based in San Diego. Rocky was based in San Diego. That's a dumb comp.
Hey, they should have a Luke Skywalker at the Industrial Light and Magic facility in San Francisco at the Skywalker Ranch. You're absolutely right.
Please don't make dumb comps. I don't have much time on this show or in life.
I still think, you know what? No matter where you're at on the tearing down statues conversation that was like 4 years ago, we should tear down the Rocky one. I have no room for fictional characters getting statues.
I'm going to show you
Not in
something.
my life.
This is how respect is earned and respect is given. And the fact that we don't have statues of our more prominent athletes is silly to me. Let me show you one right here. Someone who changed the course of a town, a city, a community, and rightfully has a statue outside of his stadium. Take a look at that.
Can't see it.
Okay. Huh? Why can't you see this stuff?
Is it Vince Lombardi?
Yes.
Were you, Vic Lombardi, were dressed as Vince Lombardi standing next to Vince Lombardi's statue?
Yes.
An inception of Lombardi's, if you will.
Exactly.
Nailed it.
That's what you call respect. You respect your forefathers.
I'll tell you
You
what.
respect the people that brought you what you have today.
Can we meet in the middle? Let's do a statue of Cartman somewhere inside of Denver. How about we do that?
You know,
because he put South Park on the map.
Instead of prominent athletes, we got Casa Bonita doing cartoons. It's embarrassing. Denver, you're embarrassing me. That's what we're doing now. We got horses. We got blue horses, a bunch of bears, and cartoons. Just completely ignored our athletes. I got to take over. I got to run for office.
Look, you make a pretty good argument,
I'm running
actually.
for office. I mean, what cartoon has brought 500,000 people to downtown Denver? What? You tell me, what animal has gathered the masses in front of the Civic Center? What? None of them. I got it. Don't worry, Denver. I got you. I'm going to take over this stuff.
I will say that, you know what, South Park did a lot for Casa Bonita. If they wanted statues of the South Park characters in Casa Bonita, you'd be cool with that.
Hey, you will never hear me complain about the history of Casa Bonita. You will hear me complain about the menu prices on the new Casa Bonita. Have you been there?
I have not.
I told you what would happen. I told you what would happen.
What are we talking about here?
I told everybody what would happen as soon as they redid it.
Well, tell me. Tell me, what is it?
It used to be an affordable place to bring your kids and have fun. Now it's just one of
What
those.
did it cost you?
It's ridiculous pricing. It's ridiculous.
Well, you're going to find out one way or the other. Just tell me what it is.
4 of us, $175.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
We used to go to Casa Bonita.
No,
I don't want to hear anybody complain and say, oh, well, you have to pay for better food. It's not about the food. It's not about you. It's not about the adult going over there and testing your palate. Casa Bonita is for the kids.
Well,
it's a tradition.
Could you make the argument then the reason it's so high is because you're being charged for the entertainment that's also there? It's not just a meal.
Well, we had entertainment before.
That's the old price.
Heartbreaking, and I can't even believe it.
Why do you have to change the price?
Well, all the prices have changed over time.
No, but these have changed dramatically. The old one.
I went there right before it shut down.
I'm just
before
telling you
COVID.
right now.
I'm trying to remember
for those
how much
of you
it
who've
cost.
gone there, when I grew up, we didn't have much. We went to Casa Bonita though because it was very affordable.
It's a big renovation,
and they've priced those people out.
Yeah,
that's all you've done is you've priced people out of enjoying Casa Bonita.
Well, that's just not feasible. Not in this country.
How long ago did you go there?
2 months ago.
2 months ago. Was all right. Despite the price,
Loved it.
Great time. Okay,
it's great. It's an institution.
Yep.
It's everything that it's stacked up to be. When I looked at the price tag, I was like, come on, man, what are we doing?
I got you.
They're kids. When I was a kid, we couldn't wait to go to Casa Bonita, and you paid for this. It was like going to a buffet, and all the people that said, well, the food was terrible. I don't care. Just eat it. Go to the bathroom. Calm down.
Chances to win $50 to Safeway at 9:20. That Jokic bobblehead at 8:45. Stick around.
Quick retort, and I respect everyone's opinion on this. I respect my opinion the most.
God, if that ain't the truth. I respect your opinions, but mine gets the most respect in my head.
What do you think 100%.
I am.
Don't you know how this works?
No, I get it. Yep.
How many times do I have to say? I don't care what you say. I care about what I say.
Uh-huh.
And everybody's saying, well, wouldn't have Casa Bonita if they didn't have to spend millions to redo it. It would be out of business. And my answer to that is, so what? Things go out of business all the time. The old organ grinder. Anybody who grew up here, remember the organ grinder? There are a lot of things in town that were great that went out of business because they're not the same anymore. And just to resuscitate something, put a bunch of money into it, and then jack the prices up to a ridiculous amount, well, what are you doing exactly? You're not saving part of the community. You're just making money. Fine. You want an award for that? That's called a business.
Well, maybe the business model's changed. Now it's a more high-scale thing.
Right.
By the way, as we have one game left tonight, Nuggets Trailblazers heading into the All-Star break.
We went to Casa Bonita when they first reopened. 8 of us went there. It cost over $400.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, come on, dude.
That's pretty crazy.
What, are you going to a steakhouse?
I did this earlier, Nelly. Can we do this again? Could you hit me with a straw poll just to get a
Straw
read?
poll. Oh, yeah.
Here's what I want to know, because I got audio I'm going to play to put this side by side in a moment. But the LA Lakers, now with Luka, Lakers winners of 9 of their last 10. They're a game behind the Nuggets. They are the 4 seed, a game behind the Nuggets for the 3 seed in the Western Conference. About to head into the break. If I ask you on a scale of 1 to 10, what's your fear? 10 being this. 10 being the Lakers can beat the Nuggets in the postseason. 1 being this is the same thing that it's been for the last 14 games where the Nuggets have won 13 of them. Where are you at on that scale?
0.
Because I'm going to have some audio from a national show to back this up and have this conversation to go along with it, but just wondering where people are at right now. Because I'm kind of in the 6.5 range, 6.5 to 7. Like, I think that if they played in a 7-game series, Vic, I think it would look a lot like the Phoenix series from the year they won the title, where after 4 games, maybe it's tied 2-2, and then the Nuggets start to edge it out towards the end. I don't think it's like sweep territory anymore, though.
I got to see them play, and we'll see them play the Saturday after the All-Star break. I've got to see what they bring to the table. I mean, the Lakers just signed Alex Len.
Yeah.
Watch out.
Right.
I've got to see him play, though. You know, the one guy on the Lakers team that we're underrating and not considering in this whole equation who has really improved his game, Austin Reeves is
Play
balling.
better. Yeah.
He is balling. He is balling. Ever since they moved him to full-time point guard, he's handling everything.
Mm-hmm.
He is balling.
Did he take over when they traded Russell?
They traded Russell. They made a couple maneuvers here and there, and then they just said, here, do your thing. And I think it changed the dynamics of the team entirely. I really do.
So I asked that, and the early returns are kind of what I expected. In the 5 range, one person 8 to 9, another one -2. Okay, so you got a couple of extremes, but most people are kind of right in the middle. And the reason I play that is because I saw this clip yesterday from First Take, and they said, here's the headline, the question. Are LeBron and Luka the best duo in the Western Conference? That's the question. Stephen A. said this.
This season, I haven't given up on Jokic and Murray. I have not given up on that at all. I'm going to stand on that for the time being. We can't even see anybody in Dallas with Kyrie and AD. AD already down. Okay. I mean, I got to think about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and who's his Robin is and stuff like that. That's right. Of course, Williams. But I'm just looking at it from the standpoint that right now, it's got to be Jokic and Murray until further notice to answer this question because we haven't seen how LeBron and Luka will do together.
Do you agree with Stephen A.? And the reason I ask that is because, Vic, a month ago, there were still a lot of people when we opened up the text line after a Nuggets game that'd be yelling and screaming about Jamal is awful. This was a terrible decision to give him the max, blah, blah, blah. He's played a lot better as of late. But would you consider Jokic and Murray the best duo in the Western Conference right now?
In the playoffs?
Just in the Western
They're the
Conference.
most accomplished? Yes. in the playoffs.
Like, if you were choosing one, you had to start with any duo on any team in the Western
I'm trying
Conference.
to think. All right, so OKC's got a bunch of great players, but the 1-2 punch, no. Minnesota has a great player. 1-2 punch, no. Let's see. Memphis, no. Houston, no.
Phoenix?
The Lakers have LeBron and Luka. I mean, and that's legendary. So how can you go against that?
I know Phoenix is bad. KD and Devin Booker would be another one you throw in the conversation.
Sure. So I'm trying to figure out what you're basing this on. History? What?
Just if you had to take a duo right now to start with to throw into the postseason,
Sure.
Who's the first one you'd go to?
See, but the Joker-Murray duo are sublime because they do different things in different spots of the court.
Yeah.
Like, I think LeBron and Luka almost cancel each other out. They do a lot of the same stuff.
At their peak, Jokic and Murray, I think, is the best combo that exists. Now, it's been too inconsistent this year from one half of it, and we know what half that is. I was almost saying, would you change it to Jokic and MPJ as of late? Because they got a good thing going over the last few games when MPJ's been healthy.
But your question about the Lakers, I think you should save that until they play again. And they'll
I
play
understand.
again here soon. And we'll see exactly what your fears may be. Your fears have multiplied. I mean, you had no fears of the Lakers 2 years ago when they won an NBA championship, the Nuggets, and yet that Lakers team went to the Western Conference Finals. Do you think this Lakers team is a Western Conference Finals kind of team?
I think they very well could be.
Okay. That team...
Now could be because I haven't seen enough yet.
All right,
but I
think
think
about what you said, though.
Mhm.
You didn't fear the Lakers in the championship season, correct? 23.
No.
That
not at
team
all.
went to the Western Conference Finals, Brad.
Mm-hmm. But this is the same thing as, okay, if I could make a comparison. Kansas City is fully capable of winning a Super Bowl. I think Denver matched up well with Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
It's two different things. Like, overall, how good is the team, and then how do you specifically match up with that said team?
Well, let's go ahead and play this out in our brains here, because, again, until we see it on the court, we don't know. Denver versus the Lakers right now. Advantage on the perimeter, Lakers.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes.
Advantage in the middle, Nuggets.
Yes.
When you play playoff basketball, what happens?
Shooting gets tight.
Court shrinks.
Yep.
What's the most important part of playoff basketball? In my opinion.
In the inside
Now,
game.
Boston proved otherwise last year. Boston had historically one of the greatest perimeter shooting teams in the history of the league.
They didn't have just a couple of guys that were good. They had about six or seven guys that could do that,
They
though.
bucked that trend
Yeah.
I just bring up. But, safely speaking, most teams that can play on the interior in the playoffs, they have a distinct advantage in playoff basketball.
Yeah, Golden State could do that because it was Curry and Thompson and KD and everybody else.
I mean, are they going to play Jackson Hayes and Alex Len at the same time against Joker?
Yeah, I don't know.
So I'm looking at their front line right now, Jackson Hayes and Rui. So Rui was the Joker beater. Remember that? That? So they're going to have Rui on Joker with Jackson Hayes scrambling in the background to block shots. Is that going to be their plan?
Because that's what they did with AD, right?
Is that the plan? Okay, let's see how it does.
Well, and this is why I've said from the beginning, a lot of people are like, the Nuggets need to shoot more threes. I kind of like the idea that they're one of the only inside offensive teams in the NBA because that's consistent.
By the way,
that carries over.
How does it feel to have that guy where the rest of the league, when you acquire talent, all you do is compare yourself to stopping that guy?
Mm-hmm.
How does it feel, Denver Nuggets fans? You got that guy, right? Very few and far between.
It's weird that, well, look, when you have somebody that is quite literally unstoppable.
You got the guy.
And there's another level to Jokic's game this year because of what? You always knew that Jokic was going to get whatever he wanted inside. He can hit you with the okie doke. He could do the little baby hook. He could do whatever. He has amazing footwork and amazing touch. But, Vic, if I mix in like a 47% three-point shot on 5 threes a game, along with that, what are you supposed to do? There's nothing you can do to stop him now. That's the other thing. Like, you look at his three-point percentage, and you say, all right, really good. But he's a center. So what, is he hitting like 1 3 a game, and that's why he's shooting, 40-some%? He's taking, let me make sure I got this right, 4.5 threes per game. That's not a small amount of shots. Jamal takes 5.5.
Yeah.
And he's shooting 46% from three-point range.
Yeah, I was thinking about this too. So the Nuggets have that guy who the entire league revolves around how do we stop him. The Avs, meanwhile, they're going to this tournament, and McKinnon, I just read this, walks into his room and, oh, what's up, Kale? We're on the same team. Hey, Devon, how you doing?
Yeah.
They got guys.
Mm-hmm. I want to talk about that in a second. By the way, Canada is just insane. You know what their power play is? Their number one unit on Canada's power play for this Four Nations tournament? Crosby, McKinnon, McCarr, McDavid, Reinhart.
I saw that.
Crosby, Nathan McKinnon, Connor McDavid, Cale McCarr, and Reinhart.
That's sick.
You're talking about like four of potentially the best players, like up there, best players to ever play the game before, are all on the same unit.
Hey, how come Bednar's never considered for coaching those teams?
I
Why
don't
is it always
know.
John Cooper?
I think there's a window when it comes to coaches. Because I've wondered this for like NFL Coach of the Year.
Is Cooper Canadian?
He doesn't sound Canadian to me.
He's got to be Canadian.
Hang on,
He's got to be. Who coaches the U.S. team, by the way?
Hang on. I'm looking up too many things at once. Yeah, he is Canadian. Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
He is.
I'd love to see Bednar on the staff at least.
I wonder if he'd want to.
That's a good point.
Maybe he just wants a little bit
he
of a
relishes
break.
his time off.
Yeah. I think there's a window with coaches to where you're unknown and then you have a little pocket of appreciation and then you're taken as a given. If you notice with like NFL Coach of the Year, like Kevin O'Connell won that award because Minnesota was not expected to be anywhere near that team, right? Now I doubt that Kevin O'Connell can ever win it again. Once you hit that echelon, it's like you're just – Andy Reid's never winning Coach of the Year.
You're so right. It depends on also the personnel on your team. Andy Reid's not going to win because he's got Patrick Mahomes and company.
And if you lose, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
But if you win, you're supposed to.
Well, it's like Bednar and the Avs and the talent he possesses. It's like Malone. He's got Joker.
Yeah.
Joker's going to catch all the attention and, frankly, all the praise.
You're never going to get credit when you have an MVP because the MVP is going to get the credit, not you. It's always how it goes. And that's what I feel like has been happening to Bednar. Even the seasons where the Avs, just a couple of years ago, were just like blew everybody out of the water. The whole sentiment is, well, yeah, you got Nathan McKinnon and Cale McCarr. You're supposed to do
and the other guys, the coaches who win Coach of the Year normally are those teams who shoot up like a meteor to the top. Cleveland Cavaliers come to mind.
Yeah.
Watch what happens in Coach of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a team. They move to the front of the line in a hurry.
Could they almost be so good and now accepted as good that maybe he doesn't get the credit after a while? Like if you were to vote the first couple weeks of the season, then yeah, it's him.
Sometimes the best coaching jobs, and coaches will tell you this too, are those teams that are middling, that are just over 500, that are supposed to be bad. That, like, how are these guys even that good? Those are the great coaching jobs, but they get no attention.
I'll tell you who's going to win. Mark my words.
Don't say Mark Daigneault.
No.
Don't say that guy from Memphis whose face.
Uh-uh.
Okay, hold on. Not the Knicks coach. Not Tibbs.
Nope. JJ.
Oh, he better not.
The Lakers keep winning this way. Mark my words, Vic. Mark my words. They keep winning like this. You don't think they're going to hand that to him?
Can we cue up JJ with the
coach?
Candy in his mouth?
Schematically.
Can you imagine that press conference? JJ, you just won Coach of the Year.
Tell me I'm wrong. Lakers keep playing this way.
Schematically.
Am I wrong?
Hey, he's done a great job reviving them.
He has.
You would not be wrong if he's in contention for that award.
With where they're at right now.
Yeah, you would not be wrong.
There's another number, by the way, with the Nuggets I want to get to a little bit later. Again, chance to win $50 to Safeway, 9:20 this morning. Jokic Bobblehead, 8:45. Stick around.
is Moser, Lombardi, and Kane with Mark Moser, Brett Kane, and the Governor, Vic Lombardi on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, let me ask you a question, Vic. College basketball is in full swing right now, right?
Yeah, CU loses again. They've yet to win a Big 12 game, and last night would have been tough sledding. Either way, they lose at Kansas.
So that's one thing I wanted to get to is the randomness of what college athletics has become, which is 1 year you have a team that's pretty damn good, making the tournament, winning a couple of games, whatever. And the next year you could just fall off a cliff because players get poached and dudes leave and guys transfer, and you're trying to like restart every single year.
CSU loses to Utah State last night. Tough start. Utah State couldn't miss early.
But the face of college basketball now, you know, it used to be Calipari, used to be Coach K, used to be Bill Self, and those guys are still in it. I think the face, though, is Hurley, right? Dan Hurley out of UConn.
The face of college basketball is Dan Hurley?
I think.
Is that who you want as your face?
I don't want it to be that.
That potty mouth? Did you see what he did last night after the game?
Well, this is what I want to get to. I despise Dan Hurley. You know me. What do I think about coaches who get mouthy, like Nick Sirianni? Don't like it at all. And he is as mouthy as they get. So they're playing against Creighton from my beautiful home of Omaha.
Beautiful baby boys.
And they're in Omaha. So Creighton decides, hey, this jackwagon's coming to town. We got to get the people amped up. So what do? First of all, they give a call to Red Panda. They say,
No
Red Panda,
way.
Red Panda, you're doing halftime show.
You know you're top of the food chain sporting event if Red Panda's performing halftime.
They said, also, we're going to put rally towels on every single thing. Okay, cool. 15, 16, 17,000 seats, rally towels. Got it. And they said, one more kicker. $1 beer night.
Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that Creighton University gave us Red Panda, rally towels, and dollar beers all in one night?
All in an effort to try and make life hell and obnoxious for Dan Hurley and UConn. Now, almost worked. They lost 70-66. UConn wins. Dan Hurley, I just DM'd you this, Nelly. He's walking off the floor at the CHI Health Center in Omaha. And he's getting barked at by a whole bunch of dollar beard out fans. And he pulls one of these moves. And again, every time this guy speaks or I hear him, Vic, it gets worse and worse and more of a hatred. What's the last thing that he did? He don't walk away from me. I'm the best bleeping coach in the country.
The exact words were, don't turn your back on me.
Yeah. Yep.
To a referee.
So, Nelly, go ahead and let's just run this. Sorry, I said I DM'd it to you, Nelly. Actually, give this a pre-listen.
You might want to give it a look.
give it a pre-listen.
Give it a look.
And then we'll go. Texter says, diehard UConn fan here. Hurley needs to shut up and just get the team playing together. 47 turnovers in 2 games.
He ain't the only one. His brother's not much better. Did you see what his brother did after they lost to Arizona?
Yeah. What's going on there? Is that just the East Coast guy, fiery personality
they're
thing?
the sons of coach. Their coach is the most famous coach of all. The guy was a high school legend on the East Coast at St. Anthony's. High school legend. I don't know, but both Hurley brothers need to tone it down a little bit. Let's rein it in.
But you walk off the court, and it's like, yeah, you get a win. Get it at a hostile road environment. Guys jazzed up.
You know what's sad? I'd probably be a lot like that if I coached.
I hate myself. I don't think you'd be that.
That crazy?
I don't think you would bark at fans.
No.
Now, you might be.
Probably.
You'd get after refs a lot.
But not to the point where it hurts your team.
Yeah, there's a balance, right? Yeah. Nelly, we got this thing ready to go?
Yes, and it appears to be clean.
All right, let's go.
Two rings, Baldy.
Okay. All right.
Two rings, yelling.
And then he called him Baldy.
Yep.
Now, have you ever called somebody Baldy before? I've been guilty of that. In league basketball, you just start slurring ridiculous words when you just lose your mind.
No, I've never done that.
Like
I was scarred when I played that game and the guy said, "Let the white boy get a taste."
Yeah,
I was scarred from that.
See, part of basketball is you talk. Like I think I've called Nelly baldy, and he's got more hair than anybody here. The point is, this Hurley character just called another human being bald when he, in fact, is bald.
Like, incredibly.
Yes.
And he's bald. There's some guys who just like shave their head because they like it.
Yeah.
He's got full horseshoe going on.
That would be like me walking off and calling another short man Shorty. Hey, Shorty.
2 rings, Baldy.
Usually when you pick a word, when you pick something to obliterate somebody you don't like, it's not the same thing you are.
Hey, Pasty. Shut your mouth over there.
Hey, you short dago. Why would he
eat some of that ginger? It's like me.
Yes, I know.
Me going to Ed Sheeran and being like, "Hey, Ginger, play some music." I don't think I can do that.
I mean, you think Nelly's going to go up to somebody, "Hey, band camp kid."
Yeah, band geek.
Hey, why don't you play your saxophone, nerd?
Here's the other thing, too. And I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong here. I don't like when people win and they flaunt that. Like, they yell the 2 rings thing. I hated when Belichick showed up to the NFL awards thing with all of his rings on. I'm like, okay, we get it.
Yeah. You make a great point about sports. And here's what it is for me. Oh, God, I'm so glad you brought this up. This is one of those annoyance things for me. I tolerate a bad loser much more than an obnoxious winner.
Yes. Yeah, totally.
Do you understand the difference?
Totally.
I will take a bad loser any day. Like, when Anthony Edwards walked off the court at Ball Arena and he flipped that chair and everybody got, okay, I'm thinking to myself, yeah, it was bad, but he was mad. He lost.
Mm-hmm.
I like that a lot more than when he wins and starts pulling his stunts.
I agree with you.
When he wins and starts pulling his stunts, I'm like, okay, dude, shut up.
Travis Kelce?
Same deal.
And the guys who are both are the worst ones.
Deal.
Like the bad losers.
Same deal.
Who are worse winners.
Yes.
Like those guys are the worst.
Do you notice that the Nuggets don't have bad winners? Do you notice that?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of anybody.
When you play the Lakers, you're going to get a lot of crowns on the head, right? A lot of people crowning their own heads.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
What do the Nuggets do when they win? What do the Nuggets, big win, what do? They go shake the opposing team's hands.
Yeah,
every one of them.
Jokic gets the ring off of his shoelace, and then he shakes hands.
They're great winners. Now, Joker can be a bad loser. We saw what he did to Campaign. He was mad, but it's okay.
Yeah.
I will tolerate a bad loser much more than an obnoxious winner any day.
I was trying to think for the Nuggets, what's the most obnoxious thing that they do? And Murray doesn't even pull out the blue arrow anymore. Strother does the thumbs down. Russell can bark occasionally.
Somebody said on the text line, the closest thing to this subject matter we've had is when Malone, after a win, said, take that L on the way out. That's the closest thing to trash talk we've heard after a win. Correct?
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. But that's the closest thing.
The biggest trash talker of the Nuggets' success, I
is
think,
the
was
coach.
you.
That's a good point. That's a very valid point.
Yeah.
Take that L on the way out.
But yeah, I think it is Malone over anybody else. Yeah.
I'm going to put that in a pipe and smoke it.
In conclusion, I hate myself.
We're allowed.
I hate people who celebrate wins more obnoxiously than hate losing. Well, let me ask you, you played college sports.
Yeah.
Played sports growing up. Hate losing more or love winning more?
Oh, you hate losing.
100%. You
expect to win. A win shouldn't be a big thing because you expect it.
That should be the first question a coach or a front office asks an athlete. You know, when they try to quiz these guys, they try to do the psychology thing. Do you enjoy winning as much as you hate losing? Which one?
That should be almost everybody's answer, though.
So when we have a bad show, is it more memorable when you have a bad show, a bad moment, or a great show?
It's a bad one. But again, if you're doing anything that you feel like you're good at and you succeed, you should have the expectation of success. And so when you fail, it should hurt more because you're like, I expected better of myself. That's how it always should be. But in conclusion, is he on our list, by the way, Nelly, Dan Hurley? Because if he's not, he needs to be.
I think he put him on there earlier in the season, didn't he?
Maybe it was after he said, I'm the best coach in the bleeping country or whatever. Yeah. I think after that one. I just want to make sure. I want to confirm that he's on there because he has to be. I can't stand this guy.
Can you imagine John Wooden saying that? Dean Smith?
Who was the most trash-talkiest coach that existed? Did he talk trash or was he just angry a lot?
Well, he was angry, but he didn't suffer fools. Bobby Knight did it in sort of his shtick.
Yeah.
But people got sick of that shtick in a hurry.
That's one thing, by the way.
I dare you when Bobby Knight's walking off the court.
Oh, he is. He's on there. Okay, we're good. We're good. He's on.
Boy, you got Steve Kerr number 1 on that list?
I don't think that these are in order.
Yeah, you know what? I need to get Jim Schlossnagle off the list, and I get it. He's the coach who lied.
Yeah, we can take him off.
But it doesn't impact our community.
Yep.
Yeah, get him off there. It impacts Texas A&M. Thank you.
Noah Lyles is staying on that list forever,
He's the guy who didn't understand why an NBA championship is important, right?
Champion of what?
Yeah.
The United States?
World champions?
Yeah. One that will remain there forever is Mark Stone's face.
Yep. So here's what we got so far for those listening. Our hate list right now is Steve Kerr, Evan Turner. Is Turner going to remain on the list? He was talking some trash about Joker. That's why you got on it.
You know, a lot of people talk trash about Joker, though.
Yeah, we can take Evan Turner off.
Yeah, get him out of there.
I want these to be like real hatred. And the moment I felt that way, it's dissipated.
Most people don't even know who Evan Turner is.
So it's Steve Kerr, Kevin Durant, Noah Lyles, Mark Stone's face, Joel Embiid.
Can I jump in on Joel Embiid? And you guys are going to say I'm soft. I'm almost sympathetic to Joel Embiid.
Can we get to that in a second? Because I got something on that too. By the way, Joel Embiid, that's a Marty O celeb shot.
Because you remember when he visited us a few months ago, he would not stop saying Embiid deserved a spot on the list. So celeb shot.
Right,
Yankees fan with 27 shins.
Is that the guy that interfered with the ball?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
By the
Ohio
way,
State's finest
that guy
LeBron
said,
James.
I saw like a little mini doc on that guy. Oh, my life's changed forever. Yeah, because you were stupid.
Yeah. That's what
it
being an idiot does.
It deserves to change.
Yeah, you know whose life changed forever and he was kind of innocent in it was Steve Bartman.
Exactly. Yeah, your life changed because you were trotting about it and bragging about what you did.
And then Dan Hurley. So that's the list as of now. But I do want to get to what you're talking about with Embiid. If you guys watched last night, so Embiid's been out for most of the year. It's a clutch moment. They're down 3, I think, at this time, right? Embiid's got the ball at the top of the three-point line with nobody around him, and disaster ensues. We'll get to it next. Okay, you just said something that I think a lot of people are going to disagree with you with. I don't.
You know why? Because I have an ounce of sympathy in my body. Sympathy exists.
Here's what happened. Joel Embiid is playing last night. Philly is down late in the game to Toronto. Remember, I think that was like the 16th game of the season that Embiid played, and there's rumors that he might need to have surgery on his knee still.
You know who isn't sympathetic? The man who usually sits right there.
Yeah. So he's played 4 games in the last week. He's played 16 total. His numbers are down from previous years, obviously. But you get to this moment late in the fourth quarter. This is where best player gets the basketball, makes something happen. So Joel Embiid's got it, top of the three-point line. The score at this time is, what do we got here now? Oh, it's not on the screen. It's late in the game. He turns the ball over as he's wide open from 3. If you're watching on Twitch or Altitude TV right now, Vic, I'm shocked that he didn't just take the shot.
Yeah.
Like, there's nobody within 15 feet of him. But he decides to drive the lane, and as he does that, loses the basketball behind his back, turnover, and Toronto basically ices the game.
Looks washed.
And he just, if you look at Embiid's face, he looks completely out of sorts and dejected, is the way that I'd put it. I do feel sympathetic to him. Now,
I have zero empathy for the organization.
Yes.
The Sixers, you can go, you know what. The Sixers organization with Daryl Morey and that whole, whatever. But the player himself, he said some things I don't agree with, clearly. But I feel bad for him. I do. I feel bad for the guy. He's washed. He's not the same player. I mean, his body has betrayed him.
I want to give you guys some perspective on this. Joel Embiid is essentially the same age as Joker, and he looks 10 years older.
He looks like he's 57 years old.
Yeah.
He moves like he's 57.
I have sympathy for guys who injuries are beyond your control. Like, that is not something that you have the ability to stop. I guess in some cases you can make an argument didn't take care of their body. I don't think that's the case with him, though. I think he's a 7-footer, and some guys who are built that tall and that big have a lot of issues staying healthy because it's a lot of body to carry around. I wanted Embiid and Joker to be a rivalry for them to just neck and neck.
It
going
makes
back
the game
and forth.
better and bigger. Like when Denver went to Philly and, Joel wasn't there when he came here. It's just doesn't feel the same.
Do you guys have that same feeling as me and Vic? Like, I have actually a sympathetic bone in my body for Joel Embiid right now because it looks miserable to be him.
I don't like seeing the demise of a great player, a once great player in real time. It's hard to watch.
Before it should be.
Yeah.
If he's 35, different story. Okay, he's Joker's age. They're the same.
Yeah, it's hard to watch. It's hard to stomach.
And you go out there, you watch Joker every single night. He's busting ass down the floor like faster than anybody. He's still moving at a high pace.
You see that in golf a lot. Great golfers that you could just see them suffer and struggle.
It's like Tiger now, and Tiger's limping down a fairway. You're like, okay.
Pan says zero sympathy. Well, that's fine. I guess you don't.
No, there's a lot of people who feel that way.
That's fine. I can't change your sympathetic feelings.
I'm with you, though. Like, I thought it would be really fun over the course of a few years to watch Embiid and Joker kind of go at it back and forth.
Makes the game better.
And it just doesn't feel like we're getting that again.
You have any sympathy for Anthony Davis?
I do, actually.
So do I.
I do.
So do I. I do as well.
Now, there's a certain level that I'm like, you made your bed. Like, you take the risk of signing on to be LeBron's sort of partner. There's always the risk that he casts you out. Now, I don't know if he did that with the Luka trade or not, but there's always that thing that's there.
Do you have sympathy for Gabriel Landeskog?
Of course.
Because you know how badly he wants to be on the ice. He just can't be there.
Look, man, if you're rehabbing for 3 years, you're putting in some effort to try and get back on the ice, okay? You're doing that. And the way that it happened, too, the freakish nature of just a skate cuts you in the exact wrong spot is wild.
Mm-hmm. Are you sympathetic to Aaron Rodgers blowing out his Achilles 4 snaps in?
No.
Oh, look at the smile on your face.
No.
Why not?
I don't want guys to get hurt. I don't want to make it sound like that, but no.
Why?
I think he's put a lot of people through the ringer, and he's made a lot of people feel uncomfortable for a lot of years through his own doing, and he has to deal with some discomfort once. That's fine. It might be petty. There's some people I feel about that way with, and he's one of them.
Nothing wrong with being petty, I guess.
Yeah.
It's who you are.
But most guys in that situation, yeah, I feel kind of bad for him. Here's the other thing. Again, reminder to you guys, 920, chance to win $50 a Safeway, 845, chance for you to win the Nikola Jokic bobblehead.
How are we going to give away the bobblehead?
So if you listen to the show, we're going to play a clip from sometime previous to 8:45.
Yeah.
We're going to bleep something out. You got to fill in the blank. So you're going to call in. We're going to play it. And if you can fill in the blank, you get the bobblehead.
I would lose miserably in that endeavor.
Well, you barely pay attention to the show.
I also want to promote something after our show, and I will be listening to this at 10:40 a.m., the morning sprint, Raj and Mike. They're going to have Clint Hurdle on the program to talk about his brand new book, Hurdleisms. And if you know anything about Clint Hurdle, he is going to weave a couple fun stories in there. He used to played golf with Clint a long time ago when he was done in Denver. And every day he would send us, Gary Miller included, these like morning inspirations, these one-liners, three-liners. And what's the proper term for that? When somebody sends you those, you have the calendar you rip off. It's the morning inspiration. There's a special term for that. Anyway, he would send those, and I'd be like, wow, okay. All right, here we go. Little did I know, he's basically writing the book that he's going to premiere here.
Oh, I see.
Hurdleisms. Affirmations. Thank you, Loop Digga. Not inspirations, affirmations. The hell's the difference?
Vic asked me during the break what that was. And
I made the mistake of asking Omaha here, hey, what do people send, And you looked at me like you've never heard of this term before in your life.
And I said, I don't have the answer. And he goes, you're an idiot. And I go, so wait a minute. You don't know the answer, but because you ask, you're a curious person. Yes. I'm a moron for not knowing the answer.
I know there's a term out there for it. I'm smarter than you about it. Because you don't even know there's a term that exists.
I knew exactly what you were talking about. I didn't know what it was called. I call it an advent calendar. I don't know what that is. I have no idea.
I think you answered my question by saying, yes, a Rolodex.
Yeah. What happened to a good old-fashioned Rolodex?
I used to have a deep Rolodex,
my mom had one. I loved them. They were great.
I still have mine.
Well, I guess it's on here.
It's on the phone now.
Like this. Hey, I got audio I want to play for you, and I want to know how you feel about this. Now, I'm going to say preemptively, it's a touchy subject. I don't get into like the spouse game when it comes to professional athletes. I don't like talking about people's families. I don't want them talking about my family. But when you put yourself out there as a family member, then I think it's fair game to discuss. Matthew Stafford, quarterback of the LA Rams, there is some questions about whether he is going to continue to be that quarterback. His wife, now Matthew Stafford doesn't talk a lot. He does his required interviews, and you don't really hear from him after that.
Isn't his wife's name Kelly?
Kelly Stafford is his wife. She has a podcast. She was talking about this idea of the future in LA, and she said this.
My husband, wants to win. He's not trying to put a team in a bad situation. If you're catching my drift, you're catching my drift. I will say that the trading away of Cooper, I guess I'm just I'm confused because we were one play away from going to the NFC Championship. And I think if we go, we win. I have to be the dog in this situation, being like, I want the respect for him that he deserves. Yes, I love the city of LA. I love the city of LA. With that being said, I love an adventure.
What's with the dramatic music?
I don't know. It's like the same thing as the other clip that we had the other day with the whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When you do a promo, you got to cut it like that, I guess.
So how many hints is she giving in, what was that, a 30-second monologue there? She's hinting at so many different things there.
Here's what I want to know. If you were a professional athlete and a very successful one at that.
Obviously, what she's saying is what Matt Stafford's thinking. Obviously.
I wouldn't want my wife near a microphone.
Obviously, what she just said is what she and Matt Stafford talked about.
I thought about it. I'm like, if I were Joker, okay? And or how about this? I was McKinnon. Miko trade goes
It's funny
down.
you say you would not want your spouse near a microphone. That's what my spouse says every day.
Well, what I'm getting at is I don't want her discussing.
Don't call me that.
Job-related issue. If she wants to have a podcast, that's fine. I don't want you out there saying things basically on my behalf.
Dude, there are so many great incidents of spouses saying things, trying to write a check that their husbands can't cash, right? How many times has this happened in pro sports? We've heard it countless times. It's happened before. It's happened in Denver. A lot of times. Some of them have been funny. The funniest for me, I'll give you one. And as we're thinking this up, please give us examples because I know they exist. When Doug Moe was let go as the head coach of the Nuggets in the 80s, you got to remember, Doug Moe was an institution back then. You're giving up on an institution. Up until this year, he was the winningest coach in Nuggets history. Michael Malone passed him up. So they change ownership. They let go of Doug Moe. They don't have a goodbye press conference, the new ownership. So you know what happened? Jane, his wife, organized the press conference herself. Not only did she organize it, and Doug wanted no part of it, you could tell he was just very emotional.
Yeah.
She goes up there with a bottle of champagne and says, we're going to pop the champagne and leave you the address to send the check. It was hilarious.
Wow.
I mean, bold.
If you were having contract negotiations with Altitude and Terry had a podcast and she was openly discussing your negotiations on this podcast, wouldn't you feel like, hey,
it's
I got it. I got it. Please don't do this. Don't hint, hey, I love it here, but I'm very willing to move elsewhere.
Jason Loveland on Twitch feed says, yep. How about Giselle after the Super Bowl? Tom cannot throw and catch the ball.
Yeah. Cannot throw and catch it at the same time. Yeah, that one is another. See, but she's at least like, she's famous. It's like Sierra when she was with Russell Wilson. Like when she would say something, it's like, okay, well, you're a famous person before too. I don't know. I would feel very uncomfortable if my wife were doing something along those lines, those same lines.
I guess Ayesha Curry, according to a texter, once tweeted during a Warriors game that the game was rigged.
That one I kind of get, actually. Not that it's rigged, but it's like wife upset with the result of a game. That's fine. You want to complain about the refs? Okay.
It's just contract negotiations. That's a tough one.
When you say out loud, we're very willing to leave this franchise, that's a little bit different, I think. Hey, I got some odds about the Broncos next year. Too high, too low, or just right? We'll get to it next. Vic, allow me to discuss odds with you. And we'll play a game too high, too low, or just right. According to John Ewing, who is in charge of data and PR for BetMGM, odds to win the 2025-26 AFC Championship at BetMGM right now. Number one on that list is a two-way tie between the Chiefs and the Ravens at plus 350.
Really?
Yes.
Next year's championship.
Next year's AFC Championship. After that, at plus 375, so right there, is the Bills.
Okay.
Then Cincinnati at plus 800. Then the Chargers at plus 1,100. And then Denver at plus 1,400.
Well, at least they're in the running. They're in the money.
And that is a tie, by the way, with the Houston Texans with the same amount of odds. So they are tied for the sixth best odds to win the AFC next year.
I'll take that.
Just right?
Yeah, I'll take that. I think any higher would be a bit much.
Would you put the Chargers ahead of them?
Oh, the Chargers beat them twice.
I think that's pretty accurate.
I have no qualms with those numbers. None.
The one I have a question about, and maybe this is where I'm being stupid again. Who knows? The Chiefs still being at the top. I know they just won it again. Mm-hmm. They're always there. Maybe that's the reason why. But I look at all those teams as far as work to do. The Chiefs have more work to do this offseason than the Ravens or the Bills.
What have the Ravens ever proven?
Understood.
That they can lose in the playoffs?
Yeah. I mean, they get to win the divisional round. They lose to, or I'm sorry, the wild card. They lose to the Bills the week afterwards. And Buffalo was right there.
And if Buffalo ever were to face Kansas City, they melt.
You know, here's what I love about where the Broncos are. And I keep seeing these mock drafts, and I pray that it happens, Vic, that Ashton Genty is dropping to them at 20. I started thinking about this for a while.
I'm thinking about Ashton Genty, too. I think his size is a huge plus. The fact that he's so small.
He's 220, by the way.
But the fact that he's so small
5'9".
to the ground. Like Emmitt Smith was not a big man. Emmitt Smith was 5'9".
When I call players in the NFL small, I said that about Bryce Young. Bryce Young's small. I don't talk about their height. Their height is pretty insignificant to me. It's, are you big enough to take hits?
Yeah, Bryce Young looks fragile.
Yes. Like Baker Mayfield is not tall, but Baker Mayfield is thick.
Kyler Murray's not tall, but he's thick.
Yes.
With 3 C's.
Yes. That stuff matters. Ashton Genty's got that. And he has maybe the outside shot. I don't know. I don't want to crown him too early. I think he has the ability to be a guy who can take 15 to 20 carries a game and be okay. Like he could be in that sort of Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, just as far as being able to take hits over and over again. Mm-hmm. I think he could be that guy. And if I had, like, my wish list is that he's still there at 20 and the Broncos take him. Whoa. Yeah, cut that off. Cut that music off. A little loud in my ears.
You can't cut it off.
It's the cheesy game show music, man.
Oh, yeah, just cut.
It pauses for no one.
Yeah, cut. No, yeah, it's going to pause now. But here's the thing, Vic. Honestly, with the Ashton Genty stuff, if he does drop to the Broncos, I think that you look at the teams that are successful and just go to the Super Bowl. What could the Eagles do, or at least consistently make an effort at, that the Chiefs couldn't?
Chiefs, they never gave up on their run game, even though it didn't go anywhere. Saquon's per carry yards were terrible, but they just kept pounding and pounding.
Mm-hmm. When somebody runs for as many yards as Ashton Genty did, along with sitting out of like second halves of games, I think it was the final tally was 28 yards short of Barry Sanders' all-time record for a single season. Doing that at 7 yards a clip. I don't understand the people that are sitting there saying, oh yeah, but he did it in the Mountain West.
Mm-hmm.
It's 7 yards a carry and like 400 yards?
Hey, listen, I would not complain one bit if Ashton Genty became a Denver Bronco. I would praise that. I would clap. There was a time, like most recently, where taking a running back in the first round was considered, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
Why waste a first round pick on a running back? Well, that time is gone again. It comes in cycles.
They're cyclical, right?
Yeah, they're now important again. Look where we are. Look where we are right now. Running backs are back.
I think they're back to being like a total necessity.
Who would you liken his game to? And don't say Barry Sanders.
No, he's not that.
Because everybody who keeps saying Barry Sanders, I tell you what, do yourself a favor today. Cue up some Barry Sanders.
There has not been anybody like Barry before or after him.
The shiftiness, the ability to make people miss at the line of scrimmage. I remember John Lynch sharing the story with me. He said he felt like quitting football after playing against Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
Felt like quitting the game. Because he couldn't, even if he had a beat on him, even if he all right, I got him now. I got him. He'd get to the spot and he'd be gone. He'd just vanish.
If I just top of my head gave you a name, how about this one? I don't know about the receiving game. I don't know how adept he is at catching the ball out of the backfield, but just from a pure runner.
Yeah.
If I told you Le'Veon Bell, patient, wait for a hole, once he sees the hole, he goes.
I just can't get over the size disparity.
Okay, that's fair.
I mean, this guy's compact, close to the ground. Le'Veon Bell's a little more lanky. Doesn't work for me.
Yeah.
Try again. Give me another one. Try again. Don't work.
Marshawn?
No. Nope.
Why not?
Doesn't work. Marshawn is sort of like a reckless. That's not what this guy is. Nope.
Here's one from Mike Sanford. He knows a little bit about football. He says LT. LaDainian Tomlinson.
Yeah, that's closer. Yeah, LT was not a big man in terms of size, in terms of height. Like, you got big running backs, right? There's the Eric Dickerson prototype.
Mm-hmm.
The tall, big strides, big running backs. Then you got the small running backs. Emmitt Smith and Ashton Jeanty are both, I think Genty's smaller than 5'9". What is he? I think he's shorter.
He's listed at 5'9".
I think he's shorter than that. But my God, I think his thighs are also 5'9".
Boom.
Vertical.
How about this one? This is a great one. I think I nailed it. What if I hit you with a Frank Gore? Frank Gore was 5'9", 215.
Frank Gore, not nearly as shifty as Ashton Jeanty. He was more of a plow horse.
Right, so
I know.
I get one
it's a
comparison for style of running, another comparison for size.
I get it, but it just doesn't resonate with me. I'm sorry.
The point is, though, all these guys that we mentioned, though, Vic, and I get it. It was a different era back then. Yeah. I say this to just give you, I think he's capable of being a total workhorse. That is, he will not need somebody to spell him for 8 to 10 carries a game.
Totally agree. That's
why I would really prefer it. And you look around the teams that are left in the postseason or who were left in the postseason, everybody had one of those. Even in Buffalo with a James Cook. Like, James Cook was the same way. But you mentioned something that I think is going to turn.
You know, by the way, Buffalo, if they had to do it over again in the AFC Championship, you give James Cook at least 5 more carries in that game, and it's a different outcome. I'm telling you right now.
I think something is going to shift. Now, it's all going to depend on how good you feel like these running backs are. Like, Jeanty is one of those guys. I don't know if anybody else is quite in that sort of first-round category. But I think the hesitancy to pull the trigger on a running back in the first round is going to dissipate for the next few years. Like, if you feel like somebody is that level good, you aren't going to care about positional value. Because we've seen what Bijan Robinson brought to the table for Atlanta, what Jahmyr Gibbs brought to the table for Detroit. Like, if you find somebody like that, it's a complete difference maker.
Here's the deal with Jeanty. It's the yak yards. It's the yak. I mean, that to me, what was Javonte Williams' biggest stumbling block this year? What was the problem with Javonte?
If he got touched, he went down.
Exactly. And I don't know if that's a product of the knee injury. It just wasn't the same. But it was like an accordion.
Everybody was like that,
Yeah.
though. It was like...
No yak.
Jaleel would make guys miss, but if you got your hands on him, Jaleel's this big. Like,
go back and watch again. Terrell Davis footage.
Mm-hmm.
The yak was incredible.
Right. No, there was never, like, go back and watch Ashton Jeanty highlights. There's at least 1 or 2 guys that miss a tackle before they eventually get to him. And that's the thing. And if you got that, I mean, again, you now have a situation in which you aren't at 2nd and 8, Vic, it's 2nd and 5. And here's something I was talking about earlier. How many times do you remember the Broncos on 3rd and 3 running the football? having the balls to run the ball when it was like, we either pick this up or we punt.
Well, if it was a run, it was a quick bubble screen. And they determined that to be a run.
The fact that you had no confidence in short yardage situations like that to pick it up, the amount of times that I saw it's 1st and goal from the 2 and it's 3rd and goal still, and you're like, how are we not getting in the end zone? What's going on here? You need to find somebody where you got the confidence on 3rd and 3. The defense thinks it's at least a threat that you're going to run. At least a threat.
By the way, speaking of running in run situations, the only time I've actually enjoyed the tush push was in the Super Bowl, considering the opposition.
I still can't stand that play. I hate it. I would ban it if I were
I
Goodell.
think it should be.
And
But
you can tell
how
me
do you ban it? What do you prevent?
you aren't allowed to push the quarterback on a sneak.
Okay, so what happens in the open field if an offensive lineman assists a running back down the field? You ban that as well? See, I mean,
how about within 2 seconds of the snap, nobody can be touched. Nobody can be pushed for positive yards.
So 1,000, 2,000.
Now it's fair game. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to push a pile? That's one thing downfield. Guy, you know what? Wasn't that in the Broncos-Chiefs game the end of the year?
Yeah.
Would you push forward for like 15 more yards?
Javonte got pushed by, was it Quinn? Quinn Miners?
Yeah, I think so.
Basically picked him up.
I just think initially off the snap, there can't be any pushing forward. And that's purely, the argument's going to be this.
You know what?
Well, nobody else can do it. And I'm like, don't care. It's boring. And we're an entertainment product.
We were mentioning yak, yards after contact.
Mm-hmm.
Greatest yak runners of all time. Barry would get touched at the line of scrimmage. And yak doesn't mean you're in a tackle. It means you get touched.
Right. He would have somebody sliding next to him and grazed his calf.
Exactly. And then he'd run for 50.
Yeah.
Yak. Now, there's different yaks. There's that kind of yak. There's the theatrical yak.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's just power yak.
There's like Mike.
Yeah, that's more of a power
It's
yak.
like Mike Allstott yak.
John Riggins.
Yeah.
Way back in the day. That kind of yak.
Somebody's hopped on your shoulders and you're just
Earl
walking
Campbell
with them.
yak.
Yeah.
Ashton Genty is a combination.
He's got a little of both.
He's got a little bit of both.
Yeah.
He could push a pile. But I tell you what, man, if you don't wrap him.
I'm telling you guys right now, if you haven't watched, do yourself a favor. Sit back, kick on your YouTube on your phone, and just say Ashton Genty highlight video. That's going to be a fun 5 minutes. It's going. Yeah. What is that from? Is that Ace Ventura?
That's Ace Ventura. Actually, I believe that these drops were saved many moons ago when the Avalanche used to have Nail Yakupov.
Oh, I get it.
I think that's why we have those.
Hey, what is your favorite guilty pleasure when you YouTube an athlete? Like if you want to go back in the day and you say, okay, I want to look at some of these highlights. What do you go to? I have a go-to.
It's Barry highlights for me.
Barry?
Yeah.
Okay. For me, it's Jason Williams.
Oh, yeah, those ones are fun. White chocolate?
Every time he comes up, I'm like, oh, my God, this guy was fun to watch.
That's a good question. Who else is in that
Who is
category?
your guilty pleasure, old school, you look up video of them playing?
Look, college Reggie Bush highlights were a lot of fun, too. Like USC.
Vince Carter dunking back in the day.
Oh, Vince Carter dunks, yep.
Vince Carter would do some dunks, in-game dunks that would win any dunk contest anytime, anywhere.
Well, the one in the Olympics where he jumps over the 7-footer is just like crazy.
I challenge you because we see him as a broadcaster now. Today's generation, Steve, I hate to age you, but when you think of Charles Barkley, you know Charles Barkley as the TNT guy, right? That's what you know.
Oh, yeah. I think of him as the TNT guy, not the player that Scott Hastings once sucker punched.
I want you to look at some 90s highlights and late 80s of Charles Barkley when he would run the court. He would block a shot, hold the ball in the air, and run the court and dunk over anybody and everybody in his way. Just look at some of those highlights. And the guy's 6'5", tops.
Yeah.
And say to yourself, how?
Oh, if we're doing this, I got to throw in some of my baseball guys. Give me a good old Omar Vizquel defensive highlight reel tape. I'm all in on that.
I'm with you on that. I can live with that.
You give me some of those, or you give me some give me some Vlad Guerrero hoses at the plate.
Nolan throws.
Oh, yeah.
Nolan at the hot corner at Coors Field. When fielding was fun. Tulo made fielding fun. I mean, you're sitting there. What can you do to make this even more impressive?
By the way, Now that we mentioned it, I wanted to go back to something.
What is this?
So
That's Sabrina Carpenter.
she's just standing, arms down, like almost a mannequin. It says Ashton Genty 3 seconds before running over some poor defender for 57 and a score. That actually does make his highlights better, is that he stands there like he's Michael Myers before the snap even goes. But Vic, I wanted to bring this up a couple days ago. You remember when the internet just cut out at the very end of the show and you guys like couldn't jump back in?
Yeah.
I said, by the way, Mose, you said Terry Pendleton earlier in the show, and I looked it up. So Terry Pendleton was an MVP for the Braves back in 1991. We got 2 minutes. Would you like to play my game for a second? Can I give you some of the names in these awards for the 1991 MLB season and just see if it gets your dander up?
You know this show, how it works. We love old baseball names. This is our...
But they can't be too good.
I know. They've got to be just sort of just mediocre players of the 80s and 90s.
So, yeah, like the tops of the AL MVP vote that year were Cal Ripken and Frank Thomas, the Big Hurt, all those guys. They're too good.
Yeah, give it to me. This is sort of like... You know what this is? This is my daily affirmation.
What if I dropped a Ruben Sierra on you?
And he was a great player.
Like they are great
Texas.
players. Yes. How about a nice little Julio Franco?
Come on, dude. Julio played until he was 67 years old.
What if I hit you with a Chili Davis?
Angels.
At that time, he was on the Twins. The Twins had a lot of guys on here, by the way.
Chili. I mean, your name is Chili, dude. What was his real name?
Chili.
Can't be his real name. But your name is Chili Davis.
No, it just has it as
Chili.
Chili Davis. Yep. Yeah. How about Rick Aguilera in there in the Cy Young vote, huh? Drop a Brett Butler on you on the AL or the NL side. Ron Gant.
Yeah.
You like a little Ron Gant?
Ron Gant in his heyday with Atlanta was a hell of a player.
This is somebody I loved, especially in his Pittsburgh days. Jay Bell. Jay Bell was a guy. He was a guy. Chris Sabo. Barry Larkin.
Chris Sabo made...
Barry Larkin's too good for
Chris
this game.
Sabo, being I know, a former Rec Specs user myself.
Uh-huh.
Chris Sabo made wearing Rec Specs classy.
Jack Morris. What's Scott Erickson for you? Well, Scott Erickson.
Superman.
I mean, all of these, I'm telling you, all these names, dude. Andy Bennis? Come on. It's the best game
Again,
ever.
these are names of our childhood, and I hate to be that guy, but here we go. Be honest.
Ray Lankford, Vic.
Okay, be honest. We know more players from the 80s and 90s by name than we do today.
Yep.
I want to repeat myself. I want to repeat this into an open microphone because saying it is amazing. Understanding it is another thing. Why do we have more familiarity with players of our childhood? And for me, I was still an adult. You were a child. Than we do today's players.
Baseball was a bigger thing.
Len Dawson.
Like, you could just do random players today, go down that list, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, I've heard. Who does he play for again?
I just think it was more popular. It was easier. Like, see, again, guys, I got to educate the audience on the game we're playing. Kirby Puckett and Chipper Jones.
That doesn't count. They were too good.
They're too good. Too good.
By the way, did you see John Rock getting into it?
John Rocker?
John Rocker getting into it with Patrick Mahomes' dad?
Okay. What is going on? John Rocker, Patrick Mahomes Sr. getting into a fight on my bingo card?
Street. First of all, John Rocker is, like, built. Swole.
Well.
Like he always was, but it's, you know what it is.
There's an injection that he took.
Okay,
quite a few
he's
times.
off his rocker. Excuse the pun. And Patrick Mahomes Sr. isn't exactly all there.
John Rocker has always had some screws that were just a little bit loose up there. Remember, John Rocker was the guy who sprinted from the bullpen to the pitcher's mound every time he took the bump to close out a game. I didn't have that one, no. And here's the thing. Whoever Patrick Mahomes Sr.'s friend is a good friend because he wanted to fight John Rocker, and that would have ended very poorly for him. Very poorly.
I've got an old name that you're probably not familiar with. You weren't even born, but it was when I was a little kid. That a name that is going to be top of mind for me when I think of baseball for the rest of my life, and for no apparent reason either. Kent DeColvey.
Kent DeColvey. I know Kent DeColvey.
With those hideous Pirates uniforms of the 70s. And I mean hideous.
Yeah.
Maybe the ugliest uniforms ever assembled.
See, you guys are getting the game now. You hit me with a Marquise Grissom, you know exactly what I'm talking about here.
That's the game.
And Vic, to your point, I have a better knowledge of like the San Francisco Giants and Oakland A's rosters from the early 2000s
than you
when
do
I was
today.
a kid. Yeah, I mean, I could hit you with a Jermaine Dye if you want.
Oh,
You know, I
Jermaine
can identify every Rockies player from the onset of the organization through the mid 2000s. I know those players by name better than I do the current roster.
Can I give you my favorite one, though? He shared an outfield. Let's see if you can guess who I'm talking about. He shared an outfield for a while in Seattle with Ken Griffey Jr.
Jay Buhner?
Jay Buhner.
How did I know that was coming?
My favorite guy.
Well, he was...
Nice little rocker goatee going on.
He looked like you.
Yeah, well...
A bigger version of you.
Much bigger. How big was Jay Buhner?
He was a man.
That guy dropped bombs. Jay Buhner. God, he's 60 years old now. So yeah, 6'3", 220. My kind of guy. 303.
Don't play this game with me because I play these games. These are games I play.
It's the best game to play. 303-504-0925.
Now you're making me mad.
Why?
I was such a huge baseball fan. You know, when I was 16 years old, I read Bill James' book. Do you know how long Bill James' book? I read it. I read the entire book.
You know what?
I read the book because I knew I wanted to be a sportscaster. I had to educate myself on every sport. I read the Bill James book. It was 2 phone books.
I feel like the lack of baseball trading cards coincided at the exact time that people stopped caring about baseball.
Could be.
Once the card game kind of left in baseball, everything else left with it. 303-5... Oh, see, these are great names coming in now. Richie Sexton, Edgar Renteria, Ken Caminiti.
This guy's being facetious. Congrats, Vic. You read a book. I'm next to a guy who doesn't read. And if I brought in the Bill James book and said, read this, you would never even start it.
No.
I'm just telling you.
No.
We consume it differently now. Now we're watching YouTube videos. But back then, that's all we had.
Can always get in touch with us. Voice of the people in the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Fricky Law Firm there in your corner. Now, when we come back, your chance to win that Nikola Jokic bobblehead. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to play a clip. Ooh. We're going to bleep something out. You call the show if you think you have the answer at 303-504-0925. And if you get it correct, you get the bobblehead. We'll do it next.
Vic Lombardi here. Valentine's Day is Friday, I'm told. I got it. I know what I'm going to get my spouse of 30 years. We've had trouble with the water pressure in our shower, so I'm going to get it fixed. I'm going to do it, not by fixing it myself. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to call AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. Why? Because they arrive on time. They've got a 2-hour arrival window that is guaranteed. No guessing, no waiting all day. Whether it's plumbing, HVAC, electrical, they're on time. They get it done right. So if you want to shower your loved one on Valentine's Day, I can think of nothing better than by fixing the water pressure. Schedule your appointment today at AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
All right, so we're going to play a clip. It's going to have bleeps. You need to fill in the bleeps if you would like to win this Nikola Jokic bobblehead. So get in line right now, 303-504-0925. Load up the phones if you want that bobblehead.
Nelly, you got it right behind you. Can you bobble that head real quick just to give people a sense of what they're up for? Because this is so crazy popular. It was the other night when we gave one away. That is about as accurate a depiction I've seen of a player via bobblehead.
Yeah, really good. As we wait for these phone lines to stack up, Vic, I don't think I've seen this happen before. Last night, there was an NBA game at half that was 71-29.
Was that the Chicago game?
Detroit Pistons were up 71-29 over Chicago.
Dude, Detroit's good, man. And Nuggets still have to play at Detroit this year.
Detroit's kind of fun to watch. They got a good mix of guys. Yes.
I've watched a couple of their games. They go wall to wall. They really do. They hustle.
I mean, obviously, Cade is like the face of that franchise right now, but you mix in some of their role guys, like Isaiah Stewart is just, he will punch you in the mouth if he has to. They are fun to watch, truly.
Malik Beasley, former Nugget.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of run for them, too. But they got a couple of young guys. Like, you give them a couple of years, who knows? Detroit might jump back into the mix. But Ramos Law Hotline, car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com, 303-504-0925. So here's what's going to happen. Nelly's going to play this clip. If you can fill in, you need 2 answers here. It's going to be 2 bleeps.
Wow, you're making this tough on people.
It's a good prize. It should be tough.
In fact, first 5,000 fans at Ball Arena tonight for the finale before the All-Star break, Portland and Denver. First 5,000 get one of these Nikola bobbleheads.
Nelly, let's go ahead and play the clip so people know what they need to answer.
Boy, you got Steve Kerr number 1 on that list?
I don't think that these are in order.
Yeah, you know what? I need to get off the list, and I get it. He's the coach who lied.
Yeah, we can take him
But
off.
it doesn't impact our community.
Yep.
Yeah, get him off there.
Is going to remain on the list? He was talking some trash about Joker. That's why you got on it.
You know, a lot of people talk trash about Joker, though.
Yeah, we can take
Yeah, get him out of there.
2 names that we removed from our hate list earlier in the show. If you get both of these names correct, then you win the Nikola Jokic bobblehead. And I think this is going to be pretty tough. You have to be really focused on this.
We voided 2 names from our hate list.
We have.
And those 2 names will net you a bobblehead of Nikola Jokic.
So let's take our first contestant. Nelly, who's up first?
That is a great question. Sorry,
okay, we'll just go
here.
caller, you're on the air.
Yeah,
all right, caller, you're on the air. What's your name?
Caller, what is it?
Yeah, you're on the air. Go
yes,
ahead.
you.
What's your name?
Is this Tony?
Tony? All right,
wait,
Tony.
Wait, did you just ask, is this Tony?
No, you're right. You're right. Tony, you heard the clip. Can you fill in the 2 names that we removed from our hate list?
I'm not sure, but I'm going to go ahead and just guess Nick Wright and Spike Epstein.
No.
Good effort, though.
No, it's a good effort.
Yeah.
It's Spike Eskin, by the way. Not Epstein.
You know what? I agree with him. I didn't even know what. I was like, yeah, Spike Epstein.
All right, next one, Nelly. Put somebody on. All right, caller, you're on the air. What's your name? Hello, caller. You're
Who
on
are
the air.
you?
Is it Luis? No. All right, next one. Next one up, Nelly. Put somebody else on the air. All right, you're on the air, caller. What's your name? I hear things in the background. I hear the radio. Turn the radio down. Is this Marcus? Okay, this is disaster right
Let's
now.
slow down.
We need to slow down.
Give Nelly some time to collect names.
Nelly, just grab their
Just
names
take your
and mark
time.
them down for me, and we'll do it that way.
This is on you.
Why is it on me?
Because you were too fast into this. Any reputable host understands it takes time to assemble a list of callers.
That's why I discussed the Detroit
just
game from the
poured right
night
into
before. That's why I did it.
Put too much pressure on Nelly.
Okay, so it looks like caller 1. Let's take the first line here. Is it Nelly is furiously answering phones right now. Nelly, hit the first caller on the air, please.
Do you have
There you go.
Okay.
Davina. Is it Davina?
Yes, it's Davina.
Okay, Davina, do you got an answer for the 2 names?
I kind of missed the first part, you guys, so I'm gonna go out on a limb because I work from home.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Joel B. and Booker.
Nope, it's
Good
not
try.
those two. It's a very good try, though.
Good
Very
try,
good
Davina.
try.
Hey, thanks for listening to the show, Davina.
Yes. All right. Next up, Nelly, hit the second caller here. So this is Flax. Flax, do you got the two names for us?
Boys, it's Jim Schlossnagel and Evan Turner.
How about that? Congratulations to Flax. Yes. Flax, stay on the line. We'll get you in touch. Find out. Nelly will tell you how to win those things. Thank you, everybody, for participating.
He won. What do you mean, how to win? He won.
How to receive it is what I mean. Yes.
Yeah, we'll throw it to you.
Texture says, Brett is a moron. He ruined the whole thing. How did I ruin this?
You did. I mean, it's just...
How else was I supposed to do this?
Anybody who listens to talk radio understands that when you have a call-in segment, you have to give the producer time to receive and put up the calls. You went right into it,
All of them
dude.
were
You
on
just
hold.
lost patience and went right into it. You're at the tee box. You don't take time. You don't look at the hole. You don't gather yourself. You just hit the ball. Just accept it.
Nelly, as if you aren't doing enough things right now, can we hear the clip one more time, please? Whenever you get a
Hippa
shot.
sucker.
Yeah.
One more time.
He's on the phone. You're asking him to
Hit
do
the
stuff.
clip one more time.
I mean, he's actually talking to the person who
you
won.
got
Steve Kerr number one on that list?
I don't think that these are in order.
Yeah, you know what? I need to get off the list, and I get
That's
it. He's the coach who
Schlossnagel.
lied.
Yeah, we can take
but
him
it
off.
doesn't impact our community.
Yep.
Yeah, get him off there.
Is going to remain on the list? He was talking some trash about Joker.
And that was
That's why
Evan
you got
Turner.
on it. And that
You
was
know, a
Evan
lot of
Turner.
people talk trash about Joker, though.
Yeah, we can take
Yeah,
off,
get
too.
him out of there.
So congratulations, Flax, on the Nikola Jokic bobblehead. You can go ahead and pretend that I did this incorrectly.
Yeah, that's fine.
Whatever.
Another reason why, and Nellie's still on the phone. My God, Nellie, you going to have a private conversation with the guy? Get off the damn phone.
Let's just keep making Nelly do things as he's talking on the phone.
Talking to your girlfriend? What are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm collecting our winners' info.
We're trying to annoy you, Nelly. That's what we're trying to
You
do.
don't have to try, Brett. It comes to you naturally.
Nelly,
Yeah.
another example of why Brett needs more reps at this. He's not very good at running traffic. Not only did he butcher that segment, but once again, we're at the end of the segment.
I'm hovered.
It's time to go to break, and he forgot once again
No,
to do
I'm
keys.
hovered
He
over
forgot
it.
to do keys to the game.
We just finished the contest. Now we'll do the other contest, which is keys to the game.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza Keys to the Game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Keys to the game. 7 o'clock tip tonight. Nuggets and Blazers. Last game before the All-Star break. Vic.
Christian Brown, 14 points or more, Nuggets win. Last time I told you, when these teams played, I said if you can hold Anthony Simons to under, 25, 20 whatever, and he was held to under and they won going away. By the way, one thing you need to know about the Nuggets. A lot's been said about the Nuggets season so far. If they win tonight, they will be 36-19 entering the All-Star break. Last season, a career season, tied the franchise record for wins in a season. Do you know what their record was at the All-Star break last season? 36-19.
Just feels like it's different this year for some reason, but the results are the results. And that is Keys to the Game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. All right, I'm upset. I don't like everybody blaming me for what happened in the last segment. First of all, that's already going to make me upset.
Catch those hands.
Here's the other thing. During football season, Nelly is very aware of this. You are too. You've walked in when it's been happening before. What do I do every Friday, the last segment of the appetizer during football season?
Sleep.
We have Nelly sing, and I do something called Brady and his bets.
Mm-hmm.
And we play the song Benny in the Jets, and we do it, and Nelly changes up the words, and it's a lot of fun. Crowd favorite. Everybody loves it. I love it. Texture says, I just noticed this when I was perusing the website on Golf Bet. From Golf Bet News, Benny and the Bets is an article that they are running.
Are they just stealing all There's another website that's using Marty's picks.
I am like this close to a cease and desist. This close. Just because you change it from Brady to Benny does not mean that you get that. It's mine. Speaking of, by the way, just quickly on the...
By the way, listeners, you're listening to 92.5, not 103.9.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Spataro, step your game up. We're going to have to call Vic D if you do that again.
One more.
Here's the other thing. I'm not going to name names, Vic, but I was very upset with some news I heard the other day. There is a couple of courses over in my neck of the woods, which is the airport, that are golf courses that I like to play. And I understand golf is a more expensive sport. It's an expensive hobby to have. And almost every year, courses are going to raise their rates a little bit. The courses I enjoy, because they're close to me, have bumped their rates about $30 to $40 a round. Insanity.
Capitalism.
Insanity.
Well, supply and demand.
That's what they claim.
Okay, so no, let me tell you the history of golf here in Colorado. Brief history, right? And I'm obviously a fanatic. There was a time not too long ago, maybe 10 to 15 years ago, golf courses were going out of business. Mm-hmm. You could buy a golf course. I'll never forget it. Actually discussed it with friends. There was a golf course for sale just north of Colorado Springs that was going out of business because they couldn't fund it. Then what happened? What happened?
Boom.
What? But why? Why did golf enjoy a sudden revival? What happened worldwide?
COVID, along with one of the only things you could do during it. Yeah.
COVID happened. And what was awful for the world, clearly, somehow revived an industry that was on its deathbed for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Because it was the only activity you could do outside without approval.
Right.
You could, dude, during COVID, I went back and looked at my USGA thing. I think I played 40 out of 50 days. Straight. I mean, that's all. What else do you want me to do? We played golf. So all of a sudden, golf courses became more important, and people started playing more, and public golf. Man, and Denver, Colorado has some great public courses, outstanding.
The ones I'm talking about are really good.
But good luck getting a tee time today, baby. And when that kind of demand, when the demand is that high and the supply is not high enough for the demand, what moves the prices? Denver Golf just upped the ante. Have you seen what the Denver Golf did? All the Denver courses, City Park, Willis Case, all of them. The cost for golf during the weekday, I mean, it's almost twice what it was.
Well, here's the thing. We all accept that you're going to raise the rates. It's just part of the business. That is a substantial jump. And if you think along the same lines I do, Vic, if I'm getting into $3 bills territory for a round, it better be a place I really want to play. Not just a place I want to get out for a day.
Hey, look,
if you're charging over $100 for a round, it's got to be a place that's like, this is really nice.
Now it's common. Now it's common.
Insanity.
Yeah. You know what, though? For years, golf prices, to be totally honest with you, were lower than I ever expected them to be. I'll give you an example. Skiing is way more expensive than golf.
Yeah.
Have you checked the price of a lift ticket?
No. I have no interest because I can't pick up a hobby like that.
Unless you buy one of those passes, and they're like $1,000. But if you just go up and ski a couple times, dude, by the time you're done getting all the stuff you need, it's crazy.
No, you're
I think golf is finally catching up to the ski industry.
Not a fan. Okay?
Sucks.
Not a fan. And they say supply and demand. I go, maybe the supply was that because you were the affordable option compared to the other stuff. Maybe that's just me. I don't know. One thing you guys could do is stop charging two people the same rate who sit in the same cart. The cart should be one price, split between two people who sit in it.
You know, I've heard that argument before, right? It's what, $20, $25 a person?
Yeah.
So all they'll do if you say, okay, one person, then they'll just up the ante. That's all. I mean, they're going to make their money.
At least that would make more sense. But I buy a cart and I'm by myself, it's $25. I have a cart I share with a friend, it's $50.
Hey,
that
don't
makes
get
no
me
sense.
started on Casa Bonita again.
All right, you had something you wanted to talk about. Go ahead.
I forgot.
Oh, you don't remember what it was?
Oh, yeah. So I'm playing basketball yesterday. And I want to get back to this argument that I always hear from guys especially. I hear this all the time. You know who you are. They're watching a WNBA game or a college women's game. And some of these guys, oh, yeah, I can cover her. I can go play in that game.
No, you can't.
And I always laugh. It depends on the player. I mean,
Sure.
if you were an accomplished collegiate player, I understand you saying that. I'm just talking about rec players.
Look,
right?
maybe in 6'3", probably a decent
Makes
advantage.
me laugh all the time because they have no chance. So I'm playing yesterday in my usual run at DAC. Young lady shows up. She wants to play. And, you know, I play in a select – some of the guys I play with are good. Some of them are bad. It's up and down. I have no idea how to rate them, but they're okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm an older man, so this is the guys I play with.
Yeah.
She was instantly one of the best players in the gym. Instantly. Shows up and just, you could tell by the way she played. I could tell right away because as soon as the shot went up, she boxed out properly. Like when you go play pickup basketball, guys don't box out. They just go to the rebound. She boxed out. She did everything. She played collegiate basketball. Instant. And it got me to thinking how idiotic some of these guys are that think they could play in those leagues or think.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You're dumb. You can't.
First of all, most of you don't even have the conditioning to last for a quarter. No, I'm with you. I hear that all the time. I'm like, you guys are insane. Insane.
Jason Loveland says, I'm 6'6", played high school basketball. I would lock up 90% of the WNBA players. Let's see you do it.
Look, size is a big advantage
It
here.
is.
Okay.
But you also have to have conditioning.
Yes, which I don't have.
Jason, do you have conditioning right now? Could you run up and down the court right now?
I could not.
Right now.
I would die. I know for a fact that I would get crushed because I don't have, first of all, the stamina to go that for what, 40 minutes, 10-minute quarters? No way.
The conditioning, like when you watch an NBA game and how much running they do, and they play back-to-back nights, it always amazes me, dude. It freaking amazes me how well-conditioned these guys are.
That's why I always laugh, because I catch myself every once in a while. I'm on my couch with a bag of Cheetos on my stomach, and I'm just like, look, he's out of shape. Get yourself in shape. Why are you tired at the end of a game? It's your job. Come on. All the time I do that. Now, again, it isn't my job. If it was my job, then I would have a lot better fatigue skills. But whatever. I'm telling you.
I just think we take a lot of this for granted because we are so used to watching things from our couches and our televisions, and we're like, yeah, I could do that. No, you can't. No, you can't do that. I proved you can't do it. When Nikola Jokic hit an 85-footer, it took me 60 tries to do it.
Yeah. Now, that's more of just like, can you get lucky once?
Yeah, but still, how often do you ever, as fans, and I'm guilty too, why didn't you just do that? Or why can't you do that? You're tired. Fatigue.
We were talking about this earlier. Nellie said, because I went to this event on Saturday at the convention center. A couple people walked up, said hi. Very nice to meet you all.
Mm-hmm.
And they always tell me the same thing. You're taller than I thought you were. And I go, I say I'm 6'3" on the show, like a lot. But I don't know if I have a small sounding voice. And Nellie goes, well, you're a former athlete. Maybe that throws them off. And I go, baseball players are not athletes. They have a specific set of skills that have been honed, but is not athletic. You could be any shape or size, and you could be a good baseball player. Be Jose Altuve, Bartolo
That's
Colon.
a great point.
You can find a spot to play baseball.
That's why it's so odd when you see basketball, rotund people playing basketball. It's an oddity because it doesn't happen too often because you have to run.
Yes, because it's really hard to keep weight on when you're running constantly. Now, you can be any shape and play baseball. But the funny thing is, a lot of baseball players could actually jump in and look like a basketball player. They could. Mm-hmm. But it's so specific with baseball that you couldn't do that the opposite way. But they're far better athletes, obviously. And that's where I could never be a basketball player. I couldn't even go to DAC. You would kick me off the court.
It's so funny that you have the basketball body. You're lanky and tall.
Yeah.
And yet you suck.
Yeah.
That's a travesty. Like, what I would do with your body.
No, you couldn't.
Nelly, what I could do with that vessel. That vessel that what I could do with that body.
I mean, you'd just be entering your athletic prime now.
Now. I'm an old man without a prostate. Shameful. Like, if I brought you to DAC and we played pickup, would I have to kick you off the court?
Yeah, I couldn't run with you.
Like
I
not
literally
even a game?
No. I would have to be subbed out. I'm not kidding.
Come on.
I'm not kidding, dude.
Aren't you embarrassed?
No. I've never needed it. Vic, let me tell you something about my completely unstellar collegiate career.
But, I mean,
no, wait.
Go for a jog.
Vic, this is not a joke. And most baseball players will back me up on this. Baseball players, if you're listening, back me up. I was dead tired. I'm like Vic, huffing and puffing tired, lost breath if you picked over to first base more than twice.
You are such a
where
baseball
I had to
player.
dive back in the base and stand back up. Just the act of doing that 3 times made me winded. If I had to leg out a triple, good luck. And baseball players know exactly what I'm talking about. Exactly what I'm talking about. I had to run 90 feet at a time. Like, what am I, training a marathon?
So are you telling me that baseball basically sets you up for laziness in life?
Yes.
Lethargy? It
Why
makes
do
you lazy?
Why do you think baseball is my favorite sport? I got to do some fun stuff like hit bombs and really not be active the whole time. It was cool. So you get to talk with your friends. Like 90% of your day is just like chatting with people.
So watching that Reds player, the kid for the Reds who just runs like his hair's on fire.
Oh, Ellie De La Cruz.
Watching him must make you tired.
Oh, it'd be an amazing thing to have in your arsenal. I just never had it.
Wow, man. It's crazy. Are all you baseball players like that? Just
Pretty
lazy?
Much. Pretty much. Vic, the amount of game we had a good baseball team. Very good. Super regionals, made the World Series the year before I got there. Like really good, multiple players drafted. The amount of times that we were hammered at 1:30 in the morning and had a game at noon the next day, and we would kick the snot out of people.
See,
that doesn't apply to other sports. You can't do that.
Alex writes in, my best friend chose baseball over football in college, mainly because he didn't want to run.
Yeah.
So I'll give you, here's the pyramid. The most in shape human beings when it comes to sports, do you know what they are? And I'll tell you, it's a sport.
Sorry, say that again?
The most in shape, the most cardio, the most physically fit, the hardest workers in sports. I'm going to tell you who they are.
And I guess
these are common sports, by the way, that you could access in high school. And this is a sport. Every time I saw someone do this, I was like, I would never do that.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
The two that come to mind.
The number one sport when it comes to just having physically fit bodies.
Soccer.
No. It's up there.
You run like miles.
Wrestling is the answer.
Oh, well, yeah.
Wrestling is the answer. If you've wrestled at any point in life and you've done so, for a team, you are what you look like. Wait, look at you, fatty. You're doing heavyweights. Oh, look at you, skinny man. You're
No, you're right.
You're wrestling on 120s.
Any sort of wrestling, MMA, yeah.
You are how you look. You are how, and not only that, hey man, what's your natural weight? 165? Yeah, you're gonna wrestle at 140. Wait, what?
Oh, 140. Yeah, like 130.
Wait,
125.
Excuse me? Yeah, it is ridiculous. All my friends who wrestled, I played basketball in high school. We'd always say, we'd laugh. We'd not laugh at them. We'd be, I can't believe you're doing that. That guy's crazy, insane. They're making you run around with these long sleeve jackets and then jump in the freaking steam room for 8 hours straight.
Yeah.
Are you guys crazy?
By the way, look at the text line. All these baseball players agreeing with
It's
me.
not water polo. Nobody does water polo but 3 people. All right? It's not water polo. I'm talking about sports you can access that everybody's aware. Wrestling's
Wrestling's
number
insane.
one.
Yeah, it's by far number one. Yes. Texture. BS. Pitchers were part-time track stars. Yeah, but you guys are losers.
So now
That's
you
why
don't like
pitchers
you don't
suck.
like your own? You don't like pitchers?
No, I've always hated pitchers. Pitchers suck. Oh, we have to run. You guys play once every 5 days. Who cares? I'm out there grinding every day.
Dude, I couldn't fathom wrestling. Again, as a basketball player, the elegance of basketball. It's an elegance. It's a cool sport. And I always looked at the wrestlers and I'd be like, God, you guys are just working too hard. You're in the slop like a bunch of pigs. But nothing but respect for what they do because it's so hard.
Texture nailed it. That's why he likes golf now. Exactly right. Golf is just a different version of baseball. You sit around with your buddy and then you do things occasionally, but it doesn't require
It really
any effort.
is. It really is. That's why golf's I will never consider golf a real sport. It's a game that you can master.
You've been playing, like, Vic, when we go out and we play Sanctuary, some of those hills to get up to your cart from greens, I look at them
struggle.
and I say, damn, it's a big hill.
So let me get this straight. Because I like walking.
What do you mean I can't take the cart down here?
So here's
cart
something.
path only.
If I were ever to play against you just mano a mano for money,
In
big
what?
money, in golf,
Okay, yeah.
I would require walking.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't accept that. I don't accept it.
I would require it. It would be a requirement.
We just wouldn't play.
What,
Do you understand?
Well, then I would say you're a sissy that you can't walk this course.
And I would say, cool. What do I care? Call me all the names you want to. I like to be comfortable. Walking 18 holes. Get out of here.
I do like to walk 9 just when you're tight. You just want to stretch out a little bit.
No.
I like it.
Nope. There is no walking in golf. I have never played around a golf where I walked, actually.
Well, have I offended the water polo people now? Hey, listen, I don't know how to swim. I can't relate.
Water polo, they're right. It probably is.
It's probably really
the worst
hard.
one. But
Yeah, that's what we do.
I don't know anybody in my life who's played water polo.
I mean,
That's what Vic's getting at.
Exactly.
I know people who wrestled. I know people who played basketball, hockey, all the different.
Hey.
I don't know a water polo guy.
Quick poll. Brett, have you ever water poloed?
No.
Nelly, have you ever water poloed?
I think I did inner tube water polo at summer camp.
It doesn't count. Vic, do you know how to swim? No. All right, end of discussion.
All right, 303-504-0925. The key word and a chance to win $50 a Safeway. Next. Circa Sports available right now. We're going to head into this weird part of the sports calendar where there's a little bit of break in the NHL and the NBA. But the nice thing, tonight we got one more game before the All-Star break in the NBA. Nuggets, 11.5-point favorites over Portland. Find that on the Circa Sportsbook, along with Four Nations Face-Off tonight, which you can hear right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 6. Or I'm sorry, that's going to be on AM 950. Team Canada, minus 220 on the money line on Circa Sports against Sweden. That and so much more. There's always something to jump on with the Circa Sportsbook. Tight money line splits in excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circasports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. The governor.
Got it. Thank you, voice guy.
Here's your keyword. Chance to win $50 to Safeway and get yourself entered for $250 on Friday. The keyword today, hugs. Text hugs in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Once you do that, you're
that was cute.
to win today's $50 gift card as well as Friday's $250 gift card thanks to Safeway. Because Safeway, Vic, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone and show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need to make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app.
How intricate do you get on Valentine's Day personally?
We don't, really.
And your wife doesn't care?
We really don't celebrate these things. Anniversary a little bit, but like no gifts, Valentine's.
So she won't be
We don't do
offended?
gifts on birthdays or Christmas.
There's no offense taken if you don't recognize it with something?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I got her a gift, but it's kind of for both of us. But I don't wait till Valentine's Day. I just had it delivered like last week. It's a one of those, it's a really nice like foot massager thing because she works from home now using that. So I got something.
Yeah. I'm thinking about getting my wife the new tailor-made driver. She won't use it.
Honey, good news. I got us a range pass for the year. How's that sound? What is it in old school where he tries to remember for his wedding before
He was a bread maker or something?
No, it was a toaster or a blender or something like that. And he tries to re-gift it to the kid. And he goes, what do you think, Max? Got 3 speeds. I should do that, though. That would be such a great bit. Because what's this new thing online now is everybody, like, records the reactions of their wives or husbands when they do something silly. I should just order a new driver, have her open it, be like, what do you think, honey? It's custom made for you.
Well, what do you mean custom made? I don't play golf.
My wife she plays like 3 times a year. My wife, former softball player, she
probably hits it hard.
She can hit like a little over 2 bills. God, that would be funny, though. I would love that. So hugs to 303-504-0925 in your first and last name. So a couple details here as we head into the final game before the All-Star break.
Did that stat surprise you? As I mentioned, last year before the All-Star break, the Denver Nuggets, who went on to win 57 games last year, tied a franchise record. Before the All-Star break, they were 36-19. If they win tonight, they will be 36-19.
It's crazy. Why does it not feel that way?
Why
does it feel different? It doesn't, like,
I don't know.
I was talking to my dad the other day. So this was before this win streak started, though. And he goes, Nuggets are bad. I was like, well, they're third in the conference. Like, they aren't bad.
I tell you why it feels different. Because last year and the year before, they were battling for the number 1 seed, and they were right there.
Yeah.
This year, they're so far behind the number 1 seed. Oklahoma City's gone. They've lapped the field. That's what's different.
That's a good point. Yeah, because they had it up until what? Like the last week?
Last year, it was Denver, Minnesota, OKC, back and forth. They just, musical chairs.
Yep. Yeah, I think that's probably part of it. By the way, Jalen Pickett was on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday. Pickett getting extended playing time without Russell Westbrook healthy. Here's what he said. Adjustments made to his shot. This is what he said.
Yeah, it's just a lot of reps. Just putting in a lot of reps and knowing that there's going to be some tough days and there's going to be some really good days. And, just really sticking with it. Mike Pemberthy backed me with the shot, and, it's coming from a place of love, and he was just trying to see me be the best player I can be. And he just told me, keep putting in the reps. When you change your shot, it's going to take some time to get better at it. And, right now I feel like I'm in a good place, and I'm going to keep, working on it, keep trying to perfect it, and, keep going.
He looks more confident with it.
I'm glad he brought that up because here's, I think some people are not aware of this. Why doesn't he improve his shot? NBA teams don't mess with the dude's shot during the season. You don't do that during the season. That's an off-season thing.
Right.
You don't try to reconstruct a shot in January. No chance. You don't touch it.
Sometimes you don't mess with it at all. Remember Sean Marion's shot
you don't
that he did for 15 years?
Well, I mean, some guys had some weird styles, and you're right, deliveries.
Michael Kidd-Gilchrist.
I mean, just crazy stuff that you see. But I get it, and you don't mess with it at all. Hell, watch Nickeil Alexander-Walker shoot, and you'll faint.
Yeah.
I mean, who is that? Kyle Anderson, slow-mo? Mm-hmm. It looks like he's trying to eat the ball, and then he shoots it.
Campaign has an ugly shot.
Whatever. Yeah, you're right. Campaign steps backwards almost. Like he's turned around.
Yep.
But those are things you work on in the offseason when you have time for the reps. Like mid-round, if you're playing golf, you don't suddenly and if you do, you ruin your golf game.
You live with what you got.
So give him credit for fixing his jump shot or working on the jump shot. And let's be honest, Jalen Pickett has surprised us all.
Well, I'll tell you, he has surprised. He has surprised his head coach, as said yesterday on PhD.
If we're fully healthy and Russell Westbrook and Jamal Murray are playing every night, then Jalen Pickett likely does not get a chance to play real minutes. And because Jamal has missed games this year, I think missed 7, because Russell Westbrook has missed 6 in a row since getting hurt in the Philadelphia game, Jalen Pickett has been allowed to play this year, and real minutes, rotation minutes. And every game he plays, he does something a little bit more surprising. And you can see how confident he is, how aggressive he is. 9 assists, no turnovers last night. Tremendous job by him as a point guard, setting up his teammates, making their jobs easier, playing good defense. And so I think he's a guy that stands out to me.
Extended playing time, looks good in it. I've said it before, Vic, that he's a trustworthy player in that he doesn't make many mistakes.
Doesn't turn the ball over.
I don't know how much he has pop moments, but he doesn't make mistakes.
Now,
for a guy filling in his role, that matters.
Sometimes the turnover thing is notable and it's exceptional, but you want to take some chances.
He took a couple last game.
Yeah.
He took a couple. It's funny. They asked Malone what he was going to do in his time off. Did you hear this? What are you going to do for the All-Star break?
Can you share? You got any vacation plans after you get done with tomorrow? I know you're laser focused on tomorrow, but after that, you got any little getaway, rest, relax, sort of, shake the cobwebs?
Yeah, I'm going to head down to the Gulf of America.
Gulf of America.
There you go, buddy. Way to go. Way to go.
Gulf of America. That's awesome.
I saw somebody. If we're going to start renaming things, we should do it like college football does their bowl games. So somebody says we should call that the Totino's Pizza Rolls Gulf of America presented by the Home Depot. And I think that'd be great. Make some cash off of it, too. And every once in a while, it gets a new sponsorship.
Well, things have been renamed here going on the last 20. Everything's renamed. This is not new, right? Mountains have been renamed.
Mountains have. Bodies of water have gone pretty much untouched.
Is the Atlantic in play? Are the Atlantic and Pacific in play now?
You know what? If you went up to a company and you said,
you want to buy the naming rights?
For 3 years, they can't change it the Atlantic Ocean, but they can say Atlantic Ocean presented by Altitude Sports Radio.
That is so
good. Can
good.
you do that? Because you would make a ton of money.
All right. I want to run I've got the governor in the title. I want to be the governor. Because what I would start doing in this state, I would sell naming rights to monuments. Pikes Peak. Presented by Progressive Insurance.
And it has to be said in every single article that's written about it? Yes.
Yep. The Royal Gorge. Presented by Kraft Cheese.
It's a great idea. Hey, you know what I'm doing? I'm actually going out. It's going to be a lot of fun. Heading down to the Dillon Reservoir. Presented by King Soopers. Doing that for a weekend, get a kayak out there,
Sure.
Have a great time.
Take advantage of it.
It's a great way to make some extra cash. I'm told we have horrible debt in this country. Let's start getting some of that back.
I don't know if you've done it recently, but I've got to go through the Eisenhower Tunnel presented by Einstein's Bakery.
Just a little weekend trip to the mountains. Anyway, for the game tonight, Vic, it's not like, look, if they lose, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but just to keep pace and have an 8-game win streak heading into the break, I think is big.
The Denver Nuggets in franchise history have never won 8 games in a row going into the All-Star break. This would be a franchise record. So it goes to show you how they've righted the ship. Memphis won last night. They beat Phoenix. Phoenix is in shambles, by the way. So Memphis now gains a little more cushion. You want to keep pace with them, keep them in your target. What seed for you? See, for me, a 2 or 3 seed, it's all the same.
Yeah, I think
it's
that's
all
fine.
the same.
Yep.
If it's not a 2 and you get a 3, fine, whatever. 2 or 3. Don't want to jump to 4 because if you go to 4, you got OKC in the second round. I think it's a little, it's not favorable.
I'll tell you what I think is going to be the biggest detail of the post-All-Star break, and we can talk more about this tomorrow.
Well, the schedule gets tougher. You went through it yesterday.
That's what I'm getting at here. Is I went through the schedule. You play the Lakers 3 times post-All-Star break. You play Minnesota. You go at Boston. You play Milwaukee.
Exactly.
You play all these really good teams. So teams that you consider contenders, okay? Oklahoma City against teams that are 500 or better are 20-8. Cleveland is 20-6. Boston is 19-10.
This is against 500
or better teams.
See, those are dominant records.
The Nuggets are 12-13.
Yeah.
They're sub 500
That
against
has
them.
to get better. And that's that. I think in the back of your mind, if you're a Nuggets fan, it's okay to feel a little doubtful there because that exists. That's real. That's real. And I'll ask you again. I'll ask you one more time. I've asked this many times this year. What is the textbook Nuggets win? What is the biggest win of the year? What would you classify?
I don't think they have one. If you had to make an argument, I guess OKC, but that was so early in the year that it doesn't matter.
Forgotten the game.
Yeah. Just for reference, by the way, 2 other teams that have above 500 records against above 500 teams. The Lakers are 14-12.
Mm-hmm.
The Houston Rockets are 19-14.
Yeah.
Like,
hey, there's
pretty
something.
good.
There's something there.
Yeah.
That's real, man. That's real because that's the competition you'll see in the playoffs.
Yep.
You're not going to see Portland in the playoffs. You're not going to see some of these other teams that you've dismissed in the playoffs. The teams you're going to see are those teams.
So take care of business tonight and then really start to take off post-All-Star break where the schedule gets really, really tough for the first 2 to 3 weeks.
And that's where I hope I like the fact that the schedule stiffens up because you're going to get tested on those kind of games. You're going to Boston. Hey, is it asking too much to win at Boston? Because the Nuggets won there last year.
Yeah. Like this is, look, I'll be willing to do this. I'll wipe the slate clean on all the things that happened pre-All-Star break, and I'll say, you know what? I'm going to start making my judgments right afterwards because you're going to have stiffer competition, but also I'm going to use that as a gauge of what should I expect when the
100%.
postseason comes around.
Is it asking too much for the Nuggets to win at Milwaukee? Because they've done it before when Milwaukee was better.
Yep.
What I'm saying, it's not asking too much. You've got to win those kind of games.
If you want to be a championship contender, which as long as the Nuggets have Nikola Jokic, you should always be saying we are.
Mm-hmm.
You should never enter a game saying they can't win.
Well, and therein lies the quandary here because this team has proven, what it's done against the competition recently. Do you know that they've won their last 3 home games by 20 points or more?
Yeah, it's crazy.
And if they do it again tonight, it'll be a first. It's never happened before. They've never been this dominant on this stretch of games. They're not beating teams. They're wiping them off the face of the planet.
Yep.
They're eating them.
How many games has Jokic set the fourth quarter now?
This season, I don't know how many total.
Isn't he like consecutively though, right?
Oh.
Isn't he like three or 4?
Yeah.
3?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do that one more time. And you know what's funny is that you would think by doing that Jokic's minutes are like, okay, we're saving him. He's getting some rest. He's still playing the most minutes per game this year of his career. He's at 36.
Is he really more than last year?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Remember early in the year, Vic, they had to throw him in early in the fourth quarter just to try and make up for things.
See, that's not the feeling I get because last year there were so many occasions where he had to come back in the fourth to rescue things, and this year hasn't been as much.
He's averaging 36 minutes a game. It's by far the most he's ever played in his career. By far.
Wow, I did not realize that.
So getting him as much rest as possible matters. So you know what? Tally on one more for tonight. We'll give you the winner of the $50 gift card to Safeway next. All right, reminder, Nuggets, Blazers, 7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But if you're into the Four Nations, and I think I am going to watch a little bit of this tonight, Vic, 6 o'clock, Four Nations, Canada and Sweden is going to be on AM 950. We'll also have the U.S. and Finland game tomorrow, which is also at 6 o'clock. That will be on 92.5. So we're going to be your home for the Four Nations. And I'm excited to kind of watch this, actually. I didn't know how I'd feel about it going into it, but I am interested, especially with how stacked Canada is. I just want to see that all together. I mean, Crosby, McDavid, and McCarr and McKinnon all on the same team. Come on.
But do you know who the starting goaltender is for Canada?
Yeah, that's the one bummer. It's Bennington, right?
Exactly. It's water bottle Bennington. So guess what, Canada? You can take that L on the way out.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm out on them.
My hatred of Bennington runs deeper than my love for McKinnon and McCarr and their country. So, see ya.
How does the format work? Is it like it's not single elimination. There are only 4 teams involved. How can it be?
I actually am not sure. Four Nations format.
Yeah, I mean, how does it work?
Okay. All games of the Four Nations will be played in accordance with NHL rules. Each team will play 3 tournament games in a traditional round-robin format under the following point system. 3 for a win in regulation, 2 for a win in overtime or shootout, and 1 point for a loss in overtime.
So then what happens after that?
It's round-robin.
So it's whoever has the most points.
Most points moves on for the championship, yeah.
So the initial games are sort of like feel-you-out games.
So Canada, Sweden tonight, U.S., Finland tomorrow. Saturday will be Finland, Sweden, U.S., and Canada.
Do the top 2 teams point-wise
yes.
play again in a championship? Or
yes.
Okay.
Top 2 points. And that will be the championships on Thursday the 20th.
Gotcha.
So, got that to look forward to. Now, couple things before we head on our way out. We're going to name a winner for the $50 gift card to Safeway in just a moment. Just quickly here, Vic. Brandon Staley is back. He has emerged as a serious candidate for the DC position in the Saints organization under Kellen Moore now. I saw a video of Kellen Moore getting off the private jet in New Orleans.
He still looks 12.
Yeah.
Yes, I said the same thing.
He looks 12 years old.
He's an accomplished NFL coach. If you just pointed him out and said, hey, look at that dude. I go, what college does he go to? What frat's he in? I would never expect him. It's crazy. Good genes.
I got a question for you, though. Have you ever heard of a coach who gets a head coaching gig? And it has to be a younger guy, a guy who's got some years left in his coaching career. Gets a head coaching gig, goes poorly, he gets fired, that doesn't find a job like that, a coordinator job or something. Does that exist? Like, has there been somebody that's been so bad that they have no shot at getting a job again? Because Hackett turned into an OC right afterwards.
He got a job again. That's a great question. I mean, I'm sure many, many, many exist. But the reason we don't have names is because they fell off the face. I mean, we've had coaches that have bountiful chances even after failing early.
Yeah.
You get in that circle, you stay in that circle.
Because it's almost reminiscent of like a first-round quarterback who fails will always have a backup gig somewhere. The only exception I think I can think of, Josh Rosen really didn't.
Yeah, he fell hard.
Now, he was still bouncing around a couple teams in like practice squads.
Ryan Lee fell hard. Other things that were happening, but
Sanford says Antonio Pierce. We'll give that time. Pierce will find a job.
Yeah, there are plenty of coaches out there that were head coaches that will find, coach linebacker somewhere, coach secondary.
Texture says Urban Meyer. That was by choice. Urban Meyer could have taken any gig he wanted to.
He could work right now if he wanted. If Urban Meyer really made himself available right now, he can get a job today.
That one's interesting, actually. Let me look this up. Somebody said Adam Gase. What has he been doing?
That's a great question.
Adam Gase.
Ask DMac. DMac's tight with Adam Gase.
So he never got a coaching gig since New York when he was head coach of the Jets. So that ended in 2020. Since then, he's been a staff member. So he was a recruiting assistant at LSU. He was a scouting assistant in Detroit. Or no, those were way back in the day. He does not have any gigs since then. Not a single one. Okay, there you go. There's one of them. I'm actually blown away by that. He's 46. You would think he'd find somewhere.
Huh. Some of them going to television.
See, you know what? If I were them, I feel like that'd be such an easy transition.
Yeah, but it's always going to leave you wanting more. I mean, I don't know. Coach Sanford follows this program. By the way, Coach Sanford and Raj are going to have Clint Hurdle on at 10:40.
I can't wait.
Ask Coach if the itch still exists for him. If the itch is still there.
Yeah, it's hard just to get rid of that.
My buddy Bob Stitt just got renamed the coach at Colorado School of Mines. You know, he left coaching for a while, but the itch was always there.
It's kind of like this, right? Like, Vic, even when you're like retired from
I'll have
TV
the
and radio,
100%.
you'll do a podcast or something.
I mean,
yeah.
You're always going to want to be involved somehow. You always, and it's weird. I don't know. I had a friend of mine, Gary. You never met Gary Miller.
Mm-mm.
Gary Miller used to work at Channel 4 with me. He and I did a radio show for a long time. He walked away from the business and never looked back. You've never heard from him.
That's crazy.
It doesn't happen too
couldn't
often,
do it.
man.
I don't think I could do it.
It doesn't happen. I'm telling you.
You got to have something. But again, game tonight. Here's the winner of our $50 gift card to Safeway. It is Ryan Kenny. Congratulations, Ryan Kenny, who is the winner of our $50. We're giving one of these away every single day. Not to mention, not just that, it's all shows. So at 9:20, 11:20, 2:20, and 4:20, every day on this station this week, we're giving away $50 to Safeway. At each one of those, you get a keyword, and at the end of those shows, they announce a winner. A $250 grand prize on Friday is what's coming.
If you're at Ball Arena tonight, don't forget, first 5,000, it's going to be cold, too. Oh, my goodness. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
People are going to have to wait in the cold.
Yeah.
First 5,000 fans get a bobblehead, Nikola Jokic, which is almost lifelike. It's scary.
It looks really good.
It really is. And then if you want to get warm, coming up and watch our pre- and post-game shows up in the Colorado Social. I mean, if you had to, that is the perfect Jokic. A little bit of facial hair, not too much.
Mm-hmm.
The buzz cut. And not an overwhelming smile, a grin. See, a grin is perfect.
I got a hell of a sports take for you.
Whoever built that bobblehead and you want to do statues, get in the statue business because you're accurate.
How's this for a take? I'm shocked that Joker still has his facial hair. I thought that would have been gone by now. But he still, remember when he came in during Nuggets Media Day and he had it and we're like, whoa, what's going on there? And he said, I'll probably shave it before the season starts. He can't shave it now.
It's amazing how these
Best
guys,
season of his career.
How they transform. If you look at just Nuggets video, like I go through and see some of the interviews I did just 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
They look like different human beings.
Yep.
It's remarkable.
Isn't it kind of like watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I'm a huge fan of that show. And on that show, one of the characters intentionally got incredibly fat for like a bit on the show, but he was actually fat. And Vic, the reason he said it was if you went back and you watched all these old successful shows like Friends, he goes, you'd notice as the seasons went by, they got more attractive. And he goes, that's not real life.
You get worse.
But they got rich and they had better things to take care of themselves. Yep. And he goes, this is real life. People get way uglier as they age. I'm going to do that. And I was like, that's a hell of a concept for a show. But you're right. All these guys, they actually played a video during the last game of Joker, like his rookie season. He's a child.
Unbelievable
He's a
transformation. Unbelievable. And he's gone through phases, too.
Yeah.
Like big Joker, skinny Joker, childlike Joker, and now Joker. Facial hair Joker. But even Jamal. Look at Jamal in his early years to now.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Joker has had so many different iterations, but always the same result.
You know what it is, too?
Always.
We see them so much. They're always on your television screen, always on your phone. You see them so much.
Yeah, it's...
Do you remember when I tweeted out pictures of you that you posted to social media, and people were just up in arms over how...
I was basically 12 in those photos, but yeah.
How ridiculous you looked. How corny those pictures were.
Yeah.
Same deal.
I know. I just realized I'm starting to get that shame thing where I look at pictures of my dad or Moser when he's leaned up against a car with a mullet. And I'm like, that looks ridiculous. I'm like, I'm at the age where I got those now. I got those ones.
We all got a few of those.
Comes for all of us. You with
shifty eyes.
You with your Coke bottles.
I'm proud of being a glassware. You know,
but those weren't glasses, Vic. Those were you had telescopes on your face.
Are you making fun? Again, here's another instant. Write this down, Nelly. HR, get them involved. Another instance of my co-host making fun of a disability. I can't see. I've never been able to see all my life.
Mm-hmm.
The big E is all I saw when I was a kid. That's it. The big E. Yeah. And through the miracle of God and surgery, now I could see. What, are you making fun of that?
Just if we're going to go tit for tat here, do you think I have the ability to change the amount of melanin in my skin?
The sun!
The sun burns and leaves, and then I look the same afterwards.
Fix it!
Fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Vic, as it's been documented, even by that liner we played, you are the governor of this program. So you have the reach to go after Brett. You can accuse him of discriminating against your disabilities. And also, you were saying that you think we need more sports statues in Denver and you want to rename some national landmarks and stuff. I don't think your reach as governor goes on a state level, but you could probably put up statues and rename things inside the building. So just keep that in mind.
About? A governor handles the state.
But you said governor of this show. That is how far we established your reach.
That is true. Yeah. What, you think you're Polis over here? I mean, you only control this domain, not anywhere outside of it.
I will rename this studio if you don't watch out.
To what?
You'll see.
iTunes, Spotify, wherever you find your podcast. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. You guys have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. You know who's one of those guys? Sanford's one of those guys.
I know.
Sanford can't wait to get out to the mountains now and take a snowboard out there. And yep.
How does he feel, though, when he has to trek in from Wyoming or wherever the hell he lives?
It's a haul.
Well, you just rip out the board and you carve up some fresh pow, Victor. Don't you know what it's like, bruh?
You going to take that for the morning show, Coach?
They can say what they want, man. First off, Brett Kane's face looks like he was born in snow. He's so pasty, all right? Vic Lombardi's the softest human being I've ever met in my life. Yeah, there he is over there. Scared of driving in snow. It did take me 90 minutes to get here today.
And you do live in Wyoming.
I do not live in Wyoming. You know where I live?
I
live
middle
in
of
glorious northern Colorado. That's where I live.
You
and I'm
live
very
in
proud
the middle
of it.
of nowhere.
All you guys, South Metro people. Oh, I got my silver spoon stuck in my mouth, Raj. Gosh, man.
Oh, my God.
Some of us know what tough living
You're
is all
gonna
about.
start with
north,
this
man.
one?
Yeah. We get serious wins up there, man. Real wins.
Got up this morning and started shoveling the driveway for a little bit. It took me 45 seconds to run back inside and put my hands on a nice warm cup of coffee, both hands.
Yeah, you know who's shoveling the driveway right now at my house? Yeah, a tough Weld County chick named Anne Marie Sanford, the wifey.
Yeah.
She's out there, and it's a big driveway. It's a lot of driveway right there. She's out there getting it in. So, honey, you're listening right now on the old AirPods, which I'm sure you're not because you're pissed off. You don't want to listen to my radio program. But if you are, thank you, honey. Happy Valentine's Day.
Final game before the All-Star break tonight on 92.5, 6:30 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli and a 7 p.m. tip as the Nuggets take on the Portland Trail Blazers. We're giving away a couple of things today. We're giving away a Nikola Jokic MVP bobblehead. So if you didn't win one on the morning show, you can win one during our 2-hour stay on the morning sprint. Also giving away another $50 gift card to Safeway. And as you have all week long, if you're entering to win daily, not only are you entered to win that day's $50 gift card, but you're entered to win on Friday when we give out $250. $50 each show, $9.20, $11.20, $2.20, $4.20. And as an added bonus today, we're going to be giving away a Nikola Jokic MV3 bobblehead. Really good bobblehead.
Where's it at?
It was supposed to be in here.
Yeah.
I was told that we
Was
had
there
the
another person
bobblehead
that
here.
beat us to the heist? Did somebody else heist the Jokic?
I told you, Coach.
Oh, no. KJ has it.
Okay, KJ's got it. All right.
KJ, you're supposed to be the getaway guy, not the heist guy. You got this all wrong, man. Gosh.
I thought we screwed ourselves yesterday when we were giving away our master plan. See, that's why you can't have the master villain plan and then do
you don't think it's a great idea?
pre-heist monologue. You can't do it.
It's not a great idea to do it on a top 20 markets radio
Can't
airwaves.
do it.
Yeah, that's maybe you blow your cover that way.
I think we've learned today. We will be better on our version of Ocean's 12 than we were on our Ocean's 11.
I always thought that our listeners, who I call the sprinters, you like that?
Sure, I'll go with it. It might have to grow on me.
I always thought that the sprinters were going to be down to kind of keep it secret, if you will.
All right,
apparently they didn't.
Final game before the break. As I said yesterday, I wanted to see as many starters sat tonight as possible. MPJ looks as though he's not going to go again.
Okay.
We know that Peyton Watson, not a starter, but Peyton's out. He's got that 4-week injury that he's right in the middle of. I think they're going to look at Joker. I think they're going to play him 35 minutes tonight. I think they're going to try and find a way to secure that 8th victory in a row, feel great about themselves going into the break, knowing that Nikola Jokic really isn't going to do much over the All-Star break. Mm-hmm. And that kind of changed my mindset last night when I was thinking about, I really don't want Joker to play. I'd rather them sit Jamal Murray. But with how up and down the season has gone, I heard Vic talking about this in the morning show. Did you know that if the Nuggets win tonight, they'll have the same exact record this year going into the All-Star break as they did last year? They'll be 36-19 if they win this evening.
What was the record in 22?
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
22-23.
Top of my head, I don't know, but I can look into that for you.
All right. That's the one I'd be curious to see. Because it did feel like last year there was a
push for a top seed last year.
Yes.
After the All-Star break, it felt like the gas was humming. You had your foot to the floorboard at
Felt
the
like
end of
that,
the All-Star
if
break.
I'm not mistaken, in January and February a little bit as well.
And I don't know if I want that to be the case this year. Right? You and I were talking about what is the minimum seed that you need this year. And it should be the 3. If the playoffs started today, you'd be taking on the Clippers as the 3 seed, and then you'd have to go in and face likely the 2 seed in Memphis in round 2. As long as you don't fall to 4 and you don't have to see Oklahoma City until the Western Conference Final, I'm okay with you going on the road. I don't know what home court advantage did last year. Remind me of the 20-point loss in Game 7 at home. Didn't do much for you in round 2 last year. So if this does turn into a sprint for a top 2 seed at the end of the year, I'm going to be a little bit upset. I'm okay with the 3 seed. You do have a couple of teams in your rearview mirror right now with LA. Who knows what they're gonna do with the center? It looks like Alex Len is going to be their answer at center coach. Alex Len. You seen 7-foot free agent.
You seen the numbers in the last couple of years for old
Alex
Alex
Len's been a
Len?
complete bust.
His numbers were pretty good about 6 years ago. I mean, it's like he was averaging 3.7 points per game 5-6 years ago.
I remember he was. Do you remember when he got drafted? He got drafted in like 2013 or something. That was that bizarre draft where Anthony Bennett goes number 1 overall, and then Alex Len kind of came out of nowhere and was a top 5 pick to Phoenix that year.
Mm-hmm. So last season,
he got drafted the same year as KCP did. Giannis was in that draft too, 15th overall.
The Denver Nuggets were 41-18 before the All-Star game.
That's pretty good.
And 22-23.
5 games is a lot. 5 games is a whole bunch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to say that they are not the 2022 team. They're not the 22-23 team.
Get the win tonight. Get the win.
Yeah. I've changed my mind since yesterday.
Get the win.
Because I know that they're not going to do it. I know that they're not going to sit everyone. I have changed my mindset from yesterday where it's like, I don't care about the win. I kind of do now. I kind of do. If you can rack up 8 straight, you are technically the hottest team in the NBA, although you haven't really played anyone. You know that the upcoming schedule is not easy.
Yeah.
Have you looked at the future?
It looks a little bit more daunting. A little bit more, some more road trips against some legitimate contenders coming up in the near
Coming
future.
up after the break. Home against LA, at Milwaukee, at Boston, home against Sacramento, who I still think is a team with some teeth, home against Phoenix, and Phoenix is
a mess.
They're a mess.
But still, KD can go off any night.
Anytime Kevin Durant's on the court, I get a little bit nervous.
What's happened to
back-to-back road games at Oklahoma City? That might be those 2 games right there. Actually, it's a stretch of 4 games between March 7 and March 14. That week, Friday to Friday, you go home against Phoenix.
Yep.
At OKC back-to-back. Then you come back home to take on who? Minnesota and the LA Lakers.
Sweet.
I think we're gonna learn a whole bunch in those 5 games about who the Nuggets truly are this year.
What I like about it is the way that this is all trended prior to the All-Star break is that you're going to get some players back healthy. You're going to get Russell Westbrook reinserted into the lineup. You're going to get MPJ, who was scorching hot before he had his little tiny hamstring deal. And Aaron Gordon gets a little bit more break, a little bit more rest. I think the Nuggets are going to be in a great spot. Jamal Murray is going to be continually trending in the good direction.
He feels right.
Yeah. I like
feels
I
correct.
like where this team's at.
Injury report going into tonight's game. Probable AG and Jamal. Questionable MPJ out. P-Watt, Westbrook, and then obviously Holmes and Chanchar, who aren't playing for the rest of the season. I don't really expect MPJ to play tonight. And I got the question, why was that ever your mindset? Dane and Windsor asked me, why was it ever your mindset that you were okay with losing tonight's game? It's because I want to extend the time off that these Nuggets have. And if that means essentially telling Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal and AG that your All-Star break started on Monday night rather than starting this evening at about 11 p.m., I'd take those 2 days. Just because after what we saw last year, they ran out of gas. And that can't happen this season.
It feels so different right now.
Why?
Health. Jamal Murray. Michael Porter Jr. looks like a different player.
Yeah, but he's
having the best.
What are you talking about? Health. He's literally questionable on the injury report.
I mean, is there a chance that Michael Porter Jr.
He's missed 3 games, 2 games.
Is there a chance that Michael Porter Jr. is getting a little bit of the benefit of the rest that you're talking about coming into the All-Star break to extend his rest for the run? He's playing unbelievable basketball.
He is,
and if it's
you can argue it's the best basketball of his career.
If it's a minor tweak. Like, why wouldn't you look at that as an opportunity if you're the Nuggets, sports medicine department and say, yeah, let's shut him down before the All-Star break.
That was my argument on Monday.
And I think he's going to be back healthy as ever when you come off the All-Star break.
I also think that's what
I think
the
he
Avs
can play
did.
right now.
That's what the Avs did with Josh Manson.
Yep.
Those last 2 games where Bednar told us ahead of time, told us like 2 days ahead of the Calgary and Edmonton back-to-back that Josh Manson was not playing in either one of those games. I think they looked at Josh and went, if we really needed you tonight, you'd be playing. Same thing with MPJ, right? I don't expect him to play this evening. If they really needed MPJ, if this was round 1 of the playoffs, they're hosting the LA Clippers, and again, that's who your matchup would be right now if the playoffs started tonight, Mike would be playing. With the Avs, they did the same thing with Josh Manson. I also think that they pushed back Val Nichushkin too. I look at Val, and Val's been skating, and he did have a setback that they didn't foresee. If they really needed Val playing, that dude would be on the ice. And they went.
You have no questions whatsoever about Val being back to the lineup upon return from the 4 Nations?
I am completely confident that he will be when the Avs return to practice, I believe on the 18th. I know that they play on the 22nd. I have full confidence that he is playing in Nashville on February 22. Full confidence. Dude's had a month off.
Better be right, Raj.
He better be right. He better be right.
There's a lot at stake for you, Raj. Some of your history.
My history's not great.
Yeah.
I am King Jinx.
I don't know why.
Nate and I are both King Jinx on this station.
Is Nate's as bad as you?
Nate's just as bad as I am. But Nate does play it a little tongue in cheek. You know, he's the type of guy that goes, "Oh yeah, it's clearly me. I'm the problem." Yeah. I've been so bad lately that I'm not being facetious about it. I do think that some energy coming from me has affected what's going on the floor. And I'm not Mr. Superstitious. I've spent many times screaming at you that superstitions are for the weak-minded. And it's been so bad that I'm now becoming weak-minded. And I don't love that for me. We're giving away an MVP bobblehead, all right? $50 to Safeway. Also, coming up at 10:40, you won't want to miss this. Former Rockies manager Clint Hurdle will join the program. Can't wait to talk to him. That and so much more coming up. 11:15, as always, KJ's NFL Notes. This is the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio.
Hey, Nuggets Nation, it's Jalen Pickett. We got Nuggets basketball tonight at Ball.
Right side Pickett, wide open 3. Yes!
Tonight, it's the final outing before the break and a rematch with the Portland Trailblazers. Kaz has the tip at 7.
Look at the bench players go.
On the home of Mile High Basketball, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
The Denver Nuggets are on 9 News and KTVD Channel 20. Tonight, the Nuggets host the Portland Trailblazers. Watch on 9 News, pregame at 6:30, tip-off at 7, then tune into 9 News after the game for the latest news and weather.
Red Dolly Casino is Blackhawk's oldest and friendliest casino, the cheers of casinos, where everybody knows your name. So next time you head up the hill, please remember our name, Red Dolly Casino.
Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, this is Brett Kane. New year, new home upgrade. Start 2025 right with K&H Home Solutions. And for a limited time, bring in the new year with 60% off installation on all projects. Also, visit K&H Home Solutions at booth 313 during the Colorado Garden and Home Show, February 8th through the 16th. Get a show special on windows, doors, siding, and roofing, and enter to win $25,000. Don't miss out. Stop by booth 313.
K&H Home Solutions has what you're looking for.
In a world full of cookie-cutter restaurants and bars, there is only one, Black House Tavern. Well, there's actually two. One in downtown Littleton and one in downtown Parker. Black House Tavern features a chef-driven scratch kitchen, over 150 whiskeys, craft cocktails, and a wine list that'll keep you smiling. Bring your family, bring your friends, and make some memories at the one and only, well, the two and only, Black House Tavern in Littleton and in Parker. It's where good times happen, and your table is waiting.
I got a nightmare phone call that no parent wants to receive.
Someone hit me going 60 miles an hour.
Dr. Ramos came highly recommended. When I showed him the x-rays, he immediately knew exactly what was wrong.
We've had a tremendous experience with Ramos Law. Really, I could not be happier.
Having the car accident was an accident. Finding Ramos Law was no accident.
Injured in a car accident? Ramos Law can help. RamosLaw.com.
Vic Lombardi here for Advanced Tax Solutions. If you found yourself in trouble with the IRS and you're still in trouble and you need to dig out of a big hole, go to Advanced Tax Solutions. Todd Whalen's been running the company for 35 years. He knows what he's doing. Todd, give us an example of a client you've helped out.
We recently had a person come in. They just wanted transcripts from the IRS, like where are they at with IRS? Well, we went through that, and he owed actually a couple $100,000, but the statute of limitations was going to expire in 60 days. So the solution was do nothing, and the entire balance just went away.
From $100,000, a couple $100,000 to nothing. That's what he can do for you. 303-753-6040, Advanced Tax Solutions. This is a local company that can get you all fixed up if you're in trouble with the IRS. Again, Advanced Tax Solutions, 303-753-6040. That's 303-753-6040. Give Todd Whalen and his crew a call today.
This Valentine's, I want to make it really special. Kick it up a notch and tell her exactly how much I love her.
At Williams Jewelers, we've created our one-stop Valentine's package that makes telling your true love exactly how you feel. I'm Steve Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. You see, we're one of Colorado's largest fine jewelers with the designer brands she knows and loves, like Tacori and Hearts on Fire.
Thousands of quality, iconic, and yes, affordable pieces you won't find in any other store, starting at under $300.
And now, through Valentine's Day, with every purchase of $250 or more, you get a fresh cut rose and a bottle of wine as our gift.
Guys, it's one-stop shopping.
This year, more than ever, Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
And Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway.
We're Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
And your one-stop Valentine's store.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Basketball, I think our guy KJ Granderson is a bit of a savant.
The Morning Sprint with Coach and Raj, back in 60.
Packed with power, style, and innovation. Elevate your drive with the new 2025 Mazda CX-30 at Schott Mazda. Experience the ultimate blend of performance and luxury, starting at $25,970. Check out the new Mazda CX-30 today at Schott Mazda, where it's always one price, one person, 1 hour. And remember, they never charge dealer handling fees. Visit them today and embark on a journey where excitement meets simplicity.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Colorado.
You've got the Morning Sprint with Coach.
Mazda text line. You can also watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR and subscribe to us on YouTube at Altitude Sports Radio. All of your shows right there on YouTube every single day. We're giving away $50 to Safeway, so don't forget about that. Your Safeway Saves the Day keyword is coming up at 11:20 a.m. Your chance to win $50 to Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Our next Safeway Saves the Day keyword is going to be here in just 1 hour. Also on the program, we're giving away a Nikola Jokic MVP bobblehead today. In order to win that, we're going to play a little version of MLK's Listen Up, Jack. You have to be listening to the Clint Hurdle interview at 10:40 this morning. So former Rockies manager Clint Hurdle will join us live on 92.5 at 10:40. We then, at 11:15, will play back some portion of that interview. So you have to be listening at 10:40 to then be eligible to win the prize of the bobblehead later on the show. Sound good? Got it? Get it? Are we square? If you have questions, you can text us. Coach, you were talking to us in the break about what the Broncos need to do to combat where the league is going and what Sean Payton needs to do in terms of kind of evolving as a play caller. You're the Boise State guy here.
I'm also the guy that loves running the football.
You sure are.
But,
For being a quarterback guy.
But I saw an interesting tweet. It was just a local fan of the Broncos that said, this is Stephen Dwyer, Twitter said, you know what, guys, I'm off the, quote, we need a running back train.
Because I'm still on it.
I am too. But I'm going to tell you why this is an interesting tweet. Audric Estime should be our one. Jaleel McLaughlin should be our receiving back, our joker, and just commit to it. Bidet should get a run at the starting job. Add in a 4th or 5th round guy in the draft, and we are set. Focus on receivers, tight ends, and the defense. Okay. At first, I'm like, nope. The National Football League is moving towards a bell cow running back, a much more committed run game, and then all the run action pass and play action pass off the run game. All you got to look to is the Buffalo Bills, the Super Bowl champions themselves. Their entire model was run the rock and play suffocating defense. And they dominated people down the stretch. And that's the Philadelphia Eagles. They did it they have Saquon Barkley and a great offensive line. You already have the offensive line here in Denver. And so when you ask the question about, do we know for sure that we don't have our number one running back? I would say you don't know, because you didn't give Audric Estime the opportunity to even be a bell cow back. Frankly, Raj, in back-to-back weeks, you didn't give him the chance in a back-to-back half of seeing him play really good physical football against a really good Chargers defense.
You're right.
They're a top 3 defense, Alex. Yeah, I called you Alex, not Raj.
That was weird.
I know. It's because you were shaking your head at me, and I kind of wanted to go mom mode.
I've gone by Raj since I was like, it's got to be 12 or 13 years old.
Does your mom call you Alex?
Oh yeah. Why would my mother call me Raj? Come on, that's a little weird.
Hockey mom, bro.
She is a hockey mom.
Yeah.
But it was always just the hockey guys calling me Raj.
Yep.
So if I ever heard a girl call me Raj, I got like shivers up my spine. That's how I feel when you call me Alex.
Right. Okay, so Audric Estime
How's it feel when I
has
call
not...
you Michael?
That's cool. That's good.
All right.
Yeah. Michael, I can tell you this, that Audric Estime has not been given the opportunity to take a stranglehold on RB1, and I believe he's shown the signs that would give you hope that he could be RB1. He's got the body type that he could be RB1. One thing on the flip side of this, if you're the Broncos and you're looking at your current roster, you know beyond a shadow of a doubt that you do not have a special tight end on this roster. Beyond a shadow of doubt.
The last special tight end you had here in Denver was Owen Daniels, ? And he was still at the end of his career. Like he wasn't Houston Texans Owen Daniels.
Even then,
he was impactful. He was not.
He was never on the Dallas Goedert side of things as a tight end in his career.
Julius Thomas?
Julius Thomas, yep. And even then, Julius Thomas is fairly short-lived. That wasn't a long stretch. That wasn't, wasn't a Gronkowski's.
It was an elite 3 years.
Correct, which is great. You capitalized it when you did, and you won a Super Bowl. So you know that you don't have that in Adam Troutman and Lucas Kroll.
Dude, he had back-to-back 12 touchdown seasons in 2013 and 2014.
Awesome. Big time. You want that again here, and you do. And there is a direct correlation between tight end production and success as a franchise, because it shows that you have a good balance between the run game and the pass game. You have the flexibility to run the rock, throw the rock. The problem with me then saying that we might just have our RB1 and Audric Estime, and we already have our rotational piece with our joker-ish running back that can catch the football and give you some scat back abilities in Jaleel McLaughlin, and just double down on it, is that I think the temptation would still exist for Sean Payton to look over at his running back room, Audric Estime, Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bidet, and potentially a 4th or 5th round draft pick this year, and look at those guys and say, you know what? Those guys aren't that great. So I'm just going to do what I do, which is throw the football at a higher clip than just about anybody in the league. And we're going to say that it's short passing game. It's little, screen perimeter screen game. It's all the at the line of scrimmage stuff that we saw early last season. We saw even late in the season when Russell Wilson was kind of run out of town. And I just don't know that that's the model to win a Super Bowl, Raj. I think that's not the New Orleans Saints model is not relevant like it was 10, 15 years ago to today. And I think that model has caught up to the Kansas City Chiefs. They don't have a bell cow running back. They don't commit to the ground game. And guess when it caught up to them?
It caught up to him in one game. It caught up to him in the game, and but they were there.
When you're not built the right way, it catches up to you when it catches up to you. And I think that, so I'm having this discussion. We're having this pontification. While on one end, I do believe that Audric Estime has not gotten the full opportunity to prove he is not running back one. I just think that Sean Payton would have the temptation to be like, yeah, he's just okay. Why would I feed him the ball when I can have Bo Nix throwing it to whoever?
So the question is here, is the only way to force Payton's hand into truly leaning on a bell cow running back?
Have a special player there.
Right. So is the only way to do that taking a running back in round 1 at pick 20?
Only if it's Ashton Genty, because there is not another running back that is worthy of pick 20. I promise you that.
Right, not worthy of pick 20, but you've told me there's 30 some odd running backs that have draftable grades.
Correct.
There's probably 5 or 6 running backs that are top 3 round grades. Like you can find Travion Henderson. You can find Caleb Johnson in the 2nd round this year. You can find Quinshaw Junkins, who at the beginning of the year going in for Ohio State was looked at as maybe one of the best running backs in the country. Like Ollie Gordon was terrible with Oklahoma State. Do you remember everyone talking about Ollie Gordon at the beginning of the year?
Mm-hmm.
That guy could be a 4th or a 5th round draft pick. So do you have to utilize that 1st round draft pick in order to force Payton's hand as a play caller?
I feel like you do. Because when Sean Payton's had a really special running back, Reggie Bush in his prime, Ingram in his prime, combined with Kamara in his prime, I think that those have been the best iterations of Sean Payton's offense. So you need a special player at that position. For
the opposite side of the coin, though, is where you're going to find your tight end. Where's that guy going to be? Are you going to find an impact? Are you going to find an impact tight end at 51?
You're not going to find him in free agency.
No, they don't exist in free agency right now. It's a really big conundrum.
You're more likely to find the best of both worlds by drafting the tight end at 20 and the running back in the 2nd
and
round.
Hoping that you choose correctly.
Yep.
Because it's going to be...
Trust your eyes, trust George Payton, who has proven to be a very good evaluator of college players.
Right. It's going to be a mix of one team's going to get Genty. And let's say it's Dallas at 12.
Which I think it is
right?
going to be.
So Genty's off the board at 12, and then you go, okay, we'll take the best tight end on the board, whether it's Tyler Warren. He's probably going to be off by then. It's likely Colston Loveland. We're going to take that guy, insulate Bo Nix with a safety blanket at the tight end position. Then you have to be the team that gets it right. And Payton and Payton last year in the draft, they got it right with Bo Nix.
They
right?
absolutely did.
So they do have the history of, I'm going to take the 4th, 5th, 6th best guy in terms of like normal consensus draft boards because we think he's our top 1, 2, or 3 player. It'll be a mix of Iowa's Caleb Johnson, Hampton from North Carolina, Henderson and Judkins, and who's the kid from Oregon? Jordan James might be there in the 3rd or 4th round.
Did you say Devin Neal from Kansas?
I have not said Devin Neal from Kansas yet.
He'd be an intriguing player for me. I like him a lot.
I didn't mention Cam Scatterbu because I think you kind of have. I think you have Cam here.
A little bit.
I think Audric Estime is Cam.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong. Like maybe Cam has a Peyton Hillis year or 2 in that, and Estime doesn't.
Why Peyton Hillis? Is there any particular reason that you find that as a comp?
I don't know. They're both short, stocky, fullback-looking running backs that put their head through a wall.
Keep going.
I'll leave it there.
Okay. All right. Just wondering.
Come on.
Is it because they look like they belong in Boy band video, music video.
They look like they belong on an offensive line is what they look like they belong. They look like they belong on Nebraska or Wisconsin's offensive line.
Or the fullback.
As a swing guard.
Or the old school fullback in like a triple option.
Yeah, they look like Mike Allstott.
The dive back guy.
I pull another white guy out of Mike Allstott. Like, I could have just... What do I do?
To your credit, you did say you started the conversation with Cam Scattaboo being a comp to Audric Estime, which I give you credit for. You cross-pollinated and you looked across. You didn't just go Cam Scattaboo, Peyton Hillis, Cam Scattaboo, Mike Allstott.
Well, I think Denver already has their Scattaboo.
I agree with that. I think that if Ashton Jeanty is available at 20, you draft Ashton Jeanty because that is crazy value.
He would be the best player on the board.
Without question. I think that's the simple answer to it all. I don't think you draft any other running back at 20. And if Colston Loveland, Tyler Warren are available at 20, you draft either one of those two.
How much are you willing to give up? So say Loveland's available at 20, Jeanty is not. But and we're at pick 15 or 16. And
Tyler Warren, he's off the board?
No. Tyler Warren still hasn't come off the board at 15 or 16.
I'm moving for Tyler Warren.
What are you willing to give up to move up those 4 spots? Because it's a first-round pick swap, and then what? Is it your second-round pick this year? Is it a future first? That's probably too much to give up. Is it a future multiple seconds or a second and a third? Because if we're talking about the way that they go into the draft this year, right? You have to draft tight end and then you have to draft running back. But you don't want to wait until round 3, round 4, round 5 to get that back. The way that the board should probably go this year is tight end, running back, and then
interior D lineman.
I was going to say DT or safety.
Yep.
You should probably
linebacker.
do. Nah, I know who I want before linebacker.
Zach Bond. You want Zach Bond in the free agency?
I know who I want before linebacker.
It's just going to cost a lot. Who do you want before linebacker?
When's the last time they drafted a tackle, Coach? Garrett Bowles.
Well, a high
tackle.
Yeah.
I would think about throwing a tackle. Like if there's a tackle in the first round,
because it wasn't Alex Palczewski a drafted tackle.
Yeah, but in
And
terms
he's
of
a
like
depth-
a
he's
in
a
terms
depth
of a
piece.
high draft pick, I would throw first round at 20. I would go might want to use that on a tackle.
First round.
Look at your tackles. Those dudes are both like 33.
You sure about that?
How old's Mike McGlinchey?
I coached the dude a decade ago. College.
Mike McGlinchey is 30 years old.
Yeah, 30.
Garrett Bowles, he was already old when he got into the league, is 32.
Yep.
If you're a GM and you're looking at the future of this team, and you look at what the Philadelphia Eagles did this year, inside out.
I like the development so far of Alex Palczewski. I think Quinn Bailey's back healthy he's a good swing tackle. And then Matthew Pert was pretty solid. I don't know what's going to happen with him if he's re-signed or not, but
is the gap to go back to my original question.
Palczewski's he is a key piece to me. If Zach Strief and Sean Payton and George Payton believe he is developmentally on track to be a starting tackle in the NFL.
Okay, so
I would say yes based off the film I watched this year.
All right.
When he was playing in high leverage snaps.
You don't see a need to utilize a top, let's call it 1, 2, or 3 pick on a tackle yet. Maybe that's 2 drafts from now. Maybe that's 3 drafts from now. When Bowles is 35 and at the end of the extension and McGlinchey is 32, I'd be okay with that. So we don't see the need to go there. To go back to my original question, how much is the gap between Colston Loveland and Tyler Warren worth to you?
I believe wholeheartedly that one of the two will be available at 20.
And you're comfortable with either one?
I think that if you're sitting there and at pick 16, both of them are on the board. I personally, based off of how much Tyler Warren can do with the versatility side of things, with just the unique nature of what Sean Payton would love to dial up schematically and use that player as that incredibly diverse joker, he's worth moving 4 picks for. I'm going to tell you that. But I do believe that both will be available. One of the two will be available at 20.
Coming up on the other side, you won't want to miss it because you'll have to be listening to our interview in 4 minutes from right now with former Rockies manager Clint Hurdle. Because if you're listening, KJ is going to play a clip later on in the show, somewhere around 11:15, and all you will have to do is repeat the clip that he played, and you'll walk away with the Nikola Jokic MVP bobblehead. Clint Hurdle's next.
Take a peek outside your window right now. I dare you. You're going to see a lot of that white, fluffy stuff, and it means it's go time. Ski season's here, and if you're like me and the family, it's time to get up and get up I-70. But, hey, you don't have to go through that Eisenhower Tunnel, that one that's been renamed and branded by Vic Lombardi and Brett Kane and sponsored by Einstein Bagels. You don't have to go through that tunnel because Loveland's ski area is before the Eisenhower Tunnel. You can head straight to Loveland where the slopes are filled with snow, not people. With more than 1,800 acres of skiable terrain, all of which are open right now, and the highest average snowfall in the Front Range and Summit County resorts, look no further than Loveland Ski Area. Find discounted passes at skiloveland.com. I'll be seeing you up there this weekend.
Morning Sprint. Coach Sanford, Alex Ryanemi, and you guys, let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we are joined by 2013 NL Manager of the Year, former Rockies manager, NL pennant winner, Clint Hurdle. Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing well today, man. How are you doing this morning?
We're doing awesome, Coach Hurdle. It is such an honor to have you joining us here on the Morning Sprint. Really a day after you released your book, Hurdleisms, Wit and Wisdom from a Lifetime in Baseball. I've ordered my copy on Amazon. It's on the way to the crib. But there's one particular hurdleism that I want to ask you about, because I think it's going to have some nice tie-ins to some of our listeners here in the state of Colorado. And that's Hurdleism 13, honored to serve, humbled to help. Tell us a little bit about that and where that came from.
Well, that came from my early days, my early managerial days with Kelly McGregor, former team president of the Rockies, former NFL, collegiate All-American. Many of you probably remember Kelly, know of Kelly. He left fingerprints on a lot of things in Colorado, everywhere he went. But early on, we were talking about serving. I was asking him, Kelly, what do you want out of a manager? And he says, Clint, basically, I'm going to work on the man. If I can help you become the best version of yourself, the best man you can become, you'll be the best manager that you can be. And we were on a walk one day, and we were just out Starbucks. You know, we were both drinking quad something. We were like 12 shots of, both of us, 12 shots of caffeine on a walk. You know, that we counted that as a workout back in the day. But he was picking up trash everywhere we went. And I go, oh my God, what are you doing? He goes, this is my city. If I don't pick it up, who will? And I just, out of my mouth came, honored to serve, humbled to help, huh? He goes, that's really good. He goes, where did you hear that? I go, it just spilled out watching you work. And from that point on, guys, it became a mantra for me that I am honored to serve. I was honored to serve as the manager of the Colorado Rockies for the time I was there. I was humbled to be able to help people on their journey, whether it be on the field, in the clubhouse, or out on the street. We were proud to be a part of that community. We were proud to be friends with our neighborhood, people, the cul-de-sac. So that became big to me. And actually, the funny thing is it's number 13, which is my number that I wore as well. So it really kind of locks it together for me personally.
Clint Hurdle, our guest here on the Morning Sprint. Speaking of that enjoyment, being here in Colorado and bringing this team to a World Series appearance out of nowhere, the game 163, did Holiday touch the plate or not? Do you ever get that itch anymore? Yeah, he was safe. It doesn't matter if he touched it. It was safe. You won the baseball game. Do you ever get that itch? Like, pitchers and catchers are reporting tomorrow.
I jokingly told my wife, I said, pitchers and catchers are showing up. It's crazy how when you're not in the vacuum, it kind of sneaks up on you, where beforehand we would have had everything planned up. We had already been down there settling up. You know, every once in a while, I do give a thought when I see some of my buddies still doing it, because it's a whole different game from even 5 years ago when I was managing in 2019. There's been so many pivots within our industry in baseball, with rules and with lineup leveraging and bullpen leveraging and a lot of leveraging going on, that I wonder how I'd fare, because I was always of the opinion, I was blessed to play at the time I played. 80s. You know, polyester uniforms, tight pants, and long hair. And we went hard off the field just like we did on the field. And I was honored to manage when I did and coach when I did. So I feel good about the time that I was engaged. But every once in a while, you'll see something happen. You go, I watched my boy Bochy, that I grew up with. I watched Francona coming back. I watch Alex Cora, who I helped do some things with, and Dave Roberts. It doesn't keep me up at night, nor does it bother me. I tell people all the time, if I ever got back in uniform to manage, it'd have to be an act of God. And I mean that for all the right reasons.
Coach Hurdle, the 2002 to 2009 run as the manager here in Colorado at Coors Field, and that run was generational for this franchise, and it's universally accepted that you are the greatest manager in Rockies franchise history. Rockies find ourselves here in some pretty tough era, pretty tough time. You're looking at staring down the barrel of a potential third or fourth consecutive 100-loss season. We've lost track around here, Clint. Any Any advice to the franchise and to the fans and just going through the time that it's going through right now? Is there any hope for the future? It just seems like it is just rinse, repeat, recycle here in Colorado.
Well, I can understand that. And one thing I've always shared with people is your perception is your perception. I'm not going to argue you off your perception. What I will share is one of the reasons why I came back. This is going to be my 4th year back with the organization as a special assistant to our general manager. And when they asked me to come back, I said, it depends on what you're going to ask me to do. And Bill Schmidt's history has been in scouting. And he says, I don't have a lot of history in player development. Would you be willing to come back and work with our young minor league kids, managers, and coaches? I was like, that's perfect, Bill. That's what I would love to have an opportunity to do. So I've been back. This will be my 4th year. I do believe the last 3 years have been some of our best drafts within our player development system with Chris Forbes and Jesse Stender running it in the coordinators. We are doing good work. We've had pitchers of the year, players of the year. We've got all-stars. We're developing what I call traction to get players to the younger players to the major league level. You've seen Tovar, you've seen Doyle, you saw some of the young guns in the bullpen last year. We've got starting pitching coming. We've got bullpen guys coming. We've got real players coming. At the same time, we're playing in a tough division.
Mm-hmm.
People are throwing millions around. People are throwing millions around like they're nickels.
Mm-hmm.
Billions.
But we get it. We need to draft and develop, and we need to grow men up that when they get there, they can stick. And that's been my focus. That's been my burning desire, because I wouldn't hang around guys if I didn't think we had a shot. I'm 67. I'm not going to waste my time. I believe in what we're doing it. I want to see these kids get up there and give them a chance to play. I think this is going to be one of the most interesting spring trainings we've ever had by the number of young players that will be out there. And some of them actually have opportunities to impact this major league club moving forward this year.
Give me a couple of those names that we should be paying attention to in spring training. Guys that are not currently on the roster that are knocking on the door.
Well, you're going to test me on the roster. I don't know the 40-man roster as well as probably most people, but you're going to look at a couple of young starting pitchers that are going to have a chance to impact soon. Carson Palmquist and Chase Dolander. All right, you're going to be looking at some young players coming up. Whether you see Kairos this spring training and some fun games called up, but you're going to see a healthy Beck back. You're going to see you're going to see some of our corner outfielders. Yanquiel Fernandez is going to be back. You saw a snapshot of him last year. You're going to see some more interesting players that we have coming. Amador, you didn't see the best version of him last year. He's going to be back. He's going to be healthy. We've got a couple, still got some interest, big interest in Romo catching, and obviously Hunter Goodman, which is the guy that I don't think we got a real good look at that can impact the baseball. Toglia is going to have a first full season to play. I like what we're doing. I like those young men that are coming in, and there's more going to be there. I know I'm missing some names. It's probably better that I do miss some names.
Clint, you kind of sandbagged us a little bit there. You said you basically don't know the 40-man roster, and then you basically recited the entire 40-man roster.
It's like Russell Wilson just rattling off names.
A true baseball man right there. That was impressive. Clint, I want to get to your book. In addition to what we talked about, Hurdleism number 13, this is your first book that you have written, if I'm not mistaken, but at least certainly by yourself. Tell us a little bit about who do you want this book to impact, and when you were writing this book, who were you thinking about in mind that it could be of encouragement to, that it could be something that could help you in leadership or organization or wherever you're at in life? Like, who did you have in mind, Clint, when you wrote this book, Hurdleisms?
The easy answer is for coaches, and I mean female, male coaches. I've had as many conversations the last year with female college basketball coaches, female lacrosse coaches. I'm trying to get out there and just help coaches grow. But on a bigger picture, guys, when you go through this book, it's very authentic. I'm very vulnerable, and I'm very transparent. Been married 3 times, divorced twice. And I don't say that as a badge of honor. I say that because there was collateral damage left and the failures that I made along the way. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I got 26 years of sobriety. I also have 25 years of marriage by my 3rd marriage. So do the math on that. 26 years sober, 25 years married. Do you think the alcohol had anything to do with my first 2 marriages? Absolutely. So there's people out there that I think are in dark spots, in hard spots. When I think back to 26 years ago, where I was then and where I am today, the road I've traveled, I've been to the World Series a couple of times. I managed 17 years in the big league. My wife and I have 2 kids. The friendship base in Pittsburgh and Colorado is real. The difference we're making for Prader Willie kids. My daughter was born with a birth defect, what we're doing there. So I just think it's an opportunity to transparently share, hey, it's not over. You're not less than. You're not better than either, but you got to get up and do some work to get better, because sometimes we feel like, we're in a dark spot and we've been buried there. No, you got a chance to just be replanted somewhere else. So I'm hoping, not so much self-help, but here's a guy that's made some mistakes and just going to share some experience, strength, and hope at the end of the day.
We can't wait to read it. The book is Hurdleisms. You can get it on Amazon, Barnes & Noble today. Cannot wait to read it. Clint Hurdle, thank you so much for your time. Can't wait to see you around, and go Rockies.
I really appreciate this opportunity, guys. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Coach.
Rockies great, former manager and NL Manager of the Year in 2013, Clint Hurdle, our guest courtesy of our friends at Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney at ramoslaw.com. You can buy the book right now, Hurdleisms. Hop on Amazon, get it today. Special thanks to former Rockies manager Clint Hurdle for joining the program last segment. If you were listening to it, you're going to be at a great advantage coming up in about 15 minutes from right now when we give away our Nikola Jokic bobblehead. And the way that we're going to do that is that KJ is going to play a clip from the interview. He's going to bleep out a word, and you just have to know that word. And you'll text that into 303-504-0925.
Can I give them a very, very...
No, you cannot.
Okay.
No hints.
Think nostalgia.
Why would you ask me if you could give them a hint only when I say no to then give them the hint?
Ultimate alpha move. It's the ultimate, like, hey, can I? No.
It's over.
Yes, I'm going to.
You didn't hesitate.
Think nostalgia.
All right, fine. There's your hint.
That's not terrible,
It's a
right?
nostalgic word, I guess. It's not terrible. So you'll have to know that KJ's going to play it 15 minutes from right now. And the first person to text in the correct bleeped out word will win our Nikola Jokic bobblehead. Also, on the other side of the break, we're going to be giving away $50 to Safeway. We're doing that every single day here on every single show throughout the week. It is Safeway Saves the Day. Your keyword 1120. We're giving away $50 in the show today, $250 on Friday. Every single show has $50 to give away all week long. So 920, 1120, 220, 420. Some news from the NBA. Julian Strawther has now been named as a replacement. But
Scoot Henderson that he's replacing?
The guy that he got injured on Monday during the Trailblazers game.
Against the Nuggets.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. You know, get the guy injured and you get your own guy in the game. It's awesome. Castrol Rising Stars. That is Castrol Motor Oil. That is the sponsor of the Rising Stars All-Star Game.
We like to see young players in those games. Much like Clint Hurdle says there's a few young guys that are going to be making an impact at the major league level this year. You did get in a little dig in the middle of the interview of like, hey, 3 straight seasons is coming up here if they lose another 100 3 years in a row. But
I mean,
if they have drafted properly, like Hurdle said, this is how Houston did it.
Mm-hmm.
You're horrible for 4 years, and then if you hit in the draft, you eventually find the Carlos Correas and the Jose Altuves. And sure, did they have to bang on some trash cans every now and again? Yeah, but they were good even before they did that. This is how you do it. You find the Chase Dollanders.
Mm-hmm.
You figure out a way to draft Charlie Condon, and you hopefully can turn him into a guy who has 40 home run upside at Coors. I don't know if it's this year.
It's going to be weird without the best walk-up song in baseball this year.
Missing out on Charlie Blackmon's gonna hit you in the heartstrings.
The outfield?
You're a better team. You're a better team without him than you are with him at this point in his career.
You replace Chuck Nasty potentially with Chuck Condon. I'm
I
excited
didn't
about
realize
that.
it's a Chuck and a Chuck.
Oh yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, Chuck Condon.
I don't know if Condon makes the roster this year, but I would love to see it.
I hope he does.
Why not? Start it. Like, what do you have to lose? Right? You're
Give
the
us-
best season that you've
give us
had
something
over the
to
last
look
3
forward
years
to.
that hasn't been 100. You think he asks, "Hey, can I have this?
That'd be awesome.
Can I take it? I won't take number 19, but can I take this with me?"
Talk about endearing yourself immediately to the fan base.
What's more like sacrilegious to not ask for? Either number 19 or ask for this walk-up song. I don't want to use your love tonight. It's all time. It's an all-time walk-up song.
It's the greatest. And you know, Raj, I've been to 29 of Major League Baseball stadiums.
What haven't you been to?
Toronto, Detroit, the Trop, and Atlanta. So maybe
the New Atlanta.
Yes.
New
so,
Atlanta
yeah,
is really nice. The other three, you could
There's a
sit at
reason I missed
29
them.
for it. You can make it 30. Go to Atlanta, go see a game. It's a good baseball team.
I might be
normally
so
great weather.
I think my math's off at 28. I think it's just that I've been to the old Braves.
Turner Field.
Yeah.
I think you can go to the new Brave Stadium, make it 29, and then
Altruist?
forget
Is
about
it
the other
Truist?
three. That sounds correct.
Truist Park.
You don't need to go to Detroit. You don't need to go to Toronto
I've
and see
actually
a
heard
game in that
Comerica's
dome.
kind of neat. Comerica Park, or at least that's what it was called.
And you
at some point.
certainly don't need to go to the Trop, although the Trop is in shambles right now.
Where are they going to play?
They're going to play at the Yankees AA affiliate.
Like Sarasota?
Yeah. Like a 6,000
Is it their
person
spring- it's
stadium.
their
I
spring
think it's their
training
spring training
facility.
facility. And because they're the Yankees, the top of that field all has like the picketing that Yankee Stadium does at the top. So
course.
you're playing
the pillars.
You're playing essentially at Yankee Stadium light
with the Yankee optics.
And it feels like Yankee Stadium, which can't be awesome.
Yeah.
Well, the Blue Jays did it too for a little bit. Remember they were playing
That's
like
right.
Syracuse and
Toronto does look kind of neat because don't they have the Blue Jays? Don't they actually have the hotel? They have hotel rooms that overlook.
You can see. You can
And
like be in your own suite.
There's historically been some activity happening in said hotel rooms while a Major League Baseball game is being played.
It feels illegal.
Yeah, that's weird. I mean, it's not good. There's so many different ways you can go with it.
Rockies are going to be another terrible team this year. They are. They play in a tough division. San Francisco is due to continue to be on the up and up.
They got Buster
Arizona's
Posey calling the shots now.
Arizona always has bite to them for some reason.
Like every fifth year they come out of nowhere.
The Dodgers have $1 billion of deferred money.
Padres still spending a ton of money.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough go.
Also,
Hurdle talked about. Did you catch it? He was, he talked about his years of when he was playing. He was a Royal for a few years, I think during the George Brett seasons, and then he went to the Mets and he was a Met for like 4 years. He was part of that Darryl Strawberry, Doc Gooden, and he went. We played hard and we partied hard. No team in the history of professional sports partied harder than the mid '80s New York Mets.
Gosh, Doc Gooden, man.
We got to have him back on closer to opening day so we can talk a little bit more about like what's actually happening in the game right now. And I didn't want to hijack the interview as like our resident Met fan here.
He did text me after the interview, which was awesome, and said, I'll be back into town and love to come into the studio.
Of course.
Spend some time.
We'll have you any day, but you got to answer questions about Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden and Ron Hernandez. Like, you got to talk to me about Darling and Hernandez, all those guys.
Well, there's a reason that Clint Hurdle hasn't touched any of the bad stuff for 20 some odd years.
Because the 80s were a time.
Wow.
Oh, goodness. Did you guys know? Altitude Sports Radio is your home. If you're missing hockey, it's only been a couple of days that the Avs have been off, but if you're missing hockey, the Four Nations Face-Off begins this evening. And you can listen to every single one of the games on Altitude Sports Radio. So tonight on 9:50 a.m., because the Nuggets will be on 92.5 this evening starting at 6:30, you can listen to the first game. Canada and Sweden played this evening. So Avs players, Cale Makar, Devon Taves, Nathan McKinnon. I was about to throw out
forgot that guy.
Yeah. Forgot about Nate.
Well,
I was looking at Connor McDavid and
there's one other Av on the team.
Arturi Lehkonen is playing for Finland.
No, on the Canadian team.
Who?
Sidney Crosby.
Future Av. I love that. Future Av, Sidney
good.
Crosby.
Cheers to that.
I will cheers to that.
I will hoist a Molson to that.
You can start listening to that game tonight at 6 p.m. on AM 950. You can get it worldwide on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Just go into the Apple App Store or the Android Marketplace and search Altitude Sports Radio. Download it. Take it wherever you want to go. It'll be crystal clear there. Brett's been asking me after all of his shows this week, like, is your hockey nerd overflowing? And it hasn't been quite yet because it feels NBA in-season tournament-esque to me. However, I think it's got a little bit more juice than that did because we haven't seen best on best international hockey in a decade. And there's a group of NHL stars that never got the chance to don the stars and stripes, to wear the maple leaf, to wear the triple crowns of Sweden, to have the lion and the Swami of Finland on the crest of their jerseys.
What is Swami?
It is Finnish for Finland. It's just Finland.
Why is it so different than Finland?
Because the Finnish language is a nightmare.
Swami?
Yeah.
Silly?
Swami.
Slappy?
It is a
Swami?
nightmare. Swami.
I was way off.
Yeah. Samsonite.
Finland. I was way off.
I'm excited to watch it because we haven't seen this in a decade, right? The last time that you saw best on best international hockey was Sochi in 2014.
Raj, can you imagine that tomorrow your actual DNA is facing each other?
Yeah.
USA and Finland?
It happens.
Are you going to get emotional in the national anthems of
No,
both
I'm
countries?
an American. Dad's the Finn. Dad's the native Finn.
Dad is 100% Finn.
Dad is 100% Finn.
That's
born
a
in
big deal.
Finland, born north of the Arctic Circle.
Accent
Big
still?
6'3". No accent, but can speak it fluently. Big 6'3", blonde, Viking-looking son of a gun.
Looks like me.
Yeah,
I'm your dad, Raj.
Then he married
I'm your daddy.
Then he married a little 5'2" New York Italian woman. And I got hit with that end of the gene stick. No, I'm an American. I'm saying when USA and Canada play against each other, and I think they play like Saturday night or something, I am rooting against Nathan McKinnon. I am rooting against Cale Makar. I don't feel the same way that I did when
I heard the
Nikola
morning
Jokic,
show. The morning show is rooting for Canada
until they recognize something that we figured out yesterday. Jordan Binnington is the starting netminder for Canada.
Okay,
which makes them very hateable. Now, if they play Samuel
I think that
Montembeau,
actually might have been what they went through that progression. So they are rooting for US.
If they play Aiden Hill or Sammy Montembeau, I can like them way better. Montembeau's one of the starters in Montreal for the Canadiens.
So as a proud American,
America.
I'm gonna have to root against my old nickname I gave Connor Hellebuck. He's not gonna be $5 anymore.
No, I expect
his postseason $5 will not be in full effect.
It would be a really interesting conversation to have, that if he gets lit up in this tournament, does the conversation around him being the best goalie in the world go? Anytime it's not regular season.
Is he a regular season merchant?
He is a regular season merchant at this point. I'm scared. Winnipeg scares me because, again, I said yesterday that they feel like the Avs a couple of years ago, right before they won the Cup, where they had gotten knocked out in the second round 3 straight years. Winnipeg feels like they've gotten that slate, right? They've gotten knocked down a peg or two a couple of years in a row, and it's time for them to take the next step, much like Edmonton did last year in getting to Game 7 of the final. Do you know that the Avs and the Winnipeg Jets share the same Stanley Cup futures odds right now? Depends where you get it on your book, like plus 1,300 to plus 1,500. They're kind of the same thing. And Winnipeg's the best team in the National Hockey League. And Colorado is sitting in a wild card spot right now and have been unhealthy the whole season long. They have the same odds to win the Cup. So that is either, what do you think? Is it more you don't believe in Winnipeg or you believe in Colorado?
You believe in Colorado. And the move that's been made, Marty Netchis, great move. I think if you know that Val Nichushkin is healthy the remainder of the year and the remainder of the postseason, those odds would go even higher. That's how I feel.
Because the leader in the clubhouse right now is Edmonton at like plus 600.
Wow, those are wild odds. Those are pretty high odds.
They scare me.
Yeah.
Well, the Avs. So
well,
when
I'm
the
just
Avs
saying
won the Cup,
those are long odds for the leader in the clubhouse.
When the
Plus
Avs
600.
won the Cup in 22, at this point, like at the All-Star break, they were closer to plus 350.
Yeah.
Than Edmonton is at plus 600. And I think it's
so
because,
it's wide open.
I think it's because you look at the West and you go, it's going to be a slog for anyone to get out of the West. Like, look at what the Avs have to do. If the playoffs started today, you have to go through Edmonton in round 1, and then your consolation prize would likely be Vegas in round 2, and then waiting for you on the opposite side of round 2 would be any one of Winnipeg, Dallas, or Edmonton. Terrifying. Or sorry, Winnipeg, Dallas, and Vegas? Question mark? Something like that?
I feel like I'm prepped.
Really tough.
I feel like I'm prepped for the Four Nations with the U.S. team, the Canadian team, and the Finnish team. Which sons do I need to be prepared for the Swedish team? Because I know there's a lot of sons. Is it the son of Carl?
Well, there's 3 Petersons on
so son of
the
Peter.
Sweden. Son of Peter.
Yep.
Son of Peter is a big one. The sons that you have, son of Arvid.
Okay, yeah.
Victor Arvidsson.
So I need to do some homework on Arvid to get ready for his son.
You have to be worried about son of Carl.
Plenty of, yeah. I know, yep. I knew
Leo
that one.
Carlson. You have to be worried about son of Eric.
Okay, yep.
Joel Eriksson Ek.
Mm-hmm. Do you know much about Eric? Or do you just know more about his son?
More about his son.
Okay.
You have to be worried about... That's it. Oh, son of Anders.
Oh, yes, Anders.
Son of Anders.
Anders, a big man.
And finally, son of Gustav.
Okay, yes, correct.
Those are all the sons that you need to be worried about.
One thing that
it's a great way to ask about the Swedish roster.
One thing that I've learned is that I love the unique nature of Icelandic culture. It's the only one where also daughters are included. So females are Sigmund's daughter, Soren's daughter.
Is the word actually daughter?
Dottir.
Really?
Yes.
I learned
awesome.
something today.
It is so cool. It's the only Scandinavian culture where the female also is included in the naming of whatever the father is.
Iceland is very nice. Greenland's covered in ice.
Mm-hmm.
That team was very difficult to beat in the Goodwill games, man.
The reason I know this
Gunnar
is that
Stahl, triple deke. He's always fancy.
the CrossFit community is dominated by female Icelandic athletes. And so there is
Vikings.
How awesome is this? One of the best female CrossFitters. She is Thor's daughter. She is daughter of Thor. Oh my gosh, that is a bad woman. Thor's daughter.
All right, if you guys were listening to our interview with Clint Hurdle, you would have heard this.
I wonder how I'd fare, because I was always of the opinion I was blessed to play at the time I played. 80s. Uniforms, tight pants, and long hair. And we went hard off the field just like we did on the field.
If you knew what that bleeped out word was, text it into 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you will win, if you're first, a Nikola Jokic bobblehead. Play it one more time, KJ.
Uniforms, tight pants, and long hair.
If you know what that word was.
And we went hard off.
303-504-0925 will tell you who the winner was on the other side. NFL notes and $50 to Safeway. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, it's the Coacher talking a little bit about Circus Sports Colorado. And yes, I am dealing with the football season hangover because it is over. But there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Colorado. From the NHL, Four Nations League, college hoops, and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Colorado isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service that you'll feel just like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has got you covered. Download the Circus Sports Colorado app or visit circusports.com today. Just remember, you must be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents
Play some ball, y'all.
KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
All right, before we get into NFL notes, we are giving away a bobblehead. Nikola Jokic MV3 bobblehead. And I've seen a lot of you guys text in with incorrect answers, and even more of you text in with the correct answer of the bleeped out word from the Clint Hurdle interview. We'll give away that bobblehead in just about 15 minutes from right now. Stick around, though, because right now, as we have all week at 11:20, we're giving you your chance to win $50 to Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone. Show them you care with flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. And your keyword today on the morning sprint to win $50 to Safeway is kisses.
Aww.
KISSES. Text kisses with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That is kisses. Mwah! And your first and last name, and you can win $50. Better believe it.
When's the last time you got a good kiss in?
This morning when I left the house.
Oh, you're a kiss on the way out
kind
of guy?
I'm a kiss on the way out.
You
kiss
guys
on the
have
way
been
home.
only married for a couple years,
Yeah,
though, right?
we are still newlyweds. We're under 2 years.
I don't know the
We
last-
got married in September of 2023.
Man, my wife and I just aren't big, just random.
You're just not
arbitrary.
smacking them on her?
We're just not arbitrarily kissing very often.
When's the last time you Frenched?
Well, that probably happens maybe more than.
Oh, yes!
Yeah. Not a big pleasantries, exchanging of pleasantries, just, peck on the cheek or
It's more of a smack on the rear type of relationship.
and then let's get down.
Hey, did you get through the day? Good on you. Slap KJ, what's first, man?
ESPN did their version of way too early rankings in regards to where teams are tracking for 2025. And this is Jeremy Fowler, who said the Broncos are currently under the headed on the right track list, as they currently have salary cap space around $50 million, and their average age of roster is 26.4. With Bo Nix and Sean Payton tandem in place for years to come, according to Jeremy Fowler, Denver can take this opportunity to elevate the offense. Adding a versatile running back in either free agency or high in the draft will be pivotal. And more receiver help would be useful. Zach Allen and Nick Bonito are among defensive stars who need new deals. The Broncos also must decide whether to extend wideout Cortland Sutton, who was consistent when the team had bad quarterback play and now finally has a good one, end quote. If the Broncos were to pay Sutton this offseason, would you guys feel comfortable with him as your number one receiver as the Broncos look to become a Super Bowl contending team?
I'm comfortable with him being the number one wideout coach as long as they do the two things that we have established all day today. Find a bell cow running back, find a stud tight end, and then Cortland can be your number one, and I'm comfortable. If you don't have those two things, Cortland Sutton is the number one is not enough.
I agree wholeheartedly. I am concerned, and my fear is that Sean Payton will still not commit to a running back as a true number one option, week in, week out. And that's the hope, and I think that's going to be the success. That is going to be the key to success for this offense to be in a position to actually contend this coming fall.
Is he a number one on any Super Bowl contending team right now?
Who?
Cortland.
I mean, the Chiefs? Who?
Oh, he would look good in a Chiefs uniform. I hate saying that,
Yeah,
but
he'd be the
Patrick Mahomes would look at him and go, yep, I'll take you.
Yeah, because he's a great second play player, and that's Patrick Mahomes' game too. I mean,
he flourished last year with Russell Wilson, right?
I mean,
especially in the red zone.
He's a lot better right now than Hollywood Brown is, and D-Hop is, and Travis Kelce is today. He's way more viable today.
He's like very clearly the third best receiver, if not the fourth best receiver on Philadelphia.
Correct. AJ, Devontae, then him.
AJ, Devontae, Dallas Goedert, then him.
Yeah, you're right. Fourth. Yep, which is wild. Philly is loaded.
They're so stacked, man.
And their defense is loaded.
I think it's such a slap in the face that they're being ranked at like 4th or 5th in the too early power rankings. And you look at that roster and the fact that they're built the right way, right from the inside out, both defensive and offensive lines. And then you look at the glut of talent that they have at skill position.
Death, taxes, and not respecting Jalen Hurts. That is going to be, I think, something that is going to happen from now until Jalen Hurts wins 4 of these things. I don't know.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Dude,
4 Super Bowls, a lot of Super Bowls.
I'm just saying he won't get respected until that point. He didn't get respect. The guy does not get respect. The advanced analytics on the player were fantastic as a passer. And yet the storyline was he can't throw the football. So what did the Chiefs take away in the Super Bowl? The run game. They minimized Saquon Barkley. Everyone would have thought that's going to be a match.
And then the Eagles scored 40.
Yeah, and it was all 33 of those 40 points came by way of a very heavy passing attack that was explosive and dynamic. Jalen Hurts just didn't miss, man. Over 75% completion percentage. Big chunk plays, over 10 yards per completion. Guy's a baller.
KJ, what's next?
Let's move on.
Travis Kelce, who is 35 this year, has taken some time to reflect on this season and what happened in the Super Bowl. And he talks about the essence of, not only the Eagles being a better team, but basically he just didn't step up to help them. And it cost them in a major way. Here's a portion of Travis Kelce on the New Heights podcast with he and Jason Kelce talking about what went wrong in the Super Bowl.
Just wasn't our day. Couldn't find a lick of momentum. I'm kicking myself for some of the tiny, tiny decisions I made on the field. I wasn't the best leader that I could be in motivating my guys and keeping my guys, calm, cool, collected. And I put a lot of that on myself as, the guy that's been in the building for 12 years and seen a lot of football and actually seeing a situation just like this in the Super Bowl. It's a tough pill to swallow. It's a hard reality, man. I love my teammates. I love my coaches, Chiefs Kingdom. I'm sorry for how it ended. I have a beautiful life, man. I have loved ones. I have the most amazing family in the world that supports me in everything that I do. And they were all there, cheering me on and hoping for the best on Sunday, man. I wish things would have went different. I wish I would have made better decisions early on and helped my guy Pat out and helped my team, find that momentum or that confidence. But, I just have to tip my hat to the Eagles.
You know what that's the sound of, Raj, right there? That's the sound of tears. Are you still thirsty, Raj? Are you still slurping up those tears?
Wait, hold on. Let me get my straw.
I can't hear anything, Raj. That did not work.
I almost vomited.
That's a lot of tears right there. Travis, sorry, buddy.
God.
One thing that I will give to Travis, there it is. Sure that's a straw, Raj? That's not something that you'd get as, one of these.
That was bubbling a little bit.
One thing I will say that I appreciate about him is like the accountability side of it. Travis Kelce saying that I could have been a better leader. And I agree. Man, there was a lot of general malaise and frustration in the combination of almost everybody looking around on the sideline and saying, oh, shoot, Pat doesn't have it today. That's what it just felt like from like the first quarter. Like there wasn't like a lot of
the first low throw to Travis, right? Remember when that he bounced to him almost like he bounced a curveball.
I think it was the first failed drive, right?
Yep.
On third down.
And you could see him kind of turn around and then slowly walk back off the field. From that point on, he was out of it. And he was trying to pick like little fights with offensive linemen. It was the first time that Kelce didn't look like the most like dominant physical force on the field.
My dad is a 68-year-old ball coach. He used to call that look that everybody had. He'd say, hey, he's got that far away look today. It's like he just looks like he is far away from where we currently are.
I think he's done. I think he's going to retire.
I think there were a lot of Chiefs had the far away look.
Or he's going to retire, and then 6 weeks into the season, he's going to get the itch, and he'll do the Roger Clemens thing, which I am a proponent of more athletes doing that in their mid-30s. Mm-hmm. I don't need you at camp. I don't need you in the first 25% of the season if I'm contending.
Travis Kelce, Denver Bronco?
I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Like week 10?
If he shows up on Halloween, be my guest. If he shows up on Thanksgiving, be my guest. I'll take you. But I don't want you in a Chiefs uniform because I still have that bugaboo feeling.
You imagine Taylor Swift in a Power Field as
I love T. Sweezy. I'm not one of the people who are booing her. I love her music.
Just in general. My daughter would die. She would be so fired up.
I do think there's a greater chance that he retires this offseason than he is a Chief for the entirety of next year.
They got some real decisions to make with regards to that salary now. Because that is, what is it, $20 million hit as a tight end? It's a lot of bread.
Travis Kelce right now, 2-year contract at 34 is a $19 million cap hit. Yeah, that's a lot of money for a 36-year-old tight end.
He's not healthy, and he's not explosive, and he doesn't look himself. He is a shell of what he was even 2 years ago.
The only way that he returns to the NFL at a full-time clip, like training camp, 18 games in playoffs, is if T. Sweezy dumps him. Because then he needs something to fill his time. If Swift doesn't dump him, man, and they stay together, he's retiring. That's my read on the situation. Relationship expert Raj.
Mm-hmm.
A full, 18 months into his marriage. I know everything, guys. I know everything.
Still giving your wife kisses every day.
KJ, what's next?
Let's move on.
Oh, my goodness. Dak has been in the league since 2016, and he has seen the Eagles win 2 Super Bowls since entering the league. He was at a models event for Children's Cancer Fund Gala on Tuesday, and he was asked by the media, how closely does he feel they are to the Eagles, they being the Cowboys? Quote, I feel like we've competed with the Eagles and beat them for the most part when we played them. I don't want to say check the record when the other guy's holding a trophy, right? So credit them. They've earned it. They deserve it by all means. But yeah, we're very close, especially even watching the NFC Championship. And those two teams that we have battled against each and every year a couple of times. As I said, I feel confident that we've gotten the better part of each of them each and every time. But just seeing such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn. It's on us. And quote, how close, guys, are the Cowboys to getting over the hump in this NFC East that he speaks of?
Brother Dak, show me your Saquon. Show me your A.J. Brown. Show me your Devonta Smith. Show me your Dallas Goedert. Show me an offensive line that, resembles the line that you had a decade ago.
Show me your postseason performance.
Also,
where's that been?
The weird part of that quote, are you just saying you're close to the Eagles because you play in the same division? He goes, yeah, we've competed with them a couple of times every year. You're forced to compete with them a couple of times every year.
You're in the NFC East. That's what you do.
So in this logic, the Oakland Raiders are knocking right on the door of those Kansas City Chiefs. They're right there, coach. What are you doing, Dak?
Let's be honest, though, Raj. Okay. Would you take CeeDee Lamb as your wide receiver 1?
I would.
Would you take
there's your A.J. Brown.
Micah Parsons as your best pass rusher?
Yes.
Would you take Dalton Schultz as your tight end?
In Denver?
Yes.
Yes, in Denver.
Yes.
In Philadelphia, no. In Denver, I would. In Philadelphia, I would not.
Would you take Brian Schottenheimer as your head football coach? And there lies your problem. It's a one and done if I've ever seen one.
You could have had Kellen Moore.
It's tough because 2 of my best friends are on that staff.
You could have
They
Kellen
went to
Moore.
that staff. Clayton Adams, new offensive coordinator, coach at CU. He's my teammate at Boise State.
In Dallas?
Yeah, brand new offensive coordinator, is an O-line guy. And Junior Adams, my former offensive coordinator at Western Kentucky, is now the receiver coach of the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm like, don't do it. Don't go.
KJ, last one.
Let's move on.
Well, last week during Super Bowl week was the he say, she say of the NFL, of course, as everyone was gathered together. And 2 former Carolina Panthers got into it, that being Cam Newton and Steve Smith Sr. We'll get to what Cam said that pissed off Steve Smith Sr. in just a minute. But Steve Smith Sr. went to Twitter and said, quote, 53-man locker room -1 equals 52 losers. Wow, breaking news to 89. And then later that day, he went on to say, I watched and listened from afar as you, Cam Newton, talk about the Panthers. None of us are perfect. Yes, we were 2-14 before you blessed us with your presence. The way you have talked about the Panthers lately, I'm very disappointed. I wish you nothing but the very best. I'm done, end quote. Here's what Cam Newton said that got Steve Smith so upset.
How did you handle the pressure of being the top pick?
Let's put it in perspective. You're the top pick because what?
Where you play.
No. You're looking at it from a personal situation. I'm talking about from the professional situation. You're the top pick because that was the worst team in the NFL the year before. For me, I wanted to be the number one pick. You could potentially be the first pick, but bro, you have no way of impacting the game like a quarterback does. You can lock down the number one receiver. You can make impact plays on offense all you want, but it's still not like a quarterback. My issue is when I was the first pick, I went into a locker room of losers. Guys didn't know how to win. Guys didn't know how to prepare. It was a culture shock for me. The games don't mean a lot to a lot of people in the league like you would expect. It's just money. Not everybody has capabilities to be impact players. They're just players.
Cam Newton, man, stays in the
guy.
He stays in the news cycle though, doesn't he? And he wants to be a talking head. He is a talking head, and we keep talking about his head that keeps on talking because it's ridiculous. And Steve Smith, great receiver, competitor. I'm glad he stood up to it. I actually like when Steve Smith gets a little salty. Usually it's pretty. You remember when who did he go back and forth with? Oh, Jerry Jeudy. That was some really good audio. Wasn't Steve Smith doing he was doing the pregame show on the
Sure
side?
was.
Go back into the studio. I'm done now. Thank you.
I love him. Cam Newton's just. At what point is Cam Newton saying crazy things going to eliminate him from being able to continue his career as a talking head?
Give it a couple of years, man. Again, he's an MVP. Like, there's not a lot of guys that can say, I was the MVP of the league. And he had a stretch of 5 years where he was one of the more feared players in the National Football League. But his career essentially ended after Super Bowl 50. Von Miller, and I will steal this until the day I die from Ryan Harris. They snatched his soul, man. They snatched his soul. He'll never be a Hall of Famer. Ever. He won't even sniff it. Despite being a, all-pro, MVP, rookie of the year, he won't be a Hall of Famer. Just disrespectful. I can't stand that guy. NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. On the other side, we'll give away our Nikola Jokic MV3 bobblehead and $50 to Safeway. Don't go anywhere. Morning Sprint. PhD's coming up next from 12 to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl 3 to 6. And then the Blitz from 6 to 6:30 before you'll see the Nuggets take on the Portland Trail Blazers. Final game before the NBA's All-Star break. Questionable for tonight's game is Michael Porter Jr. Out is Russell Westbrook. Expected to play this evening, Jamal Murray and Aaron Gordon. If you guys listened to our interview with Clint Hurdle, former Rockies manager, just came out with his new book, Hurdleisms. Can't wait to read it. You would have correctly identified this word and won a Nikola Jokic bobblehead.
I wonder how I'd fare, because I was always of the opinion, I was blessed to play at the time I played. 80s. Uniforms, tight pants, and long hair. And we went hard off the field just like we did on the field.
He sure did go hard off the field. That was those years in the mid-'80s with the New York Mets, with Darryl Gooden or Darryl Strawberry and Doc Gooden and all those guys.
Yeah, they probably called themselves Darryl Gooden because there was not a lot of
who are you?
Not a lot
Who's
of coherence going on at that time.
But they could play baseball really well
good,
somehow.
and they ran hard.
You would have correctly identified the word polyester. Polyester pants is what they were playing with in the 80s, and the first person to do that, and there were darn near 100 of you guys who texted in. Norm M, congratulations, you're walking away.
Norm?
Congratulations, Norm, you're walking away with this beautiful Nikola Jokic MVP bobblehead, which the first, I believe, 5,000 fans in attendance tonight will also walk away with one of these bobbleheads.
Are you making me go tonight? You know me, and I love a freebie.
Are you a bobblehead guy?
Oh, I love a bobblehead.
Are you a collector?
You know what happens in my bobbleheads, because I've moved so many times, is in the moves, like an arm snaps. And then I have like Buster Posey with like a broken arm. Or,
Yeah, this MVP trophy, is
what would it be? Nicola's
trophy would have been snapped off.
Yeah, he would have had his MVP would be without an arm extending.
Or the little like MVP sign on it would be snapped off.
Correct.
It's a very good representation. Bobblehead. Normally bobbleheads are like, does that really look like that guy? Like, I've got a Mike Piazza bobblehead in my office to our left right now. Does not look like Mike Piazza.
No. They've gotten better though.
This is good. Yeah, like
since the
got
Piazza,
a little bit of scruff.
Since the Piazza bobblehead era.
Yeah, I mean that thing's got to be 25 years old at this point.
Easily.
20 years old.
Easily.
I was never a big memorabilia collector. I have, over the years working in the business, kind of
stuff. You've accumulated.
I feel like
stuff.
a dragon having a hoard of crap that I don't really want, and I don't have the space to keep. But I've got a few things that I've never been like a baseball card guy. Certainly not a bobblehead dude. You're a big jersey guy.
Big jersey guy.
But you're a jersey guy that likes to wear the jersey, not necessarily have them signed and displayed.
I don't really know what to do with that. It's not
like I've got a Tony Romo signed jersey that's just like sitting in a box in my house.
Cool.
Like, what am I going to do with that?
I have a Peyton Manning signed jersey.
That's a good one.
That is a good
That's
one.
one that should be in a shadow box.
Colts.
That should be in a shadow box on your wall.
Yep.
That should not be in the darkness of a closet.
The coolest gift that I've ever received was from a parent of a offensive lineman that I recruited out of Nashville, Tennessee. His dad was involved in the music industry. He sent 3 packages on signing day, National Letter of Intent signing day, when his son signed with Sanford. He sent one to the offensive line coach, to the offensive coordinator, and then myself, the recruiting coach, who is the recruiting coordinator. Mine was a signed guitar from all members of Zach Brown Band.
Sweet.
The other 2 were Roy Jones Jr. Not Roy Jr. What's his name? Roy
Williams?
Who's the Hank
Williams.
Hank Williams Jr.
I was like, is it Roy Jones Jr.
I was
boxer?
Hank Boxer, yeah.
Like, why is this guy signing a guitar?
The other one was Hank Williams Jr. And then the third one was Brad Paisley.
Oh yeah, I got a BMX bike that's signed by Mike Tyson. It's sweet.
Roy Jones Jr. Man, what a
You know what? If I was a famous athlete and was like, a Hall of Fame level guy or very famous in one state for what I did, I would own a Hall of Fame hockey player. I would sign baseballs.
Correct.
I would sign spatulas, and that's it. You don't get jerseys. You don't get helmets. You don't get gloves. No sticks. You get a Frisbee from me, hockey player.
Frisbee.
That's the way, yeah.
Guy Fieri. He's signing records. Records.
A Guy Fieri record would be awesome. He's not signing the Hexclads.
Nope.
Did you see this? The report about Aaron Rodgers, if he wanted to return to the New York Jets, would have had to have given up his weekly appearance on the Pat McAfee show.
I was wondering when this was going to break because during the year, especially when it involved Robert Saleh being fired, it was as if the Pat McAfee appearance from Aaron Rodgers was just the opportunity to spin all the damage that he had been doing over the course of the last week. And I was like, as a teammate, as a coach, I would hate to have somebody as a representative to spin everything that was happening on a weekly basis. And that be independent of what the franchise deems to be the best practice forward for the messaging of the franchise. And it was a big problem. It was a huge problem. And I think a lot of people want to say it was the Jets' problem that now that they're showing that they were censoring their quarterback. No.
It's not happening anywhere else.
It's not happening.
There's no other franchise anywhere else.
Like, I mean, Travis Kelce's doing a podcast with his brother on lighthearted topics. He's not breaking down the drama of what's happening inside the building and then justifying his angle of it. That's what was happening on the Pat McAfee show on a weekly basis.
The exact opposite happened here with Sean Payton. He walked in and went, "You have an office next to mine?
See ya.
Bye."
I mean, he barely even let Bo Nix talk all that much. The rookie quarterback.
It was a broken franchise. Complete broken franchise. I want to actually, these are some of the texts rolling in. Someone has a Cleveland Browns Braylon Edwards signed jersey. What's the worst piece of signed memorabilia that you have in your house? Like the most worthless thing that you could have. I kind of throw out my Tony Romo Cowboys jersey. I go, what am I going to do with this thing? But I bet you there's way, way worse things that you could have.
I think that my kids got a hat signed at the Broncos training camp this year. You know, the typical where you line up after practice. Yeah. And I looked at the hat, and 4 of the 5 players that had signed it got cut the next 2 weeks.
That's always with the risky run.
And it was a brand new hat I just bought.
Like, does someone have a signed Broncos Joe Flacco jersey out there? A signed Trevor Siemian jersey? Like, what are you going to do with that?
I'm just hoping that my signed Casey Middlestat jersey, Abs jersey, is still worth something in 5 weeks.
Scotty goes, I have a signed Aaron Rodgers ayahuasca pipe. It's going to do it for us today. Congratulations to our other winner, Dion Arellano. Dion Arellano winning $50 to Safeway. We're giving up $250 to Safeway coming up on Friday. PhD is coming up next. We'll see you guys.
trench plowing our way into your hearts. Polumbus, Hastings, DMac, Nikola Jokic. That is a sharp-looking bobblehead, man.
You guys got your own bobblehead?
Oh, I don't have one, no.
I got my own bobblehead.
Do you really?
I do.
Oh, you have your own, like a Tyler Polumbus
I've got a Tyler
bobblehead.
Polumbus bobblehead.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
What was the occasion?
Somebody had it custom made.
It wasn't a giveaway. It wasn't a.
It was a gift. It was a gift.
It was a gift, not a giveaway.
Yeah, but it's cool.
Okay.
I mean, they had to get it custom made because there weren't any Tyler Polumbus bobbleheads out there.
Well, but anybody could get just
if you pay somebody to make it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's not a nice gift, but it wasn't Tyler Polumbus night.
No, it was not. It had to be custom made. Yeah.
We had a Hastings or a Marlowe Hastings bobblehead night.
I remember that actually. So you actually that was a giveaway.
It was, I believe it was, yeah. And you
I
could
do
go, and you could
remember
go to
that.
the shop and buy it or something.
Look at that. Was like you had the little mics.
We were sitting on a desk. It was Marlowe and I sitting on a desk.
That's pretty good. Well, speaking of this, so we kind of landed on like we got this giveaway today, and we're gonna use the it's beautiful.
Kinda cool.
We're gonna use the voice of the people. So that's on our app. So this is all no text on this. It's just voice of the people. If you want the bobblehead, we're gonna do it like old-fashioned tradio. So you gotta leave your name and number. Now, a couple rules: no cash, can't just buy it. No cash, cash not allowed, and no sob stories. We're not gonna do it.
No charity. No forcing us to do charity.
No charity. No sob stories, no cash.
Anybody who's ever been in this business for a while that's done this, with big giveaway stuff.
Yeah.
It's good you put that out there because I remember the first time we did and about the third one we're starting to give away, you get the ooh.
Nope, we're not doing it. There's a lot of reasons to do good things for people that need it. This ain't one of them. It's a bobblehead. That's it. No sob stories, no cash. And it's voice of the people. This is not meant for the text line. So get the app, press that little mic, and let's see where the bidding starts. Now, it's not going to be like, hey, I'll give you a pizza. Now we have a pizza. No. It's just going to be like right now, the winner is pizza or whatever it might be.
Then I got to bring up a semi-dilemma because I don't know what the morning show or Rajnim does. There's 3 boxes of donuts sitting out our front door of the radio station.
There is? I didn't even see them.
I did not see
right
that.
outside.
Oh, I come in the back.
Well, I didn't. Well,
that's what it
is.
is.
Parking
area.
The frills.
Okay. Yeah, there's like 3 boxes of donuts sitting outside, and I didn't bring them in because I didn't know if it was like.
It was from Dan Stalker.
Someone put in there.
Dan had a stalker out there this morning.
It said sports brings. It's written on the outside of the box. Sports conversation brings people together or something.
Oh well, that sounds like you should have brought him in.
Well, but
Oh, I'm going to go grab those things before they get frozen.
Go for it.
Well, all right, I will.
Go get them. Let's see who brought them in.
Call in and you can just. He
doesn't call in. It's like 10 feet away. Don't use the bathroom.
And take your pass.
Hey, don't take your pass and don't use the bathroom.
Take your pass.
Did he break the rule?
No, I went upstairs. Dave Flex set the example.
You went upstairs.
And that's what he called it by, one.
Oh.
So it's okay. I'm going upstairs. I'm taking the upstairs.
Oh, is that right?
That's what Tyler said. Flex said to him.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, well, that's a good exception to the rule. That actually makes sense. I see where that makes sense. All right, so the voice of the people's on the app, and you got to leave your name and number. And the only rules: no sob stories, no cash, and you have to, whatever it is, has to be brought to us one way or the other by tomorrow during the show. Sooner the better, but it has to happen during the show or we'll go to the next person. So the bobblehead night is tonight.
Right.
But, we got one right here. We'll save it for you. We don't have to give it away.
So Raj left this on there, $100, and this is actually going to be one given away. Yeah. So $100, his is still in the box. He took our show, went out, and let you ruin it.
I'm not going to touch it.
Well, I already did.
I'm just be like, looks enough like Nicole.
Hey, did you see in the video? Remember I told you.
Looks enough like him.
The video or the comments I've been hearing. We talk about Joker because Joker Bobblehead night. How all these different pros. You happen to watch that video I sent last night?
Mm-hmm.
All the different pros.
The great people.
Like Hall of Famers.
All right, so I got it. Dan set me up. I know who put these here, and I actually got to give this girl a shout out. Okay.
Oh, what's
because
up?
I think it's kind of cool. It's apparently a young girl that was waiting outside. She didn't say young girl, probably young woman. And she used to work in sports talk radio in Pittsburgh or something.
Uh-huh.
And I think she's hustling for a job around here.
Oh, that's a good move.
But I got to respect the hustle.
That's a good move.
she was waiting outside.
Was
she
she
gave
still
Dan,
out there?
No. She gave Dan Tanner her 30-second elevator pitch about why.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like this.
So I'm not going to lie.
Wait, we got a phone number for her?
There are phone numbers all over the box.
Get her on the phone.
So she brought the thing in and talked to Dan, but Dan didn't bring the donuts in?
I didn't know she left donuts.
She wants to be at Sports Talk Host.
So why didn't you bring the donuts in after you were talking with her?
I didn't know she left them. I didn't know they were there.
Come on in. Get her number.
I respect the hustle here. I think this is worthy of giving her a shout out.
Yeah, come on in. Shout out. Let's get her on the air. Let's see if she's any good. I mean, we are hitting some.
So here it says sports bring communities together. Start the conversation with your neighbors.
Yeah. What's her name?
Adrian.
Yo, Adrian.
Adrian!
Get her on the phone.
Yep.
Take
This is
one
definitely
of those
your
boxes
girl.
with you with the numbers.
We can do a job interview right now. We can do a sports talk job interview right now.
You're already programming the station, so
hell yeah.
DMac's got the authority to hire, so
I know.
No
He
doubt.
can call a meeting next Thursday.
I was waiting for that one. I was waiting for that one.
I'm like coming in and making my day a 13-hour day.
I was waiting for that one. Second staff meeting in 2 years. I was waiting for that one.
You know that those were from you, though.
What's that?
The staff meetings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the second one we've had in 2 years.
DMac actually requested
had in 2 months.
2 a quarter.
2 months. No. That doesn't count.
2 months. And then we got another Friday.
Well, that's take that up with somebody else. You know that's got nothing to do with me.
The one Thursday week does.
I've been enjoying this cheese Danish right here.
Why don't you go put it in the microwave and heat it up a little?
I think it's frozen's kind of nice.
What should we ask Adrian about if she's trying out for a sports talk
Just ask
job?
her the thought and process, where she come from, how long she been in Denver.
It's a hell of an idea. It's getting her on the air right now. Good for her.
We can Zoom
She
her.
put a Clint Hurdleism on here.
Oh, she's actually kind of
So she was listening to Raj and them
Sanford.
show.
Oh yeah, it's not got nothing to do with us.
There's a could be an opening there.
God, this is a hell of a hustle right here.
I wish we could explain all the jokes.
You love my subtle jokes.
You're
don't
such
you?
an idiot.
They're not so subtle, but yeah,
Well,
I mean,
well,
a little bit.
90% of it.
That one's a good one.
They had Clint Hurdle, old buddy of mine. They had Clint Hurdle on the show before us.
That's cool. This is a problem that it's taken this long to get her on, though.
Well,
maybe she could be a producer. Joking.
Are you?
Yes.
Really?
No, you couldn't get her? Are you kidding me? We're not going to do this again.
Well, let's call her and we'll
Is
leave
she
a
not
message.
listening right
How
now?
about we leave a message?
Yeah, let's leave her a message.
Dan, what's the deal? No answer?
No answer.
Oh, wow.
Does it have a voice recorder? We could just leave a message? Ooh.
I don't know.
Well,
Dan didn't even call.
You want to just call it live on the air, Dan, and then Scott can leave a message? Dan's shrugging his shoulders. Yeah, well, why don't we do that? Just pot it up, dial it up. Scott wants to leave a message. I don't want to leave a message.
Why not?
She blew it.
Well, DMac has to make the hiring process, so he can't be too friendly.
Yeah.
You know,
he's got to keep a little
Can I be your
underling for this?
Yeah, actually, that's a good thing to make sure that maybe she's able to talk to me at some point.
Oh, she just texted in.
Can I
she
be,
just texted in.
Can I be
she wants to be on air. She just texted in.
Oh, well, we're calling you back.
Can I be assistant to the program director?
You can apply.
Oh, wow.
See.
Assistant to the regional manager?
Again, it's a long application process.
Did Dan even call?
He's
I mean,
calling her right
she's
now.
texting us like.
Yeah, she's texting us. And, well, Dan never called me.
By the way, this is a nice hustle for a job. You want a job? Bring food.
Yeah.
Throw your phone number on there.
Or get on the Voice of the People and hustle for a bobblehead.
Voice of the People
maybe
for the
she
bobblehead.
wants the bobblehead. Maybe this was the first offer for the bobblehead. The donuts.
It's not
Whatever
bad.
we do, don't eat it.
Well, I mean,
Too late.
Am I an idiot for just eating random food that was left outside?
A little bit.
Yeah.
That'd be a little suspicious.
little bit.
I mean,
Especially after not having talked to her.
yeah.
I mean,
there was that one movie you could have seen with a bunny in a pot.
Gotta be careful. We got her.
She's on. Adrian.
Yo, Adrian.
Hello. I've heard Yo Adrian my whole life.
Your whole life.
All right,
my whole life. So that's how people remember my name is Adrian. Yo Adrian.
All right, give us.
Hey, that'd be a good title for your show.
Yo, Adrian. That is maybe that's the show. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I heard you guys think I'm interviewing for a job, but I just figured I would use sports radio to make the connection to my home in Pittsburgh, where I interned at 90. I'm not going to say the other station's name in Denver because I know you guys are altitude. I listen.
Okay.
There's another station.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Denver
I'll tell you
that's
this. If there's another station in Denver, I bet it's fired one of the three of us. if not all of us.
Hired the other skater dude.
Yeah. Take the money and run. Take the money and run.
Yeah. His name is Take the Money and Run.
All right. Hey, so what's the point? Do. What's the point here with the donuts then? If you're not hustling for a job.
So here's the way that I work is I make connections in the community, and I am loud and proud. I work in branding and marketing, and so I work with a ton of CU kids and do brand ambassador work, but black and gold is Pittsburgh to me, but it's also CU. So there's another black and gold connection I have. Listen to sports radio. I was on the station as Adrian the intern back in 2011.
All right, Adrian, you're killing us here. What do you want?
What do I want? I want a shout out to my parents in Pittsburgh to let them know that my hustle in Denver is real and that connections are real and they don't have to worry about me out in Colorado.
All right. Okay. All right, Adrian. Anything else?
Why are you being so rude to her?
Because she's on the hustle.
You're being extremely rude.
It's not
right
nearly as interesting. I thought she was looking for a job, and she's hitting me with
Whoa. Have you ever marketed podcasts?
I'm bored by Adrian right now. I mean, what's
jeez.
Well, I am.
See, okay, well, this is Sports Talk Radio, and you like to argue with people, DMac. And I get it, but I've also called into your show a lot more times, and it's not because of you. It's because of Tyler and because of Hastings.
Oh, you're getting better. You're getting better. She's getting better. She's getting better.
Hired.
Listen, I told you, Adrian the intern, and no one thought girls could be in Sports Talk Radio. So when I was a little intern at 93.7 The Fan, I would gong people if they bored me when I was the intern in the producer's booth. So if I had a gong, I would gong your ass right now.
All right, there you go, Adrian. There you go.
Yeah,
see? That's way better.
Yeah, and if you're brand marketing, I will just say this. DMac has about 8 podcasts that maybe you could just take a peek
Sure,
at.
I need help. There's no doubt about it.
I don't need that. He bores me. So I go on a different podcast, one that's exciting or one that's live down at the sports station. Hastings, I'm down there all the time with the Ball Aluminum crew.
Oh,
and
cool.
we see you walking by all the time. So
you've got a little bit of like a Miley Cyrus, like you got a great voice. I'll give you that. No doubt about it. I could hear that.
It.
Yeah, no doubt. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So Adrian, holler at me tonight. Are you going to the game tonight?
I am because I typed in polyester too damn slow with my name. It's too many typed it things when all I wanted to say was polyester, damn it. And now I'm just going to go recruit some of my CU people to go line up outside with me and show how I can get people together down to the stadium. Or down to the arena and try and get those and give them to people that want them.
Hey, Adrian, you have fun next year with Russell Wilson again when they re-sign him, okay?
Yeah, no, it's shit.
And just like that, she got fired.
No, now she's in.
I stopped myself because you can call my mom, and that's what we bond about is sports. And she said, "What am I going to do? What are we going to do now with this bum from Denver? You gave us your leftovers when we traded back to from Denver to freaking the Steelers. He's not a Steelers quarterback. But
all right.
That's how I feel.
Adrian, it was wonderful talking with you. I have no idea what we would do with you in the future, but if you got anything interesting, just give us a call.
Yeah, and if you see me at the game tonight, holler at me.
Yeah, and if you see me, just throw something at me. You can just.
I will. And actually, I do have one thing. You can tell my former boss, Michael, he knows who he is, that branding and marketing the old school way is better than KPIs.
Okay.
Pound sand, Michael.
I have no idea what that even means.
Yeah. Well, it meant pound sand.
Pound sand. Okay. Yeah. Cool. She sounded a little bit like Miley Cyrus, didn't she? A little bit? Like that sort of thing?
Yeah.
No, someone else texted Lauren Gardner. She definitely sounded a little bit like Lauren.
Lauren Gardner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, She's pretty good at marketing too.
All right, and
you're
we
such
start
a
the
bad
show,
human.
PhD. All right, well, fun start to the show, man. Let me, you guys with the kids, I'll go with delayed start because there just wasn't that much snow. How am I doing on that one? No, just like
start on time.
You just
90
like go?
minute.
You had a 90-minute.
Wait, you Doug? What are you? You Jeffco?
Littleton. Oh, Jeffco.
Okay.
No, Littleton.
Douglas County had 90-minute.
Wednesdays are an 8:30 start anyway, so we didn't have any change.
Okay. I mean, was it still 0 at 8:30?
7 degrees when I drove my daughter to school today.
Yeah, it was cold, man. Really cold.
Dance party?
Oh yeah, we rolled all the windows down. Got the teacher, the lady who was out there having to stand in there, helping the kids in the drive-off lane, and got her to dance. And
That's awesome.
Yeah, we got it going.
I didn't know if it was different because of the weather. It's
I did the Boo song.
What's the Boo song?
Just a little Boo thing. I think it's called Boo Thing.
Okay, all right.
So you can find Boo Thing there for us, Stan. Boo Thing.
Well, it is a Classic Rock Wednesday.
Well, this you know what? In 20 years, this will be Classic Rock probably.
The Boo Thing?
The Boo Thing. Look, find that Boo Thing song.
Right.
Yeah, in 20 years will be a Boo Thing. Will be a classic. Welcome to 103.5 Classic Rock.
Boo Thing?
The
Boo Thing, really? Is that your prediction?
Hey, you'll be sitting in your wheelchair at 90 years old at the old folks' home.
Yeah. And Rick will still be on the air with Kathy.
Rick and Kathy Lee. Hey, welcome. D-Joke Tuesdays.
I'm pretty sure Rick and Kathy are never going to not be on. I think they've hit the time machine. So, wait, you got something?
Oh, he asked me who he asked me who the artist was.
Of Boo Thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe it's Bluey.
No, it's not Bluey.
Blueface is in jail.
Yeah, it's Paul Russell. 20 years.
Oh, well, it's oh, yeah. This ain't classic rock, but...
25 years it will be.
No, it's not.
There's no rock anymore.
This is a sample of a classic 70s song. This is a great song.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that 25 years ago, they'll be playing this on 103.5. I guarantee. What are they going to play? Super classic rock.
Yeah, it ain't going to be this. But this is a great song. I love this song.
Yeah.
This is a great song.
This is what the dance party was today.
That's a great song.
Yeah.
And it's a 70s sample that, it's like Cool in the Gang or something. Yeah. God, what is that a sample of? That's going to bug me. Somebody on the text line may know that. No, that's a great song.
Yeah. That was our.
It's not a classic rock song.
No. I just said in 25, 30 years when you're 90 and sitting that's probably what's going to be deemed
he doesn't pay
classic
attention.
rock.
No, I know you're saying that, but it's never going to be a classic rock song.
How do you know?
Because it's not Don't
name
Fear
a
the
good
Reaper.
rock band of 2025.
But here's the deep question.
Can't
on
do
that.
it.
Is classic rock just a genre rather than like a label for classic? It's just a genre. Like rock is a genre or rap is a genre.
Yeah, that's R&B right there. It's not
Well,
rock.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm just sitting there saying that in with the program directors
That'll be on the classic R&B station.
Maybe, but I'm just saying what's a rock band that's kicking it right now? 25.
No, Greta Van Fleet maybe a little bit, but that's a little bit old too.
They're super old.
Five Finger.
And they're the cover band for
It's tough, man. There's not a lot of great rock bands out now, to my discontent, unfortunately.
Right.
Unfortunately. I wish there were more.
So that my whole point being that there's just no rock today. So
Foo
how
Fighters?
can there be classic rock?
Foo Fighters is older, though, but sure, they're doing new music. Benson Boone actually had a Grammy song that you might call rock. That was pretty cool. Guy did a flip off the piano. Benson Boone.
Was that the guy that's wearing the onesie?
Yeah.
Limp Bizkit?
Showing his religion while he's doing the flip off the piano? That guy?
Yeah, Limp Bizkit probably will be some form of rock.
Oh, I
classic
guarantee
rock.
you.
But
Nirvana's on
he's
classic
asking
rock.
he's asking new stuff. What's out I couldn't even tell you a rock band, like a current rock band that's kind of doing good. No clue. But we have time to investigate. Also, we have the voice of the people going right now. We've got the Jokic bobblehead. Dan, we're getting some voice of the peoples in. Is that right? All right. So, guys, we have to, pay attention here. Because the best one, and we'll start with whatever we think is the best one, and we'll try to improve it.
By the way, we've gotten a couple in on the text line.
No good on the
and it
text
doesn't
line.
qualify.
Does
You got
not
to set it in
qualify.
on the voice of the people.
Correct. It's not for the
Hit
text
the microphone on the app.
That's right. No sob stories, no cash. What do we got, Dan? And you got to deliver it by tomorrow. Go ahead. What number
If you
one?
give me this bobblehead, you know what you win? You win
Absolutely nothing.
That's what I bid.
I saw that one coming.
He bids absolutely. That's a good bid.
It's
that
good. Hey, it's
that
good
means
listener.
a listener.
It's a good listener.
Good listener.
First in the house for the bobblehead
is absolutely nothing.
It's nothing.
It is an offer.
It's an offer. He's right now. He would win.
He would win
if we take no
if
other.
an EMP hit right now. He could hike over tomorrow and pick up this bobblehead.
That guy wins. If we let's see if do we have any others, Dan?
Hey boys, bobblehead here. Ike. Hey, the biggest thing you guys can do is make my kids' big day by giving them a bobblehead.
Stop.
Sob story.
No sob stories.
We don't care about the kids.
We do not care about the kids.
That's
don't fall for it. Do not fall for it. Don't fall for it.
I know.
And we'll be doing it for 3 hours.
Here's the thing.
Don't fall for it.
You can give the bobblehead wherever you want to re-gift the bobblehead.
Yeah.
That is up to you to do with the bobblehead whatever you want.
Yeah.
You just can't convince us to give it to you because of your kid.
You can
So
don't fall
absolutely
for
nothing's
it.
still in
Don't
the
fall
lead.
for
Absolute nothing's winning.
Absolutely nothing's winning.
I fell for it.
I know.
I
I know. And we're here for you.
I know.
We're here for you, Hallmark.
You guys are known as the heartless ones.
Correct. Next one, Dan.
This one's a little mean towards DMac.
Well, that's okay.
It's a little mean. So
That's fine.
You good?
I'm fine. I got
All
thick
right.
skin.
It's Kevin.
Keegan Marr, 3. I am willing to show up to the radio station and embarrass DMac in any way Tyler and Scott want me to, whether that's kicking him in the ass, letting the air out of his stupid bike tires, tickling him under his dumb double chin, or rubbing his ginger red hair like a little child. Anything to embarrass DMac for Tyler and Scotty.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Well, I vote no.
That sounded like a sob story for us, didn't it?
This guy,
right.
hold on. At least this guy offered a service.
He did.
Absolutely nothing. He didn't offer a
Yeah,
service.
but absolutely nothing plays onto the our show contest from a couple.
Are we still
so
going?
does this guy talking about the little ginger.
The ginger thing.
All right. Well, I vote no, but there's 3 of us
Well,
here. So
go ahead,
are you putting torturing DMac ahead of absolutely nothing?
I try to do that every day, so I don't really need his help.
Okay. So absolutely nothing still in the lead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Got another one there, Dan?
We don't want violence.
All right.
All right, guys, I'll do this too. I'll bring DMac a free multi-bike tool. Michael Kish.
Well, that does absolutely nothing for me.
us.
So I hate
vote,
that idea.
Yeah, no.
Absolutely hate that idea.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, but he's also absolutely nothing. So now it's.
What do you mean? It's a multi-bike tool.
Listen,
do you have one?
All you have to. You can never have too many multi-bike tools.
But hold on. You could also re-gift it, like the bobblehead you mentioned, to Dan.
All right, let's hear one more. So right now it's either the multi-bike
Dan, you got a
tool.
multi-bike tool?
I don't even have a bike anymore.
Dan's not even a tool. All right, what's the last one?
What's up, boys? I can send pizza. I can send wings, donuts, ice cream. I can send Girl Scout cookies.
Which
but,
one?
I work nights, so.
Well, you're out. It's got to be. Listen,
No. He works nights, so he can pick it up. He pick it up and then come bring them.
All right, does pizza and wings beat absolutely nothing?
Yeah.
I'd say it does.
Yeah.
Wings does.
All right, well, it's pizza and wings.
I mean, he did offer technically all of those things.
He did actually. What did he say? Pizza, wings,
Girl Scout cookies.
Girl Scout cookies, and donuts.
Yeah.
That guy's in the
I
lead.
accept all of those things.
All right.
So far, I accept all of those things.
You know, the way this game really goes is somebody's just like, I'll bring my car down here. Here you go. Theoretically, that's how this. We'll see where it goes.
Who gets the car?
Warren.
Well, I don't know. We'll have to figure that out.
Warren.
You know,
Stop.
The warden.
No, that's not what he said.
Oh.
That's not what he said.
I think he did say the warden.
Yeah.
Pizza, wings, donuts, Girl Scout cookies in the lead. We'll keep it there. We'll check back in. So right now, you've got to beat pizza, wings, donuts, Girl Scout cookies. Okay. And that's better than the multi-bike tool. That is. This is more. I wouldn't take anything that's just for me. It'd be ridiculous.
I'm still like absolutely nothing. I just like I played with the show.
That's just because absolutely nothing's your thing.
I
and
feel
you're
that.
just,
I feel that's a P1. That's a P1.
It was a great starter.
It was a great
It was
starter.
the perfect way to start this.
Yeah, but I think that's a good P1.
You started. No, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but wouldn't you like some pizza?
Exactly.
I'm trying to lose weight.
Well, not tomorrow.
Since I started Monday.
You got a little vacation coming, actually. All you basketball people have a little vacation coming. You got one more? All right, one more. See if it can beat pizza and wings. And
Drew Norm. I have a Bradley Chubb jersey.
Oh! Damn!
Wow, he's trading a Chubb jersey.
Bam! That's the way the game goes.
That's
right
a hell
there.
of an offer right there.
That's the way the game goes.
Wow.
That beats pizza and wings and
Can we
Girl
hang
Scout
that up in our green room?
Bradley Chubb jersey, leader in the clubhouse right now. Perfect.
You know that could beat a Bradley Chubb jersey?
What's that?
Justin Fields.
I would love a Justin Fields jersey. Are you kidding me? I would wear that every day.
We got another offer.
We got another.
All right, let's go.
Hey guys, if you give me the bobblehead, I will show up with donuts, write sports lingo all over it, and then call into your show and talk about absolutely nothing.
No.
He's fading.
Yeah.
Well, good effort. I respect the effort.
But a good effort, though.
We can get Adrian back on the phone for him.
If he said, show up with a 12 donuts.
What do you...
12 donuts, 2 coffees in my hands, and wearing nothing. That would have been... I just think for the picture of that'd have been beautiful.
All right. Leader in the clubhouse for the bobblehead.
I feel like we could probably get Adrian to up our offer from the donuts, if I'm being honest.
You've already ate half of them.
I only won, and it was
it delicious?
It was a Danish, not a donut.
Was it good?
It was pretty good.
Danish
it was
more
really
expensive.
sweet.
Aren't they more
I actually
expensive?
skipped the middle of it. It was a little bit too much sweet
Was
for
it
me.
raspberry? Or?
Yeah.
Okay. Chubb jersey and the leader in the clubhouse.
Chubb jersey.
We have until, I don't know.
I mean, you know what I love about the Chubb jersey?
A Feld High draft pick is
that
the leader?
this is that, like when you start bartering on Craigslist, like you're trying to turn something less valuable into more valuable. The Chubb jersey is absolutely more valuable than the bobblehead. I'm just throwing it out there, right? But that's what we like.
I don't know about that.
Really?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know about
Maybe
that.
It depends.
I don't know about
But
that.
that's a good trade, and I think it won't be that tough to top, but it'll take a little something. We could say no food and just sort of cut to the quick on that one. You want to just say no food?
No. I mean, somebody offers like a week's worth of smoked ribs. Like, I that's a pretty good offer.
All right. Okay. All right. No sob stories. No text. You got to do voice of the people. Look how great the voice of the people is, by the way. It's so easy to use. It's awesome. And you got to top a Chubb jersey. We'll check back. How about this? We'll let it pile up a little bit, Dan, and we'll check back after 1 o'clock. Fair enough? We'll check back after 1 o'clock. Let's see what you guys can do. But off to a good start.
I found the 30 most valuable bobbleheads.
Okay.
I want to go 30.
Are we going to do Reggie McDaniel and start at 30?
I can go 30 or go
Are
1.
they in a case, though?
How about you do 3, 2, 1?
Oh, well, they got these out showing. I'll go 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. 30.
I'm up to 27.
Oh, my Lord. 30. Reggie McDaniel, God bless his soul, man. And I used to work either before Reggie or after Reggie on KOA on the weekends. And it would be like, all right, here we go. It is the top 24 movie rentals this week. Swear to God, I loved Reggie.
There.
Oh, I loved him. He was so happy to see me when I was coming on after him.
He'd always probably bring you on.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Scott. You're filling out that 4-hour talk show on a Sunday. You like a friend to, chop some time up with. You got 3, 2, 1 with it, or you're killing us on this?
I'm resetting this thing. It's I'm up to. Hold on.
By the way, tonight is Serbian Heritage Night at the Nuggets game. So
first time ever, by the way.
I couldn't believe that. That shocked me that they hadn't done one before.
Well, Jokic has probably been like, yeah, I've had enough.
Well, tonight he gets one more, and he gets the bobblehead and Serbian Heritage Night, so it's going to be a great night down there.
The place will be packed.
Also, congratulations to Julian Strother. He is a substitute, but whatever. He's going to the All-Star game.
And he needs to be.
Playing in the Futures game. So that's awesome.
I'm up to 10. Hold on. Can we?
Oh, my gosh. You're only at 10?
It's because it's refreshing.
What is going on?
Well, you're going to be blown away because 10, I'll just put it, 10 was worth $14,000.
$14,000?
Yeah.
For a bobblehead?
Yeah. All right, number 3.
Thank you.
Ready? Number 3, 1960s Green Bay Packers Nodder, it was called.
Uh-huh.
$34,557.
Okay.
Number 2 It's a Chinese plaster figurine. It
Okay.
says
What's number one?
35 million or 35.
I'm sorry, what?
35,000.
Okay.
Number one, 1961 New York Yankees bobblehead, $59,750.
Jeez.
It's not, is it like a Mickey Mantle?
Is it
Or is
signed?
like
Is
just
it-
a generic Yankees player?
Just a.
Oh, wow. Okay. No, that's super generic.
Wow.
It's super generic.
Wow.
$59,000 this thing sold.
Hey, to Cordell on the text line, I don't have a whole lot of sympathy for you. He offered a Carmelo jersey, but he said, I don't know how to use the voice of the people. We've told you 25 different times.
Yeah,
Open the
but-
app, hit the microphone
But
button.
maybe he's
Just-
a senior citizen.
He's not.
Well,
He's
sucks to
not.
be old then.
Yeah.
That's what your wife says.
Sucks to
Open
suck.
the app, find the microphone,
Yeah.
and just press the microphone.
No,
You're good.
hey, no sob stories. If you can't figure out how to download the app and use it, then I
Don't
guess,
dial the app,
you
and
lose.
once you see it, it's you'll just see a microphone thing, and that's all you got to do, and then it'll send it right to us.
We'll have Jeff Legwall coming on with us next as we go over the goals and the dreams and the desires of the Denver Broncos right here on PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler, my friends over at Phil Longford. If you're anything like me, you might look forward to getting a new vehicle, but you dread the process, right? It doesn't have to be that way, not anymore. Go to my friends over at Phil Longford. They're going to respect you. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to respect you by giving you the best price, and you're going to become a customer for life. I value relationships in life. That's why I continue to go back to Phil Longford. We're talking about one-stop shopping. Don't have to drive all over the state of Colorado to find the vehicle of your dreams. Go to one dealership, Phil Longford, and find the new car or pre-owned that you want to buy, because there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now at this very minute. No reason to go anywhere else. Go to Phil Longford, find the vehicle of your dreams. Guys, when you go to Phil Long, keep in mind that they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle that you want to keep for a long time, keep it in great shape by keeping it serviced over at Phil Longford's service department. And I promise you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Once you buy your first car, you'll be a customer for life. Feel free to shop for the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
Couple of reminders here. Don't forget, Safeway saves the day. Keywords coming up at 2:20. Your chance to win $50 to Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Reminder on that. We're also seeing if you can't top a Bradley Chubb jersey for a Jokic bobblehead. Details on that in a little bit. But we do have Jeff Legwald with us. Brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, I'm seeing some gambling odds that are favoring the Broncos to get T. Higgins. That to me sounds good, but I'm wary of that because Sean Payton during the Super Bowl week said that he was pretty happy with his receiving core. What's your vibe on T. Higgins and the Broncos?
Well, DMac, I think folks know that Sean Payton likes T. Higgins as a player, so that's always the starting point. But I also think that the Bengals could still do a lot of things to keep him. And I think most people I know in the league think the Bengals will find a way to keep him before he hits the market.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if he hits the market, all bets are off, I think. But a lot of the folks I know in the league believe the Bengals will do something. They'll either tag him or sign him, or they'll do something to keep him. And a lot of this is based on he, during the season, switched agents to Jamar Chase's agent. So
okay,
that a lot of folks think that this has a lot to do with all of that in one big package. But they certainly like him, and he would be a good addition. But I think the other side of it is too, I know a lot of GMs who think wide receiver, as much as there are many, many big contracts at that position around the league, that's not a position you should break the bank on thinking you're going to get over the top with that spot. So I think he stays with the Bengals is more likely than him coming to the Broncos. But if he's in the market, I think certainly the Broncos would take a look.
Well, the other receiver out there right now that a lot of people are connecting to the Broncos because of our desperate need for a joker, according to Sean Payton, is Deebo Samuel. And Jeff, I guess I'll go ahead and tell you my opinion on it. But I might be on an island on this. I want the Broncos to do it. I think if you want to go get a joker, that dude's as good as anybody else in the NFL. But a lot of people disagree with me based off the value, what you'd give up, and the price tag because he's going to want a new contract. Do you think the Broncos will pursue him?
I think they'll look at everything, Tyler, for what you say. I mean, he's, of all the players in the league, he may be the best fit for that position as a runner, receiver, refined route runner, runner from scrimmage with vision. I mean, he's got all the attributes of that spot. I think that, for me, the 10,000-foot view is he's never played every game in a season in his career. So it's just, how much do you want to pay for the possibility of, which is always the case in free agency, there's always the possibility you're paying for what the player was instead of what he will be. But I think they'll take a look because the cap hit on the trade wouldn't be too bad. I still don't have a firm grasp on, he's got 4 voidable years on the end of his contract already. Because the Niners needed it to get their own cap space. So I think to me that influences it well. What's the contract currently look like when it gets to you? And then how much does he want moving down the road? But what you're saying, I think that, from a football perspective, yeah, you dive in, he's the best fit. But for me, it's if I'm only getting that 12 or 13 games out of the year, I gotta think long and hard about that.
So the two guys we've asked you about then, let me just ask you that. I mean, they'd be dynamic players. They've had monster names in their careers already in the NFL. That being said, does a single player like that put Denver over the top?
I'm not sure it does. And I personally believe if your franchise's strategy is we're going to play offense better than Mahomes and the Chiefs, and we're going to play offense better than Herbert and the Chargers, and that's how you're going to win the division, and that's how you're going to go to the Super Bowl. I'm not sure that's how I'd invest all of my money because I'm just not sure that's a good bet. And I would think, in my opinion, it'd be bad business for the Broncos to sort of go all in on offense and try to piece together defense and think you're going to win the AFC West. I just don't think that's a very good strategy.
Well, nobody loves Sean Payton's roots more than Sean Payton and his roots. And that's and he'll tell you all the time about we, us, in New Orleans. So a defensive player, I got two players that have Saints roots, but maybe I can go through one of them. But my key guy actually isn't an offensive player because I don't think they're going to go for T. Higgins. I think Zach Bond, though, is shaping up to be the big target for the Broncos. I think he makes the most sense, the best fit. And I think I'm curious what you think of Juwan Johnson, the tight end, who is also a Saints sort of guy. But I'm really much more focused on Zach Bond.
Well, it's just your fit, DMac. Look at the D line he plays behind in Philadelphia. And he's had one year of his career when he started more than 6 games. So, I mean, again, it was an awesome year. I mean, a spectacular year, but he plays behind two of the biggest human beings at defensive tackle in the NFL in a much different scheme. That's a very non-blitzing scheme. I think the Eagles blitzed like 20% of the time all year, didn't blitz in the Super Bowl at all. He's also, I would guess he played at about 223 pounds this year at inside linebacker. I think the Broncos schematically need somebody bigger, but you know this from me. I always say you can't ignore any former Saints,
right?
As long as Sean Payton's, got such a big voice in personnel.
And that's why I bring up Juwan Johnson too. Same type of because he's a little bit of an undersized tight end too. But
exactly, but I don't know if he's got quite the across the formation impact they need, but they need any and all impact at tight end. They need any and all impact at running back. They need a better philosophy running the ball too, but they need talent. They were third in the division and got to the playoffs, but they need a lot of talent to move above that category, in my opinion.
Jeff, is the Chiefs dynasty dead?
As long as that guy isn't retired, I say no. I mean, he's not even 30, so hell no, they're not dead. They got Tyler, you've seen it. You played on a Super Bowl team. The erosion of a good team in the NFL is undefeated. You're just going to get picked at and picked at and picked at the more you win, and nobody's won more than they have. So they're fighting back all of those departures. I think they've done awesome in the draft, and that's how they're going to have to keep it going. But they got to fix offensive tackle, and I don't think it can be any more clear now than it was. They've put it off for 2 years, but you got to protect your best investment, and that's their quarterback. And as long as he's there, and he's not even to his real prime yet, I would say it would be shaky for all of us to say they're done.
Now, according to Darren here, we have our Patrick Mahomes and Bo Nix.
Sure do. More like Jalen Hurts, but whatever.
After that last comment, would you say it's more significant? I think they only got 7 picks, something like that this season, that they need to hit some home runs in those 7 picks, and that's how they need to keep doing it. Don't look at the success they had this year and try to skip a step in the process?
Yeah, I mean, Scotty, they're missing picks in 2 rounds. I think the 3rd and the 5th. They don't have picks. I'd have to look again, but they do have 7. I don't think this team should skip any draft picks, but that's not been Sean Payton's way of doing business. So we got to see what it looks like. I think in 16 drafts when he was running the board, they did not pick 7 picks in 11 of those drafts. So that's not been his way in the past.
Right.
And, I would tell you, look at the Saints now and their projections to whenever they might be good again. And is that a wise way of doing it if you don't have a Hall of Fame level quarterback like he did for all of those years?
The Broncos don't have a 5th and they don't have a 7th. They have 3 6th-round picks and a 1, 2, 3.
3 6s.
So
it's a weak board. That's the danger, of the 6s may turn out to be, good picks because the board could really take a dive after that. So, but I just think this year proved that youth and homegrown players can have an impact on them. And for me, I wouldn't want to see them depart from that just because, they think they should. I mean, I'm looking at it right here. It's, the Eagles started 15 draft picks in the Super Bowl. So, and one of them was the MVP of the game. So I don't know, what more you need to see. You draft and you get a couple free agents like Zach Bond and Saquon Barkley, and suddenly you're very good.
That's right. Hey, it's a lot easier once you're committed to the quarterback to do all this, and it's fun. There's a lot of different ways to go.
And the window, the Eagles have proven it too, that Hurts is on is on a deal you can work with.
Right.
If you have a quarterback on a rookie deal, that's your best window,
no doubt, to
win anything. And they've still got 4 years of Bo Nix on his rookie deal to whatever he becomes. If he becomes as good as Jalen Hurts, that'd be awesome for the Broncos.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be a superstar, not really. But he probably has to be as good as as Jalen Hurts. Seriously,
and I may be in the one man choir, but I loved Hurts coming out. People can go back and see where I had him ranked, but I loved him coming out. I just think he is a lot better than people have given him credit for. And the one thing they've done with, it'd be interesting now that Kellen Moore's leaving after 1 year, but Kellen Moore got him to get the ball out of his hands in the passing game, and that has transformed him into, I thought he was damn good before, but he's special good now when the ball comes out of his hands quickly.
Great stuff, Jeff. And this is Scott Hastings loves this time of year when we're talking about the.
Hey, no, hold on. When's the draft?
The draft or free agency?
Draft.
The draft for you is going to feel like it's an eternity away, my friend.
Yeah,
I think it's April 24th.
Yeah,
so,
but hold on. Free agency is March 12th, a month from today, where things get awesome. The combine is coming up, which is cool. Like, the NFL season is upon us, and it's freaking awesome. Jeff, we got to get Scott into this time of year somehow, man. It's one of my favorite times. I'm going to get you like it too. You must love it.
No.
Real fast. I'm all in on the draft.
Right.
Hey, well, you're on the draft because you do a good job, but I'll throw this out. Hey, you've started your draft boards, right?
Oh, I keep them going throughout the college season, and I really get after it now.
Where are you seeing right now, just on a round number, your first round grades are dropping into and out of? What number are you getting on that?
Going to be the fewest in a long time. I could be under 20, and I already know some teams that are under 15. So that tells you NIL is reshaping the draft board a little bit.
All right, well, I can't wait to talk more about it as time goes on. Tyler's into it, no doubt about it. Dan loves it.
Dan loves it because you love it.
Dan loves it because he loves it. Dan loves it because he's a football fan.
Dan said yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jeff.
That's after DMac turned left and broke Dan's nose.
Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career.
I was going to ask him next time. Well, let's be honest, we got 5 months. We ask him, is Genty? So I would assume Genty then is a second round grade for him.
Well, we can definitely get into it. Plus, we'll update the Jokic Bobblehead giveaway. We'll give you the latest on that coming up next. Now, this is classic rock, you know what I'm saying? What do you think we got here? You want to guess the temperature right now? Just don't look at your phone. Guess the temperature here in Lone Tree. 12. Tyler?
13.
What? I'm sorry, 12 or 13?
13. He said 12.
You said 12? Oh, sorry. I had my head down.
17.
It's 9.
9.
Wow.
Feels like 4. You know, the Broncos played in a game.
So
in
logic,
this temperature.
my logic when I'm at my house is that if my heat's not keeping up, I'll just keep turning it up higher, right?
Okay.
So it's like if I really wanted it like 69, but it's not there,
Yeah.
I'll turn it up to 72, and logically that's gonna work, right?
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. And
Okay. I'm just wondering.
Or
That's
you
just your logic?
just keep it 69 and you put on hoodies, sweatshirts, and
Yeah.
put on warmer clothes.
Okay. We have the Jokic bobblehead. See Dan stretching a little bit because his fingers and his nerves. This is a busy day for Dan. This is a super busy day for Dan. Please be nice to him. Jokic bobblehead. It's Tradio. Right now, we've got a Bradley Chubb jersey. Now, here are the rules. No text. It's all voice of the people. No sob stories. No cash. And you've got to be able to bring it here by tomorrow. Give me a time, guys. Like what time?
2:30.
2:30? Fine. So during our show where we can yap it up with you a little bit, right? It's no good if you bring it in at 2:59. 2:30. Got to be here by 2:30. That's it for the Jokic bobblehead.
And by the way, I need your name and your phone number or email, because then if you don't put it in, I can't get a hold of you.
There you go.
By the way, if there
you
are some
go.
people out there that still don't understand Voice of the People, just download the Altitude Sports Radio app.
There you go.
Find the microphone, hit the microphone, and it'll send it directly to us. It'll record you. It'll send it directly to us. You don't have to do anything.
You're right, and it's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm, Injury Lawyers. Go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. All right, guys. It is a Bradley. You ready for a couple more here?
Sure.
See how we do? Right now, you got to top
Chubb's in the lead.
Chubb.
Chubb.
I love it. All right, what we got, Dan?
What I have to offer is a sweet beanie that I got for free from an Xfinity store that has the old school Denver Broncos D on the front. How about that?
That sucks.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I didn't think it was nothing.
All right.
Darren had lice.
I vote that sucks. Does it? But hey, I'm only one vote. Does it top Bradley Chubb jersey?
I definitely don't want a used beanie. No.
Okay.
Yeah, probably not.
All right. Next, Dan.
Gentlemen, this is John from New York. I will beat that Bradley Chubb jersey and put up my autographed Russell Wilson jersey from game 1 of the Russell Wilson era, that first game in Seattle, where we kicked that idiotic field goal. And I will fly from New York with 2 lattes so Scott can know what it feels like to be like Sean Payton in an interview.
Holy shnikes. I mean, we'll push back the deadline for this, dude. Yeah, we can push back the deadline.
Feels like we're getting fleeced right there a little bit.
You don't trust him to fly in?
Yeah, he's got to.
He's got a game worn.
I'd say he's got to be here by tomorrow at 2:30.
Well, hold on. No.
What if he has his own plane?
No. Here's all we need.
Tough luck.
Here's all we need. All we need is photo evidence of the game worn jersey. That we just need to know that that's real.
Slippery slope, because people from all over could sort of,
write that down.
Promise something that they couldn't deliver.
Write that down and circle it.
Yeah, I mean, we can come back to it, but I mean, it's a hell of an offer.
Boys, I say we stick by our rules. If he wants this, you can book a flight from New York here and get here. It's on him.
Oh, you could ship it.
He could overnight ship it, as long as it gets here. I say he's got to get it.
No.
But
he doesn't have to get it here
tomorrow.
No, because
game-worn Russell Wilson signed jersey or Bradley Chubb.
I'm taking game worn.
I take game worn too. It's a slam dunk. It's the
sticky. How many radio stations will have a signed game worn Russell Wilson jersey?
I think that is unfreaking believable for so many reasons.
And yet you're not willing to bend the rules.
I don't want to bend the rules because I don't.
I'm just throwing it out there. I am willing to bend the rules.
I think we need somebody with authority, maybe the pro. DMac?
DMac, how do you feel about this?
I'm one vote.
DMac said no, we're done.
No, I'm one vote. I say don't bend. You say bend. Scott, it comes down to you.
Boy, that's why I say circle, and I think we come back.
Come back to
That's
it?
a super intriguing
It's a hell of an offer.
I feel bad about trying to make him fly out here, though.
Let's circle it and come back to it.
Yeah.
Because it could get topped.
I mean,
somebody else could
what
just
if we
top
just
it.
get the FedEx tracking before 2:30 tomorrow?
To me, that's a reasonable thing. Like, there's got to be some sort of proof. And you could get it here in 24 hours. There's no doubt about it.
Relax. They don't have to spend $100 to get it shipped.
Well, you guys are softies. Yeah. Softies, the two of you. Don't, this is his problem, not your problem.
I care for human beings.
I got you. All right, let's circle back.
I think it's a hell of an offer.
I think it's a hell of an offer, too.
I'm just not positive if he actually has the jersey.
Yeah.
So I need photo evidence for me to further consider.
I'm a little suspicious about the whole thing. The whole thing.
How do you get this signed game-worn jersey?
I got you.
He might have his own plane that he can fly down back.
Well, that's true.
Hey, if
he
he's got his own,
he might be one of them guys.
By the way, don't you think that would
don't
be?
We all need to know one of them guys?
By the way,
yep, we do.
Don't you think that would be
one of them guys? One time gave me a plane when I needed a plane.
See, I would say maybe
Actually,
stick to the rules.
It was a gal.
Stick to the rules a little bit, because him getting here could be an unbelievable part of the story in order to get the bobblehead too. I'd just encourage you to think about the whole thing. Guy wants the bobblehead. He's got the jersey. Hops on a plane tonight. He's here.
If he were to do that, get here, boom, boom, bring the jersey, we'd have to keep him on the show for like an hour.
Sure. Plus, you get to be on. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be a big adventure for John. It'd be kind of a fun story.
Sean on the text line, who says they don't like downloading new apps, but they offer an autographed Mikko Rantanen jersey. It's a good offer, but you just don't qualify. Download that.
That's a good one too.
Voice of the people. Got to have rules. No sob stories. No cash.
Well, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't
Sean,
want all that.
you got 336 apps on your phone right now. What's the 37?
Well, because maybe he doesn't want that tracking spyware that we put on ours.
All right, Dan,
yeah. Ours is made in China.
We got more or not? We got some more? All right, let's see what we got.
Hey guys, I'm a Chicago Bears fan that's living in Windsor, and I have a Justin Fields jersey with your name on it.
Hell no. Hell no.
That is awesome.
Hell no.
I love that
Justin Fields, give me a freaking break.
I love that.
Out.
Scott? I vote yes.
I the only reason I like it, I wish we could find two bobbleheads now, and we get the Chubb and the Justin Fields.
Just
and
one.
we hang them up side by side in the green room.
Well, that actually would be amazing.
You know, if you say yes, you're just doing this for DMac, which I can understand.
I know.
Yes or no?
Maybe.
Maybe.
No, yeah.
Yeah, because
all right, hold on.
I do like the idea.
Does the Fields Bears top the Chubb?
No.
You said vote no. I say yes.
Chubb's our guy. Fields ain't our guy.
I said yes. You said no. Scott?
I like the humor in it.
Me too.
Yeah. So do we want a high failed draft pick for someone else's high failed draft pick that DMac wanted?
Yeah. That he still wants.
And
to this day, that DMac still swears would be a better pick than Pat Surtain.
If we got that jersey, it would be a true monument to the power and will of DMac at the station.
Okay.
Why, you're just giving it to him?
You voting yes or no?
Do I have a job
at some point, Scott, hold on. Scott, at some point, you and I got to take a stand.
Do I have a job next year?
Maybe. There's a process. Does it top the
Does
Chubb?
that help?
Does it top the Chubb jersey?
Yeah, for me, it kind of almost does.
Okay.
I hate you. I hate Scott so much right now.
Right. So we have a big question.
I just got voted out, and I freaking hate every part of it.
Here's what we do. I think we put those two and tie those two together, and because it's such a big deal that we let others vote. Maybe we let.
Okay. We could come back to the conversation. So the Chubb jersey.
I mean, Chris never comes by the show anymore, right?
Why is he still on our group thread?
He's on our group thread. But
Why is Chris on our group thread?
Who knows if they're doing?
He's the best looking.
They may be doing horoscopes or Grammy reviews or halftime show deep dives.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what they're looking for.
Like we did yesterday.
Exactly. All right. Do we have any? So we could still get something that tops all of this.
Yeah.
There's a possibility.
But I think we tie those two together.
These are good though.
Yeah.
All right. One more, Dan.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I got a custom cornhole Denver Nuggets set for you guys for the bobblehead.
Hold on.
Not even close.
What? Hold on. That is permanent entertainment. That is a lifetime of commercial entertainment.
We can set it up in the hallway right here and have cornhole games.
No, that's a fantastic offer.
Okay, does that top the Wilson or the?
You just don't get what's cool. You just don't get it.
No, we come to you for what's cool.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Of course. course.
You know your interest up there? That'd be a great cornhole field.
It would, but that'd be too far for during breaks and stuff.
All right. Do you vote yes or no?
I say hell yes.
You say yes. I say no.
Dan, what do you think on that?
Oh, that's my leader in the clubhouse.
Absolutely.
You like the cornhole bowl. You think that's better than the Fields, the Wilson, and the
that
Chub
is forever.
It's not better than the Wilson.
And by the way, I was watching the Ocho yesterday. I learned how to fluff the bags.
Fine. Is it better than Fields and Chubb?
Yes.
You say yes, Scott. I say no.
It's a total station gift.
It's an entertainment.
Okay.
Entertainment value strong.
So say yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. So Bears, Fields is out. Chubb is out.
Wait. I think we got to leave Chubb in the conversation, right?
No. You got to make some choices here.
Chubb and Fields are tied.
Oh, Russ is still in though.
Yes.
We got to go back.
We got to go back to it because we got to debate whether or not the guy's got to be here or not.
All right, fine.
So
fine.
Right now,
we're down to Russ in the cornhole.
We're down to Russ in the cornhole. It's funny how that sounds. No, and for the record, I vote no on the cornhole. I think the cornhole, that's just kind of, meh. I don't think that's a big deal.
Because you don't know how to compete.
Okay, I don't know how to compete.
It is just a game that you can go get anywhere. But he said it was a custom nugget one.
Yeah, I think you guys are lowering your standards, but that's fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
You know what? You're right. A little bit. I do think we need a cornhole game here.
It already got voted. Are you changing your vote?
I don't. Yeah,
You're ridiculous.
All right, hold on.
You are worse than a woman.
Holy cow.
Wow.
Wow. Okay.
You okay over there?
Yeah.
I didn't say anything.
Everything all right?
I hit a button.
Okay.
Mr. Misogynist.
What do you want to do?
I'm a maybe.
You can't be a maybe.
I think I got to hear them all.
All right, we got one more. Because this might just get topped. We're looking for somebody to top it for the bobblehead. Go ahead, Dan.
How's it going? This is Roxanne Rosetta, and I have a signed Champ Bailey football for you guys.
Okay.
Hall of Famer.
Yep, that's a gold jacket right there. Gold jacket.
I say no.
Ooh.
Wait, what is in the lead?
Okay, hold on. Let me do the comparison with you.
Justin
Champ
Fields.
Balin football over cornhole.
I would do sign Champ over cornhole, yeah.
Sign Champ over Fields.
No.
Sign Champ over Chubb.
Yes. But it does not top Autograph Wilson. It does not top Autograph Wilson, in my opinion. Autograph, especially if this dude can get it from New York here, because that's even a cooler part of the entire journey.
Becomes a bigger story.
Yeah. All right, listen, we still got time. Still got time.
This is
it, and if you've got a topper of this is all just for a Jokic bobblehead, by the way. Let's frame it.
Yeah.
There are 5,000s of these going to be given away for free tonight, and Nate and Andy have their own bobblehead that I think they're going to go for caller 10 later today. So all that being said,
no wonder. Now we know why.
Oh, stop. It's VHT on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When it comes to effective treatments for erectile dysfunction and other men's sexual health issues, your relationship with your partner, your significant other, can be a major factor. And so the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here for you to have the best relationship possible. And if ED's been part of that story, get over that. And the pills or herbals, they don't always work. The treatment rate's well over 90% at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So check it out. They've been in the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men, and they can help you too. Consults, TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. Hey, if it doesn't work, visit's free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs, they're there for you. Call today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Cranking out the best classic rock. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We've got this bobblehead, and what you're willing to trade is absolutely crazy.
And we got controversy.
You want to describe what we got going on right now?
Well, one of the leaders in the clubhouse that we kind of put in the maybe category is a dude, what was he, from New York? Where was he from?
He said New York.
New York, who offered to fly in, give Scott 2 lattes to loosen him up a little bit.
Yeah.
And exchange a game-worn Russell Wilson jersey for our bobblehead.
Yeah.
Game 1 of Russell Wilson's career as a Denver Bronco. He sent in the visual proof, which we asked for. And unfortunately, his visual proof is evidence that is not a game-worn jersey. That is a stamped jersey that you buy off the rack. And I'm sorry to call him out, but he's just wrong.
But it's his autograph.
Maybe he got hosed by somebody. Maybe somebody convinced him that was a game-worn jersey.
Uh-huh.
But that ain't a game-worn jersey right there.
All right.
But it is an autograph.
But it is an autographed Russell Wilson jersey.
It is an autographed Wilson jersey. Now, I would put it forward, him getting it to us in person kind of ups the ante because it is not a game-worn jersey.
Guy spent $700,000, $8,000 for a bobblehead.
Maybe he wants to visit Denver.
Hey, get on. What's those things? eBay. Get on eBay Friday or tomorrow. How many bobbleheads will hit eBay tomorrow?
Hey, Scott, we started with nothing. We had a multi-bike tool. And now we've worked up to a guy possibly traveling across the country to give us an autographed Russell Wilson jersey. But you're right, it's not game worn.
Hold on, I got to defend John here. He never said game worn.
Well, I thought
What
he
did
did.
he
He said
say?
game one.
Game one.
Not game worn.
Oh, you're right. Dan's right.
What?
Dan's
Well,
right.
we can listen to it again.
Game one.
What is that supposed to mean?
He had it,
It was-
for the
it was
first
Russell's
game.
His
game
first
one
game with the Broncos.
So,
Yeah.
so he bought the jersey for game one?
jersey.
Yes.
We thought he said game worn jersey.
Yeah. Dan's
Oh.
right. Dan's
Well, I
right.
don't care when he bought the jersey.
Okay.
But it's his first game as a Bronco signed that day.
Yes.
And does that look like
But
Seattle Stadium?
that is Seattle Stadium, yes.
Yes. I still like it, but just my vote. That's it. I like it with the whole thing. He's got to be able to get that to us by 2:30 tomorrow.
I think that's a lot to ask.
Of course it's a lot to ask. This is all ridiculous. It's a bobblehead. This whole thing is stupid.
Yeah, I'm with
Two
you now.
lattes
I'm
in the
with you
morning.
now.
40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
And,
Now that it's not game worn, which,
and he's bringing in a couple
which
of lattes.
maybe that was on us, not on him.
Yeah.
But now that it's not game worn, yeah, you got to fly that sucker in by the
Okay.
deadline.
I like it.
I'm going cornhole.
Okay. All right. Well,
I agree,
Cornhole.
Scott.
Cornhole's leader in the clubhouse for sure.
you take cornhole over that?
Yep.
Oh. Well, I definitely do not take cornhole over that. And you're taking cornhole?
Well, I
mean, this will just wrap up quickly.
I mean, I would take that just simply to make the dude fly in on like a 13-hour notice here.
That's what I think is amazing.
And I guilt trip myself that I'd hate to make somebody spend that kind of money to fly in to do that for this.
You're the one that just said he's got his own private jet.
I could.
Why are you feeling guilty? He's the one that's trying to figure it out. It's not on your dime.
Because I still feel guilty, but I don't like other people.
Scott, the value of that Jokic bobblehead is priceless.
Probably when he gets in the Hall of Fame.
All right, I tell you this. We still have time. We have another hour and a half-ish that we might get something that just tops this and it's not even a conversation. We're open for business on the app, Voice of the People, so you can check it out there. Hey, real quick, tonight is the first night of the Four Nation Face-Off that you can hear right here on Altitude. 6 o'clock. It is Canada against Finland. I have thought about this kind of shockingly a lot over the past 24 hours. And even though I'm not a big fan of the American team, because I just don't, a Hellebuck, I don't love him or whatever, and maybe it's like 9 of the Kachucks are on there. I can't root for, and I know I felt different about Serbia against USA in basketball, but to me, it's not even close. I'm rooting for America in this tournament, period.
How about Saturday at 6 p.m.?
That's a banger, man. That's USA-Canada. I'm actually getting excited for that game. My wife and I have talked about it. We're making plans like go out to watch the game. And I ain't going out there to root for Canada.
And we do think the guys are going to take this serious, right?
Hell yeah. Oh, yeah.
I will say this. We talked about it. I think it was after the show. If you're doing this to replace the All-Star game, I'm all in. I'm all in. And I would do something like each World Cup or Olympic or whatever, you take the top 4 teams qualify for the next round of, and instead of having a true All-Star game, which, and I told you, I think the NHL, if there could possibly be a worse All-Star game than the NBA, it's probably the NHL.
Not now.
So, but if they're going to replace the All-Star games with someone, I wish they'd do that in the NBA.
I guess I'm a bit unconvinced. I'm going to have to see it with my eyes. I'm a bit unconvinced of how serious these guys are going to take it, because you got to keep in mind.
But this
is in the middle of the season. I'm not saying that they don't care about country pride and all that. But this is the middle of the season. My body hurts. I got an ankle sprain. Yeah. I got a tight hammy. This is in the middle of the year.
You're in the, and I kind of feel that too, but you're in the American mindset.
Okay.
And I think you're going to tell them Finnish guys and the Swedish guys that this don't matter. Well, come on now.
Yeah, I actually agree with Scott on that. And by the way, in the NBA, this would be amazing. And here's what I would do in the NBA. First of all, I'd open it up to more countries. And I would allow guys who aren't in the NBA to compete in the tournament as well.
Oh, yeah.
So it would be like the Olympics. Because you wouldn't have enough Serbians, for example, to field a legitimate team.
But you take the Final Four.
Well, you do like an
Olympics.
Eastern European deal or something like that.
Sure, you could bring other professionals into it, but it features most of the NBA stars.
But you could do USA. USA was it?
Talk about basketball?
USA, France.
Absolutely.
And then the bronze game was Serbia, Germany.
It wasn't Greece. No, it wasn't.
They killed Greece.
But you could have Germany, you could have Canada, you could have Argentina.
But you take the top 4 teams of the Olympics last
Not
year
Argentina,
and
put
a round robin tournament together, like they're doing here. That'd be fun because they would compete.
They absolutely would compete. And we saw what it was like. This is actually, I'm kind of fired up for 4 Nations tonight. I am. I'm kind of excited for it. Yeah, I'm all for the Nuggets beating the Trailblazers again.
I'm into winning your 8th in a row. I'm all in on that. I'll watch the highlights when I get home.
I understand. I'm into winning 8 in a row too. Trust me. But you got 7 games. It's only 7 games in this 4 Nations face-off. 7 games. So each game is going to be critically important and
7
kind of
games
awesome.
Seems like a lot.
But here's the big question, though. Here's seriously the question, and we could put a poll up, Dan, if we could. Are you rooting for USA or Canada? Simple as that.
USA.
Forget about Finland and Sweden. Are you rooting for USA or Canada in this thing?
USA.
America.
And I can't exactly explain why this is so different than Serbia with Jokic, because we should have the same feelings for McKinnon, Makar, and Taves as we do for Jokic, but it's just different for whatever reason. I'm rooting for Team USA.
I was rooting for USA in basketball.
Oh, I just know how I felt while we were watching it live. You seriously were disappointed,
Well, he wouldn't watch the game. Remember, he was facing this way.
No, I did watch it because that game was entertaining.
That game was unbelievable.
But I was 100% rooting for USA.
Like, you felt good with Steph Curry going bananas and doing everything he did.
I did.
Oh man, I was definitely pulling for Serbia there. But I'm all USA for this, for sure.
God, Steph did go off. Then, oh my gosh.
He was unbelievable.
And Serbia didn't have enough guys. In fact, I talked to a buddy who was on the staff of Serbia who said, we had it. And he said the last 4 or 5 minutes, our guys said, oh, my God, we can win this.
Yeah.
And the panic set in.
They had a little moment.
Yeah. They got afraid to lose it. And anytime you play not to lose, you always lose.
Let's get to No Dumb Questions.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use No Dumb Questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I don't know if you guys notice, And you mentioned yesterday, you said, we got that Safeway stepped up. We're giving away and all the stuff that we did for Safeway.
Doing another keyword at 220.
Yeah, fabulous. Thanks, Safeway. So I'm not trying to.
Safeway's saving the day for Valentine's Day.
But as you said, it's like 2 blocks from your house.
It is 2 blocks from my house.
So
yeah.
I got a King Soopers that's 2 blocks from my house.
Okay, there you go.
It's convenient. King Soopers workers are on strike.
Or is that for sure? That's happening right now?
Yeah, it's been happening for a week or so.
Good for them. I support them.
Yeah.
You have no clue what's going on, but
I don't. But we got a good buddy who works there, our Boy Scout. So if it means something to him, it means something to me. So I'm going to support my pal.
Yeah. Well, here's my whole thing, and we've been supportive. We've not gone there yet, and everything. And I'm not usually big on strikes, but I'm
a big Safeway guy. But
people live in our communities, and so I want to be supportive.
Of course.
That being said, what's Friday?
Valentine's Day.
I've got a question for that.
It's two blocks from my house.
What's your question?
My tradition is I go to King's because you can't really hide stuff. I go to King Soopers like the night before.
Yep.
Everybody goes to bed. I come back. Boom, boom, boom.
I would rather
out.
lose a limb than cross a picket line.
And you grew up in Boston.
That's right. That is correct.
But my tradition is I go get the flowers, the cards. I set them out. Boom, boom. Then my 2 ladies in the house.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning.
That's wonderful.
There's other places.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Drive
it's
another
a block and a half away. The closest Safeway
you're asking a more serious question about crossing a picket line.
No.
Just for flowers.
I don't think.
I'm not grocery shopping. I just want
fine.
flowers.
I think you're fine.
Because I haven't done it, and I want to respect it all.
Are there picketers outside?
Who's working in the stores right now?
Dude,
I came home from.
They hired temporary workers. Scabs.
Okay.
Scabs. That's who they hired.
Did you watch Scab football when it was on?
My father hates Doug Flutie. Hates him because he's a scab. So I grew up. Listen, I'm biased by the way I grew up.
Opportunity of a lifetime.
I am a union guy through and through. Always have been. I have heard how horrible Flutie was because he's a scab. I would never cross a picket line for flowers. I'd drive another block down the road.
Wow. It's not another block. It's like 6 miles away.
Whatever.
7. Anyway, I just think.
I think you're okay, buddy.
To cross a boom just to get flowers, is that bad?
Yeah, I think so. But Tyler doesn't.
No, you're not buying groceries. You're not like
but I'm still crossing. I feel bad for those people.
You're the one that spent time in Detroit, brother. How would that go?
I crossed one picket line in my life.
You did? To play or to buy something?
Well, I'll tell you a story.
Tell us a story.
I'm the players rep.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm the union players rep.
You are bad.
In the NBA.
Okay.
And we got invited, and it was me and about 5, 6 players when I was in Miami to go to a highlight game. Hey, have you ever seen highlight?
Yes, I know exactly what it is.
It's fantastic.
The banana.
Yeah. And this ball hits that. I mean, they're slinging it, right?
Yeah.
It's fantastic sport if you've never been to it, just to go watch it. And they bet on it. And you bet on it like horse racing.
Yeah.
So we had there 5, 6 guys, boom, 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 no big deal. They took us back in the back. They showed what the wickets were made of but how hard those balls are like. I mean, it was really cool. I had a great night. We get boom, boom. Go back to work a couple of days. I get somebody from the front office of Miami Heat. Go, hey, Scott, can I talk to you? And we got a letter. You crossed a picket line, and how do you think we should respond?
Wow. Did you know?
No.
Okay.
Turns out there was highlight players on strike.
Yeah.
There was no one outside picketing.
You just didn't know.
I just didn't know. There's no one picketing, but they saw me there, and so they complained.
But
there was nobody out there with signs.
I got you.
And they still had 50 different dudes playing highlight.
Now that you know, would you have done it again?
Yeah, it was fun. It's cool.
Well, okay.
Does Doug Flutie have his career without crossing?
I don't know. It's a good question.
How about our good friend Jim Ryan? Does Jim Ryan have a career without crossing?
Yeah, it's a great question, man. It's a great question. I don't feel the same way that my dad does. I'm just telling you how my dad feels. Flutie was my hero growing up.
I don't know why sports would be any different, but I definitely feel different about people crossing in sports. Like, dude, you're waiting for the opportunity of a lifetime to get on a field.
In the 80s,
I ain't judging you.
Okay.
In the 80s, the number one attended games were the Denver Broncos during those strike seasons.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, along the Valentine's thing, no dumb question.
So I should just go somewhere else.
What do you do when a woman says they're not into Valentine's?
Oh, you don't pay attention to that.
You go outside in the garage, jump up and down, and scream and holler and celebrate.
Okay. So that's you're taking her at her word.
Well, you
Tyler,
should never do that.
stop,
hey,
please.
You should never do that.
Right.
Never do that.
Here's what you can do because of that statement, though. You can go light on Valentine's Day. You can't ignore it, though.
Yeah.
You can go light, though, which is good. Light is flowers and a card.
Unless you're going to get them a king suit.
It's very confusing. It's very confusing. It's relieving, yet it's confusing. It's all of the above.
Yeah, but you don't have to kill yourself. That's the good news. But flowers and a card, that's very basic. It's about the lowest you can go.
I don't know. But then is that a fit? What if they really do hate
miles
Valentine's?
and you spend all that
what
gas?
if they really? What if they're anti-Hallmark?
Well, then I think it's a tough lesson to learn.
Then you know what? you do like your little kids do, and you make a card.
You could do
that's
that.
pretty good. That's pretty
a good
good.
one.
That's good.
Make a card.
Yeah.
You could do something else. You could do, as Katy Perry encouraged guys to do, housework around the house or something like that.
She doesn't live with him.
Well, did you hear what Katy Perry said if somebody did the dishes at the house?
Like she's ever done dishes?
I'm just telling you what Katy Perry said, and you can take it if she's serious or not.
You see her, her guy is, right?
I do not know who Katy Perry's guy is, but if I was her guy, I'd be doing the dishes a lot.
It's Bloom.
Orlando Bloom?
Yeah, they've got 2 kids together.
Okay.
Yeah. She
used to be with Russell Brand.
Yeah.
And that did not go well.
Yeah. Well, he was a drug addict at the time.
He was at the time. Not anymore.
Now she's with a pirate from the Caribbean.
One of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good looking one.
Good looking one.
Yeah. And I would keep the house tidy if I was Orlando. But there you go. Good luck on Valentine's Day, by the way.
I'd keep the house tidy if I were her.
All right. Well,
I mean,
don't mess that up, Katie.
When's the last time she kissed a girl and liked it?
And on that note, we'll check in with our bobblehead update. Also, I got a great mock draft for you, Scott. I got a great one. It's coming up next. All right, we'll update the Jokic Bobblehead Giveaway coming up in about 12 minutes or so. We'll get that. It's had some very interesting twists and turns. Again, no cash, no sob stories. Voice of the people on the app. It's brought to you by the Fricky Law Firm. Appreciate that. I got an interesting mock for you here, Tyler and Scott. This is from our friends at Walter Football, who I really like. And you know how yesterday we were saying, can we really believe Tennessee and Cleveland are just going to let this opportunity go past them? Do we really believe that? And this mock draft says no. This mock draft says Cam Ward to the Titans, Shedeur Sanders to the Browns. Let me just ask you, if you were to say it's going to go that way or all the other ways that we've seen, what do you think is more likely?
I think the most likely thing in my world is that the Browns actually select a quarterback. I could see the Titans. They seem to be, for whatever reason, they don't. The thing that makes the Titans confusing is they don't have a whole lot of reasons to lie, right? They're sitting in the driver's seat. They do not need to generate interest. They just don't need to lie, right? Every other team needs to lie. They don't really need to. They might be just because they want to and they play the game. But I think it seems nearly impossible for both of those teams to pass on a QB.
What do you think, Scott?
I think the money owed to Watson is even more than what we owed Russ.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been a notoriously cheap organization. They've drafted a lot of quarterbacks, you're right. But that's been a notoriously cheap organization. If you think Ward or Shedeur is a next-level quarterback, even if you brought him in, and remember, torn Achilles, I believe, on Watson, and we just got a report, 2 weeks ago, that he's had a setback. So he may have tore again. Who knows? The best thing to happen to them is also he had a medical. That would be the best thing in the world to happen for Cleveland. He's got a medical. He's got to medically retire. Then there's got to be some sort of, I would assume, some sort of help or whatever. But I don't know if you think Ward or Shedeur can change your prospects, how you don't draft them.
If you're Cleveland, even if you do feel cash stuck to Deshaun Watson, even if you do feel like there's just no way we could get rid of him, you got to have a plan for when the cash runs out.
Yeah.
You got to have a plan.
4 more years.
Yeah. Is it 4 more years?
I think so.
Good Lord.
It was interesting having Leggy on today, and he pointed out, which I've been saying a long time, as others have said, the bonus is if you draft that rookie quarterback, and it does feel like he's working out for you. Oh, the other things you can do because of that rookie contract, it really is remarkable. So when it comes to the Broncos, it's kind of exciting, I think, that there's so many cool things that you can do because you're not worried, Tyler, about that quarterback. I think it's awesome.
This is true, and it leaves a lot of openings. I do think that you can pretty much narrow it down to an offensive player for the Broncos, but you've got 3 needs on offense that are all going to be wide open on the draft board. I know you've really been buying into this Sean Payton, I'm happy with my wide receivers thing. I don't buy it the same way that you do.
Hey, I'm not arguing with it. I'm just sort of interpreting it. If it's all a Fugazi and he's going after Godwin or T. Higgins, I'm all for it.
I do think in his mind, the most important thing is the Joker. Yeah, that's the most important thing. But when you're on that draft board and you're in the first round, if Luther Burden or Emeka is the best available player, then I firmly believe they will take a wide receiver. But it's going to come down to a running back, a tight end, or a wide receiver in the first round.
Well, let me go over the rest of this mock.
Hold on real fast.
Sure.
If you're Tennessee, and let's say they are being truthful, then it's probably not a quarterback you're taking, right? Because I wouldn't say these guys are generational.
It would be Abdul Carter or Travis Hunt.
Okay. So
if you're being
why aren't you talking to 2 and 3 and saying, what do you guys want?
Dude, I'm right there with you. To me, the team that is the easiest to deal with is the Giants.
Yep.
Because then now you're just dealing at 3, and now you just roll the dice with the Browns a little bit. Either way, you're probably going to be okay.
You're still probably going to get one of those 2 guys.
Right.
No
you
doubt.
can guarantee you're going to get one of those 2 guys.
That's
because
right.
you know the Giants are going to take a QB.
Correct.
And then you sit there and say, okay, well, we might not get Abdul, but we're going to get Travis or vice versa.
Well, and then think about it. So you trade to 3, you go just swap 1 to 3. And then all of a sudden, one takes a quarterback, Cleveland doesn't.
Yeah.
Guess what you got now? Hey, 4.
Yeah, man.
4 or 5. 5, 6 Raiders.
Hey, right
you
on.
want it? We'll drop back even.
That's true.
1 or 2 more.
This is
And all of
why-
a sudden you pull in like 3 or 4. Maybe you swap first, and maybe you pull in the first for the next year, and,
I love
and a
it.
second.
Keep dealing. And this is why I think
if they're being honest, that they just want to.
I think they were just stupid to say this generational player crap. If I'm Tennessee, I'm banging quarterback all day and making quarterback needy teams want to do a deal with me.
I don't know if it really matters. I don't think it matters, because if a team wants to get up to number 1, it really doesn't matter whether Tennessee was taking that or not. I mean, they're going to give up the value to get there. So I think they're okay. If anything, I think it actually just makes it more appealing, because they're like, okay, Tennessee's not going to draft a QB, so they're more willing to trade.
All you got to do is get an offer from the Giants, or who's 4?
4 is the Patriots, so it won't be the Patriots.
5 or
5.
3.
5 is not going to be. It's Jacksonville, so it'll be
3 or 6.
6 or 7, the Jets, or 9, the Saints.
Yeah, but you're going to get more value 3 or 6, and
Yes.
all you got to do is float out that they're trying to make a trade. Then watch the offers come in.
The Broncos in this mock is kind of good news, and Brock Bowers went 13. That's still pretty high for a tight end. I just don't think a tight end is going in the top 10. However, I do think a tight end could go somewhere between 13 and 20. But Bowers, as good as he was, did fall down. Is Tyler Warren as highly regarded as Brock Bowers? I mean, I don't think so. There's a lot of respect on his name, but he ain't Brock Bowers, not that I'm aware of. So this one does have the Broncos taking Tyler Warren, and it does have Genty already off the board at 12 to the Cowboys. So the choice here is Tyler Warren, Colson Loveland, or, well, actually, Burton's gone, or Isaiah Bond or Ekbuka. So it is a wide receiver, Tyler Warren, and Genty's already gone. That makes sense that it's Tyler Warren, right?
Probably.
Yeah.
Not much debate there. All right, so it's just a fun mock. That's it.
Another injured Big Ten tight end.
You think so?
I'm gun shy with Hireman and Butts.
Okay.
I'm gun shy of getting.
There was only one butt.
Big. Yeah, well, his last name was Butts, wasn't it?
It just one singular butt.
It was just a butt.
Just one butt.
I thought it was Butts.
Just a butt.
Just a single
Butt
cheek.
apostrophe.
Nope.
We'll
just
get an
a butt.
update on the Jokic Bobblehead
It was a
Tradio
good butt.
coming up next here on PhD.
Good.
Hey guys, if you're looking for commitments you can make to yourself and you're out there struggling with hair loss, make a commitment to get your hair back. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration, ask about their advanced FUE, and it's as simple as that. You will start growing your own natural hair the very next day. If you're anything like me, you might have already gone online, you've started looking for solutions, you bought the lotions, the pills, the creams, the potions, and you're frustrated because nothing's working, at least it's not working the way you want it to. Well, that's why you want to call it Advanced Hair Restoration, because they've already changed tens of thousands of lives with their advanced FUE, and you deserve to be the next one. So pick up the phone, call today, 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the most experienced professionals. Dr. Tanya Pauls is amazing. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, the best of the best. And what I love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. That's a lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. You got nothing to lose but your hair, so pick up the phone and call today, 720-459-HAIR. You guys call today, you're going to get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. But simply call today because that is a limited time offer, 720-459-HAIR, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
The big question is, what are you willing to trade with us for this Nikola Jokic bobblehead? It's Serbian Heritage Night tonight. 8-game winning streak on the line. Tonight would be 8. Nuggets have been just rolling. Blazers again, this home and home thing. I kind of like it. I know you said you're not so great on it, but all right. Right now, we have a couple of different things for this bobblehead. Now, at $220, we will have a chance for you to win a $50 gift card to Safeway. But this is something different. So Safeway saving the day, that's coming up in about 18 minutes. We're going to have to make a decision on this before the show's over. And we're encouraging you to use the voice of the people, which has been great so far. You get the app, you press the microphone, no sob story, no cash. And I think you got to be able to get it to us by 2:30 tomorrow, but I know there might be an exception to that. We'll see how it goes. Dan, what is next? And we have right now.
What's the leader in Clubhouse? Yeah.
Well, it's between the Cornhole Nuggets thing and the autographed Russell Wilson
Hey, you know what?
jersey.
Real quick, just like we asked for video or visual proof of the Russ jersey, we probably should see the cornhole because they called it custom made. I mean, did a 5-year-old make it, or did like a professional cornhole make it?
I already voted no on it, so if you need something else on it, go for it.
Now that I think about it, I would like to see the quality of that.
So Tyler needs qualifiers here.
Yeah. And do bags come with it?
Yeah, and do bags come with it. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see if, listen, this would be easy if somebody could just come over the top with something that's, and we put all this to rest. Go ahead, Dan. What's next?
My name is Rashad, and for the Nikola Jokic bobblehead, I'd be willing to offer each of you guys 50% off your next car rental here in Colorado.
No good. That's cash. That is no good to me.
Is it, though?
Yes.
Wow.
That'd
be pretty nice.
Yeah.
50% off. That ain't bad.
Why do we need to rent cars here in Colorado
I don't know.
anyways?
You got it. Your car's in the shop.
Is your car in the shop?
No.
Okay. Is your car in the shop?
No.
Yeah, mine either. That's Rashad. Appreciate it.
It is cash. I know.
That's cash. No good. Next, Dan.
But I can be bribed is the thing.
You can do that on your own time.
Okay.
Dan, next.
Hey, it's Kyle from Seattle. I have a Ed McCaffrey cereal box from the late 90s. I'm willing to send out your guys' way for a shout out. Holla.
I mean, it's definitely expired. Like, do we want expired food?
I've got a Flutie Flakes box. Despite him being a scab, I have a proud Flutie Flakes box. That, to me, I could call Ed and Lisa and just get a cereal box from them.
Because he's got a garage full.
By the way, I thought Ed was mustard.
Oh, Ed's actually he's going universal. He's doing an entire food line these days.
Yeah,
he's a hope.
That means nothing to me. Scott?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. Sorry, Ed. We love you, but I mean,
I don't collect cereal.
Yeah. Next, Dan.
Hey, Scotty, I'll go buy you flowers and drop them off for you on Friday for that bobblehead.
That's kind
I
of
mean,
cash
it is cash, but there's a service that's involved. He's offering to do the work for you.
I definitely vote no on that.
You just want me to cross the line.
I don't want you to do anything, but that to me just sucks.
What if he said all three of you?
I would be embarrassed to have another man buy me
You don't
flowers
have to
for my
snitch on
wife.
yourself.
I would know it deep in the inner deep cockles of my
cockles
heart.
of your heart.
Wow.
Yes, I would know. I'm not having another man buy me flowers for my wife.
Yeah, that's very good.
It's one of the few things in life I do feel like I do need to do.
Are you?
I will. I'll do something. It might not be flowers. It'll be something.
Batteries for a remote control.
Last one there, Dan.
Hey guys, it's Dan. I've got a signed Nikola Jokic Team Serbia jersey I'm willing to bring in for the bobblehead.
Oh, that's...
It's signed by me, by the way. I've never met you.
That's even better.
So,
That's even better.
Thanks.
Hey, I respect the hell out of that one.
I respect that.
Yeah, that ain't bad. I mean, seriously, if it's a Serbian jersey, that's still pretty cool.
We got the picture of the cornhole set.
That is so lame.
Damn, that's pretty legit.
Oh my
What's that lame?
That ain't lame at all.
That's boring. You can pick that up at any Walmart. That's not a big
that's
deal.
legit. That's pretty solid right there.
I can't believe you're impressed by that.
It does have a little turd stain on it.
Yeah.
but-
That might be.
All right,
that's his
so
camera,
wait.
though.
Is this guy serious about the Serbian jersey or not? Play that again. He had a funny line, though, but play it again.
Hey guys, it's Dan. I've got a signed Nikola Jokic Team Serbia jersey I'm willing to bring in for the bobblehead. It's signed by me, by the way. I've never met Jokic, but I'm kind of a big deal, so expect to hear from me. Thanks.
Well, first of all, that's a very funny call, Dan.
Yeah. That just from the funny call, right?
It might be worth it. Like, we got to respect humor.
Did he sign his name, Dan, or did he sign Jokic on the jersey?
I'm thinking he may be just joking about the signing thing. Does a Team Serbia jersey for the bobblehead top the autograph Wilson?
I'm going to go yes.
Yeah.
I would go yes, too.
I think so, too.
Yeah. Does he really have the jersey?
He would have to well, you got till 2:30 tomorrow to figure it out, or we can just go down the list. But to me, that's the leader in the clubhouse. I think that is freaking cool as hell.
Yeah.
And
That'd be cool hanging up here.
And we do not have something like that here at the station right now.
That'd be cool to hang up here.
I'm with you. Yep.
Dan, do you agree with us on that one, too, by the way?
No, I'm in on the cornhole set.
Oh, my Lord.
I ain't mad at Dan about that. I'm not, because that is a lifetime of entertainment.
Check. Would you rather have...
You know what? I'm switching. I'm back to the cornhole.
You got to be kidding me.
Nope.
That is stunning.
See, Scott, I don't agree with DMac on everything.
Okay. So I'm Serbia. Are you Serbia?
Serbia.
Are you being serious about cornhole?
I'm cornhole.
Do we let Dan have a vote?
Wow. Oh, now he doesn't get a vote because he
doesn't
finally turned his back on you.
Because he doesn't agree, now I don't
get
get
a
a
vote. For the first time
Yeah.
in 6 years, he turns his back on you.
You say Dan gets a vote, yes or no? It's tricky because then there could be ties.
Maybe.
Because if it's a tie, who exactly would be the tiebreaker?
Well, maybe you call Grizz and ask him what he would do. He's on a
Grizz
thread.
does not get a vote.
Grizz definitely doesn't get a vote. He's got nothing to do with us.
But he sends stuff on the.
I can't even believe I'm saying this. The tie right now is the cornhole
Yep.
or the Serbian jersey.
Yep. I'm thinking about entertainment value here.
All right.
We got a lot. Well,
but that means
we've got a very limited amount of commercial breaks that
Now,
it would be enjoyable.
That means
to play
Wilson.
cornhole.
But hold on, that means Wilson is out. What
Yeah.
if the guy was willing to fly here to deliver it by 2:30?
I don't really care.
I don't want to put that type of.
That
Yeah,
does,
no.
you guys don't
I'm
even
more-
like that.
Well, I mean,
I'm more on the.
what do I get out of that?
It's an adventure. It's a hell of a thing for the guy to do to get it. I mean, he's willing to put himself out like that. I think he's like trying to earn it a little bit.
Yeah, but like this is about me.
But the other guy was funny call. The funniest call was that guy.
The funniest call was the Serbia guy.
I want to reward that guy just for the humor, but the personal enjoyment about the cornhole is it's
Listen,
unlimited.
if you think it's just a downer period, if the guy were to fly here, that's just
Yeah, that's kind of a downer for me.
Okay, all right,
I feel
then
bad
fine.
about that.
All right. So good shot, good try from John from New York. You're out. I cannot believe the cornhole game is in the mix with Team Serbia, but okay, if you can top it, voice of the people. And do we get any more, Dan, or is that it for now?
That's it for now.
Okay, that's it for now. We will revisit this one more time right around 2:50 or so. 2:45, 2:50. We'll revisit it, and we'll figure out who's the winner going to be. All right, so you have time. You have another 40 minutes if you want to get in on the voice of the people, and we'll go from there. What does tonight actually mean for the Nuggets to get an 8-game win streak? How they've never done this before. They've never had a win streak like this ever in the history of their organization going into the All-Star break.
Yeah, that's cool. And the largest they've ever had was 9 under the Malone era, right?
Malone Jokic is 9.
So you get close to that. I you know what the coolest thing for me is what we learned yesterday. And I'll ask you guys this because we've done the show throughout the season, obviously, but there's been ups and downs as far as our emotional level and feel for the team, right? But when Malone tells us, if they win tonight, they have the same identical record as they had yesterday or last year, where they set a franchise record in wins. So does that kind of make us think, well, we were a little stressy for no reason early in the year?
I would say there was no way to predict such a remarkable run based on the beginning of the year.
Well, as bad as we felt about the bench early on and last year, all those things, I would say to be here learning things about the young guys that we respect that might even find a way to be involved, probably not in the playoffs, but for the remainder of the season, this is pretty damn cool.
Well,
yeah, I would say so too. And let me just say really quick, my expectations of this team before the season started was a record like this. I did expect them to be like this before the season started. As the season started going, I was like, hey, boy, this is going to be a little bit rough.
Did we sleep a little bit on how injured they were early?
Maybe.
You know?
Well, was Jamal really in shape at the beginning of the season, yes or no?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Neither was Joker, though, I think, but he still played like he was.
Okay.
I am fascinated what happens when everybody's healthy. You can't bench Christian, right? You can't bench Christian.
I got a little bit of a hot take for you. A little bit of a hot take. Semi-warm take. I think this, and I'm not wishing ill, I think this AG stuff is nagging, and I think it's bugging him right now, and I don't think he's ever going to get healthy, period, like the way he really needs to be ever during this season, unfortunately. So I don't know if they're ever going to be truly healthy as we want them to be. And I think it's going to be AG that's going to be kind of the issue. And maybe a little bit Russell Westbrook too. Because 17 years is 17 years is what it is. So Tyler, to answer your question more roundabout way, I think the Nuggets better get used to playing like they are now, because I don't know if we'll ever see them fully constituted and healthy, period.
Well, it's at the time of the season. Listen, I used to call this after at the All-Star break, I used to call it the unofficial second half of the season. Well, because the play-in or whatever, this keeps getting pushed back. They're going to be at, 56 games, 55, 56 games. They're going to have 27 or 28 games left.
I think it's 28, but let me check real quick. Go ahead.
And that's the sprint. You're now in the sprint. You just went through the grind part of the season to when they come back from the All-Star game, they're in the sprint.
They got 54 games in, 55 tonight.
Right.
So they'll have 27 left, yeah.
And that's the sprint. You're now in the sprint.
Mm-hmm.
You've survived, and part of this 8-game win streak, or 7-game win streak, has survived part of the grind, the dog days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think it's important to keep it going, because once you come back from the All-Star game, it is now a sprint.
Yeah, it's different.
You're a game and a half behind Memphis at number 2. And now it becomes matchups and where you play.
Let me give you their last 7 games of the regular season, by the way. Starting in April 1st. Minnesota, home. Home San Antonio, tough. At Golden State, not easy. At against Indiana. How's Indiana doing? They're kind of whatever. All right. At Sacramento, Memphis, home. That could be really interesting.
That could be who wins too. Like it was the year they won it.
Remember
the year they won it was late in the season. You had Memphis.
Well, it wasn't that late in the season.
Memphis here.
Well, yeah, because that was the whole Ja Morant shotgun Willies,
and then they went up 6 games on them, and
that was
let's take a break.
It.
Yeah,
and the last game at Houston. So their final 7 games are
all except Golden State's in the play-in. They're all playing the playoff team.
I don't know what Indiana
your last 7 games are playoff teams.
Indiana is pretty good, 4th in the East, 29 and 23.
So your last 4 games are playoff teams.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be interesting.
And the Houston game's on the road.
Houston game's on the road, yeah.
Well, you better sprint quickly out the gates.
Yeah.
God, it was that stupid Houston game on the road last year that just cost them the number 1 seed. You remember that?
That was the San Antonio game.
I'm sorry. That was the San Antonio game. The second to last game of the season. My bad.
That they're up.
Sorry.
Yeah.
They did lose. I know when they lost to Houston, when they could have clinched. They did lose to Houston. They had a bad loss to Houston at the end of last year, too, when they could have clinched, and there was something there, too. Or was that 2 years ago? Maybe that was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. Sorry.
The championship year, actually.
Yeah. I think, it was. It was. They just pissed me off. Like, you just clinch it. Let's get this done. And they fell asleep in that game. And San Antonio last year was, San Antonio
last year was like the Chicago game this year. You're up 6 or 8 late, and you can't hold. Malone said it in a presser there. They were up 8 with 45 seconds.
That cost them. You couldn't lose that game last year. And I don't know what it's going to come down to this year. Maybe it's not such a big deal. I was listening to the morning guys, and they were saying, hey, if they're 2 or 3, who cares? Because they're not going to be 1. They're not going to catch Oklahoma.
Nobody's going to catch Oklahoma.
No.
But the difference between 2 and 3, though, is a big difference.
Yeah. All right.
It's either playing Memphis with the home court or Memphis here with the home court.
Dan claims he has a topper to everything.
Okay.
He claims it's a slam dunk topper. So we'll see.
Do we believe Dan?
Well, we'll find out. Plus, Let's Football Go coming up next. Oh. That was funny. You pulled the rug, Dan. You pulled the rug. Yeah, well, we'll give you the survey results. Are people rooting for America or Canada in the Four Nations face-off? We'll give you an update on that in just a little bit. It is time. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone.
See? Right there.
And there you go. And show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. The keyword today, roses. Text roses, your first and last name, to 303-504-0925. Roses, first and last name. Once you do that, you'll be entered for today's $50 gift card prize, as well as Friday's $250 gift card. Thank you to Safeway. You are the best. All right, thank you, Dan. I love it. So you have a topper. Should we wait on that, or do you want to? How do you want to do that?
No.
Dan?
We got to do it quickly in case somebody wants to top this.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And then we'll get into Let's Football Go. What do you got there, Dan?
Dan?
I don't think that's a slam dunk.
I wouldn't say it was a slam dunk.
Well, I mean, let's think about it here. In an authentic dollar value, that might be a slam dunk. Because we're talking about a Jokic Serbian jersey that's signed by a random dude.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about probably a $75 cornhole board. But it is entertainment. This is probably the most valuable item.
I'm leaning towards Serbia jersey.
What's more valuable? Christian Brown jersey or Russell Wilson?
Right now, probably Christian Brown.
Yeah, probably. But I'm leaning Team Serbia. I just think that's cool.
The Team
nothing
Serbia,
nothing against CB.
The Team Serbia is extremely unique. That's what it is a cool one. I'll give you that.
Yeah, and I think there's something about the
Joker for Joker.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm not saying that can't be topped. I just don't think a signed CB jersey does it.
It is his little buddy.
Okay. He's got a lot of little buddies.
It's pretty cool, though.
See him.
Hey, that ain't nothing. I think we're undervaluing this. That ain't nothing.
I vote for Serbia. What's your vote?
Cornhole.
Scott.
Serbia.
Okay. All right. Serbia's. Dan?
You know what my vote is.
I don't know what your vote is.
Cornhole.
Jeez. What is going on here? All right. Well, we'll get back to it in a little bit.
Now I'm just here for the chaos of the cornhole.
Okay. We'll get back to it.
Maybe we still Kreckman and Lindahl's bobblehead, and then we just take both of them.
A good idea.
They'll have another bobblehead to give away too.
I know. We'll take theirs.
We're not taking theirs.
We'll take theirs, and we'll get a cornhole and a Serbian.
We'll update everything in about 15 minutes, so you still got time. Voice of the people. All right, Dan, let's football go. What do you got?
All right, let's hear from Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott. Are the Cowboys close to a Super Bowl?
I don't want to say check the record when they're the guys holding the trophy right now. So credit to them. They've earned it and they deserved it by all means. But, yeah, very close, especially even watch the NFC game, the NFC Championship. And those two teams that we battle against each and every year, a couple of times. And as I said, feel confident about we've gotten the better part each and every time. To see it in such a dominating fashion, credit to them. It's our turn and it's on us.
Only one problem, Dak. You know who's gotten the better part of you? The NFL. The entire NFL.
When I was going to ask you guys, who in the next 4 or 5 years, who's more likely to win a Super Bowl? The Cowboys or the Broncos?
Broncos.
Cowboys.
I am not going to be surprised if the Cowboys win a Super Bowl. I'm not.
Not what he asked. Who's more likely?
Wow. Brian Schottenheimer, Sean Payton. Dak Prescott, Bo Nix. Wow, I don't think it's simple. I don't. There's not like a real leader in the clubhouse there. Like I would take Sean Payton over Schottenheimer.
Mm-hmm.
Dak Prescott over Bo Nix.
Time is undefeated.
It's undefeated, but all right, fine. I'll just be a homer. Broncos.
Okay. Well, I say Broncos not because just being a homer, because I think Bo Nix is on the path, perhaps, of like a Jalen Hurts.
Dak Prescott played 8 games last
that.
year. Played 8 games last year, 3-5. Year before he played 17, they were 12-5. He's thrown for 31,000 plus yards. He's thrown for
I got it. He's a good quarter. I got it. I'm with you.
213 touchdowns against 82 interceptions.
And
I think their defense let them down a little bit this year. They had no running game, what to say of.
Mm-hmm.
But now they're going to get Austin Genty.
Boy, that's bad. They're mocked to take him left and right. Yeah,
I think they're primed to be the next let's go team.
Okay,
Dak's got to prove he can win the playoffs, and he hasn't done that.
Well, I tell you, that's a pretty. If their offensive line can hold up, and Genty really is that guy, hey, they could be right there. They could be the same story as the Eagles, no doubt about it. I think the Broncos.
What year were the Eagles in the Super Bowl again? Before this, was it
2 years
2021,
ago,
2022,
and then a couple years before that?
I'm just looking at.
They lost to the Chiefs. They beat the Patriots.
Okay, I mean, if you want to go 2022 stats for Jalen Hurts in comparison to Bo Nix in his rookie year, right? It's pretty damn similar. I mean, 3,700 yards for Jalen Hurts. Bo Nix had 3,775, right?
Oh, that's a push,
touchdowns. It was 20.
Same amount of games.
Yeah, I think. The one I'm looking at doesn't say games played, but touchdowns, it was 22 for Jalen Hurts, 29 for Bo Nix. Interceptions, 9 for Jalen Hurts, 12 for Bo Nix. It's pretty similar statistically.
Yeah, and yesterday you called like Jalen Hurts like a running quarterback. I don't mean to, split hairs, but I think there's a difference between like a running quarterback and a quarterback who can run.
He's as close as you're going to get to that. I mean,
well, I would make the argument everybody was surprised. I saw a podcast with Nick Benito today, and he said the fact that Bo Nix could run like he did surprised everybody. Like nobody expected that.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Jalen Hurts ran for 72 yards in the Super Bowl. Bo Nix could clearly run for 70 or so yards.
Yeah, but that was the thing that made it so surprising. If you would have told me that the Chiefs could contain Saquon Barkley, I'd say they got a pretty damn good chance of winning that game. And Jalen Hurts is the one that just killed him in the air.
True, but what really killed him, of course, was the pick six to DeJean. Yeah, I mean, that is such a backbreak. It's 10-0 already, and you throw a pick six. I mean, my God, that is a rough one. And look at the field position the Eagles had. I mean, they didn't really need Saquon Barkley. And frankly, you know what? Saquon Barkley was good, but in a different way. You knew when they had a lead, they could just hand the ball to Saquon Barkley, and we're going to be cool. Yep. We're going to pick up first downs. We're going to keep the clock going, and he ain't going to turn it over. And that's what killed the Falcons. By the way, how did Kyle blow that game? Seriously. I was thinking about that, man. A 25-point lead, second half. You scored to make it a 25-point lead in the second half. All you had to do was have like 4 possessions of running the ball.
Probably 2 first downs and you win the game.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I wonder if Kyle has a hard time sleeping about that one, frankly. That's got to be beyond rough. Next story, Dan.
Shedeur Sanders has upcoming visits scheduled with the Cleveland Browns and the New York Giants. So the Browns and Giants select 2nd and 3rd, respectively, in the upcoming NFL draft. So the Browns currently have 2 quarterbacks under contract for 2025. Deshaun Watson, who probably won't play this season after re-tearing his Achilles, and they have Dorian Thompson-Robinson. Obviously, the Giants part ways with Daniel Jones during the middle of last season. Do you guys think that Shedeur Sanders would be open and willing to play in Cleveland?
If I'm him, I would pray to God that neither one of those teams draft me and I go to the Raiders.
Oh, for sure, but
I don't disagree, but I do think he'd be willing and happy. I mean, I don't know if he's happy, but I definitely think he would play for the Browns.
I do too.
He's not going to put his foot down about it. No. I think he'd be thrilled to go number 2 overall. The more I think about this Browns thing, it's just insane. This is stupid. They're drafting a quarterback.
I agree.
Deshaun Watson isn't going to play. They got all that money tied into him. I mean, what are they going to do? Play Dorian Thompson-Robinson?
Check, and check. I don't know how they do anything else. I totally agree with you. Then you're just going to have to eat it on the contract of Deshaun Watson at some point. But at least you'll have a guy that you can plan around. And you're probably going to have a lousy season next season too. But whatever. So did the Patriots, right? Now, I'm not going to say that's going to be great job security for the coaches. I mean, they may all hit the trail. But at least you would have Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward. I think it's insane they would do anything else besides a quarterback.
It really is.
For what? For next year? Just to suck?
They've only got one way out of this hell, and it's drafting a young QB.
The only other kind of, and I'm rolling my eyes at it, is you just seriously tank out for Arch Manning, and you think that that's a better way to go. Okay, I mean, then you get Abdul Carter or Travis Hunter, elite position players, and you just
but you probably
tank it.
You lose your all-world defensive lineman, though.
Miles Garrett,
he already wants out.
He wants out, and you should do him that. Well, listen, if you want to get Arch Manning, trade Miles Garrett. No doubt about it. That just seems like a wild, risky, like, what are we doing? And how do you get any of the players or coaches to buy into that plan? It seems hard to me, but that's what you could do.
Well, you damn sure ain't getting the staff on board because they're at the tail end and they got to win.
And by the way, what's to guarantee you're going to be that 2-win team to have the number 1 pick? They may just screw it up on you.
Yep,
we've seen that.
They might win a game late and get the coach fired then, like the Raiders did.
I don't know how you guarantee it. So I agree. You got to go with the quarterback. I think it's a wild move. If they were to just dump out on a year and tank on purpose, wouldn't the NFL have a problem with that? If they were just to do that?
No. I mean, no. The NFL wouldn't do anything about it.
Well,
what if you trade Myles Garrett and get the Raiders' 6th pick?
Yeah.
And then you stay at 2 and you take that defensive lineman because Tennessee takes a quarterback. And then you take that generational defensive lineman as a rookie.
Abdul Carter. Yeah. I mean, sure.
And now you also have the 6th pick.
Yeah.
I mean, if
And
you're not going to take a
Sanders may still
QB,
be
that
available
makes as
then.
much sense as anything.
Well, I just don't. I cannot understand the Browns or the Titans just staying put at 1 and 2 when there's quarterback needy teams for Carter or Travis Hunter, as great as they are. It just seems dumb. But hey, a lot of teams have done dumb things. One more, Dan. Let's go.
Travis Kelce says he's going to take some time to consider whether he will return for his 13th NFL season. He said, "I know everybody wants to know whether I'm playing next year, and right now I'm just kicking the can down the road. I'm not making any crazy decisions." So in 2024, the regular season, Travis Kelce had 823 receiving yards and only 3 touchdowns. Do you guys think Travis Kelce comes back or retires?
Well, he retired in the middle of that game. I haven't seen as many pathetic effort plays in a Super Bowl as Travis Kelce provided in that game. I can hardly believe it. I just can hardly believe the clips that are floating around.
It's tough.
It's Aqib Talib at the end of the Broncos season when he wants to be out.
That's great.
It's unbelievable the lack of effort and the selfishness that he displayed in that game.
Well, sometimes real personality comes out in tough times.
He admitted on the podcast that he needed to be a better teammate and leader to his teammates. Like, he admitted that all the stuff you're just saying, he kind of fessed up to his brother on his podcast about.
It was pathetic.
And the clips that are showing around, have you guys, I mean, you obviously have seen them. Wow. Like, people are just pointing out, well, this is where he's supposed to do on this play. This is where he's supposed to be. He's not doing any of it. Like, it didn't look like he was trying.
No.
So
he's standing around in the middle of Patrick Mahomes is scrambling out to his right, and Kelce puts his hands on his hips, and he stands still in the middle of the play as Mahomes is rolling out to the right. He throws his hands up in the air because he's mad the ball didn't come to him or whatever.
Yeah.
His guy starts running over to go make the tackle. There was actually a fumble on the play, and he's 12 yards behind the whole thing with his hands on his hips.
It looks like they got down quick. He was bummed because there was a couple of drop passes, bad throws, and he quit. Pretty wild, man. I think he comes back. I don't think you can go out like that. Can you really end your career like that?
Well, I'll say this.
Because they'd have him back.
He said the right thing in the sense that you can't make a forever decision
right
30 hours after
an emotional
an
game.
emotionally lost game, blah, 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 and all that. So he needs to probably take 2 weeks, heal his body, see what it feels like, see what his future holds. Listen, I don't like the guy as a person anyway. I've always thought.
Is that right?
Yeah, I've always thought he was just a little, phony.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like Jason?
I do like his brother.
Okay.
I do like his brother. But I think he's a knucklehead, and he just just embraces his regular guy knuckleheadness. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But I think Travis Kelce, I think he's phony. I'm not liked him for a long time.
Okay.
Now, do I respect him as a player? Would I mind him here? No. Same thing. I don't like Sean Payton. I ain't cheering against him to lose.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just my personal feelings. But I would wait if I were him and get these emotions out of it. I would even hit the gym for 2 weeks to see if I really want to put that time and effort to get back in shape. I go back to Ed McCaffrey, after they lost that heartbreaking game to Jacksonville in '96. And he said, I was just shut around for 2 days. I said, man, I got to get out of the house. I'm in a malaise. I got to break this. He went to the workout facility at Dove Valley, and he said there was 35 guys in there.
Mm.
And that's when he said, we're going to be okay, because they were ready to get back on that pony, and they weren't ready.
Cool.
He's got to give a couple weeks or whatever, and he's got to get back in the gym and see if this is what I want to do. Because Tyler, listen, you ain't playing pro football or pro basketball or pro baseball or whatever if you ain't willing to put the time and effort between now and August, to be honest with you.
When I knew I was dreading off-season workouts, that's when I knew. Off-season workouts are easy. They're fun. You're hanging out with your boys. It's not a big deal, and when you're waking up like, oh, God, I can't do this.
Well, and if you're working out, people, there's competitions, and you're pushing each other.
It's fun. I'm telling you, the off-season workouts are a blast.
Well said, man.
I was tired of off-season workouts when I came here one year, and I went to go do one of the off-season workouts, and they're tying parachutes to dudes and running. I'm like,
yep.
I said, dude, I'm 31. 30,
yep.
32.
You knew.
I ain't getting any faster.
You knew.
No, I said, have fun. I lifted weights and did my own stuff, but you're going to get me faster at 32?
Yep.
No.
We'll find out the winner for the Jokic bobblehead coming up next. It's PhD on 92.5. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, serving the Rocky Mountain region for nearly a decade. That's thousands of men. And if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, well, you're not the only one. Thousands of men have come through like champs with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and you can too. Their success rates are well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Hey, man, this is the way to go. And if this is something that's been bumming you out and ruining your life, stop. Get it corrected with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You schedule a consult. It's $99. If the office visit doesn't work, it's free, but it's going to work. A T and a PSA test if advised, a test dose. There you go. They've got an expert staff, and like a lot of men, you could be having sex the next day. So give them a call, 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, guys, we have to make some decisions here. Love the music today, by the way, Dan. Dan Tanner, great job today. A lot going on for Dan.
I mean, we got to figure out the tiebreaker because we got a tie. So, like, what's the tiebreaker? Are we going to go to the people? Do we want to involve the listeners? What are we going to do here?
We already did a poll, by the way, about America, Canada. I'll give you those results in a little bit. Well, first of all, we just got to go around the room and see where we're at. We have a Nikola Jokic bobblehead. By the way, Nate and Andy will have a bobblehead themselves to give away, and I don't even know how they're doing it. It's the same thing.
Do we have another people thing?
Another people thing?
Yeah.
Voice of the people?
We do not. Dan, so nothing was really topping what we had. Is that right?
Yeah, but Dan also picked the beanbag, so, I mean, you're having him decide whether to top your beanbag.
I trust Dan on that. I think if we had a better offer, we would have heard it.
Again, you see what he wants.
Dan, would you like?
There was one where a gentleman, I didn't want to play it, was offering his wife for a night with you gentlemen.
Interesting.
And, yeah.
Do you have a pineapple on his front door?
I would have played that one.
Yeah.
Little Demi Moore action there. Get the reference?
No.
That's a whole movie.
$1 million?
Indecent Proposal.
Redford?
Robert Redford, Demi Moore. It's a good one.
Never seen it.
Oh.
Was it John? Who was the husband? John Cusack? It wasn't John Cusack.
Darn it. It was somebody like that. It wasn't John Cusack, but it was somebody kind of like, it was Woody Harrelson.
They offered $1 million to sleep with his wife or something?
Yep.
And they said yes.
Yep. Good movie. I won't spoil it because that's a really good one if you haven't seen it to go back and see. Okay, so we have to make our minds up between the Serbian jersey and the cornhole game. I don't get the cornhole game.
Hold on, I can just answer this.
What? You all right?
Oh yeah, we're tied, right?
We're tied, yeah. I guess. Where are you going?
Get your phone if you're going to do.
We can do this on the air. Well, let's do this on the air.
Why don't you do it on?
We can do this on the air.
Grab that little mic.
Wait, right here. Oh, hold on.
There's a mic. Grab it.
Where?
Right there.
This is where you guys are stupid. You're putting Andy on the air.
All right, so Andy's the tiebreaker?
Is that the cornhole?
That's the cornhole.
I'm taking the cornhole.
Hell yeah.
Or Serbian jersey.
Cornhole.
Or an autographed Nikola Jokic Serbian national team jersey.
No, not autographed. Not autographed.
It said
autographed by not Nikola Jokic.
You're asking the wrong guy. I want to play. How big are those?
That's what I'm saying. This
are
is
those
a lifetime
boards regulation size?
Yes.
I hate to sound like Happy Gilmore here, but
you know what?
We got to go cornhole. Those are sweet.
You know what? Andy's actually right.
What are you going to do with the jersey? Wear another jersey while we try to play a show and
you know what?
We're going to hang it. We're going to hang it
He
up.
wore a Nuggets jersey during a Fatty's Big Chance show.
We're going to hang it up in the green room.
You know what?
Make it share.
Andy's actually right because this is better for the whole team rather than just something. You're right.
Oh no,
too.
I would take it home.
That would make sense because Lindahl saying it.
It would be mine. I'm not sharing with any of you. You're a better man than me.
No, we
really, it's here for the station.
I told you this is a lifetime of station and entertainment right here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it sounded better coming from Andy's mouth than yours.
I hate you.
Okay.
Well, do you really want to wear a Nikola Jokic Serbian jersey around?
No. I would hang it up here, look cool.
We're gonna hang it up, put all the memorabilia on the wall.
Come on. What, fine art? Here's my art.
You're actually
right. Hey man, you guys want to come over and look at my art?
You're right.
Or do you want to come over and play cornhole?
Thank you.
And it's a Nuggets thing. You know, you're right, Tyler.
I hate you so much right now.
Is everybody okay after your donut experience?
Yeah. We could set it up in the hallway.
I'm the only one that ate one. I'm good.
No bubble guts?
No, I'm good.
All right.
Yeah, we didn't trust it. Tyler just wouldn't.
That was wild. I heard it. She had a hot voice, and
yeah, she had a little.
Then I felt like I thought I was about to get a PETA thing going on.
Yeah, there was something. It was weirdly agenda based once we let her talk. I still did. Cornhole. You win.
Thank you.
You win. It does make sense. Because it's something that we can do.
But Andy voted on it because he would have taken it home.
Yeah, well, it's
a no-brainer, guys. No-brainer.
By the way, his name is Jordan.
What's his name?
Jordan.
Hit him
Jordan?
Up. Hit him up.
All right. You got his number? Call him up. That was fun, though, today. Thanks for participating. That was great.
That was good.
And you can use the voice of the people whenever you want. And it was good debate. You know what? It made you feel icky about it. But if I was really to choose something, I would have loved to have seen if that guy was seriously willing to fly from New York to here with that Wilson jersey. But, if you feel icky about it. But I was really curious if that dude would have done that for a bobblehead. Fly from New York to Denver just for a bobblehead?
Hey, you get him on the phone, too. It's not too late.
Skiing.
We got about 3 minutes here.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's all sorts of great things to do when you come to Colorado. I mean, it wouldn't really, okay. How much do you think it costs to fly round trip from New York to Denver? No way. I bet it's way cheaper than that.
Go look.
I bet it's way cheaper.
Right.
I just flew to Boston the other day for like $600 or something like that. It wasn't that bad.
Siri, what's the prices to fly from
I'm going to go
Denver to New York City today?
$780?
$780.
Yeah, I bet it's not that bad.
That bad? $780 ain't bad?
I don't know. Have you seen how much eggs cost? Jordan, you're on 92.5. Congratulations. You get the Jokic bobblehead for the cornhole game, brother.
Heck yeah, fellas.
Are you excited? Now, all right, hey, what you've got to be able to bring this to us by tomorrow by 2:30, or we're going down the line. You got to have it here by 2:30 tomorrow, brother.
I'll bring it to you, and then if you want, I'm going to whoop you at a game of cornhole too, DMac.
Well, you'll definitely beat me that. I can't play that.
I do think he deserves at least a game with us.
Hell
for
yeah.
Sure.
No, yeah, no doubt. We'll bring it here. We'll definitely play cornhole with you while we're on the air tomorrow. No doubt about it, Jordan. That's awesome.
All right. You said by 2:30?
By 2:30.
I'll bring it there tomorrow.
All right. And bring it while we're on the air so we can have you on the air and have some fun with it. Okay?
We can play. And if you want to bring anything extra for Dan and I, who had your back the whole way, just know we're here.
I appreciate you, Tyler. You know what I mean?
Well, we'll see if you appreciate Tyler. We'll see what else you bring. Thank you, Jordan. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, see you,
hang
Jordan.
on the line. Hang on the line.
You.
Jordan, hang on
Later.
so we can get some information, the whole thing. All right, there you
I'm
go.
happy for Jordan.
It's better for the team, for everybody, than just a jersey. You're right. I just don't think it's that big of a deal. But,
Well, I mean, let's keep it real. It's probably about $12 of actual woodwork that he invested, and then he probably bought a vinyl for about $33.
It looks like something you can just buy at Walmart.
So, you definitely could buy it at Walmart.
What
You
if
absolutely
it's
could.
actually actual wood that was glued together and then hand painted?
But look at that! Look at how he made it look like a hardwood. You see how he made it look like the hardwood?
So what if it is?
Now we're talking.
Well, let's get the hell out.
It's probably just a vinyl.
Yeah, I don't think it's any. If the whole thing's worth $20, I mean, I'd be shocked. This guy was willing to fly from New York. But whatever, it'll be fun for us to have, and you can enjoy your Nicole thing. I'd say Nuggets tonight by. I got a weird one. I got a weird feeling about this one tonight.
Really?
I shouldn't though. What's Portland got going on? Nothing.
Maybe without DeAndre Ayton.
Can you imagine if you're Portland, by the way? Oh, yeah, they probably don't have Ayton, right? And they've been stuck here like these 3 days you're here in Denver? This is a tough 3 days to be stuck here in Denver, don't you think?
Right.
God, the Nuggets win by 30 again tonight? Seriously?
I don't know. It's a weird
You
night.
call it. You're the one who's
I don't know.
gonna call
I don't feel it. I feel like 7. I think it's going to be closer for some
it. I think it's
reason.
18.
Okay. I don't know. It's a juggernaut right now. They're an intimidating-ass team right now, the Nuggets are.
Let's keep it up. Keep it up and then enjoy your break.
All right.
And how about, you mentioned a while ago, Julian Strother is going to be in the Rising Star game now, right?
Yeah, good for him.
Good for him.
Yeah, proud of him. That's cool. Have a good time with it. All right, well,
This contest thing made me feel like it's Friday. It's not Friday.
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
like this all just felt like it was leading up to the weekend.
This is it, baby.
Yeah.
Middle of the week.
Got 2 more days to go.
It's just an average day. Oh, and we wrap it up with this. This is the bobblehead of you and Chris.
Those are good.
Look at that. Look how cool that is.
Those are real good.
We had a listener send that in. How cool is that? Well, Scotty, you look young there, huh? Marlo is just glistening. And final poll results. Are you rooting for USA or Canada? 71.8% of people are voting for USA, not Canada, in the Four Nations face-off. Okay. I think Nate and Andy are rooting for Canada.
Why?
Listen, we can ask them. They're coming up next right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
For times like this.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado.
Well, he's a rising star.
Still a star.
Rising does not denote all.
But the Rising Stars are in the 4-team tournament.
That is true. Against the All-Stars. Are the Monstars in there anywhere? Hey, welcome into the show, everybody. It's Nate and Andy. We're with you here on a Tuesday, last night before the All-Star break. Nuggets will take on the Blazers this evening.
Oh.
I feel like we just watched this show.
We did. This has been a weird NBA schedule, and not just because of the travel. Isn't this the third time they've done
the duplex?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were out of town one for the Spurs, right?
Yeah.
And then they had the Pelicans here, and now they're doing it with
They're
Portland.
duplexing with the Blazers this evening. The last game before the break, AG is questionable to be able to play in this game tonight, which I say, if it's the last night before the All-Star break, the answer to the question is don't play.
Okay, if they have to, let's say, because I haven't seen anything about Porter, but let's say Porter and AG do take a night off.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hope nobody gets ejected again, too. Westbrook's not going to go, right?
Yeah, that's one where Malone has to go to everybody and go, you have to play you have to be available the entire 48 tonight.
I still can't believe you got ejected, but whatever. Is this, let's say you lose it because you're undermanned?
Yeah.
Is that, I don't want to do disrespect to the Portland Trailblazers, but I feel like if you can get what you got the other night, you should still be able to beat this team.
AG is he's questionable. Jamal has left knee inflammation. He's probable. Porter is questionable left hamstring. P-Watt obviously still out. Russ, left hamstring, he's still out. He's not going to be back for a while. So those are the updates on the injury report for the players that generally are readily available to be able to go tonight. But yeah, last one before the break. Like, finish strong. This is, Andy, like I feel like we've spent an inordinate amount of time this Nuggets season talking about the vibes around this team.
But yes, for good reason.
Yeah, and a part of it is groups been together for a long time. Chemistry is a fickle thing when teams have played together for this long. You've won a championship, you've fallen short of yet another championship. So this is one of those where it's like, okay, go into the break, have everything be positive, and then come out of the break ready to jam and try and catch those mighty Memphis Grizzlies, if that's humanly possible. By the way, they beat the Suns last night, but congratulations, Kevin Durant. 30,000 career points. Pretty good.
Yeah, I think the vibes, let them be high, but here's what I want. Let's try to keep repeating. I still think at some point we need to break down, and I think it's tough to do. Look, Malone said on the PhD show yesterday, or maybe it was Wednesday. What the hell today?
Today is Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday, so
Yes.
it was Monday.
Yes.
But Malone just basically had said, so he had said that they're beating the teams that they're supposed to beat, okay? The test for this newfound, the Jalen Pickett's, who we had on yesterday, great interview. Go hit the podcast if you missed it right at 3:15 there early on. Jalen Pickett, Zeke Naji. Who else has gotten a little more playing time that's trying to maybe get their way back in there? That probably tops it off. Strother was already in there.
I mean, he's starting, though.
And you know what? Maybe Christian Brown. I think Christian Brown has said, you know what? You and I talked about it yesterday. We're going back to the OG starting lineup, and Russ, you're just going to come off the bench. But I'd like to see him against an OKC. I'd like to see them against a top-tier team, and I'd like to see Najee play. I wouldn't mind seeing a few Jalen Pickett minutes just to see, can you keep this going? Because if you can go that deep into your bench and you can find some more time off for Nikola, then you should not be as burnt out come playoffs as they were a year ago.
So here's your selection of top-tier opponents coming up here, Andy. Out of the break, they play Charlotte? No. Saturday, they play the Lakers at home. That's the Luka Lakers. ESPN loves them, some Luka Lakers. We have some audio you got to hear that we'll get to today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. At Indiana on Monday, Pacers are good. At Milwaukee on Thursday, Bucks are good. At Detroit, Pistons are actually kind of sneaky good. Also, they beat the Bulls by like 1,000 last night.
How about that? I thought you had a great tweet last night because I saw this.
Uh-huh.
And you normally you're snarky, which of course we all love.
Me?
But you had this tweet that was a great legitimate question. The Bulls tweeted out, what was the score at the half? 72-29?
71-29 Pistons over the Bulls in Chicago.
And they put out one of the graphic tweets of this is the halftime score on the Bulls account, to which you asked the Twitterverse, do you have to tweet this? Why are you tweeting that?
Do you have to tweet when your team is down 42 points at the half? Do you have to tell the world what the score is?
Yeah, I don't know why you'd be tweeting that.
Yeah.
I don't think...
Maybe you could even just go with, like, halftime.
Halftime in Chicago.
Good enough.
Yes.
A picture of Kobe White or whomever.
Sure. Just a hoop at this point.
I don't think you got to put the score on
there. Maybe
there.
Zoom in on the basketball.
Yeah, exactly. It was sponsored, though.
Is that why?
There was a logo for Michelob Ultra on there.
Even Michelob Ultra doesn't want to be associated with that halftime score.
I don't know. It's a low-calorie scoring output for the Bulls.
Oh, very good.
That's kind of what they're going for.
Very good. There you go. You know what you need to do, again? Just put halftime, grab an Ultra. Matter of fact, grab 6, and then check the score.
You'll need them.
I could not believe that score.
71-29.
Did you go get any insight? 29 points and a half is bad, and then you gave up 71.
Final score, Pistons Bulls last night, 132-92. Andy, here's a note for you. Even if the Pistons didn't score in the fourth quarter, they still would have won by 13.
How about that?
Had they been shut out in the fourth quarter, they still would have won by 13. But it was 132-92, your final score there last night.
So the Bulls without Zach LaVine, it's not going well.
Not going well. They're tanking. They're on the Cooper Flag Express right now. Anyway, they're at Detroit. Detroit's good. Or improving. In the very least, I'll call them improving. At Boston, good team. They get a back-to-back against OKC in OKC, Sunday, March 9th, and Monday, March 10th. There you go, Andy. They come home, they play Minnesota after that. Then they'll play the Lakers after that. That's a good stretch.
You know what, minimum?
By the way, Anthony Edwards, you see him going all Von Miller on the text messages with the baby mama?
Uh-oh.
No good.
Really?
No good.
I've not seen that.
Yeah. Maybe pump the brakes on the let's make Anthony Edwards the next face of the NBA Express.
That's going to probably cause a little slowing into the off-ramp there. So here's the thing. Given me that schedule, I want to see some Zeke Naji minutes and some Jalen Pickett minutes and whatever else you want to do against the Boston Celtics.
Yeah,
I would like to see you get a couple wins against OKC. I believe they got a win last time, right?
It's like I've always said, if you want to get this team on track, you play Zeke and Jalen Pickett more.
No, but I just want to know,
Can they play?
Can they be part of the rotation? Like, they're not going to probably be part of the playoff rotation. Let's be realistic about things. But if a guy gets hurt, if a guy gets in foul trouble, if a guy's hurt and another guy's in foul trouble, you may have to ask them to do something during the playoffs. You might as well find out if they're going to handle it.
We're going to give away a Nikola Jokic bobblehead. Tonight is Serbian Heritage Night, Nikola Jokic bobblehead night at Ball Arena. We have, for the Twitch audience, we have...
Oh, I just put a sweet video out.
That's Bobbly Jokic head right there.
Don't break the head.
Well, it's a bobblehead. That's what he's made.
I know.
That's what he's made to do.
Well, you're really, though, but he's like, he's at a Slayer concert right now. You got that thing going so much.
Going full speed metal.
So there, first 5,000 fans tonight at the game get the bobblehead, right?
Yes.
Get there early.
We're going to give one away, though.
We're going to hook you up.
One of you doesn't even have to be there, and you can get one. NFL question me, Andy. Go.
NFL questions for you, real simple, okay? So I'm going to put this all together for you. Athletic article we'll have to speak on a little bit more in full, but they've got the top need for all the playoff teams as to go to the next level.
Okay.
So basically for Denver, I'm going to ruin it for you. This was not a Nick Kosmider piece of work. For Denver, the author had said, go and get another offensive weapon.
Joker.
Okay? Well, go get a Joker. He didn't call it the Joker. Everyone gets confused by the Joker. But he put out there, do you need another receiver? Do you need another tight end? Do you need another running back? He'd like to see him get a tight end.
The answer is yes across the board.
Well, the betting odds today came out for T. Higgins, and the Broncos are atop the list.
Great.
Do we just need to accept? Oh, and I looked at Field Yates' mock draft. He's got Ashton Genty coming to the Broncos at 20. I don't buy that for a minute because I saw an article yesterday that said there are a number of teams that really, really want Ashton Genty, including the Cowboys. I can't remember who the second team was, But teams are getting hot to trot thinking he's generational. He's a Saquon Barkley-ish. And I don't think he's making it out of the top 10. But if by some miracle Field Yates is right and you can add an Ashton Genty along with a T. Higgins, then I guess you're good. Are you okay, though, not adding a tight end? Like, how big a tight end need? There's somebody else saying that there is a New Orleans tight end, of course. They may come the Broncos' way. I mean, why not? Just do another New Orleans tight end. But if you were to get Genty and you were to get T. Higgins, is that big enough of an offseason for you?
That's a very good offseason. Juwan Johnson is the tight end out of New Orleans, and I've seen his name connected to Denver as well, which that would also be an upgrade. I don't think you can get A-plus level talent at every single one of those positions along the board. That's asking a lot.
But if you can draft one of them.
But this just it. Like we had the numbers yesterday. They had a combined 51 receptions out of their tight ends this year with 5 touchdowns, which was up from 39 and 4 a year ago. Can they just get a tight end who's fine? Just a tight end who can catch 51 passes by himself. On the math, if the 4 Broncos tight ends were combined into one human being, he would have been 17th amongst tight ends in the NFL in receptions. How about just one guy catch 50 passes? I don't think you have to add like prime Gronk or Tony Gonzalez or Travis Kelce this offseason. Just get somebody that's like a good NFL tight end and not rely on the combination of Troutman and Kroll.
Yeah,
and
so
Adkins.
We're talking about you know what? It's funny. The guy that jumped into my head was Mike Gesicki. Don't know why, but he's dead in the middle of the list at 10.
Yeah.
Zach Ertz, maybe go get him.
Give me a Mike Gesicki. That's fine.
Just something like that. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for, let me go see who the top tight end was. It was Brock Bowers. I should remember that.
That's your
Trey
dude.
McBride's about to get a big, long contract from the Cardinals. I wish they could get him. George Kittle. Those are your top 3. You don't need that. Like we said, give me a Freiermuth. Give me an Ertz. Give me a Gesicki.
Yeah, I'll take any one of those guys. Just get somebody that is absolutely fine at playing the tight end position. Jokic Bobblehead to give away. Lots to do here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, but we'll take a quick break. When we come back, somehow even the computers in Bristol, Connecticut hate the Nuggets. You got to hear some BS from ESPN coming up next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Want to tell you about this great Colorado business. Been in business now for almost 20 years. If you're looking for anything for a truck or 4x4, Colorado Off-Road is the place. Now remember, you don't need many reminders today. It's freezing cold, but we got plenty of winter left. Probably not going to be done with the snow until maybe May if we're lucky, which means there's going to be plenty of gunk and junk and all that drug into your cabin. Great time to get some floor mats. Great time to get some mud flaps. Some step rails if you like to get into the truck. If you got a raised truck like I do, the step rails were a lifesaver. My mom, frankly, can't get into the truck without those. But if you need them, he's got them. He's got power. He's Jerry Jones. He's the one that runs this business along with his wife, Wendy. You need a bed cover. They've got that. They also have a new contract-grade bed topper that is exclusive to Colorado Off-Road. I'm going to get that name for you, but go and give him a call, 303-761-1264, something you're going to want to look into. He's just got everything. It's a great Colorado business. I was just out there yesterday again. They're busy, but he's got time for you, and if you want to give Jerry a call and get some recommendations on some products, it's 303-761-1264 or cooffroad.com.
All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. Nuggets Blazers tonight, last game before the All-Star break. Jokic Bobblehead night. Get there nice and early. We'll give away a Jokic Bobblehead coming up here in just a few minutes. Andy, you had sent this over. This was from Get Up. Is that the Greenberg show?
Yeah, I saw it live.
Okay.
You know what? Nuggets fans are going to be angry, and yet our guy Windy, Brian Windhorst, coming through.
I mean, sort of.
Well, kind of.
Get Up.
Somebody had to.
So we know ESPN
loves them some Lakers.
Loves the Lakers, doesn't like the Nuggets. Okay, we're not making anything up right there. They have long complained that the Nuggets are boring, and Kendrick Perkins has argued that Jokic doesn't deserve MVPs, and they want the Lakers. I get all of that. Big markets, the Denver no good. We understand all of that, okay? But somehow, even the computers in Bristol have been programmed to hate the Denver Nuggets. Listen to this. This is Mike Greenberg this morning on Get Up talking to Brian Windhorst. This is some BS right here.
I'm floored at some of the things that have come up on our screen. I want to be clear. You're seeing ESPN analytics. Only the Thunder have a better chance to make the Western Conference Finals. And we had a graphic a moment ago that said the Lakers have the second best chance, according to our analytics, to make it to the NBA Finals from the West, behind only Oklahoma City. To be clear, there's the graphic I'm talking about.
The computer doesn't have to defend Nikola Jokic.
Well, I understand that, but
talk to him, Wendy.
And that was Monica McNutt that jumped in there, too.
Yeah, Alex Len, though. They got Alex Len. Don't worry. They can get a full 10 minutes a night out of Alex Len out there.
They have zero size now.
None whatsoever, other than Luka's large waistband.
And isn't Hachimura still there?
He is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rui is still there. Remember the Rui adjustment?
Right. He's a problem.
Yeah. Okay. They've played one game together, and it was Utah.
Right.
First off.
Almost purposely. Sat him out the Saturday game so they could go to Utah.
Like, I understand, like, there are individual analytics that you can put together. You can factor in your box plus minus, your PER, your VORP, and your whatnot. Value over replacement player, Andy.
I like VORP.
And like, yes, it would put Luka Doncic and LeBron James, two generational talents, together, and LeBron is still obviously excellent at his advanced age. They've played one game together, and they have no size. What the hell ESPN analytic is giving the Lakers a better chance to reach the Western Conference Finals than the NBA champion Denver Nuggets?
Or even,
I know it was 2 years ago,
Houston or
Memphis.
Memphis, yeah. Pick the top half of the bracket.
I like Luka too. I don't like him as much as ESPN's computers, apparently.
I am still curious because we always see this in the long run. How will these two work out? Look, there's a little bit of a Carmelo Anthony, Allen Iverson thing going on. Now, I do feel like both LeBron and Luka have created for other players in their career much better than the two I just mentioned here with the Nuggets.
They were both ISO scorers. Luka and LeBron are products of the pace and space era of the NBA.
But what is going to happen when at some point someone's going to get a little greedy? And then how's the other guy going to handle it? We're all kumbaya right now. I get it.
Sure.
But and on top of it, LeBron is 38, right?
Yeah, he's 1,000 years old.
Yeah. I mean, the guy is getting up there in years. You can't we're talking about trying to get Nikola Jokic some rest as he just turns 30. You can't keep riding LeBron into the ground the way they are.
Windhorst, at least, there was a good line. A computer cannot defend Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
I
guess
appreciate
what?
that.
He's still hanging out there.
Wendy was also the guy that said no team had ever played better in a sweep than the Lakers. Or was that McMenamin?
No, you're right.
The Lakers absolutely were terrific in going down in this series. I'm not sure I've seen a more impressive performance in a sweep ever.
Yeah, he said it with passion.
He really did.
He was bought in.
He really did.
Very strange.
Thank you, Wendy. Nice of him to stop by.
What's going on in Utah?
Okay, so after the trade deadline.
They just got blown up by the Lakers.
Who we thinking post-trade deadline?
Uh-huh.
Are you worried about anybody sneaking up from behind? The Suns are a mess.
I mean, that's
they
always a
can't win
concern
game.
of mine individually.
Well, you get locked in and do other things, and you don't pay attention to your surroundings.
I don't.
The Nuggets will pay
Gotta
attention
keep
to their
my head
surroundings.
on a swivel. I'm not worried about anybody else in the Western Conference that is behind Denver. I am in the camp of the Nuggets are very clearly the second best team in the West behind Oklahoma City. And I think the Memphis Grizzlies are very clearly number 3. They shoot, they defend, they have length. That's a really good team. Houston, I love a lot of the pieces on the Houston Rockets. I think they're a problem going forward, but they're young. They're young, and I think the playoffs will come with lessons for the Houston Rockets. But that franchise is on the right. They're on the right course.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Every young team, and we saw it with the Nuggets against. Well, there was a heartbreak in Minnesota in Game 82. What was it? It was the year against Portland where you should have won, right? And they didn't. They lost in 7 to Portland after beating the Spurs.
Yes.
There's lessons to be learned along the way.
Yeah.
There's a climb that needs to happen.
Yeah.
So, and Houston, I think, is set up for that.
No, the Nuggets they're primed and they're ready. I think the Lakers are incomplete. I think that they're putting it together. I think Luka is still playing, coming back from the injury. I'll repeat what I said about the deadline last week. I think a lot of these moves got made for next year. And I think that's when you got to start to worry about these teams when they can kind of round out their rosters a little bit more. It's one of the things, even the Nuggets, without making a move at the deadline, are built to win right now.
All right, fill me in on this then, because I keep hearing this opinion put out there. Now, obviously, this opinion takes a hit because Anthony Davis can't stay healthy. But there are a lot of NBA national media heads that believe that for this year and for next year with Anthony Davis, the Mavericks could be a scary team. They do have size.
They're
they
huge.
got Kyrie Irving on the outside.
Yeah, they're huge.
They still could be a problem. So you said you're not worried about anyone behind. Is the length that allegedly Anthony Davis is going to be out, is that why you're not worried about Dallas sneaking in and becoming a problem for some of these teams that are higher seeds?
Again, not right now, because I don't think with this truncated portion of the season left and with Davis already out, you do, like, even with matchup problems, you have to be able to play good basketball. And
Right.
I don't think Dallas can figure that out quickly enough. Also,
they had another player go down. Who else did they lose?
Let me take a quick step backwards. I will always keep my eye on Minnesota.
Yeah, but this Anthony Edwards thing, that gets a little bit interesting. Now, who knows? Maybe he just blocks out the world and goes and plays basketball from it. But
yeah, he sent those text messages. He knows what he said.
Right. But, I mean, does this lead?
Still have Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert is always going to be a problem, no matter what. I know it's like one-on-one, no, but he's one of the few dudes in the world that has the kind of size that can give problems to Nikola Jokic and give problems to the Denver Nuggets. So that's ESPN's analytics, which are dependent upon the Lakers advancing and the LA market being fully tuned in. And watching all of ESPN's shows.
Are they using IBM Watson instead of AI? Where do you think the what do you think the ESPN computer runs off of?
It's that Apple computer from the 1984 commercial.
From
I
War
think
Games?
Yes, I think that's what's going on right here. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're giving away a Nikola Jokic bobblehead today here on the show. It's Serbian Heritage Night out there at Ball Arena. The Nuggets will take on the Blazers. We'll give away that bobblehead. We'll tell you how you can win it coming up at 5 o'clock today on the show. We also have a $50 Safeway gift card, which we will give you the keyword to text in at 420 this afternoon. Safeway is your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone and show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Andy, I have another piece of audio that I would like to play for you from our friends over there at ESPN. So, Karl Ravech, fine broadcaster that he is, Karl Ravech is doing the Alabama-Texas basketball game, okay? I have a lot of respect for Karl Ravech. I think he's very good at his job. But I think that Karl Ravech was searching for meaning in a statistic that eluded him. And I'd like to play this audio for you right now, okay? So Karl Ravitch doing the Alabama-Texas game, and he's talking about how there's no dominant team or no dominant group of teams in the Southeastern Conference in college basketball. And he broke out a statistic. He broke out a record to prove his point. The problem is I don't think it proved what he was hoping that it would. Roll that for me, Spring.
So think about it. We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82-82. Like, there's been no ability to pull away. There's no dominant group of teams.
There's no dominant teams in the SEC since January 4th. You know, Andy, when conference play would have begun,
right?
You know, the kind of that very end of December, first week of January. Since that time, and I don't know how it happened, but SEC teams, their record is split directly down the middle with 82 wins and 82 losses.
Wow.
How could that have been? I'm at a loss. How again, the conference put up such a successful record in the non-conference when they were playing, teams that aren't in the SEC. And yet when they then started to play just other teams in the SEC, it was just like there's always going to be a winner and always going to be a loser. What's going on right here?
Yeah,
he really too.
He leaned in.
He was trying to make a point. Now, I want to read a tweet to you.
Please do. Then I'm going to tell you what the top of the SEC conference looks like for more context.
This is earlier in the day, okay? Karl Ravitch just landed, and CX is on fire. Well, first off, it's 2025. Welcome. Simple explanation. Tongue-in-cheek 82-82 record was to illustrate any night either team can win and one will. Clearly very poor execution on my part. It is amazing that Alabama-Auburn have only lost once in such a great conference. That is all. Okay, tongue-in-cheek reference. He claims is what he was making right there. Spring, go back to the initial piece of audio when he, again, shared that statistic. Is this a guy that's going for the ha-ha right here? Roll that, Spring.
So think about it. We know how dominant they were in the non-conference season, the SEC. They were 185-23. Since January 4 into Tuesday, the SEC teams are 82-82. It's not as if one team or two teams or three. They're 82-82. Like,
I'm gonna go out on a limb. Now, I wasn't given this statistic, but I'm gonna take a wild guess. There have been 82 games played in conference. Do you think I'm accurate on that?
Well, if they're 82-82, then there's been 164 played.
Stay with me.
Help me.
In every single game,
there's a winner and a loser.
One team wins and one team loses.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Look, man, I don't understand what he was trying to say to begin with. I don't know where he even got confused by the stat.
What he was trying to say is like obviously like the conference was dominant in the non-con, right? Like the SEC had taken care of business. Like, for example, Colorado. I'm not trying to hit a sore spot here or anything, but the Buffs, they were 9-2
right
in the non-conference, and then conference play began, and they're 0-13 since then. So oftentimes you will see in college buckets, in any college athletics really, is in the bigger conferences, you are dominant against lesser teams in non-conference play. But then the thing that happens is you get into conference play and your conference's record is always 500.
Yeah, but he's also trying to say any of these teams can win on any given night because of how close they are, not like one team's running away. But you've got Auburn and Alabama that are 10-1 each in conference. So, yeah, they're doing better than, say, Kentucky at 6-5.
Yes, there's always
They're doing
going
a
to
lot
be,
better than
when there's winning teams.
1-9 LSU.
There's also going to be losing teams.
You hate to see that 0-10 Gamecocks getting after it.
There was a point that he was trying to make in there.
But I don't feel like that was a point. He just saw the stat. He mentioned it. It didn't feel like he was trying. Like, again, you're trying to be cute.
Did some kid just give him that stat? Like some intern gave it to him on a stat sheet, and he was just like, well, I'm going to roll with that. They're only 500 in conference play? Yes, they are. Every conference is 500.
You've had that happen in game, though.
Then he tries to play the...
Hey, I was just kidding. You didn't get it. That was the tweet.
Tongue in cheek.
You're not smart as I am. It's all right to just say, look, I'm sorry. Someone handed me something mid-game. I said it.
Yeah.
Then I processed it.
Yeah.
And that was that.
I'm an idiot.
You got me.
Just go with, I'm an idiot.
Because you do get handed little notes when you're calling a game. I'm sure you get it too. And sometimes there's some really phenomenal notes, and there's a couple where you're like, what are you trying to say here?
Yeah.
I'm going to hold this one until I can get a better explanation when, I'm not trying to talk.
Skip over that one. I think he should have just gone with, yeah, I'm an idiot. Just go with that next time. You'll be better off. That's the Kreckman and Lindahl defense.
I had no idea.
We say idiotic things, and you know what we do? We go, I'm an idiot.
Make a promo out of it.
Exactly.
I had no idea he called basketball, to be honest with you. I thought he was strictly baseball.
Yeah, Carl
Good for him.
Ravitch. He's Mr. Broadcaster out there.
Is he strictly SEC now? Or what?
82 and 82.
9 times.
How did they ever get there? Kreckman and Lindahl. Running back, it's a need. Broncos need one. We know that. Andy, you have a new candidate.
No, I don't. Let me be clear. I don't have a candidate here, not at this price tag anyway. But
No?
I like Well, you know what? Let's start with this.
Okay.
I like Ashton Jenney. We all like Ashton Jenney. Okay, and here's what we're getting from the running back market. I am okay spending a first-round pick on a running back. I know not everybody is, but I think you've talked about this, Nate. I think with that fifth-year option can be a really good option. And you know what? You may be done with him after that, right? I don't know if you're giving him the second contract. You hope that you are.
Right.
Look, as much as we all want to make fun of what the Giants did and Joe Shane and getting caught saying, well, I don't know if this is worth it, and then Saquon goes off to Philadelphia and wins a Super Bowl with them, the Giants probably in a vacuum, probably in the larger picture of things, they probably made the right decision that most teams would make, right? Saquon had been injured.
They need to rebuild.
Right. So
just didn't work out for him this year.
No, it looks right. Saquon wins the short-term game. So I'd love to see the Broncos go and get Ashton Jenney. Would you be willing to trade up for Ashton Jenney? If you know the target is Dallas, that is slam dunk, no way after Dallas are you getting that guy. Are you willing to trade up and jump ahead of Dallas to get Ashton Jenney? Not any running back, but Ashton Jenney.
Going from 20 to 12?
Well, 11. Because aren't they 12 or are they 13?
To 11? 9 spots in the first round? You might have to move like a future first to do that.
Yeah. Is it worth it?
No.
So no, we're not into that?
No. Keep those first round picks. Yeah.
All right.
You don't it's not bleep those picks. It's hold and caress those picks.
Don't talk to me about those picks?
Yeah.
Well, James Cook went on Instagram today and he had said, and let me get the context. I can't remember if he's on a podcast or not or what he's doing. They're always on a podcast.
Okay.
But he did on his Instagram post today.
Bills running back James Cook
said, I want $15 million per year.
I do too.
Well, we all do.
That's a great idea.
$15 million. Now the Bills, I went and looked at their cap situation. It's not great. They're like in the whole $17 million. They're going to have to clear some room. So I don't know where they find the money in order to get $15 million for James Cook. Well, but also, I don't know what they need him.
First off, he's not getting $15 million. I have no problem with him like setting that as the bar. I'll always set your price high. Just know that it's going to come down in negotiation. Because James Cook's a really good player. He's not a $15 million back. That would put him by average annual value. I'm looking at running backs right now. That would put him above Jonathan Taylor at number 2. One of the heroes of the Broncos season, Jonathan Taylor.
Good old Jonathan Taylor.
Oh man, that guy. That's the one that thing where we get to go like, hey, the Broncos never lost to a bad team all year.
What would have happened had he not tossed the football away?
Thank you, Jonathan Taylor.
Boy, I'd forgotten about that.
Would have made it a 20-7 game right there. Broncos still could have come back and won that
They
game. I'm not saying
could've.
it would have been over. It would have been tough. That one worked out for him.
But that was probably the most blustery day they played in.
Saquon at 12.6, Kamara at 12.25. Remember, he got extended this year. Josh Jacobs at 12. Yeah, I think.
Where's James Cook slot into those numbers?
He's probably,
not ahead of Saquon.
Oh, well.
Although you're the next guy up.
Yeah,
so
you're the next guy, but also like you can't do everything that Saquon Barkley can do. You're a good player. James Cook is a good player.
They should have run him more against Kansas City.
But he's not I don't think he's a guy that just elevates a team in that way.
Oh.
Again, I respect his desire to ask for $15 million. And he should do that. And by the way, he's now through year 3 of his career, so this is when he can start to talk extension. He was a second-round pick, so he's not a fifth-year option guy. This is his time to ask for it. I mean, always, again, set your price high. You're not getting that, though.
They could give him the extension, and it wouldn't kick in until maybe they get rid of some of these cap problems. It's going to be fascinating to watch what they do with Von Miller. I can't imagine he's on the team next year, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah.
He still has a dead cap hit of about $15 million if they were to cut him.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but aren't we getting to the point where running back is still a first-round position? I feel like we've gone from a long period of time where people say you don't waste first-round picks on running backs, but if you get a really good one, and I think the Broncos could really use a good one. How about I put it to you this way? I heard this comp the other day. I can't remember where, but I liked it. Jalen Hurts, Okay, Philadelphia Eagles. Look at that offense. Now, I'm not saying the Broncos need to go full tush push and all that, and I'm not going to say that Bo and Jalen are the exact perfect comp for each other, but I don't think they're all that far off. I mean, Bo, I could easily see Bo running right up the middle and taking advantage of the lanes that Jalen Hurts had to run in if we're just going off that Super Bowl game. Bo can do that kind of thing. I think Bo is a better thrower than Jalen is, but neither quarterback is necessarily perfect in their overall passing skills. Fair enough to say?
Right.
So if you were to try to aim more for the Philadelphia offense, maybe that's where you get yourself a T. Higgins to play the A.J. Brown role. I don't, like, again, I wouldn't have a problem if they prioritize finding a way to get Ashton Genty, and maybe after the 5 years, he's just not yours anymore. There's certain, I wonder how long before you get to some of these quarterback contracts, and maybe Brock Purdy, even though he's not a first-round pick, will be an example of this. But we had yesterday the odds, the second best odds to land Aaron Rodgers is going to be San Francisco, because I'm not going to pay Brock Purdy 40 or 50 million if that's what he's asking for. Running backs kind of fall into that too.
Let's participate in this exercise with me here for just a moment, okay? I've got every running back taken in the first round over the last decade or so.
Cool.
There's not that many of them.
No, because everybody thinks they can find them later.
Tell me if it was worth it or not.
Love it.
2023, Bijan Robinson.
He's a Falcon?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
Pretty good. It's pretty good. Same draft, Jahmyr Gibbs to Detroit.
Yes.
Very good. 2 years prior, 2021, Najee Harris to Pittsburgh.
Started out good, is kind of faded.
Travis Etienne to Jacksonville.
No, it has not worked.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire in 20 to
He's
Kansas
cut.
City.
Absolutely not.
Josh Jacobs to the Raiders in 2019.
Hell yes, that was a good pick. They should have kept him.
Saquon 2018 to the Giants.
How do you feel about that one?
Well,
He gave him what? What'd they get, 4 years out of him or 5?
5, and he was banged up a lot.
But what, do you give him 3 good years of the 5?
Took him number 2 overall.
And you passed on Josh Allen?
Sure did.
Woo!
Josh Allen?
You passed on Lamar Jackson?
Sure did. Passed on Bradley Chubb.
You sure did. Quentin Nelson.
No, there was good players all over that top 10, though. Really all over that first round.
That's kind of a push. He didn't stink for them. He was really good his rookie year.
One offensive rookie of the year, but then he was banged up a lot after that.
But you let him walk, so I'm going to say no. You let him walk, so I'm going to have to say no.
That's the risk you run when you take a quarterback at number 2 overall.
What would you say? Did that work out? They didn't go to the playoff. Well, they went to the playoffs with him and Daniel Jones when Daboll got there a couple years ago.
It didn't, but also it was a franchise with a lot of other problems.
I don't hate Saquon as the first-round pick.
How did Saquon win a Super Bowl? He went to a good team.
He did, but let me then...
And he's a great player on a good team. I'm taking nothing away from him, but you got to be on a good team.
No, you're absolutely right, but now let me spin the merry-go-round around. Are you okay with him being a first-round pick but not the number 2? Like, I'd spend a first-round pick on him. I don't know if I'd have spent the number 2 pick on him.
I agree.
What about Ashton Genty? I don't think I'd be taking Ashton Genty necessarily with the number 2 pick.
Probably not, no. Rashad Penny, 2018, no. Sony Michel, 2018, no. Leonard Fournette, 2017.
Boy, he's another interesting one because he had some really good years.
Had a really good
years for the Bucs.
Had a really good game against the Broncos.
Yeah, that sucked.
Yeah, when he was in Jacksonville.
I'm all right. What pick was he? Do you
4.
remember? 4?
Tall cotton.
Yeah, I think going that. Outside the top 10, yes.
4,
no.
Same draft, Christian McCaffrey at 8.
You should have gone higher.
2016 Zeke at 4 to Dallas.
No, that started out good, and then it really fell off a cliff.
2015 Todd Gurley to the Rams at 10.
Was he still on the team when they went to the Super Bowl with Goff?
I think he was gone by then.
Then no. But he was good, man.
He was good.
He was a fantasy stud. I'll take it back. Yes. I'll go yes with Todd Gurley.
2015 Melvin Gordon to the Chargers.
No, that didn't work out for anybody.
Yeah. So there you go. That's over the last decade, running backs taken in the first round.
I still would.
That's
There's
the
something
entire
about
list.
Genty. Look, I really would like to see this team get it. And again, it's got to be the right back. You want a Christian McCaffrey type. Let's be honest. He's the prototype you're looking for because not only can he get out of the backfield, like Bijan Robinson, if you want to pick him too, but I need a guy that can catch a few passes for me as well.
Also, some of these guys were good players and they just got injured.
Yeah, because that's
what
you get
happens.
Punished more than anybody on a football field.
Exactly.
That's
That's just what happens at that spot. You Even like there's no down off. It's not like you're a receiver and you just get to run an empty calorie route on the outside. Like if you're in on a passing play, pass pro.
You're probably hitting a dude coming full speed.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be unpleasant. You're going to be in a little bit of pain. I like where the Broncos are at if Genty is there.
Oh, yeah, you run up with the card. You pull a hammy running up to the table with the card.
Don't forget, Safeway saves the day keyword coming up at 4:20. Your chance to win $50 to Safeway, your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day, Andy. That's right, for Valentine's Day. Philadelphia fans, you guys have had a hell of a week. And then a couple of days later, you show your ass to everybody again. Wait till you hear what Philly fans were doing last night. That's coming up next. All right, second hour of the show. Coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, we'll give you today's keyword to win yourself a $50 gift card to Safeway. Andy, did you happen to see the way that the Philly game ended last night against Toronto?
No, you had sent this video, and I wanted to go watch it based off the question you asked. I had seen the highlights a little bit, but
how did it even happen is one of my many questions. But if nobody saw it last night, Philly is playing Toronto at home. All right, it's a 2-point game. Philly is down, but they have the ball. Final possession, Tyrese Maxey, Joel Embiid run a pick and roll. Maxey kicks it back out to Embiid. He has a wide open three, okay? He can just bang the game-winning bucket right there. Wide open, top of the key. But that's not what he did. I'm going to play the audio. This is from Philly's telecast last night. This is the way Embiid ended that game. And then I want everybody to listen to what it sounds like after the play.
2 timeouts for each team. Sixers are going to go down 2.
You don't call a timeout because the defense can use that to set up.
Embiid passes on the 3, has it knocked away. And Grady Dick will just try to dribble out the clock. He's fouled by Tyrese Maxey with just 5.3 to go. And the crowd letting the Sixers hear it. Embiid was wide open, top of the key, but passed up on the 3, put it on the floor, and lost it.
Okay, he didn't just put it on the floor and lose it. I swear to God, he somehow dribbled the ball off the back of his own head.
Can we throw it on the big board behind you?
How did he even do that? Like, that's what the initial call, by the way, the announcer was like, knocked away. I don't think it really was. He just lost that thing. And again, I'm not making this up, and I know many of you saw it. He dribbled the ball off the back of his own head. And Toronto came up with it and dribbled the other end of the court, and game over. You lose. Okay? What the hell was that? All right, but also, like, I can acknowledge Embiid is not himself right now, and it was even reported, Lisa Salters, who has just learned about this Nikola Jokic fellow, Lisa Salters reported on Sunday afternoon during the Sixers-Bucks game that Embiid had told her that his left knee has continued to bother him so much that he will likely need another surgery and that he doesn't know what it is.
Well, and they also said he needs a lengthy period of time to recover from all this.
Yeah. Yeah, the quote was, at some point, I probably need to just, especially when the summer comes around, these few months to just recover fully. Like I said, I don't know what it is, but if that keeps being the same pattern, then obviously you've got to try something else. I don't know what's wrong with my knee. That's troubling. But also, this has been Embiid's MO, basically his entire career. What really annoys me about all of this, maybe more so even than Embiid, obviously, we know why he won the MVP award. We know what the narrative was that was getting shoved in his direction. But also, like, Philly fans wanted that thing bad.
Yeah.
That was, remember, he had won the scoring title the year prior, but he was second in the MVP to Nikola Jokic. And he comes back in 22-23, and you got to get to that 65-game threshold, and he scores 33 a game, and he has a great season, and every Philly radio show, every Philly fan was happy to jump on Twitter and rip Jokic and jump into the stat padding argument, and Embiid is that his production is more meaningful, and this guy should be winning the MVP award. And man, Philly fans, they marshaled that damn parade the whole way, and Embiid bought into it because he wanted the MVP that badly. And so he had to push to be able to play the full 65. He ended up playing 66 that season, and he won himself the MVP. By my count, since winning that MVP award, and I'm just counting regular season games here, he has played 56 games since then. He has played 56 total games. since then. He only played 39 games last year and missed a ton of time. He's already missed a ton of time this season. It was slow to begin this year coming off of the Olympics. And again, he had a good Olympic game and a good gold medal game and all that. Like, I give Embiid's a world-class talent, but also his body is not built to be able to withstand this whole thing. But a part of what happened was the emotion of that MVP race. It really, I think it pulled Embiid to play more basketball than his body is capable of playing. He won himself an MVP. That team flamed out of the playoffs, and he's barely been available since that time, and now his body's broken, and he needs another surgery, Andy, and yet those fans, and you guys just won the Super Bowl. My God, you should be in a good mood. You're the gall to boo the guy after all of that? Come on, you can't have it both ways, Philly fans. You guys pushed him to play too much so he could win an MVP award, and you got to celebrate that and try and dunk all over Nikola Jokic for that whole thing, and now his body's broken, and you're out there booing him for it?
Yeah, but see, they're frustrated, and I kind of get it,
but
because
it's on them.
Yeah, but again, he went and played the Olympics. I don't think they'd be to this point of frustration had he not played in the Olympics, and he's claiming whatever this is.
Are you telling me Philly fans would be rational?
Well, but you don't blame him. You go and play. Look,
I would boo him.
My biggest concern about this Four Nations thing is one of our guys is going to get hurt playing in this Four Nations thing, and you're going to come back and have an issue with this.
Yeah, but Embiid's body is broken.
Okay.
What are you doing booing the guy?
So why are you playing in the Olympics? You should have rested. They kept talking about this before every game. He should have rested. He should not have gone with the team. He should have made sure he was ready to go.
I don't think you're wrong about that, but also I don't think it would have mattered.
I just think
my argument is his body is broken anyway.
Well, he's going the Yao Ming way, is he not? This
Pretty
is
much.
the Yao Ming story all over.
But
For
this
those
is
who
what
remember
he's been
Yao
his
Ming,
whole career.
Yao Ming was a dominant big man, and then how many big men?
The guy literally didn't play his first 2 years in the NBA. He's been broken since he showed up. And again, they put the games played threshold on the MVP thing, and he pushed himself, and he's not been the same since.
How many big guys, though, this is how it goes for them? Remember Greg Oden? Great Oden, right?
Oh, sure.
He couldn't ever get on the court. Look, Nate,
there's any number of players that get too injured. There's also a bevy of bigs that have played, that played forever.
Well, I do remember Spike Eskin and Get Nick Wright and all that having their fun with it. It's all about, and really ESPN went on a national campaign to make sure he got it, and it worked.
I'm telling you, man, Embiid, he drank the Kool-Aid of I have to win this MVP, and this became the crusade for that.
Good for him. He's not going to win a title.
No.
Phillies feels so far away from this thing. How about Paul George, though? They were talking about that on Get Up today, too. How come Paul George is escaping the fact that he can never play?
Yeah.
There's another. How many teams are going to trade for Paul George to figure out that he never stays healthy long enough to be what you imagine him to be?
Yeah.
So, by the way, though, he does. It's crazy. Watching that video back, it goes. So he tried. I don't know if he meant to go behind the back with the dribble, but it goes off his hand, rolls up his back, bounces off the back of his head. It definitely.
It's incredible.
It's a weird looking play.
Yeah.
But I think he was trying to move up. He does. I don't think he has any faith in his three-point shooting anymore, which was one of the things that made him tough because his knees are shot.
He's just creaking around out there. Yeah.
I'm not sad about it.
No.
I'm not bummed.
No. Screw that guy. Jokic should have won 4 in a row. We all know that.
Is that all right? There we go. There's the crux of your anger. No, I'm glad he didn't because he won the Finals MVP that year.
Oh, it's everything worked out good. Again, Nikola Jokic is living his best life over there. Okay, he's, by the way, bobblehead night. Serbian Heritage Night will tell you I can win this bobblehead coming up at 5 o'clock. The head bobbles.
You really, it's rattling all the way over here.
You got to really bobble it.
You got it all. Hold it up still. Here, hold on. Hold it. No.
No.
Still.
No. It's a bobblehead.
No.
I use it for its purpose, Andy.
No, I get it, but let's see.
This is the thing. Jokic has made a Serbian oak. If this was Joel Embiid, the head would go flying off.
I'm not worried. Oh,
but it's Nikola Jokic, solid as can be.
I'm not worried about that. Hold it still a minute. Let's get a look at the face. We're not going Dwayne Wade statue face, right? I can't see it there. Put it in the camera for me.
Honestly, it kind of looks a little bit more like white chocolate than Nikola Jokic.
Jason
Williams.
But it looks a lot like him. He's got his MVP trophy.
The nose is very pointy.
But it looks better than the Dwayne Wade statue.
It does. That it does.
So, are you a bobblehead guy? What do you do collectibles-wise for sports? You're not autographed jersey guy. I know that.
What are you talking about? I got a Wilson Chandler autographed jersey.
I know.
I wear it sometimes.
I was there when you won it. Lovely company holiday party.
Yeah, that thing's pretty sweet.
It is, but you're not. I don't think the bobbleheads are still big. Tom Brady, by the way, for those that missed it, bought 50% stake or something in a trading card company.
Okay.
Which I thought was wild. Why trading cards? What is
like-
still the collectible of choice in the sports world?
Okay, so I really like baseball cards, but I was at my local hardware store the other day and going through the checkout line. They had like a package of tops by the checkout.
Right.
$9 a pack.
No, I'm not doing that. No,
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember back when I was a kid and like upper decks were $1.50, and I was like, Mom, I need some upper decks, and she was just like, tops are 50 cents. We'll go with those.
We're gonna go with the tops.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't know there was a price war between the cards. Really?
Oh, it's upper decks. I felt like when Upper Deck came out, and Upper Deck was like the early 90s. Remember the Ken Griffey Jr. 89 Upper Deck #1 Griffey's face. That was sort of the start of Upper Deck, and they were a little pricier, but it was glossier cardboard,
Right.
and it had like the little hologram on it. They were nicer than like your standard like Topps cardboard stock or whatever. So Upper Decks were a little bit more expensive. I love baseball cards and basketball cards and football cards, but like I love the ones from my youth. Like I can go over to Bill's and just like dig through the old ones more so than the cards that come out today. I'm not a huge bobblehead guy. You know what I loved, Andy? Remember starting lineups?
Oh yeah, I forgot you had a few of those.
They
right?
have a great selection. That's another one. They got a great selection of those over at Bill's. Those things, starting lineups are rad. I have the Griffey where he's bunting.
Right.
The reason why I own that one, I want to say it was like 96 or something like that. And for those that don't remember, starting lineups were like these little like sports action figure guys, and they always had an action pose that they were doing in that
You
shot.
couldn't fully pose them, but you had to stick with the one pose.
Yeah, whatever it kind of gave you, but like one year the guy would be like in his batting stance, and the other would be like post swing, and then one would be like he'd like sliding into a bag, or he's diving to field a ground ball, or whatever it is. 96, Ken Griffey Jr. was bunting, and somebody like went in and did the research and figured out of like, however 20,000 at bats in his career, whatever, he had bunted like twice.
Picked one of 5.
Exactly.
I see.
It's a very obscure pose for that player.
I will say I only have one starting lineup, but it's Wah making a save, a glove save.
That's
I
a
guess
nice
it should
item.
Be this one, so I thought that was cool.
There's a
I'm
Sakic
a jersey
one
guy, as
with
you
him
know.
holding the
Now,
cup
that would
up.
be sweet. By the way, the name of the company is Card Vault.
Card Vault.
And Brady acquired a 50% stake in it today.
I'm glad things are finally working out for Tom
I know.
Brady.
Yeah, after the Giselle thing, he's really coming back.
It's about time. Stop
Better have-
booing Joel Embiid. You're the people that broke him, Philly.
Nah, boo them all. Who cares? Boo Philly, too.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Taylor Swift is catching strays. Can we lay off Taylor Swift? So she's dating a chief.
What did she do?
She got booed heavily at the Super Bowl.
Well, I saw that. Yeah. She's a polarizing figure.
I don't
that
get
Taylor
it.
Swift.
You spent $1 billion on her tour. Now you all hate her. Hate Kelsey. I don't even like her, but you got to boo her.
But you're finding yourself in her camp somehow.
Hey, later on, I want you to rate some of these halftime suggestions.
All right.
Nate McKinnon's got a halftime show suggestion that you broke my heart on.
I gotta
have
hear
to
this.
explain that.
Hey, Safeway's your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. We get your keyword to win a $50 gift card to Safeway. We'll give that to you here right on the other side.
Hey guys, it is the week of Valentine's Day, so let's talk about it. Erectile dysfunction. Is it affecting you? Is it going to make your Valentine's Day maybe a little less romantic? If that's the case, don't go through this anymore. You probably still have time to go get an appointment this week if you want to talk about erectile dysfunction with the experts over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They have treatments for you that can work, and then maybe you can put a little more love in your life. Maybe you go and have the visit before Valentine's Day, and maybe you'll have time to have a little fun on Valentine's Day. Don't let ED be a relationship destroyer. Don't let it contribute to depression or ruin your marriage. This is all horrible, and you don't need to let that happen. If you go and have a conversation with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they'll let you know. They have treatments that work when pills or herbals fail. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some will have you lasting an hour or more if you desire that. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule your consult today. First visit's $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're medically advised, they will give you a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, your visit's free. And best of all, if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to having sex the day after your appointment. They have 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including in the Springs and Fort Collins. Call them again today at 720-440-7900. Or visit the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
We are getting the let out right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, and you need to get the let out and get your ass over to Safeway because they are your one-stop shop for Valentine's Day. Don't forget that special someone, Andy, and show them you care with beautiful flower arrangements, savory chocolates, and more. Find everything you need and make it easy with delivery or pickup. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. You want to text the keyword in right now to 303-504-0925. Today's keyword, flowers.
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 For Algernon.
Text flowers.
For Algernon.
And your first and last name. Just flowers. To 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. That's flowers. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Once you do that, you are entered for today's $50 gift card prize, as well as Friday's $250 gift card. Thank you, Safeway. Flowers.
For Algernon. What was the guy's name? Rocky Dennis was in Mask. I remember the main character in Flowers for Algernon had two first names too, I want to say.
Eric Stoltz was Mask.
Right.
Fine actor.
Now I need the flower. It's like Rocky Gordon, I think it is, or something. And
I never read Flowers for Algernon.
you didn't have to read that in school?
I'm sure I did. I probably Cliff's Notes to that thing and just snuck my way through it. I was very big on skipping the classics.
Yeah, I didn't know about Cliff Notes. They
didn't have them
key
back
me
then.
in, and well, I'm not 90, but yeah, it was yeah. Charlie Gordon, that's who it was.
Old Chuck Gordon.
Good old Charlie Gordon.
Okay.
Anyway,
does he know Aaron Gordon?
I don't know if he's friends with the Gordon clan. I'm not quite sure.
Tom
but, yeah.
Flash Gordon.
He's a man with an IQ of 68.
Gordon,
maybe he's Andy Lindahl.
Gordon Gecko. Are we doing a Gordon draft today here on the show?
Gordon Ramsay.
8,000. Are multiple NBA teams tanking for college Jokic right now, Andy?
Is it worth it? Seriously, doesn't the lottery is an effective way to maybe. I just think some teams are bad, Nate. What say you? Do you think they are? I mean, if you're bad already, why not?
Okay.
Like the Pelicans. The Pelicans are just bad.
Yeah.
The Jazz are bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad NBA teams that would be in a much better
Wizards
place
are
if they got Cooper
and you
Flag.
lost to them.
I looked this up, by the way. So right now, the reason why I say is Cooper Flag college Jokic is not in terms of game. Their games are very different, but in terms of value. Right now, Cooper Flag, he leads Duke in scoring, rebounding, assists, and blocked shots. Nikola Jokic leads the Nuggets in scoring, rebounds, assists, steals. He's second in blocks to Peyton Watson. Right now, there are only two NBA players that lead their team in scoring, rebounding, and assists. It's Nikola Jokic and Jason Tatum. I suppose you could say LeBron, too, with the Lakers, but like technically Anthony Davis had the rebounding edge on him before the move. But yeah, basically, like in terms of dudes that are doing everything for their team, Cooper Flag sort of has that Jokic thing about him.
Yeah, and yet how many years? See, so it's the Hornets, the Wizards. They both have two great shots going over the Western Conference. Hornets, Wizards, Jazz, Pelicans, they're all terrible.
Yes.
And they're all vying for those top ping pong balls. Now, I think the Wizards are going to end up getting the number one slot. But how many times have we seen that not work out for you?
We've also seen it work out.
Fair enough.
So that's the tricky part about it is you're right about that, Andy. Yes, sometimes you draft Greg Oden and Kevin Durant goes number 2 overall. Other times you draft
Sam Bowie.
And Michael Jordan goes number 3. Or you draft LeBron James. Or you draft Tim Duncan. You know, you draft that can't miss prospect. You get Wemby at number 1 overall, and then your team just gets to be awesome. I mean, Cooper Flag's awesome.
Sure.
He's really friggin' good. I don't. He doesn't just walk through the door and turn you into a 60-win team or anything like that.
Not if you're the Wizards.
But teams are going to be tanking it. They're going to be doing what they can to try and get that guy. By the way, Andy, I got some numbers here for you. Since Freshman NCAA eligibility was first enacted in 72-73. Remember, Lou Alcindor was not able to play as a freshman at UCLA, even though his JV team beat the varsity team who won a national championship. I love those stories, by the way. Only 2 freshmen, Kevin Durant and Zion Williamson, have earned unanimous Men's National Player of the Year honors. Anthony Davis barely missed out on unanimous National Player of the Year. But that's Cooper Flagg he's going to get it, most likely this year. No freshman ever has led his team in every major statistical category and played in the NCAA tournament. There is one exception. That was Ben Simmons at LSU, who led the Tigers in scoring, rebounding, assists, steals, and blocks, but that LSU team did not make the NCAA tournament. Cooper Flagg does it all, does everything, and I do think that there is also just that idea, not, again, like, can you play like Jokic? No, his game is so unique, but can you have Jokic value? Can you do as much and dictate everything on the floor? Like, for example, do you remember the phrase non-blank minutes being a thing for any
Not
other
for
player?
anybody else. You're referring to the non-Jokic minutes.
Right.
We never talked about the non-Jordan minutes. We never talked about the non-LeBron minutes.
Right. And I know we live in like a greater analytically driven data age of basketball, but it goes to show you his, like, everything that he does on the floor and his value and what he brings on every single kind of possession. I think that I think that NBA teams are looking at that and saying, man, if we could add somebody that just has that kind of outsized impact on the game.
Yeah, but it's going to be so tough to find it. It's like chasing the next Mahomes.
Yeah, it's not easy to do.
And it's also because of the computer you've got in the head of Jokic that's going to make this so impossible. By the way,
he's one of one. He's a top 10 player in NBA
You're not
history.
finding another one. Maybe go scour Serbia, I suppose, and see if you can find another one, but good luck. To your point about the tanking, it actually pays off more than I thought. Looking at the draft odds, so the Pistons, the Timberwolves, the Suns, the Sixers, and the Celtics, the Sixers 2 years in a row. The Sixers was via the Celtics.
Mm-hmm.
They all had they had the best chance of getting the number 1 pick, and they got the number 1 pick. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the last 7. Only the Pelicans, who picked Zion, had the 7th best odds with 6%, but got the number 1 pick in 2019.
And he's an unbelievable talent who just can't stay healthy.
Yeah, and maybe he needs a diet. I don't know.
Right. That's been his thing the whole time. By the way, speaking of Kevin Durant, one of those national players of the year, passed 30,000 career points last night. Congratulations to KD. Nuggets didn't get him, but that's all right. Joins LeBron, Kareem, the mailman, Kobe Bryant, MJ, Dirk, and Wilt on the 30,000 point mark, plus Dr. J if you combine NBA and ABA scoring, which you should, let's be honest. So really, there's 9 dudes that have scored 30,000 career points. Andy, what's the legacy of Kevin Durant?
You know, it's crazy because he won a championship, but it feels like he was more a key part of the Warriors winning those championships, and yet it's still Steph Curry's team.
He was the Finals MVP both years they won it. He was
right.
He was the best. That's what's wild about it is you're right about that.
But that wasn't his team, was it?
It wasn't his team, but he was the best player on the team.
But I think we forget that.
That's what's wild about it. But again, it was because he joined a team that was
awesome.
They had already won 73 games. They had already won a title. They had already been to the finals twice. And then, he carpetbagged from OKC to then go to Golden State, and then they won a couple of titles.
Well, but he also added more scoring to a team that had plenty of scoring with Clay and Steph.
Oh, they were
ridiculous.
Those teams were unbeatable. They were. I have no problem, by the way, with anybody making the argument that the Steph and KD Warriors were the greatest NBA team ever. I have no problem with that argument whatsoever because the matchups issues that they could throw at you, and as complete as those teams were, and as much as Durant and Steph were both at the height of their powers, and that's 2 all-time great players at that time, plus you have Clay, who's a top 5 shooter in the history of the game, Draymond anchoring their defense. They were incredible. Those teams were unbelievable.
Okay, so there's a Kevin Durant question for Phoenix. We already know they wanted to ship him out, but he said, no, thank you. I'm not going back to Golden State. I've already done that.
Yeah.
And there's the Draymond thing.
Yeah, I don't want to hang out with him.
Are we so comfortable with what we've seen from the Nuggets the last 2 weeks that you would not revisit the trade for Kevin Durant? Now, in this case, it would only be for a year. He's got 1 year left on the contract. He's already saying, if you don't trade me, I'm going to leave.
Yeah.
Which sounds like, yeah, we'll work something out in the summer where I don't have to be here anymore.
Still scoring 27 a game right now.
Is this something the Nuggets should think about? Or with MPJ's improved play? Because, again, it's not going to change in the summer that MPJ's your only tradable guy, right?
No.
Because Jamal signed his contract so late in the year, I don't think you can trade Jamal until March of next year, right?
No, I think it's just 6 months. I think he'd be movable by then. I think.
But the extension doesn't kick in until next year, so isn't it 6 months after that, right?
You're asking me about NBA contract
Yeah, man,
rules.
I don't know what to say because, again,
I already forgot everything from last week.
Michael has played so much better. I hate having to use him as the trade piece.
Right.
But I think we're still over the summer in the same position we find ourselves in now. So
Nuggets are in a good spot.
But Kevin Durant.
I know. I love the dude.
Kevin Durant and Nikola Jokic
I'd take
on
him in
the
a
same
heartbeat.
floor.
Hell yes. Sign me up.
What do you call us over the Olympics? All you, what was the term? All of us mids or something for rooting for Jokic?
Because we get, we get.
Do you remember what the term was? Spring, it was some Generation Z term or something.
That's okay. He can.
You mids or something. What was his quote?
He can say that
All
stuff
y'all.
to us. I won't hold it against him.
Now, if you want to, hey, listen, Peyton Manning put plenty of whoopings on the Broncos.
Yeah,
it was all forgiven the minute you pulled on the old horse helmet.
You want to hit baseline fadeaways in Denver? I'll take it.
Yeah, I got no issue with that.
Yeah, that's okay.
But again, if Michael Porter finishes if MPJ is this the rest of the year, you're not trading him, right? You're not trading him for anybody.
I don't think so.
Are you? Anybody?
Yeah,
not
Kevin.
Anybody.
He's also 10 years younger than Kevin Durant.
That's what I'm saying.
But also then it's like, well, what's the longevity of Michael Porter with everything that he's going through? I don't know.
Yeah, but wouldn't you risk it on MPJ more than how old is Kevin Durant going to be by the time he's in his mid-30s, isn't he?
36.
Yeah.
He's as Calvin Booth would say, long in the tooth.
He's not a guy getting 500 shots a day up anymore like Jalen Pickett told us yesterday, is he?
Andy, do you have Four Nations fever?
Yeah.
Canada, Sweden tonight.
I know.
My Canadian squad takes on the dirty Swedes this evening.
Wow. Hold on. Swedish blood running over here, pal.
Screw you guys.
You calm down. Are you finished?
I'm one of those.
I'm telling you, the Finns and the Swedes are not good friends. That's another game that could get a little
spicy. Gonna be good. Can't wait. We don't have any guys on Sweden. Landeskog would be on Sweden, but he's
Forsberg
hurt.
was on Sweden.
Yeah, but we don't have any guys right now.
Tommy Salo. You still remember the days of Tommy Salo?
Devon Taves representing Canada for the first time ever tonight.
It's a wild.
He has never played for the Canadian national team until tonight when he takes on Sweden at 6 o'clock on TNT. Team Canada, by the way, that's the hardest team to make in the sport of hockey. It's like Team USA in basketball. If you can make Team Canada, you are capital L legit. And Devon, obviously McKinnon and McCarr, it's two of the top 5 players on the planet. McCarr. But Devon Taves is making Team Canada, goes to show you that guy's value, how damn good he is, as if we didn't know.
Taves and McCarr are going to play on the same line, aren't they? They're keeping the pairings together, aren't they?
They should. Why would you not?
Did you see? Oh gosh, it was the dude from Boston, the little guy that gets everybody upset from Boston. The heck's his name? Anyway, he's one of their forwards.
Brad Marchand.
Thank you, Marchand. Did you see what he said about the power play?
No.
Because the top line, it's going to have McDavid, it's going to have Crosby, it's going to have McKinnon.
Pretty good.
It's going to have all of it. Marchand was like, I just put 3 goalies in there and see what happens. See if 3 goalies can stop those guys. But see, then, as I'm rooting for Canada, that comes off a little cocky. I can't help, I guess, the old American flag, the eagle flying over my house.
Yeah.
Is tugging at my heartstrings a little bit.
Yeah.
But I got no guys to root for on Team USA. You know what helps you root against Team Canada, though? You know who their goalie is? Bennington.
Well, they don't. That's the thing. There's very few excellent Canadian goaltenders anymore. There's right now, I think only 25% of starting goalies in the NHL are from Canada. The number has gone way, way down. Now, the Avs have 2 Canadian goalies. Both Blackwood and Wedgwood are both Canadians. But I actually just read about this today. Yeah, they're just they're not developing Canadian goalkeepers right now. Goaltenders, excuse me.
You've had too many other examples growing up when you got Gretzky and you got McDavid and you got McKinnon and you got McCarr. I don't think you want to go stop the puck.
Ton of great
Listen,
Canadian
being a
goalies
goalie
over
sucks,
the years.
okay? I'm just going to say it. Being a goalie sucks.
Yeah,
I don't know
fun.
why anybody says yes. Let me go get blasted by the vulcanized rubber for an hour a night. Sure, sounds great.
So the Canadian national team put out a tweet.
Are they talking trash? Is it beefy?
It's these are my guys. They know how good they are. No, they're very polite. They're very Canadian. So they put out this tweet, and it was asking every member of the Canadian Four Nations team who they would like to see perform at the next Super Bowl halftime show. What act do they want to see at the Super Bowl halftime show? Almost all of them said Drake.
Yeah, what was going on with that?
He's Canadian.
Okay.
Yes.
They're not worried about what Kendrick Lamar just dropped the hot bars about?
They picked their side in the beef.
I guess so.
They like Drake.
Did they miss this show the other night?
So they get to Nathan McKinnon. And Nathan McKinnon gave such a good hipster Canadian answer.
I thought of you when I saw it.
To who he would like to see perform at the halftime show. Here's McKinnon.
Tragically hip.
Yeah.
Tragically hip.
Nathan McKinnon wants 90s indie rock band The Tragically Hip.
And he wants the Pixies to open for him.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. I asked you, can they book that?
The lead singer of the as soon as you sent this over, I was like, that's number one, I think that's awesome. Because I'm also a hipster indie rock guy. So I game recognizing game. Good on you, Nathan McKinnon. Also, Tragically Hip, they're worshipped in Canada. Canadians love that band. They never really broke it big here. I only knew them because the indie rock station in Chicago, WXRT, they used to play a lot of Tragically Hip. So, I knew their stuff, but, I never saw them live or anything like that. I never owned one of their records. But, I knew of them. I remember when they performed on SNL. But I was like, didn't their guy die? And
he's tragically not with us.
Yeah. I Googled it. Their lead singer passed away a couple of years ago. He had a brain tumor, and he's no longer with us. So the Tragically Hip, I don't think they're available to play the halftime show. But chef's kiss Nathan McKinnon for giving the most Canadian answer he possibly could to that question.
A raise of the Tim Hortons to you.
Yeah, I always thought of them as they're I always thought they were like Canadian REM.
Okay.
That's basically what the Tragically Hip
I got to listen
were.
to it in the break.
Yeah, there's a great story about when they performed on SNL. They messed up the lyrics to their song, and it turns out it's because they all got mega high before they went out there.
They were
and
like
played.
the Inagata Davida, where it was supposed to be in the Garden of Eden,
Right.
but he was so messed up. That's all he could spit out.
They were nervous about being on American television and just got super baked, and they messed up the words to their own song. But it was an iconic Canadian performance nonetheless. Nathan McKinnon, Team Canada, taking on Sweden tonight. Listen to it on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Nathan McKinnon, big tragically hip guy, as we learned. You hear what I'm saying, Andy? It's Canadian REM.
Yeah, no, I told you. So this feels like it could be on an episode of The Heights or Melrose Place.
Sure, totally.
In the midst of some inner pondering or something.
It probably was, to be honest.
Okay, I do think it's interesting. Obviously, we just had the Super Bowl, and that's why we came to this for those that missed last break.
Nathan McKinnon. This was his vote for who he would like to see perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. Tragically hip, who tragically
can't.
They're not together anymore because their lead singer passed away due to a brain tumor.
Athletes' personalities,
like
I feel like just who you are, I know who you're into. You know what I mean? For example, every offensive lineman, I'm under the impression that you were probably listening to every speed metal. You've got Gogoroth going or Cannibal Corpse or just something that sounds like it's just I'm about to thrash everything around me. And then I remember Tyler Polumbus telling me one day, before a game, I'd use some pretty chill music.
Yeah, but
you know what I mean?
If you're ever in a football weight room, you know if it was a lineman or a skill position guy that put on the music that day.
No, you're right. You know what? It's so funny you bring that up, too. The different locker rooms have a different vibe. In a baseball locker room, as I remember covering the Rockies, it was either country music or a Spanish tune, right? A Spanish artist I wasn't familiar with.
Yes.
You go into back in the day, I don't know. See, that's why I'm kind of surprised by some of these answers because they went through the whole Canadian team.
They all love Drake.
And they all love Drake, and there are a few country artists, but for the most part, it was Drake.
I think one guy said Nickelback, who was also
one
Canadian.
guy said Nickelback,
Yes.
and I think he was serious, but I'm not positive.
Also, again, quick refresher on my Nickelback take. They're not that bad.
They're better than Creed, you would say.
They're better than the way that they have been pigeonholed and portrayed by people, which is that they're the worst band that has ever existed. And even I, indie rock snob, say Nickelback wasn't that bad.
No, I'm with you. We all got sick of, there's bands.
There became a big joke about like Creed and Nickelback, like that was a meme.
Right.
They were fine.
Yes. They just got overplayed. But we'd go into the Avs locker room once upon a time, and it was always, I used to laugh. It was always like, it was kind of a hair metal, like a Motley Crue. It's like, guys, are you just discovering the late 80s, the 90s? Why is Guns N' Roses on every time I come in here? This is just wild. But it feels like the more modern players now, they're more into the different stuff. So I don't know. Look, I'm making the push. I'm in. I've said it. It's getting a lot of traction on social media.
Okay.
And by a lot, I mean I've seen 5 tweets, so that's enough for me.
That's huge.
Let Metallica play the San Francisco halftime show. It'll be in San Francisco next year. They're a Bay Area band. Technically, it's in, what was the place?
Santa Clara.
Santa Clara, that's right.
Very far from San Francisco.
Yeah, no, it's not close at all.
Yeah.
And I had to make that drive daily from the team hotel.
You want
where we were
Metallica
staying.
in there.
Metallica, why not?
Dinosaur Rock?
It's their home. Dinosaur Rock.
Yeah. That, like, the whole, like, we're going to hire Jay-Z and Rock Nation to put together the Super Bowl halftime show, wasn't that all, like, a response to it became too old and white?
Well, it did, but it
So we're trying
also
to make
became really safe.
a little more
Metallica
hip.
won't be safe. I could promise you that.
I wouldn't say Kendrick Lamar was too safe.
No, it
out
wasn't
there.
safe at all.
Yeah.
Well, let's be honest. The Death Row one wasn't very safe.
No.
But I loved it because that's my high school / college years.
Metallica's pretty safe.
I don't know if you know the whole catalog. Depends on what they choose to pull on out.
Yeah, but they're like, those guys are like, they're doing Chevy truck commercials now. Like they're
If he were to go with the early, I guess it's so weird.
I mean,
because
is he going to
again,
go out there and ride the lightning?
Yeah. They'll give you For Whom the Bell Tolls. They'll give you Creeping Death. They'll give you
Creeping
Justice
Death.
for All. They'll give you One. You know, they'll give you Master of Puppets. Remember how big Master of Puppets was a few years ago based off Stranger Things. Enter Sandman.
Okay.
Wherever I May Roam.
Can Mariano Rivera run across the field if they play Enter Sandman?
I mean, why not?
That's because, I mean, we've already had the crossover of putting another athlete out there with Serena Williams dancing.
They could bring the orchestra.
So you could,
they've done a couple albums with the San Francisco Orchestra.
The Philharmonic
Yeah.
out there.
You want to? They could play Four Leaf Clover.
Okay. Yeah, I'll let you hang out on Metallica Island.
No, I figured you would, but that's fine. I don't care. This is the point. I think it's funny that there's been this massive debate about the Super Bowl halftime show. You're either into the artist or you're not, and if you weren't, it probably bored you the other day, and if you were, it was fantastic. But for most of us, it was on, you wondered when it was done, and I went back to watching the game.
Some people love the Super Bowl halftime show.
Who, though? I feel like it's less and less.
Other people hate it, and some people think it's okay.
Thank you. Yeah, that divides it up pretty good, right?
That's the thing about.
All right, I asked Hastings this last night on our podcast. I'll ask you.
Yeah.
And again, maybe I'm just too old. I don't know what's changing. It could just be a me thing because oftentimes you point out, what was a show I didn't like that you said just leave it alone? You were right. What show was I complaining to you about?
Take your pick.
No, it was, so I says. It was one of the sports shows, and I was like, this is so dumb. Oh, darn it. It was,
the NFL award show.
Yeah, NFL honors. You're like, just leave it alone. Don't watch it. You're right. But for me, I feel like the Super Bowl. So when I got into radio with Scotty, man, the Monday after the Super Bowl, we had to have the list of the commercials and the list of what was most popular and what hit and what didn't. And how did this, like, there was just all this stuff. And maybe it was because it was the earlier days of the internet too, and they had less to do.
Sure.
But I just feel like it's not quite the pop culture phenomenon that it's been.
Also,
we don't care about the commercials as much. The same thing is said about every Super Bowl halftime show, right?
Sure.
There was something you didn't get. There was something that was too loud. Somebody was too nude. Whatever it was.
Too nude.
Too nude. Well, there was the one where someone got real nude, and then we had a problem in our industry.
Was it Maroon 5 guy? Wasn't he really nude?
He was way too nude. That was a good one. I was referring more to Janet, but you're right.
I liked her nude.
Well, yeah, we all did, but the FCC did not. Wasn't a fan.
Julian Strother is going to the Rising Stars Challenge, Andy. I got some Rising Stars notes here for you. Ready for this? You know who the last Denver participant was in the Rising Stars?
Bones Highland?
To be on the team? It was Bones. That's right. Let's see. Michael Porter played against Facu, Team USA against Team World. Joker was on Team World one year with Moutier. Joker also was on Team World with Jamal Murray the very next year. Dario Saric was also on that team. Let's see. The first Nugget participant was Jalen Rose, 1995.
Really?
Rising Stars Challenge.
Okay. Yeah.
The original Rising Stars Challenge, this according to our buddy Dan Hyatt, 1994. Sensations versus the Phenoms. I don't know how you decide which one's which. But the Sensations featured Penny Hardaway, who won that game's MVP, Nick Van Exel, Jamal Mashburn, and a rookie by the name of Popeye Jones. Nuggets assistant coach now. He was in the original Rising Stars Challenge.
Good for him.
There you go.
Wow, when was this? 94?
94.
Wow. All right.
Julian Strother will be on Team Rising Stars, or whatever we're calling it, for the All-Star Tournament.
We should get Popeye on again.
I love Pop. Well, let's get him back on the program. Good idea.
After they trade for Seth Jones, we could get Popeye Jones on.
I'd be a fan of that. Absolutely. We have got a Nikola Jokic bobblehead to give away here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Not even looking, and I hear the head going.
It's a really shaky
Gotta rattle.
head.
Yeah.
Do you hear that? Is
like
that picking up in the mic right there?
Yeah, you're rattling your scepter.
His head's bobbling around very, very quickly. Anyway, tonight is Serbian Heritage Night out there at Ball Arena, and the first 5,000 fans get a Nikola Jokic bobblehead, but we're giving one away when we return. Plus, we have a Safeway winner. Spring, we got a winner? Yes?
Yes, our Safeway $50 gift card
Goes to?
winner is Matt Berry.
Matt Berry.
Matthew Berry of ESPN?
Matt.
Pleased to have you along.
Fantasy guy Matthew Berry. Thank you for listening to the show today. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Shedeur Sanders is starting his dalliances with various different NFL teams, plus a Super Bowl loser can't decide what he wants to do next. We will tell you about that next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, we have got a Nikola Jokic bobblehead to give away to you right now because tonight is Serbian Heritage Night and Nikola Jokic bobblehead night at Ball Arena. First 5,000 fans through the doors for Nuggets Blazers will get themselves a nice Nikola Jokic MVP bobblehead, which is very, very cool. We have one, and we're going to give it away to one lucky listener, but you have to text in the keyword plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Andy, the keyword is Sombor.
Like the shuffle.
Sombor. Yes, Sombor. As in Nikola Jokic's hometown, Sombor is the keyword. Text it in to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Text in the word Sombor plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win a Nikola Jokic bobblehead, which we will give away later this hour. Yes, Sombor Shuffle, Sombor Double. You take your pick. Sombor, Serbia. Let's do NFL news right now. Spring, we call it the High Five. Let's go.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Shadur Sanders is going to go in the top 10, likely, in the NFL draft.
He was at the Nuggets game the other night.
Yeah, he sure was. And he was caught on his brother's, one of his social media feeds, a video talking about visits that he's going to be making to and with NFL teams that are interested in drafting him. Let's hear Shadur tell us which two teams he's going to meet with first.
Do you know your first one yet?
Browns. I got the Browns, then the Giants.
There you go, Browns and Giants.
Browns, who have the second overall pick in the draft, and then the Giants, who are picking, third, I believe, Andy?
Giants are third, Raiders are sixth.
Okay.
Kind of got those earmarked as the places
Sure.
you could go.
Yeah, I mean, New England at 4 already has their quarterback in Drake May. Jacksonville at 5 already has their quarterback in Trevor Lawrence. So, yeah, Raiders and Giants are kind of the ones that you circle right there. Or, potentially could the Jets at 7, could they get a little bit interested in possibly moving up and trying to do something right there?
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm curious what the Combine's going to tell us. Right now, watching a few of the morning sports shows today, the national ones, ESPN, checked into Fox Sports, caught my buddy as well. People are starting to feel like maybe Cam Ward's the top guy. So if we're talking about this, again, do you think Cam Ward and Shadur are both going in the top 5? Quarterback needy teams are out there. And now I saw something else today that Jackson Dart's the clear number 3. Are we going to have 3 go in the top 10? Probably, because that's what we do this time of year with the draft and teams do, right? But
Dane Brugler, he put out his top 100 prospects, or his latest big board. He's got Cam Ward as the 15th best prospect in this draft. Shadur at 25.
I think he's moved up because didn't Dane, I thought Dane, or was it his
Maybe
partner?
even had him lower.
One of them I thought had him as a second-round pick.
But also, they could get those grades on them, and they'll still go in the top 10 because that's what happens with quarterbacks.
And the free agent market is not great this year. I mean, you're going to be paying a lot, right?
You got Sam Darnold, and yeah.
Maybe Kirk Cousins on a cheap deal. By the way, Kirk Cousins to the Browns is gaining momentum because of Stefanski and Kurt's connection in Minnesota. He could sign a Russ deal where he's getting paid by the Falcons but playing for the Browns.
I could very well see that. They're going to have to figure out some very inexpensive option of what they're going to do at that position and then maybe draft a guy for the future. In the meantime, I don't want to see Travis Hunter end up in Cleveland.
I don't either.
I don't want that for him.
I don't think he wants to see it. I'm not sure I want him in New England either, frankly.
But I say it in this way: in New England, at least he's going to play for Vrabel. He's going to play for a good franchise.
That's true.
For his sake.
I don't know if Josh would get him.
I don't want him to have to go play for the Browns. I don't wish that upon anybody. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Travis Kelce talking on his podcast with his brother Jason about his future in the NFL. Here's Travis.
I know everybody wants to know whether or not I'm playing next year, and right now I'm just kicking everything down the road. I'm kicking every can I can down the road, and I'm not making any crazy decisions, but right now the biggest thing is just being there for my teammates and being there for my coaches, understanding, that there's a lot that goes into this thing. I've been fortunate over the past 5-6 years. I've played more football than anybody.
Yeah.
And it's because the people that are in that building, And the fact that we keep going to these AFC championships and these Super Bowls, and that means I'm playing an extra 3 games more than everybody else in the entire league, and that's a lot of wear and tear on your body, and it's a lot of time spent in the building.
Isn't it crazy, Andy? Because like you look at the numbers, and like all of his numbers are down this season. 823 receiving yards, his lowest total since 2015. 3 regular season touchdowns, lowest total of his entire career is what he put up right there. And when you watch him, he doesn't get open the way that he used to. But I saw this clip this morning, and what struck me about it, and we get the same thing every postseason, right? Stafford had to talk about this after the Rams lost to the Eagles. And these guys are just like, when they lose, and you remember seeing Kelsey on the bench in the Super Bowl, I mean, just 1,000-yard stare, you know? He's just standing there going, how did this happen? How am I in this position? My body feels like this, and I don't get to have a party when this is all said and done. When you get that far at that age and then you lose, you feel that despair, it like mentally breaks these guys.
John Elway talked about crying after the Jacksonville loss.
Yeah.
And can I do this again?
Can I get
luckily
back up and
he
go?
did, but
Right.
Listen, I don't know. I think it's funny that he says, I'm going to take some time away and decide. All right, I get that, bro. The Chiefs may decide for you.
Right.
You're a $19 million cap hit.
Oof.
They'll save $17 million by cutting you. They need some cap space if they're going to go about retooling this team.
You know what, though?
And the way he played, I'm not like he's going to have to redo his contract at minimum to be a Chief.
Still led the team in receiving.
Yeah, but that's
the thing. Like 35-year-old Travis Kelce, and they still haven't found anybody that's better than him
But
yet.
boy, the tape that's getting cut up and put out there,
It's not good.
It's ugly.
No, you're right.
And he looks like he missed the snap count on that one block.
Yep.
He dropped a couple of passes. He didn't look like himself.
No.
You've talked about it all the time.
He had a great
Receivers-
game against Houston, and then he disappeared.
But look at Champ Bailey. We all love Champ Bailey.
At the
But
end.
It just was gone.
Yeah.
There's no warning.
I mean, a part of that, too, is like, you know, and I'm bringing up his regular season numbers, still at 97 catches. Like, that's a great season and all, but also, like, yeah, but can your body hold up into January and February? Because that's what you have to be able to do to play for that team, and his didn't.
Not only that, the Chiefs going to make sure there's other receiving options, not just him.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason why he led the team. They had no receivers.
Yeah. I just want to point out, by the way, 97 catches for Travis Kelce. Lucas Kroll led the Broncos this year for receptions by a tight end with 19.
Yeah, I know. That's ugly. That's gross. That's so gross.
19.
I wish I still had that.
They combined had 51 catches. Kelce had 97. You got to find somebody, man. Somebody.
Mike Gesicki, come on down.
Colston Loveland out of Michigan at number 20.
No.
No?
Ty Warren.
No?
Give me some Ty Warren.
Oh, yeah.
Please give me a world where we can choose between Tyler Warren and Ashton Jennings.
I don't think that's going to happen at 20.
Then you may move up. I'd nudge up a bit for that.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Joe Burrow went on the Pardon My Take podcast, and he was talking about the Bengals salary cap as, you know, he wants them to keep both Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. He talked about how it seems like the Eagles can pay and keep everybody. Then he went on to talk about how he can manipulate his own contract to open some cap space up for the Bengals. Joe Burrow talked about his options on this podcast.
Yeah, so you could do a couple different things. You could convert some of the money to a signing bonus, which will lower the cap hit.
Mm-hmm.
You can push some of the money to the back end of the contract, and then when you get to that lowers the cap hit, and then when you get to the back end of the contract, you can restructure it and convert it to a signing bonus.
Okay.
And then you can also just take less money.
And which one were you going to do?
We'll see.
Well, and you know what? It's funny, and you know I love Joe Burrow. I do.
You should.
But
I love that answer from him. I love that he's sitting there doing like the nerd fan thing of just like, hey man, just convert it to a signing bonus, baby. We can keep everybody on this team.
yeah, I'm trying to. Well, Tom Brady did that a couple of times.
That was
What is
awesome.
do we know the Joe Burrow cap hit spring? Did that? I'm scanning the article. I know this.
He's
Jalen Hurts-
projected to have a $46 million cap hit this year.
Yeah, guess what? You're double the cost of Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts is a $20 million cap hit this year. That's why the Eagles can sign everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Jalen Hurts, actually, his cap hit this year when they won the Super Bowl, Andy, $13.6 million. $13.6 million because the big money on his extension has not kicked in yet. Actually, coming up at 5:20, I want to take a look at the Eagles' payroll this year and what lessons we can learn from it, and then
apply it to the Broncos.
Yes. What can be taken, what can be learned from it all? Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
This past Super Bowl, Nevada Sportsbooks won a state record $22.1 million. It tops the $19.7 million that the Sportsbooks won for the Super Bowl, where the Seahawks destroyed the Broncos, Super Bowl 48.
You know what's crazy about this is they had a terrible regular season. The books had a terrible regular season because the favorites overwhelmingly won straight up this year in the NFL and overwhelmingly covered, and the public just will always bet favorites more than they bet underdogs. 1.5 dog was Philadelphia, I believe, by the time this game kicked off. It was one at some spots. But the fact that the dynasty didn't win and the underdog did, and then almost like across the board, that basically besides Xavier Worthy, nobody really put up numbers at all for Kansas City, the books were going to do great.
Well, and it's funny because, remember, I felt like we kept hearing all year that the books were also making money because everyone kept betting against the Chiefs because they thought they were crummy. We all bought in that they're going to find a way to win the Super Bowl because that's what they do, and they make. I had a friend that could have won $1,100 off that thing. Could have cashed out at $5.54 the other night and was texting us, and I was like, you're golden. You're not golden.
Not golden.
Now you got nothing.
Text the keyword
Sombor
to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. The Eagles are Super Bowl champions. How did they spend their cash? What lessons can the Broncos learn? That's next. Yeah, Clint, but can they barrel up the baseball? Hey, the February Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is in the books at Roller Auction. I hope you did well. I hope you won. Got to keep a close eye on roller.bid for their next government auction. These things have an unbelievable selection of items available whenever this inventory rolls in. Also, go to roller.bid and you can sign up for their email newsletter. It'll come directly into your inbox and keep you updated on all of the latest and upcoming auctions at roller.bid. But there's another great auction available to bid right now at roller.bid. That is the local bakeries, sports bar, and government restaurant equipment auction. Go and scan through it. Refrigerators, freezers, ovens, mixers, if you want to do some serious baking, bread slicers, plus there's some great sports bar equipment that I'm keeping an eye on. They got a CSU Rams cornhole set available, plus an Arachnid electronic dartboard. That's right, an electronic dartboard straight from a sports bar and into your basement. Go play some cricket on that thing. That's available to be bid on right now at roller.bid. That's roller.bid. That's right, that great auction available now. That's the local bakery, sports bar, and government restaurant equipment auction. You can still win our Nikola Jokic bobblehead that they're giving away tonight at Ball Arena for Serbian Heritage Night and Jokic Bobblehead Night. First 5,000 through the door, get a Jokic bobblehead. But right now, text the word Sombor to 303-504-0925 plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win one limited edition Nikola Jokic MVP bobblehead. All right.
Samba Shuffle, baby!
It's good to hear from our friend. So the Eagles won the Super Bowl, Andy. I don't know if you heard. Apparently 122 million people watched that game.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Most watched Super Bowl ever.
Yeah. I kept hearing about how there was no interest in this Super Bowl. Turns out everybody watched it.
Well,
What do you know? So
when the bully gets beat up, you like to stick around for that.
That was satisfying.
It was like when the kid from Christmas Story finally beat up the dude in the weird hat.
Scott Farkas.
That's right. Takes it on the chin.
Mm-hmm.
That's a Less Than Jake song.
So I'm looking at the Eagles' salary cap table for 2024, the year they won the Super Bowl, the league year they win the Super Bowl. It's pretty good. I got to say, I took one look at that and I was like, that's good work. That Howie Roseman, this guy's pretty good.
Knows a few things.
Yeah. So do you know who the Eagles' highest paid player was?
Jalen Hurts.
It was Lane Johnson.
Oh, next year it's Jalen Hurts.
Lane Johnson was the highest paid player this year at $15.9 million. Jalen Hurts second, but the big money doesn't kick in until next year.
Yeah, but big money's only $20 million.
It's not that bad.
And for a quarterback, that's unreal.
Yeah, again,
Receivers are making more.
It goes up over the life of the contract, but it's lighter up front.
But you're taking care of your core right now, right? They're in the window, and he's affordable.
A.J. Brown at $11.9 million was third. Jordan Mailata at $11.6 million. Darius Slay at 10.7, Dallas Goedert 9.1.
Hey, well, who's Dallas Goedert? What's
I know,
he play?
right? I know. It's a hell of a concept. You can get guys that produce in your offense. So, in terms of the percentage of cap hit, Lane Johnson the highest 6.2%. 6.2% for an individual player. Contrast that with the team that they just played in Kansas City. Mahomes was at 14.5% of the cap hit for the Chiefs this year, which I believe is only the sixth highest amongst quarterbacks. I know people hear that and they're like, that's outrageous. It's only the sixth highest amongst quarterbacks. Again, Mahomes, since he signed the huge extension, he's been passed by a bunch of other dudes. Joe Tooney, the guard playing tackle, was making 10.6% of their cap this year.
Wow.
Yeah. Kelsey was at 7.7%. Jawan Taylor, the right tackle, at 7.6%. Again, contrast that with Philly, where Lane Johnson was getting the biggest chunk of the salary cap for the Eagles, 6.2%. So a vastly more top-heavy roster in Kansas City.
And you know how you do what Philly's done? You draft well.
Yep.
And you got a lot of guys on first contracts with some augmented nice free agent signings. Mm-hmm. You hadn't even said Saquon yet, have you? Did I miss Saquon?
No, Saquon was only making 1.5% of the Eagles' cap this year. Most of his money is on the back end of the 3-year extension that he signed. This year was pretty inexpensive for Saquon Barkley, the way that Howie Roseman managed to structure that deal. I mean, Devontae Smith, Josh Sweat, Landon Dickerson, Jalen Carter, all these guys were above Saquon this past season, and you got an MVP caliber performance out of that dude. I mean, there's always good fortune involved in it as well, but the Eagles did the thing where they drafted a bunch of really good players and made very savvy signings along the way and structured contracts in such a way that they could maximize their talent. And that team was the better and deeper team, which, to be fair to me, even though I picked the Chiefs to win, I said that over and over and over again last week of the Eagles are the better and deeper team. I just didn't think the dark magic of Mahomes could ever be upended. Turns out you could by being that much better and that much deeper, which the Eagles are. Okay. That's pretty good. Like, when you look at that, you're like, that's impressive. And it's impressive because there's some teams that, like, they can have a salary cap table that looks like that, Andy, and you're like, well, yeah, they don't have any good players.
Right.
The Eagles have nothing but good players.
Jacksonville has plenty of cap room. They don't have enough good players.
Exactly. Like, that the way the Broncos have been for the last several years. It was like, I don't really have any good players, though. Okay, so I'm taking a look at the Broncos 2025 cap. Okay. Again, 6.2% was Lane Johnson this year for the Super Bowl winning Eagles in terms of percentage of cap dollars going to him. The Broncos already have 4 players for 2025 above that mark in terms of slice of the pie. Mike McGlinchey, who will be the highest paid Bronco this year, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, and Ben Powers are all above that.
McGlinchey's the only one you probably wish you could reduce. What kind of percentages are we talking?
McGlinchey's at 8.7%.
So not too bad.
Sutton's at 7.4%. Zach Allen at 7.2%. Ben Powers at 6.3%.
Not too bad.
It's not. It isn't awful. Again, it's because Bo Nix is your quarterback and he's on a rookie deal. You don't have anybody pulling down 50 mil, 45 mil, whatever it is. So you don't have like one outrageous number at the very top.
And the Surtain contract doesn't kick in for what, another year?
Yes.
Because it's an extension.
Yes. Surtain will make his cap hit is $8.3 million this upcoming season, which is 3% of the cap. Big deal. That's next to nothing. And again, you have the defensive player of the year for what you're getting on that. I mean, I'll be honest, taking a look at it, like Denver is in a good place right now because Bo Nix has established himself as a starting NFL quarterback. I don't think you're Philly good yet, but they're in a pretty good spot right now. Now,
it's got the black eye because Russ Wilson's eaten 30, how much million?
32 million. Yeah.
Which is a huge percentage.
11.6% of the cap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're done with that after this year.
After this year. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Russ's dead number. Nobody else's dead number is all that significant. Now, we'll end up adding somebody to this list because somebody will end up being gone. But besides Russ's 32 million, Josh Reynolds, Greg Dulcich, but these numbers are negligible. They're below 1%. So who cares? It's almost immaterial. It's just Russell Wilson that you got to worry about at 11.6 million. But again, I don't think the Broncos are contenders right now. I think they're very much on a path to have the potential to be, but I don't think they are right now. And once Russ's number goes away, you're in pretty good shape right there.
Okay, so let's say, man, this is so hard to do because we wouldn't know what the breakdowns are.
I mean, even in I'm looking ahead to 26. It's not bad.
Let's say you got T. Higgins, the popular free agent target by most of the betting outlets for the Broncos to acquire, and he's a $30 million guy.
Mm-hmm.
Where does that put you? Does that start to make things a little is that a move that you've got to be financially smart about if you're going to make it?
That starts to that's a big chunk.
Is it a smart move?
It's a big matzo ball.
In your opinion, paying a receiver that much is a good idea.
It's a really good player.
He is a really good player, but he's also got to be healthy.
Yeah, he does.
I feel like the problem with all the receivers that we're throwing around, whether it's Deebo Samuel yesterday, we've talked about T. Higgins, we've talked about Cooper Kupp, all of these guys got a little injury history. Now, I don't think Higgins is gross. What's he still playing? 13, 14 games a year. But you got to be careful about guys with injury histories that you sign. Like Deebo's injury history scares me with the dead money attached. Because for those that missed it, Jeff Legwold pointed it out to us. He's got 3 voidable years. And voidable years are more dead cap money that you'd have to pick up at the end of the contract, even when you don't control them anymore.
Right. Now, again, let's just take a look, for example, at average annual value, or even just percentage of cap. Okay. Justin Jefferson he took the highest chunk of his team's salary cap this year for the Vikings, 13.7%. They won 14 games.
Right.
I think it's number one, I think it's a classic misnomer anytime that people say, well, you can't pay position blank too much, you can't win that way. I've looked at salary caps after every Super Bowl. There is no magical recipe.
No.
It does not exist. If it did, everybody would try and model it. But it just flat out doesn't exist. What it comes down to is, do you draft well, and do some of those players that you draft turn into stars and you compensate them well? But don't overdo it, not in terms of the high-end talent, because you need stars. Just don't Don't do it with too many players.
Yeah, I think you need to be elite on one side of the ball or the other. Now, the Eagles are remarkably balanced.
Right.
But they have an elite defensive line. But they have a cheap elite defensive line because they drafted all those dudes. Right? See, that's what I keep trying to think every day. What are the Broncos closer to? Having an offense? Pick your favorite offense. Are they close to having that? Whether you want to pick the Eagles with an A.J. Brown or
Ravens are pretty
Saquon
good.
Barkley. Well, but I don't think
I think the Ravens is my favorite offense.
But Bo Nix isn't going to bring you what Lamar Jackson does. He's good. He's mobile, but he's not Lamar Jackson. But I do think he's closer to Jalen Hurts. Or are you closer to that Buffalo Bill defense? The Buffalo Bill defense is undersized. The Eagles defense is also very good. Like which side of the ball are the Broncos closer to the Eagles on since they're the champ? I think it's defense.
It's defense. Yeah.
But if you spend your money smartly, especially if this offensive line staying together again, right? Could you get closer to what they have? Could you become more the balanced team? That's going to be a key this year if you're going to move up the playoff ladder.
This is where, first off, I have not seen a single mock draft. You tell me if you have that has the Broncos taking a defensive player.
Yeah, there's one where they're picking a safety.
Okay.
And I can't remember who.
In the first?
But I want to say, yes, at 20. I want to say it was Bucky, the guy from NFL Network, Bucky, not Jones.
Brooks.
Bucky Brooks, I think, had him picking a safety.
I was going to say it was the gas station, but okay.
No, that's spelled differently.
Buc-ee's.
And I've still yet to go there.
Okay.
I don't need to go to that gas station. I'd waste all my gas driving to the Buc-ee's.
There's like 7 of them right by my house.
Buc-ee's?
No,
there
gas
isn't.
stations.
Yeah, I was about to say. No, there isn't.
They're right there.
They're like 12 Denver airports or something.
They're right there. I'm good. I'm good. I know the chicken fingers. They say the chicken fingers. You got to have the chicken fingers.
No, I don't. Yeah, so looking at T. Higgins, just get back to the point about games played.
Yeah.
12 games this year, 12 games last year.
Okay.
16, 14, 16.
It's really good.
He is really good.
He's really good. He's really good.
See, 12 is not gross. In a 17-game season, no, I don't necessarily want you missing 5, but you can live with that, right?
It's also possible that you can acquire that player and then you get the fully healthy version of him and he just makes it through a whole season. Like, that's the thing is Saquon Barkley had injury issues.
Sure.
And then he goes to Philadelphia and he stays healthy for a whole year. MVP campaign.
There's no doubt about it, but you want to have more than one of those. See,
you can also sign the guy that's been nothing but healthy, and then he shows up and pops a ligament
his leg
in OTAs,
and it's all done. No, you're absolutely right. But again, if I'm going to risk money, now it wouldn't be as big a risk. Obviously, more injury history, less of the risk of dollars.
Yes,
but I would probably take the risk on T. Higgins, even though Cooper Kupp would be cheaper because, man, it feels like Cooper Kupp struggled. He's had the big
26.
injuries. Right, he's the second contract guy. Leggy used to always tell me you want to sign the second contract guy in free agency.
Yes.
That's what you're hoping for.
Yes.
And in an ideal world, you're getting the second contract guy that his team wants him but can't afford him.
Yeah, I want to see the Broncos upgrade running back / tight end in round 1 of the draft. Hell, you could do both of those positions in rounds 1 and 2 and go ahead and get a little bit sexy with a wide receiver. Again, you are living in a world where, and you're going to have to pay Nick Bonito, obviously, but you structure that so it kicks in more later on. And you go ahead and take a shot at it.
Yeah.
And see what kind of offense you can put in place. And hopefully by next year, Knicks takes another big step forward and you start talking about a contending NFL team.
Yeah, that
sounds
would
good,
be
right?
ideal. It does.
You want to you want to start scheduling a parade for February of 2027? Project 2027?
Maybe.
I didn't mean to make that sound ominous. But
that does. What are we doing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, when we go back to the draft, you're right. You know, the draft fascinates me with that at running back. You go all in. See, I asked you earlier, would you trade up and go all in on Genty? If you can get T. Higgins as a wide receiver, then all of a sudden it's nothing but tight ends and running backs in the draft.
I would
with
say
some defensive help.
Don't move any of your, because the Broncos actually have their first, second, and third round pick.
Yeah, I believe they got the full stock. There might be some, 6th rounder that's been shipped out.
Don't
but
go moving around any of that inventory. Take players.
especially the way you've been hitting on them.
Exactly.
You actually had good value in your draft classes.
And you know what you are right now. You
Sure.
are established offensive and defensive play callers, offensive and defensive schemes. Those guys aren't going anywhere anytime soon. You know what you need. We're not doing the Vance Joseph, Vic Fangio, let's flip an offensive coordinator every single year thing, and we're changing fits constantly.
I want to switch gears on you for just a second since you mentioned his name. Did you see the cut from Vic Fangio from last week's pre-media where he said he didn't return to Denver because he thought it'd be too big a storyline? He was back. And I was like, well, that's kind of bold to say. Would he be right in some case? Would we have been talking more about, like, would it have been a big deal? Would it have been a weird thing to have Vic Fangio back in town so soon after his departure?
Had he taken the job as defensive coordinator?
DC job instead of Vance, would we have made him more of a big... Sean is such a gigantic personality.
I was going to say...
I don't think that would have happened.
It would have for like a couple of days. That's it.
Right.
The end. Because this is what it would have been. He would have taken the job... Okay, so he's got to do his press availability. Sean's got to then answer a question about it. You go to the players that played for him. Hey, Patrick Surtain,
Hey, Justin
Cortland
Simmons
Sutton,
at the time.
Garrett Bowles. You go talk to those guys. Hey, what's it like to have your former coach back in the building? And then it would have been over. Because that's all it was with VJ.
Yeah.
Vance Joseph came back and it was a story for, again, a couple of days.
Tell the 70-point thing, but yeah.
Well, right.
But Vic wasn't going to be giving up 70 points.
You would certainly hope not.
I don't think.
Yeah, you would certainly hope not. But again, it's like I think that in an NFL calendar, the news turns over quickly enough.
And he wouldn't have talked to us as much. He was an everyday chat with us when he was here. He'd add once a week. He probably have been grumpy, and it probably wouldn't have lasted very long.
I don't buy that as his answer. I just think he didn't want to work here.
Well, I get it. I'm not going to – you fired me.
Right.
I'm ready to go back there as my next job.
Sure. Yeah.
Although he was in Miami. When could he have – no, he was being talked about as the original DC with Peyton, right?
Right.
He had not taken another job at that point, I don't think?
No.
Yeah, that would have been kind of weird.
Again, but
we would have gotten over it. Because Sean would have gotten us.
Because you do.
Because Sean would have two-latte'd Jared Bell and all would have been off and running.
Because eventually, always you do. Let's get you the latest Nuggets injury news ahead of their matchup against the Portland Trailblazers. We'll do that before we get out of here on a Tuesday. Can the Nuggets roll into the break and keep the win streak going? Plus, we'll reveal our winner of the Jokic Bobblehead, which we are still taking entries on. Yes!
Sombor!
Text Sombor, plus your first and last name to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win a limited edition Nikola Jokic Bobblehead for Serbian Heritage Night out of Ball Arena. Stop at a Good Times today. Get 6 authentic Hatch Valley green chili breakfast burritos for just $18. That's right, 6 breakfast burritos for just $18 for a limited time at Good Times. We got Good Times over at Ball Arena tonight, Nuggets Blazers. Chance to take an 8-game win streak into the All-Star break. That'd be good.
That'd be good, but are you a little nervous? Man, they've been playing well. I don't think they're stressed. They've really been good since they got off the road.
Listen to
this.
this.
And we're right before summer break.
This, right now, your Denver Nuggets, Andy, Dan Hyatt, coming at us with the numbers. We'll talk to Dan coming up here on Friday.
2 days.
So, 7-game win streak, 6-game win streak at home, 5 consecutive games that they have won by double digits. The Nuggets have won 3 straight home games by 20 or more points. They have won 3 straight home games by 20 or more points. First time doing that since January of 2019. They have never won 4 straight home games by 20-plus.
Ooh.
Chance to make history tonight against the mighty Trailblazers.
I like it. Now, that's going to be a little bit tougher, which you got me thinking. If we haven't seen an update yet on the any official designation for Aaron Gordon, who he's downgraded, right? He's not playing, we know that, but we don't know about MPJ.
Right. So let's see. Malone did say Russell Westbrook should be available to return to the lineup after the All-Star break.
Okay.
So he will not be able to go tonight.
Go check old Vic Lombardi's Twitter.
Jamal Murray has the left knee inflammation, but he's probable. AG is questionable with right calf management. Porter questionable left hamstring strain. Yeah, what if there was a night? Jamal can go. Left knee inflammation, big deal. He can go. All right?
I wouldn't mind another little, well, I say that. I don't want to lose to Portland, but I don't want them to lose to Portland. But a little Jalen Pickett. I liked what we saw to Pickett the other night.
What if you could steal a night with having AG, Porter, and Westbrook all off?
Be amazing.
That would be great. I know you didn't have Porter and Westbrook the other night. AG did play, and he played really well.
He did, but again, another chance for Zeke Naji. I think it would be great if you could get some of these bench guys a great feeling going into the break. Well, you can continue to kind of mess with that because you said first game back with Charlotte.
Yep.
Now, when is that? So the break starts
20th.
So that's next Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna have a whole week off.
That's gonna be nice.
Except for our guy,
and we're
Nicola.
We're rooting for our guy Aaron Gordon. Aaron Gordon's having a tough year. We're rooting for our dude AG.
Well, and I really hope this calf thing, it makes you nervous. You know it's going to be a nagging thing, and he's got a lot going on.
Yeah, Aaron Gordon is. I think the DNVR post game guys call him Mr. Nugget. I'm all for it. That's pretty much what he is.
When you go shirtless out into the streets and you don't care to party with the whole town,
you're
the
Mr.
Guy. Nugget.
That's the guy. Mm-hmm. My kid's preschool teacher this morning had a sweet Aaron Gordon T-shirt, by the way. Just said Mile High Basketball and just a picture of AG pulling up for a jumper. I was like, that's a good item right there. Hell
I
yeah.
wouldn't mind a jersey. I honor and respect and admire his decision to switch to 32 for his brother. I still love the 50.
It's classic. That was the championship winning number right there. Speaking of my kids' preschool class, and by the way, you still got another minute to text in Sombor to 303-504-0925 to be entered to win a Nikola Jokic limited edition bobblehead, Serbian Heritage Night, Nikola Jokic bobblehead night tonight out at Ball Arena against the Blazers. Speaking of my kids' preschool class, this is probably the wrong day to try this, Andy, but I'm going to do it anyway because, that's just what I do. So this morning, talking to Sammy, right? And he informs me we don't say hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt. We don't say it at school, and we don't say it at home.
Okay.
All right?
Who informed him?
I'm assuming this came from his preschool teacher. We don't say hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt. We don't say it at school. We don't say it at home. Now, we're allowed to say those things on the radio. Therefore, Andy, I'm about to this is the debut. I didn't even tell you guys about this. I just decided we're going to do it. Here's the debut of what is surely to be a top 75 Kreckman and Lindahl bit. This is called Hate, Stupid, or I don't like your shirt.
Good.
Here we go. Andy, I'm gonna give you a name. You tell me hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt. That's all there is to it.
Okay.
Joel Embiid, Andy, hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt.
Okay. Just the game? Just him?
However you choose to categorize, my friend. It's like most valuable player and first team
I don't know what else I
all-pro
got
quarterback.
Am I only allowed to use them once, right?
Whatever, any of the three.
Okay. I don't like your shirt.
You going with I don't like your shirt?
I don't like your shirt.
With Joel Embiid?
Yeah.
I'm
Don't like
going
your shirt.
I'm going with hate.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It's strong with me. Yeah.
He's so beat up, I feel bad.
But you call out Nikola Jokic for stat
All right, then I hate
padding.
you too. Fine, well, I'll hate him.
Mm-hmm. Andy, Tom Brady.
Stupid. Your dumb cheeks and your fake face. Your alkaline water and your dumb avocado ice cream, which does nobody any good.
I will also go with stupid.
I don't
on
even know
this
anything
one.
else. Go ahead.
The funny thing is he was in a commercial with Snoop Dogg, and they were talking about not hating people.
Right.
And all I could think is, I don't like either of you.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt.
God, I guess I don't like your shirt. I got no issues with Durant right now.
Passed 30,000 career points last night. I agree. He plays for the Phoenix Suns. I don't like his shirt.
That's about it. Well, there you go. Yeah. That jersey sucks.
Again, this is Kreckman and Lindahl's new bit, hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt.
Thanks to Sammy Kreckman.
Because we don't say those things.
We don't.
At home or at school. Patrick Mahomes, Andy, hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt.
Hate. I don't like your shirt either.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I hate that your shirt is stupid. I got all three on him.
I'm gonna go with stupid because he was awfully confused by that Eagles defense in which there was nothing to be confused about. They were just rushing you very, very well. So
he
I'll
was
go stupid.
confused why his guys couldn't see who they were supposed to block. I think that was the problem.
And finally, on the debut edition of Hate, Stupid, or I Don't Like Your Shirt, Luka Doncic, Andy, hate, stupid, or I don't like your shirt.
I don't like your shirt. It should be a Nuggets shirt.
Yeah, you're a Laker.
Come play with your boy.
Should be a Mavericks shirt.
Come play with your boy.
By the way, Mavs tonight at home against Golden State. Would you buy a ticket to a game for the express desire of getting kicked out of that game?
No.
No?
But I get where you're going.
Right.
If I were super rich, sure. Just to let the man know.
You're a good fan, though, if you do
I'll
that.
tell you what, though, ESPN's really kind of hurt themselves because they keep mentioning the national schedule. Boy, they didn't count on that Luka trade either. They are on a lot. The Mavs are on a lot.
Yeah. So there you go. That was the debut edition of Hate, Stupid, or I Don't Like Your Shirt.
I like it.
Good.
Hopefully you remember to do it one more time before this show wraps up.
We'll see if we ever do it again. I don't know if that one was 8,000 or 165. All right, Spring, who won our Jokic bobblehead? We've been taking your entries all hour long here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show for a limited edition Nikola Jokic MVP bobblehead. We'd like to give one away to you. Is
that ours? Or
Do we
is that
know?
I don't know. I wouldn't break it. That might be the one we're literally giving away.
This is a very shaken head.
Yeah. You've really loosened that up.
But nothing bad has happened.
No.
Nobody went Fusili Jerry with this thing or anything. All right, Spring, who was our winner of the Jokic bobblehead?
Our winner is Connor Pearson.
Connor Pearson.
Hey!
Connor. Well done, Connor Pearson. You have won yourself a Nikola Jokic bobblehead because you texted Sombor into the show. Congratulations to you. You can now put this on your mantle.
Yeah, I hope that in the one. We do have one texter saying that you've already messed up the head. He didn't want it.
What are you talking about?
He thought you shook it too much.
It still bobbles.
Oh, there's no doubt. I think it's fine. Yeah, you've taken a few miles off of it. You've worn the tires in, but it's still fine.
That's the thing about me.
It's Nikola.
I was not the kid that could keep the action figure in the package to preserve its value.
No, I'm with you.
I had to take it out and play with it. It's fully posable.
Yeah.
Okay?
I'm not buying this to sell it 20 years. I want to play with Boba Fett.
If I have a bobblehead, I have it to bobble the head.
I am playing with Storm Shadow. Yeah.
Deep cut.
There you go.
Well done.
That's why when you brought up your starting lineup, all I thought of was Macaulay Culkin